Chapter 001, The Wisdom of Rebirth. In the year 50,000 of human civilization, on a Class C life planet, Kepler planet, there exists but a single continent. Viewed from the cosmos, this irregular landmass is encircled by ocean, characterized by a central highland surrounded by lower terrain, with numerous rivers meandering outward. The central urban area is situated to the right of the central mountain range, with the city intricately built around the mountains. Two parallel great rivers traverse the city. Countless vehicles, both terrestrial and aerial, bustle in and out, fueling the city's vibrant activity. The towering skyscrapers, piercing the clouds, display the latest advertisements for anti-gravity jet bikes upon their exterior screens. A jet motorcycle, identical to the one featured in the advertisement, zooms past, while the silent facade of the second tallest building proclaims the message of safe driving. This message is soon replaced by an advertisement promoting collision protection at the base. A myriad of colorful lights imbue the area with a cyberpunk aura. A group of nightlife enthusiasts, adorned with vibrant hair colors, emerges from a nightclub, their flamboyant appearances harmonizing with the dazzling lights. On the northern riverbank lies the government district, the first community, where the houses are arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, creating a visual akin to a taiji diagram, exuding a unique beauty. In front of a villa, a jet bike descends from the horizon, its mechanical whirring ceasing as an 80-year-old boy disembarks, standing before the vehicle. The Iron Leviathan boasts an extravagant design, reminiscent of a personal watercraft clad in the scales of ancient warhorses, merging technology with historical elegance. This machine is capable of traversing both atmospheric and cosmic realms, still procured by select military factions and specialized departments. Li Honglian strides towards the villa, and as he approaches, a door gradually manifests itself upon the white wall. Upon his entry, the door vanishes. "Welcome home, my dear young master," echoes the voice of a rudimentary intelligent artificial assistant, a projection of his mother's AI caretaker. Li Honglian reaches out, summoning a holographic screen from the air, and with a gentle tap, the wall beside him transforms into a television screen. Now presenting the next news segment, that he turns, plopping down onto the latest molecular sofa, his gaze fixated on the vintage clock adorning the wall. As the second hand ticks away, he finds himself lost in thought. Though his current form is merely 8 years old, he has already undergone 5 years of education. In terms of his previous lives' educational standards, this equates to a university degree. Indeed, he is a transmigrant, albeit through a rather peculiar method. Reincarnation might be a more fitting term. The distinctive aspect lies in the gradual restoration of his former memories, which only fully resurfaced following his recent graduation from school 2 days prior. In his previous existence, he was a young man in his 20s, freshly graduated and struggling to find work, delivering food for a living. His 2 decades of life left scant memories, resulting in little to recover. In this new life, humanity has relentlessly ventured into the cosmos, conquering and obliterating countless civilizations and races. Amidst the wars, humanity has rapidly evolved to adapt to the demands of interstellar conflict. Under the influence of cosmic environments and warfare, human development has accelerated and mental maturity has hastened. At the age of 8, his intellect is already comparable to that of his former self. Graduation marks the conclusion of 5 years of foundational education, heralding the onset of the next chapter in his life. He now faces a choice: to embark on a conventional life on a Class D life planet, replete with work, marriage, and children, walking mechanical dogs and entertaining digital birds, or to undergo transformation into an interstellar warrior, serving civilization and venturing into uncharted territories. The concept of interstellar warriors first emerged 3,000 years into human civilization, conceived by the supreme leader Li Hao, who crafted these warriors based on his own evolutionary advancements and various cosmic phenomena. Initially, a selection of the most intelligent and resilient soldiers were chosen from the ranks to undergo 10 surgical modifications, enhancing their physiques to withstand the myriad environments of the cosmos, enabling them to engage in combat under diverse conditions. The 10 modifications include 1. Skin modification, Plato skin, originally derived from a cosmic creature known as the Plato monster, which resided on the Class B special planet of Plato. These creatures, resembling coal-like trees, were not particularly formidable. Yet their skin could absorb various cosmic radiations, including those from celestial bodies and cosmic storms. The supreme leader Li Hao harnessed the advantages of Plato monster skin, discarding its dark exterior while retaining its capacity to convert absorbed radiation into energy for the body, a trait applied to himself and the interstellar warriors. Coupled with the use of dark energy, this skin becomes impervious to blades and fire. 2. Brain modification. Confucius brain, initially named after the first-generation superintelligent AI, Confucius. The initial modification involved implanting this AI into the human brain to assist cognitive functions and adapt to the space environment. However, upon interaction with dark energy, the AI underwent mutations, developing negative emotions unintended for artificial intelligence. Initially, humanity did not pay much heed until the AI severed control over the human body, triggering the first AI rebellion. This event prompted the realization that only obedient AI were beneficial, while the rest were to be eliminated. As civilization progressed, scientists discovered that the human brain was the most potent, leading to the integration of human cognition with dark energy, resulting in a brain modification technology rivaling superintelligent AI. The supreme leader Li Hao named this technology in honor of his AI companion, Confucius. 3. Heart modification. Dragon heart. A robust physique requires an equally powerful heart to provide energy. The dragon, the most formidable cosmic creature encountered in human history, contributed its heart, along with other organs and vascular systems, imbuing them with dragon-like strength. 4. A modification. Chimera eyes, a technology birthed from the Chimera laboratory. Following the modification, human eyes retained their original functions while establishing a connection with the Confucius brain for real-time analysis and calculations. Enhanced by dark energy, the vision extends beyond the narrow electromagnetic spectrum, enabling the perception of infrared, ultraviolet, gamma rays, and more. 5. Digestion. Gluttonous consumption, transforming the digestive system from the mouth onward, allowing interstellar warriors to consume anything from gold to iron and even soil and stones, sustaining them in dire circumstances. 6. Skeletal structure. Dragon tendons and tiger bones. This modification fortifies the skeletal structure, enhances blood production, and augments adaptability to dark energy. 7. Flesh. X modification. Enabling interstellar warriors to regenerate lost limbs and, upon gradual adaptation to dark energy, even resurrect from blood loss as long as their essence endures. 8. Specialized lungs. Allowing interstellar warriors to adjust to both aerobic and anaerobic environments, connecting with the Plato skin to convert absorbed radiation into oxygen or other gases for their use. In simpler terms, this grants interstellar warriors the ability to breathe through their skin. According to the research conducted by the Academy of Advanced Civilization, every entity in the universe of human, non-human intelligent beings, cosmic monsters, plants, or dark cosmic life possesses a spirit. The spirit, in conjunction with the physical body, constitutes the most essential components of humanity. This transformation allows individuals to perceive their own spirits, thereby honing their spiritual abilities once they become interstellar warriors. The dark cosmic energy seed is akin to a car engine. Humans cannot directly harness dark energy, but once this seed is implanted, interstellar warriors can absorb and utilize dark energy through it. As human civilization continued to innovate and expand, the original 10 transformations evolved into 12.2 new types of transformation technologies were introduced: the life lineage and the life codex. The life lineage serves as an ascending pathway, guiding interstellar warriors along a predetermined route for growth. The life codex significantly shields interstellar warriors from dark energy harm, while continuously steering their bodies towards positive development and endowing them with unique capabilities. Most crucially, it grants super warriors an extended lifespan. Now, the path to becoming an interstellar warrior lies before him. No traveler could possibly renounce the power to seize enemy warships or tear apart cosmic monsters. In a world where one can traverse the cosmos and witness its mysteries, had he remained confined to Earth, as in his previous life, he might have lived as an ordinary person. But now he simply wishes to exclaim, "Mother, I aspire to be an interstellar warrior." With this thought in mind, Li Honglian raised his left hand to turn off the news broadcast about successfully intercepting a meteorite and used the latest children's communication. Watch to call his mother in this life. A tone sounded as the call connected. Is mom busy? Speak quickly if you have something to say, otherwise be gone. Hee, my dear mother, after careful consideration, I wish to explore the universe. All right, I understand. In the office of the Supreme Chancellor Kepler on the top floor, a robust woman ended the communication. Li Hua approached the window, his hands clasped behind his back. Housekeeper, take note. My youngest son is to undergo training as an interstellar warrior. Transfer the latest model of my private spacecraft to his name. Understood, master. A spectral figure resembling a housekeeper materialized. Additionally, 2 Kepler lunar months from now, reserve a day for me. I shall see my youngest son off. Of course, master. I will postpone your appointments and remind you on that day. Another ethereal figure appeared, this time dressed in attire befitting an elite woman. Li Honglian placed the children's communication watch down after ending the call. I recall there is something else to attend to. What is it? Oh, what was it? He rubbed his wrist, pacing back and forth in the room. Ah, yes. Tomorrow is the graduation luncheon that he had just selected a private room at Shanshui as the venue for the luncheon. This gathering was private, without the presence of their teachers. Merely a meal among classmates and friends to celebrate and boast before parting ways. After the meal, they would all go their separate ways. Some classmates would lead ordinary lives spanning over a century, while others might sacrifice themselves in foreign lands. And perhaps a few would hide in some corner and live for thousands of years. That he still needed to inform his classmates about the time and place of the luncheon. Li Honglian raised his left hand, and the children's communication watch projected a transparent screen. He danced his right hand across it. Using stars, the widely circulated social communication software in human civilization, he composed a message and sent it to the class group. After observing his classmates' replies, he switched off the children's communication watch. Oh, there was still one more thing. Housekeeper, please select an appropriate outfit for tomorrow's luncheon. Certainly, young master. Chapter 002, The Gathering. On a bright and pleasant day, before a mountain soaring over 400 meters, stood a grand archway. It seemed as though technology had never touched this place. The classical architecture on the mountain contrasted starkly with the vibrant city skyscrapers below. The archway, entirely sculpted from local green stone, stood 9 meters high and wide. Adorning it were intricate relief carvings, with the most striking feature being the 4 characters Great Prospects in cursive script, executed with an unrestrained and vigorous. Flared IT remains a mystery where the hotel owner acquired such exquisite calligraphy. Beneath the Great Prospects archway, on the local stone brick pavement, a boy and a girl were engaged in conversation. Li Honglian, donned in a classic pink suit, addressed the girl before him. Isn't this place remarkable? I spent half the day selecting it yesterday. Though this mountain is merely a private room at Shanshui, it is more than sufficient for our class of 14 to gather. Once everyone arrives, we can ascend the mountain and behold the tributary of the North River, the Huolong River. Despite being socially anxious, he attributed his bold attire to his mother's weakly intelligent artificial housekeeper, which had prepared such an extravagant outfit for him. Meng Ying, with her hands clasped behind her back and a sparkling adornment in her hair, wore a delicate ancient-style outfit embellished with charming floral embroidery. The flowing hem dancing in the breeze. Embodying youthful exuberance, the gentle wind tousled the girl's bangs, whispering her inner thoughts. I am truly adorable. I have an innate sense of style. As she listened to Li Honglian, Meng Ying pulled her thoughts back from her daydreams. Considering the wealth of the boy before her, initially, she had intended to have him select a restaurant for their gathering, a farewell meal. Little did she expect him to secure a location as splendid as Thiza Whole Mountain. While Meng Ying was astonished, she knew she had to provide the boy with ample emotional value. The term big brother arose from her skill and flattery. Impressive, Honglian. You managed to book this place. You truly deserve the praise. Not only are you handsome, but you also command such respect. Having been desk mates since they were 3, their 5 years of friendship could be described as childhood sweethearts. Typically, she could decipher his intentions with merely a glance, allowing her to provide him with the emotional validation he required in their interactions. Sure enough, upon receiving sufficient emotional support, Li Honglian displayed a modest demeanor. waving his hand as if to say, it was nothing, just a small gesture. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely a facade possessing memories from his previous life. He understood the necessity of blending in with his peers. He had crafted this ostentatious persona based on his current family circumstances and living environment, a character designed to gain admiration. Fortunately, people in this era matured rapidly, and he had only to maintain this charade for 5 years, reaching an age where pretense was no longer needed. Yet, once donned, a mask is challenging to remove. By the way, Honglian, do you have any plan for the future? Even the most cautious girl would harbor uncertainties about her future, and the unpredictability of life led her to seek conversation with her peer, Li Honglian. My mother has arranged everything. I will head directly to a training planet to become an interstellar warrior without the need for selection. Honglian replied, gazing at the middle-class girl. What about you? Do you have any plans? Meng Ying internally scoffed at the privileged one, suppressing her own confusion as she continued, feigning uncertainty. I'm not sure. Interstellar warriors don't accept women otherwise. I would definitely give it a try. My mother wants me to see if I can gain admission to the Kepler First Civilization Military Academy, while my father wishes for me to find a stable job in a factory and lead a safe life, eventually marrying and having children. That's not bad at all. If you can't get into the military academy, join your father's factory and take over as the chairman of the workers' union, making it prosperous. The sound of a children's bicycle interrupted their conversation. As the sound drew nearer, Li Honglian caught sight of the newcomer. Standing at about 1.34 m, with tousled black hair and a few strands of bangs partially obscuring his eyes, his sharp gaze and well-defined brows exuded a sense of determination. He wore a white t-shirt on top and black shorts below, with classic canvas shoes adorning his feet. Dreaming, Honglian, I hope I'm not late. This place is quite far from the city. I left early this morning and just arrived, Yi Tian said as he dismounted from his children's bicycle and walked toward them. Yi Tian came from a modest background, with parents of no influence, yet he was exceptionally bright. He had been specially recruited into Kepler First Basic School in the 2nd grade from another institution, much like a prince accompanying a scholar, serving as a companion for Li Honglian, the prince of their circle. Meng Ying smiled slightly, stepping forward to take the bicycle from Yi Tian's hands. Not at all. The latecomer, Xiao Fan, hasn't arrived yet either. She then turned to Li Honglian, saying, you should take Yi Tian to the pavilion at the back for some tea and a rest. Such a long journey must have worn him out. Yi Fan waved his hands repeatedly, insisting, I'm not tired at all. You know me, I practiced martial arts since I was little. This distance is nothing for me. I run every day for exercise. Li Honglian chuckled, wrapping an arm around Yi Fan. Xiao Fan, let me squeeze your arms and see if you've gotten stronger these past few days. With that, he playfully reached for Yi Fan's waist in a teasing manner. The two of them frolicked toward the pavilion, while Meng Ying pushed Yi Tian's bicycle to park it next to several luxurious vehicles and returned to wait for the last person. The winding mountain path zigzagged, flanked by lush greenery. At each bend, there were pavilions. The first 2 pavilions at the initial curve were already filled with boys and girls, bustling with excitement. Upon seeing Li Honglian and Yi Tian approach, primarily Li Honglian, as Yi Tian was of little note, the crowd rose to greet her. There's an old saying, one may forget who is giving gifts, but they will certainly remember those who have not. This saying applies here as well. While some may not recall who welcomed them, they will undoubtedly remember those who did not. As the youngest son of Li Hua, the planet governor of Kepler, Li Honglian held a status akin to that of a prince in the ancient times before civilization took shape. The gesture of welcoming posed no loss for anyone involved. The arrival of the two did not alter the atmosphere. The group continued their light-hearted chatter. Amidst the boys, Li Honglian's communication watch chimed. Honglian, gather everyone here the archway, for a photo. Xiao Fan has arrived. Noticing the sudden hush among the crowd, due to his message, Li Honglian stood up and declared, let's go take a commemorative photo, a keepsake of our 5 years of student life. Soon, the group arranged themselves under the archway, ready for a photograph as the advanced features of the Berry brand smart camera capable of capturing dynamic shots, optimizing images, and more were already engaged. Click! The moment was frozen in time. The youthful faces of the students radiated carefree smiles. Fresh graduates often struggle to contain their urge to share. On the mountain path leading to the summit, The girls discussed the latest stars in the Kepler star domain, while others chatted about the newest romantic drama, My Retired Interstellar Warrior Boyfriend. The boys, on the other hand, engaged in conversations about various games, boasting about conquering star realms with ease and defeating dark cosmic creatures effortlessly. At the forefront of the crowd, Li Honglian examined two photographs produced by the Barry camera, one edited and the other untouched. Both images evoked a peculiar sentiment in the enhanced photo. The girls donned elegant dresses while the boys sported stylish suits, yet he remained in his classic pink blazer. Unaltered, the oddity lay not in his attire, but in the striking contrast between the youthful faces and the mature clothing. In the unedited photo, amidst the charming girls, two boys caught his attention, Yi Tian and the recently arrived Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan appeared remarkable in the photograph, handsome, tall, and exuding a carefree charm. His slightly furrowed brow and relaxed smile hinted at a resolute spirit. As far as he knew, Xiao Fan's father was an ordinary soldier stationed on Kepler's fourth planet, while his mother ran a seafood restaurant. Both Yi Tian and Xiao Fan emanated an aura reminiscent of characters from a fantastical web novel. Li Honglian maintained a stoic expression, silently mocking, with Xiao and Yi here, and considering we are currently climbing the mountain, is it possible that one will be whisked away by a dragon while the other falls into an abyss, venturing into another realm? How curious it is that Kepler First Basic Education School's Dragon and Phoenix class could simultaneously host talents like these. Remarkable. Shaking off such thoughts, Li Honglian glanced at the distance they had covered and lifted his watch to send a message to the steward waiting at the summit. Chefs and ladies, the young master and mistress will be arriving shortly. Let's get moving. The steward, donned in a butler's outfit with a slightly androgynous appearance, began directing the kitchen staff to prepare for their arrival. The chefs in the kitchen became busily engaged, while the waitstaff in the dining hall began to tidy their attire. Chapter 003 finally arrived at the summit. An ancient palace stood majestically. The entrance was adorned with the grand proclamation, "Long live civilization." Crossing over 10 pairs of coiling dragon columns, one entered the inner hall, where the spacious area was neatly arranged with tables and chairs. The dining tables, modest in size and reminiscent of ancient writing desks, accommodated only 2 individuals each. 25 tables formed a circle, each flanked by 2 lovely waitresses, causing the freshly graduated attendees to feel a tad bashful. Originally, there were to be dancers and singers in the center of the tables to enliven the atmosphere, but Li Honglian, considering the potential for distraction, decided to cancel that performance. Seated alone at a table, Li Honglian began to devour his meal as soon as the class leader, Meng Ying, finished her opening remarks. Purely out of hunger, yes, he ate. He jested with a nearby waitress, who was replenishing drinks. The food is delicious, but why is there so little of it? The joke fell flat, and the 2 waitresses awkwardly explained that there were a total of 56 dishes, fearing he might not finish them all. Oddly enough, the waitress to his right bore a striking resemblance to a celebrity renowned in his previous life for her association with a maid. Li Honglian shook off such thoughts and continued to eat earnestly. As cups were raised and laughter filled the air, the ambience grew more convivial. Since no one was drinking alcohol, there were no drunken antics to contend with. And before all 56 dishes were served, the guests found themselves satiated. After the meal, discussions erupted regarding the next entertainment, whether it would be karaoke or something else, leading to a cacophony of chatter. Soon, the crowd dispersed, some taking up microphones to sing, others retreating to corners to play games, while a few ventured outside to enjoy the scenery. Li Honglian belonged to the latter group, though he was not solely focused on the view. Engaged in casual conversation with Meng Ying, Zhuge Li, and son Xiaoqian, he also kept an eye on 2 small groups in front of him. One group, led by Xiao Fan, consisted of 5 children of military families, 3 boys and 2 girls. The other, led by Yi Tian, comprised 6 children of private business owners, 4 boys and 2 girls, many of whom had been specially recruited into the school. He felt an inexplicable surge of anticipation, a strong premonition that something significant was about to occur. The 15 individuals quickly ascended to the observation deck. Li Honglian leaned against the jade railing, gazing down at the winding Hualong River, which snaked around the mountains like a green serpent, and the bustling bridge below, where cars and pedestrians moved like ants. Could a mere 400-meter mountain yield such a breathtaking effect? How magnificent must Mount Tai have been in his former life? Regrettably, he had never visited. Returning to the thought, if he could scale the highest peak in this life, everything else in the world would surely appear as insignificant as dust. If only he could reach the summit, he dismissed the thought of seeking enlightenment. Fearing that his own life could be lost in the pursuit, a line from a poem from his past slipped from his lips. I shall stand atop the highest peak, surveying the lesser mountains. Unfortunately, his voice was too soft, and Sun Xiaoqian, who was closest, failed to catch his musing. She looked up and, in a melodious tone, asked Honglian, "What did you just say? What mountains?" "Nothing, I was just saying that from up here." It looks he turned to continue speaking to Sun Xiaoqian, when suddenly, a fiery object descended from the sky. "What the heck? Everyone get down." Instantly, Li Honglian scooped up the diminutive Sun Xiaoqian with one arm and, with the other hand gripping Meng Ying, leapt down towards the open area below the observation deck. In midair, he caught a glimpse of Sun Xiaoqian's bewildered expression, without needing to mention Zhuge Li. Some heard his warning and followed suit, while others glanced back in terror before sprinting away, exclaiming in panic. Breathing heavily, Li Honglian steadied himself, gently placing Sun Xiaoqian and Meng Ying aside, then turned to look back. As the meteor struck the observation deck, a brilliant blue light surged forth, heading straight for Yi Tian's head. In an instant, time seemed to freeze for Li Honglian, and a portal emerged from within him. Hurtling towards the radiant blue light that had penetrated Yi Tian's mind, the portal opened slightly, forcibly extracting the luminous blue essence from Yi Tian's head and drawing it inside before expelling it back into him, as if rinsing. In a flash, the portal returned to his being. Time resumed its flow, and the stillness of space regained its vitality. The chirping of birds filled the air with a newfound clarity amidst the chaos and panic of the crowd, who were now filled with a sense of survival. The wind rustled through the trees, bringing a cool touch, while Li Honglian's heart pounded like thunder. Everything felt like the symphony of the world's birth. The meteor crashed onto the observation deck, scattering debris and dust towards the crowd, who retreated in fear. After a moment, seeing that nothing further had occurred, Li Honglian called out to the gathered crowd. "Is everyone all right?" Honglian, class leader, Yi Tian fainted after running down. Meng Ying, who had been startled, finally regained her composure and rushed over to check on Yi Tian. Honglian surveyed the area and noted that while everyone was covered in dust and some clothes were torn, no one appeared to be in life-threatening danger. He urged, "Everyone, check on each other. Make sure no one is injured." After confirming that no one was hurt, Li Honglian approached the unconscious Yi Tian, finding him lying on a female classmate's lap. Breathing steadily, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Turning back towards the observation deck, he intended to inspect the culprit behind this chaos, the meteor, which he had jokingly dubbed Stone Brother. As he approached, Sun Xiaoqian hurriedly grasped his hand. "Honglian, where are you going?" "I'm going to take a look at this Stone Brother, the one who dared disturb me, that I'll make sure it never gets the chance to be a meteor again." Upon hearing his playful remark, Sun Xiaoqian relaxed her previously tense demeanor and promptly replied, "Honglian, I'll accompany you to see this culprit," observing the adorable girl with a hint of baby fat on her cheeks. Now covered in dust from the meteor's descent, Li Honglian gently wiped her face with the sleeve of his pink shirt. "All right, just stay close and be careful." They carefully navigated around the debris and returned to the observation deck. The stone-paved surface had cracked open, and Li Honglian cautiously approached the gaping hole. His gaze fell upon a black-red, ordinary meteorite lying within. Honglian's eyes flickered. It appeared unremarkable. But why had the brilliant blue light merged with Yi Tian's mind? What was the portal within him? Furthermore, had anyone else witnessed the emergence of this portal? After pondering for a moment, he turned to Sun Xiaoqian and asked, "Xiaoqian, did you see anything else when the meteor fell?" "No. Honglian, I was too shocked. My mind went blank." Li Honglian wished to inquire further, but he was interrupted by the commotion below. "Let's head back and see what's happening." He took Sun Xiaoqian's hand and retraced their steps. The restaurant steward had already been on the scene for some time, with several security personnel maintaining order and medical staff tending to the injured students. More classmates were arriving as well. An hour later, after ending a call with his mother, Li Honglian observed several groups arriving from the mountain. One group consisted of surface workers from the planetary sanitation team, whose duty was to destroy and clear meteors threatening the planet's atmosphere, here to apologize for their oversight and retrieve the fallen meteor. Another group was comprised of the hotel owners, who expressed their apologies for the incident and waived all expenses for the banquet. Another batch consisted of insurance personnel, addressing the matter of claims. Lastly, a number of medical professionals arrived, taking away the unfortunate Yi Tian. This event would soon become a topic of conversation among those present in the days to come. As the final vehicle departed, it marked the conclusion of the incident. Li Honglian rode his iron floating tower, carrying son Xiaoqian, whose parents had not come to pick her up. An energy barrier enveloped the motorcycle for protection as it soared through the sky, leaving a trail of light behind. The Wudong mountain villa area, which was merely a large hill, they arrived at the entrance of villa number 33. Now home. Son Xiaoqian turned to Li Honglian and said, "Thank you, Honglian Gu. Goodbye." Li Honglian waved farewell, revving the engine of the iron floating tower, vanishing into the horizon. As the girl entered her courtyard, she lamented not having invited her Honglian Gu inside for a visit. Meanwhile, Li Honglian contemplated the quickly disappearing buildings beneath him, filled with an urgent desire to uncover the mystery of the portal and the dazzling blue light. As night fell, after a safe journey home and having finished dinner, Li Honglian reclined on a rooftop lounge chair, gazing at the starry sky while reminiscing about the day's events. Amidst the bustle of the various groups, he had inquired with several classmates present at the scene, finding that apart from him, no one had witnessed the brilliant blue light or the portal within him. As time passed by, Li Honglian meditated for a considerable duration before surrendering to the questions within her heart and drifting into slumber. The weak artificial intelligence steward, sensing that the young master had fallen asleep, activated the energy barrier of the house, enveloping it as if cloaking it in a translucent garment. In her dreams, Li Honglian awoke in a misty realm. With a profound sense of awareness, she realized the nature of her surroundings. This my consciousness space. Intriguing, it bears a resemblance to a virtual fantasy game. Her awakened consciousness twirled within the hazy expanse, and a resonant feeling emerged in her heart. Following this intuition, she soon beheld a portal, one she had encountered during the day, drawing ever closer. The stationary door seemed to sense her approach, emitting a radiant blue light. Was this the dazzling blue light that led into Yi Tian's mind? Does it exist in two forms? As the brilliant blue light touched Li Honglian's consciousness, a stream of information surged into her awareness. Epical Codex. Boom! Just as she grasped the name of the resplendent blue light, a torrent of information nearly overwhelmed her. Was this Epical Codex an artifact from the previous universe? As she perused the knowledge inscribed within the Epical Codex, she discovered it to be a historical tome chronicling the birth, evolution, and demise of intelligent civilizations in the previous universe, recounting their paths of development. They had designated their journey as the way of martial arts. Chapter 4. The Door and the Codex. The night always seemed to pass swiftly, only to be abruptly interrupted by the bold arrival of day. As dawn broke, the first rays of light filtered through the energy barrier, gently rousing the slumbering figure of Li Honglian. Awakening, she rose and entered her room, deactivating the energy barrier that had been active throughout the night, her thoughts still immersed in the experiences within her consciousness space from the previous night. The door of origin. With a mere thought, a mysterious door appeared before her, no larger than a palm, subtly displaying a dragon and phoenix motif, manifesting according to her will. This door could be referred to as the door of origin, the primordial door, or the world door in the primordial universe. It would be akin to a companion treasure, imbued with myriad wondrous uses that defy articulation. In the context of a game, it could be likened to a supreme quality. Max level weapon. However, her current level was too low to harness its full potential. The functionalities available to her were twofold. One allowed her to open a door in two distinct locations in the world, temporarily connecting them for her passage. In simpler terms, if she opened a door at home and another at school, she could traverse directly from her home to her school, reminiscent of spatial transfer. The distance between the two doors depended on her own energy. At present, Given her internal energy, she could only open one door in front of her, leaving the other inaccessible. This indicated she had activated the skill, yet lacked the energy to utilize it fully. The second function was replication. This door could consume peculiar objects within it, replicate them, and then expel the original object. The replication feature could be utilized frequently, as it consumed the door's innate essence rather than her own energy. After further examination of the Door of Origin, Li Honglian shifted her attention to the peculiar epical codex, also known as the Martial Arts Codex. The Martial Arts Codex encompassed knowledge regarding martial arts from a species of intelligent beings in the previous universe, as well as the life stories of individuals of particular significance to martial advancement. For the sake of convenience, let us refer to them as humans. Within the Codex, she observed beings resembling herself who practiced martial arts, strengthening their physiques through relentless combat, akin to watching a film. Li Honglian witnessed the life of one individual in particular. Yi Chao occupied a significant portion of the records within the Martial Arts Codex. Orphaned at a young age and raised in poverty, he was initially unremarkable, but later accumulated wealth and joined the Tiger Roar Martial Arts School. There he triumphed over his fellow disciples and competitors from other schools, ultimately achieving unparalleled invincibility within the country. However, when a world war erupted on his home planet, Yi Chao ventured into battle, further honing his martial prowess. The culmination of his life's dedication to martial arts manifested in the work titled The Way of Combat. For novice martial artists, it was essential to study human anatomy, pharmacology, and various training techniques, combining these with suitable martial skills to refine their bodies, thereby reaching their zenith, a process he termed small circulation. Upon reaching this pinnacle, through continual combat, one could induce crises to unlock latent potential, capturing one's spirit. Although the spirit sensed at this stage was feeble, it could nourish the body, extending one's lifespan by 200 years, and could be integrated with martial techniques to form spiritual martial arts capable of immense feats, such as splitting mountains or damming rivers. This stage was referred to as great circulation. The burgeoning spirit would expand through martial visualization, and when sufficiently potent, it would further amplify the physical body, rendering it extraordinary and adding another 200 years to one's lifespan. At this point, the transcendent body combined with the formidable spirit could give rise to martial wonders, akin to the divine spells of legendary tales, summoning winds and rain, commanding thunder and lightning, calling forth stars, and flying through the heavens. For instance, Yi Chao's martial wonder, indomitable combat, fundamentally augmented his spirit and body tenfold, allowing him to grow stronger with each battle, provided he was not struck down in a single blow. This phase was termed Heavenly Humanity Small Circulation. The final stage, which Yi Chao referred to as Heavenly Humanity Great Circulation, witnessed the transformation of the martial wonder from seed to tree, branching out from the trunk to form a tree of martial wonders. In Yi Chao's case, his primary martial wonder, indomitable combat, sprouted 3 branches: circulation apertures, regeneration of severed limbs, and gaze like a sword. Regrettably, this stage also marked the ultimate boundary of their martial path, as their entire civilization could not advance further before their eventual demise. Success and failure alike were tied to martial arts. In an era devoid of technological systems, they had delved into martial studies, with individual transcendence and extended lifespans leading their civilization to focus entirely on martial pursuits. Technological advancement adapted to martial arts, veering away from the righteous path, contemplating the most powerful training technique, Tiger Crane Double Form, and the most potent auxiliary potion, 10,000 Beasts and 1,000 Herbs formula, recorded in the Martial Arts Codex. Li Honglian fell into deep thought. Should she pursue the way of martial arts? Regarding the feasibility of her success, she glanced at the Martial Arts Codex in her left hand, indicating that the issue was not insurmountable. Though she might differ from the individuals depicted within the Codex, it possessed a crucial function. It could translate the martial arts it recorded into forms she could cultivate. She was now pondering whether the martial arts would conflict with her aspirations as an interstellar warrior. Young Master, your order of Star Kuin chicken legs by Union Vegetables, Kepler tender beef steak, Love seafood soup, and Ancient Method black pork stew with farm-fresh eggs will arrive in 5 minutes. Would you like to dine? Li Honglian turned to glance at the ethereal, weak, artificial intelligence steward, who held an illusory clock that it was 11:30. Let us eat first, and afterward, I shall utilize my mother's privileges to delve deeper into the interstellar warriors before making a decision. After savoring the last piece of farm-fresh egg, she placed her chopsticks on the dining table. Ding-dong, chicken! Ding-dong, chicken! A trendy ringing echoed, and Li Honglian reached out to summon a screen from the air. Meng Ying's large head leaped into view from the screen's edge, peering down at her from an elevated angle, evidently using a wristwatch for communication. Honglian, Yi Tian woke up this morning and click a photo capturing a death angle was instantly taken. The sound of the camera was somewhat jarring, and Meng Ying's reaction lagged momentarily, her face twisting comically before she abruptly ended the call. Several messages soon followed through the stars. Handsome and dashing Honglian Gidge wouldn't dare share that adorable photo of Xiao Nu in the group. Would he? Please, I beg you, Honglian Gidge, for the love of all that is great, please delete that cute photo of Xiao Nu. Li Honglian smiled faintly, his handsome visage adorned with a devilishly charming expression. He even looked captivatingly deranged. He had no desire to linger on this matter and deftly redirected the conversation. What did you just say? What happened to Yi Tian? The response arrived swiftly. Honglian Gidge, I mentioned that classmate Yi Tian has awakened and discharged himself from the hospital. Should we arrange a time to visit his home? Absolutely. I am free for the next few days. Please set a time. After replying to the message, Li Honglian refrained from dwelling on the issue any longer. He felt quite full from a meal and, having worked up a sweat, decided to take a shower down on the 6th floor. There were not many amenities, primarily fitness equipment, 200-meter long by 12-meter wide swimming pool with lanes. In a sauna, I Honglian leaned against the edge of the pool, where the window of the house seamlessly merged with the view outside. It seemed that Yi Tian had already grasped the essence of the original martial arts codex. Initially, he had estimated that even if Yi Tian did not become a fool, he would require a year and a half to awaken. Yet this fellow had only taken 1 night and half a day to awaken amidst such a deluge of information. It appeared he truly lived up to his surname, potentially being a protagonist capable of stirring the cosmic seas. That it was crucial to note that Yi Tian's experience differed from his own. Li Honglian's martial arts codex had been replicated through the door of origin, appearing with him as the focal point. Equivalent to the products produced by his own factory, they inherently belong to him. Thus, it is evident that Yi Tian possesses a formidable fortune and a resolute spirit. Coupled with his innate intelligence, it is certain that, given the right circumstances, he will soar to great heights in the future. Honglian, shall we pay a visit to Yi Tian in 2 days? Very well. Do you need me to pick you up? No need. I'll have the housekeeper drive me. Li Honglian turned gracefully, swimming another lap before rising from the pool, allowing the air to carry away the moisture and relishing the cool breeze. After a bath, one must indulge in a good massage on the 2nd floor. In the massage room, a beautiful masseuse, who has preserved her innocence, has been waiting patiently. Wealthy and powerful men are often drawn to pure and vulnerable beings, especially women. She donned a silky garment that exuded both innocence and allure. The play of light and shadow transforming her attire into something extraordinary. Do you have any specific requests, sir? Li Honglian glanced at the enchanting masseuse, who was in her prime, then turned and lay on the massage table. 3 of the most expensive packages, please. No ulterior motives, merely a desire to engage with beauty for an extended period. Very well, sir. I shall begin now. Li Honglian closed her eyes, savoring the masseuse's techniques while dialing her mother's number. Mom, may I use your credentials to log into the virtual civil library? No need. You wish to delve into the information about the interstellar warriors, right? I've already compiled it and will send it to your personal terminal shortly. Thank you, Mom. You truly are like a worm in my stomach. Go away. Chapter 005. A visit in martial arts time always seems fleeting when one needs it, and even more so when one does not. 2 days later, in the Northern New District, Happiness Community, the sweltering heat rendered the area dull and oppressive, yet the property management maintained a pristine environment, devoid of any unpleasant odors that a portly orange cat and a goofy countryside dog, both wearing name tags, ambled lazily as if they had just returned from basking in the sun outside the community. The asphalt road reflected the lights like a lake. It was strange for the lights to be on during the day. But this was the lower district where sunlight was a luxury for the impoverished. This situation can be attributed to the real estate developers. Originally, there was no distinction between upper and lower districts. Only the new district. However, its favorable location, just 3 intersections away from the bustling center, captured the developer's attention that a certain genius perused the original sale contracts and local laws, and with a glimmer of inspiration, devised a plan. Centered around the original happiness community, they incorporated the surrounding Fanghua community, Sunshine community, and Pingbu Qingyun community, reinforcing the buildings of these communities as a foundation and erecting the new happiness community atop it. The developers, along with their umbrella and enforcers, profited handsomely, and the cycle continued, leading to the establishment of numerous new communities atop the old ones, which now constituted the upper district of a new area. Subsequently, the affluent and privileged moved to the upper district, leaving the lower district as a haven for new immigrants, and the impoverished. A sudden roar of an engine startled the orange cat and dog, causing them to dart into the community's greenery, disappearing from sight. Upon closer inspection, the foliage was made of advanced synthetic materials, but jet-powered motorcycles zipped into the community, and the security guard at the entrance, engrossed in a short video, merely glanced up before returning his attention to the screen. Just then, a woman's voice called out, "Excuse me, could you open the gate? I need to go in," before she could finish. The small gate swung open, and Meng Ying entered the community. She glanced at the security guard, who remained oblivious, and thanked him before jogging towards the recently arrived motorcycle. The motorcycle halted in front of a building. The original number long gone, replaced by a large 6 scrawled in fluorescent ink by an unknown benefactor. Towering walls flanked the corridor, one wooden and the other similarly constructed, likely modified by the residents of the first floor. As Li Honglian stood at the entrance of Unit 101, she gazed inside to see Tian practicing martial arts and the doorway, the guardian beasts, an oversized turtle, and a spitting frog, watched the visitor intently. In the courtyard, Yi Tian assumed a tiger stance, his spine erect, hands crossed over his chest, glistening with perspiration. Not only was he drenched, but the surrounding gray bricks appeared as if washed by rain. His legs were firmly positioned as if riding a galloping tiger, swaying yet resolute. Steam rose from his body, dissipating into the IT was evident that Yi Tian was reaching a critical moment in his training. His swaying form gradually stabilized, hands descending as he retracted his arms to his waist. With his legs clamped together, thighs taut, he stamped his feet on the ground, transitioning from squat to an upright position. A deep roar escaped his lips, carrying with it a surge of energy, resonating like thunder through his limbs. Li Honglian recognized that Yi Tian was practicing the tiger-leopard thunder sound, a technique documented in the martial arts compendium. This technique, a product of the era when martial arts civilization expanded beyond the planet, was a simplified optimization of the tiger crane dual form, developed by scientific personnel and martial artists to be more accessible for the average person. The tiger crane dual form, however, was a meticulously crafted technique by the strongest martial artist of their civilization, tailored to his unique capabilities. Impressive. Yi Tian, what form of martial arts is this? It looks incredibly powerful. When you have time, teach me. Li Honglian turned to see Meng Ying, who had appeared beside her, hands laden with fruit, the woven baskets swaying with her movements. Yi Tian, having concluded his workout, turned towards them with a shy smile, replying, "What brings you here? I was just practicing for fun. If you wish to learn, I can find a time to teach you." "I'm just joking, Yi Tian. I have no interest in martial arts. I aspire to be a serene lady." As she spoke, Meng Ying donned a demure expression, offering the fruit in her hands to Yi Tian. Li Honglian followed suit, presenting her supplements as well. "Meng Ying, and I heard you were discharged from the hospital and came to visit. I didn't expect you to start training right after getting out. Is your body holding up?" In response to Li Honglian's inquiry, Yi Tian placed their gifts in one hand and patted his chest with the other. "No problem at all. The doctor said my body merely activated its self-protective mechanism, leading to my temporary unconsciousness. Now that I'm awake, everything is fine. Let's head inside. The air conditioning is on, and it'll be much cooler." With that, Yi Tian swiftly opened the door, stepping aside for the two to enter. As Li Honglian and Meng Ying stepped into the house, they were greeted by a tidy living room. The cables beside the television were neatly tied and hidden, and a vase adorned with small red flowers sat dust-free. The television streamed a popular idol drama, and on the gray sofa facing it sat a girl of their age. With a face reminiscent of Sun Shao Qian, round and cherubic, her arched eyebrows framed clear, bright eyes, complemented by a dainty nose and cherry lips. She was undeniably a beauty. Yetion has a sister? I never heard him mention that. Li Honglian and Meng Ying exchanged glances, as if to share their mutual surprise. The girl, noticing the newcomers, promptly stood, her chubby cheeks lighting up with a smile that revealed dimples. Hello, hello. At that moment, Yetion, having closed the door, approached, placing the gifts in front of the television and turning to say, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Anran, who has grown up with me. Her family lives just above mine, and she comes to play at my house every holiday." Turning to Anran, he continued, "These two are my classmates from school. The lovely lady is our class monitor. You can call her Meng Ying Jia, and this handsome fellow is my good buddy. You can refer to him as Honglian Ge. Hello, Meng Ying Jia. Hello, Honglian Ge." Thus the introductions were made, and the well-mannered young individuals found themselves in harmonious interaction. "I will go take a shower and change. Anran, please entertain our guests." Anran nodded in acknowledgement, ready to assist. Time flew by amidst pleasant conversation, and soon it was time for lunch, and Ran showcased her culinary skills, impressing Li Honglian, who often indulged in home-cooked meals. After the meal, Yetion and Anran accompanied Meng Ying and Li Honglian to the door. Li Honglian mounted her iron steed, urging the hitchhiking Meng Ying to hold on tight, and turned to Yetion and Anran to wave goodbye. With a whoosh, the jet motorcycle sped out of the community, vanishing into the horizon. Meng Ying Jia and Honglian Ge are truly wonderful people. Yetion nodded in agreement, responding to Anran, "Indeed, they are both good people." As night falls, the graceful moon takes over the sun's watch, casting a soft, ethereal glow across the heavens, while the stars twinkle with brilliance and clarity. Li Honglian reclines in a chaise lounge on the rooftop, deftly manipulating the encrypted personal terminal in her hands. Perusing the information her mother sent regarding interstellar warriors, a slight curve forms at the corner of her lips, prompting her to exclaim, "Let me see what this is all about." Chapter 006, Martial Arts. All right, it's time for me to practice martial arts. Li Honglian powers down the terminal, digesting the information on interstellar warriors. In summary, based on her limited insights, the path of an interstellar warrior does not conflict with martial arts, at least not in the initial stages. After undergoing the fundamental 12 transformations, interstellar warriors typically require a period of adaptation, allowing them to ascend from mere mortals to the ranks of soldiers. During this phase, interstellar warriors are somewhat equivalent to the great cycles in martial arts. However, interstellar warriors possess superior strength and advantages that martial artists of the great cycle do not, such as the capabilities bestowed by the 12 transformations. These enhancements grant super soldiers not only a physique stronger than that of martial artists, but also abilities such as dark energy manipulation, skin respiration, radiation absorption, enhanced cognitive processing, supervision, super recovery, and an extended lifespan approaching immortality. Particularly noteworthy is dark energy, this extraordinary force that underlies nearly all transformations of interstellar warriors. The energy consumed during skin respiration, super digestion, and rapid brain function is derived from dark energy. It is important to note that interstellar warriors cannot sustain their energy expenditure solely through their own intake. Dark energy, also referred to as dark cosmic energy, is analogous to the petroleum and natural gas utilized by most civilizations during their planetary eras. While oil is buried underground, dark energy resides within the opposite realm of the universe. The dark cosmos.B, why breaking the barrier between the universe and the dark cosmos. These resources can be harvested. Currently, human civilization has developed sophisticated techniques to extract dark cosmic energy, exemplified by the dark cosmic energy seeds utilized in the 12 transformations of interstellar warriors. Akin to miniature extraction machines, the above-ground portion resides within the interstellar warrior's body, while the underground portion anchors itself in the dark cosmos. In contrast, the martial arts compendium lacks any records pertaining to the dark cosmos or dark energy. It remains uncertain whether martial arts civilization has fundamentally neglected this area of research, or if their universe lacks a counterpart to the dark cosmos, or perhaps they are just beginning their interstellar journey and have yet to explore it. Aside from these facets, interstellar warriors are capable of donning armor. The battle armor of interstellar warriors is a creation that amalgamates the pinnacle of human technological advancement, serving as a crucial weapon in humanity's conquest of other interstellar civilizations and the eradication of the fallen from the dark cosmos. Clad in their armor, interstellar warriors can easily crush their unarmored counterparts as if they were mere insects. The enhancements provided by the armor multiply the warrior's capabilities manifold, transforming them into a living embodiment of a lightweight pursuit vessel, enabling them to engage in combat with greater ease in more complex environments. Conversely, martial arts possesses unique advantages at this stage that interstellar warriors do not, particularly in the development and application of the spirit, allowing martial arts to utilize a special technique known as spirit martial arts, which merges the ethereal with the corporeal. This development is something that interstellar warriors lack, perhaps due to the differing adversaries faced. Martial arts civilization has only encountered 3 other civilizations during their interstellar era, all of which are humanoid in nature. The anatomical structure of humanoid civilizations typically resembles that of humans, sharing similar vulnerabilities, thus rendering martial arts adequate. Furthermore, martial arts was originally pursued as a means of attaining longevity. In contrast, humanity's enemies include not only humanoid civilizations, but also cosmic beasts and fallen entities from the dark cosmos, whose weaknesses differ significantly from those of humans. This necessitates humanity's pursuit of greater destructive power. Consequently, interstellar warriors are not particularly inclined to study hand-to-hand combat techniques against their own kind. Rather, they focus on the weaknesses of various cosmic beasts and fallen entities from the dark cosmos. When the energy barriers and weaponry of both sides' fleets are depleted, they can charge into the enemy's fleet wielding high-frequency spatial cleavers and single-target energy spears. The next rank for soldiers is that of the ensign, which corresponds to the martial arts celestial being in the minor cycle. The 2 ranks are remarkably similar at this stage, both relating to divine abilities. Martial arts celestial beings engage in meditation through the foundational diagrams left by their predecessors, such as the foundational blueprints of mythical beasts like the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Qilin, or the foundational blueprints of mythical weapons like the Eastern Emperor Bell and the Taiji diagram. While observing these foundational diagrams, they not only promote the growth of their spirit, but also facilitate the mutation of their spirit towards the patterns depicted, ultimately leading to the comprehension of martial arts divine abilities. In this phase, interstellar warriors will integrate the relationships between spirit, body, and dark energy, subsequently selecting a divine ability according to the guidance provided in their lineage and life compendium. Examples include spatial teleportation, gravity manipulation, battlefield vision, and judgment thunder, all of which are suitable for combat against alien civilizations. As they progress to the next stage, the 2 civilizations diverge entirely in their paths. Martial arts civilization tends to continue enhancing and developing their divine abilities, with celestial beings in the major cycle treating their original abilities as seeds, planting them within themselves. Once these seeds mature into divine ability trees, they can catalyze or graft other divine abilities onto the branches, thereby broadening their capabilities and enhancing their destructive power, albeit not significantly. In contrast, human civilization designates this rank with the esteemed title of General. This rank, interstellar warriors undergo a monumental transformation, acquiring the ability to annihilate stars single-handedly. Typically, interstellar warriors at this stage construct their nebula body using their battle armor as a skeletal framework, dark energy as flesh, divine abilities as weaponry, and spirit as the brain. The nebula body magnifies the individual's strength to its zenith. With a newly constructed nebula body already comparable in size to a planet, as interstellar warriors evolve, their nebula bodies grow increasingly formidable, rendering the act of crushing a planet with a single hand no longer a mere fantasy. The most powerful nebula body, that of Li Hao, the supreme ruler of human civilization, spans countless star systems, eluding even the most advanced radar technologies. At this juncture, martial arts civilization finds itself at an impasse. While human civilization still possesses ranks such as marshal and leader, observing the array of various botanical, mineral, and animal materials laid out before her on the table, Li Honglian retrieves a nearby grinder and begins to prepare the medicinal concoctions according to the formulas derived from the martial arts compendium. First, she requires the skulls of 100 different beasts. What a challenge for my precious compendium. I had no idea there were so many beasts with skulls. Next, 36 blooms of the blue sun's eternal tooth flower, which looks alarmingly similar to shark teeth and emits an unpleasant odor, having gathered dust in the warehouse for so long. Following that, 72 shells from the Taijing tortoise. This one has potential. And then, 108 varieties of mineral powder. Remarkable. I hope consuming these won't lead to any unfortunate consequences. And then, that's it. Upon connecting the power source, she presses the switch on the grinder. Li Honglian retrieves 3 more grinders and begins to load them with medicinal materials. Indeed, the 10,000 beasts and 1,000 herbs formula is not a singular recipe, but rather a combination of 4 distinct formulas. These 4 formulas include the Fierce Tiger and Immortal Herb formula for internal consumption before training, the White Tiger Heart Guard formula for external application before training, the Green Lotus Longevity formula for internal consumption after training, and the Great Black Sky Elixir for external application after training. Soon, 4 jars containing powdered substances are arranged before Li Honglian on the long table. The Fierce Tiger and Immortal Herb requires stirring with a wooden stick that has been stained with the blood of slain beasts, gradually incorporating processed tiger blood until it thickens enough to be rolled into pills by hand. All right, a total of 88 pills. Perfect. Next, Li Honglian proceeds to handle the remaining 3 portions of powder. The White Tiger Heart Guard requires no preparation. It simply needs to be dissolved in water before use, allowing the user to bathe in it. The Green Lotus Longevity also requires rolling into pills, mixing with ice water, and using lotus leaf to shape the medicinal paste into pills. As for the Great Black Sky Elixir, minimal processing is necessary. It is dissolved in water and applied to blackened leaves to create a poultice. On the 8th floor, she has chosen this space as her training room. Li Honglian deliberately avoided the 6th floor, which features a gym and swimming pool. According to martial arts teachings, the environment influences training, and she feared that the excessive humidity on the 6th floor might hinder her initial foray into martial arts practice, which would not bode well. The 8th floor contains 6 rooms, originally intended for guests, but Li Honglian occupies it alone, as her friends seldom stay overnight. Thus, the rooms have remained unused. Pushing open the door to the largest room, she methodically places her items onto the table, besides the 4 medicinal preparations. The most striking item is the nano-detoxification life support injector, glimmering under the light. This product, developed and promoted by the pharmaceutical giant Heaven on Earth, spans several star domains and serves as a multi-functional life-saving medication. Its exterior, crafted entirely from special glass, is about the length of 2 fingers, allowing a clear view of the nanomedicinal substances inside. The integrated design of injection and preservation facilitates timely access, with multiple functionalities: adrenaline, pain relief, detoxification. Most importantly, the nanomaterial not only constructs new air passages within the body to prevent obstructions, but can also compress the heart to restore a heartbeat. Li Honglian poured the external medicine, known as the White Tiger Guardian Heart Powder, into the bathtub, while grasping a nano-life-saving injector in her other hand. She addressed the artificial intelligence steward in the monitoring room, stating, in the event of any life-threatening danger, promptly notify the First Planet Hospital. After swallowing the Fierce Tiger's herb pill, she grimaced slightly at its fishy taste. Come forth, Martial Arts Manual. Let me witness your limits. Chapter 007. Martial Arts 2. One must have the ferocity of a tiger to delicately savor the rose. Li Honglian silently recited the incantation for the tiger and crane dual form, her gaze fixed upon the martial arts manual floating before her. A miniature version of herself appeared within the manual. Synchronizing her own movements, should any error occur, the manual would highlight the mistake with a red line for her reference and correction. This was a new feature she had developed for the martial arts manual. The sleeping tiger stance, the foremost of the 8 stances in the tiger and crane dual form, mimicked the actions of a mountain lord at rest and in stealthy advance. That it required tranquility, the ability to remain unperturbed even when faced with calamity, and to be motionless in spirit despite physical movement, embodying the intent to kill without exuding murderous intent. With her arms crossed over her chest and feet firmly planted on the ground, Li Honglian bent her legs slightly, resembling a tiger that has spotted its prey, gradually advancing, poised to strike with deadly precision. A guttural roar escaped her lips as she propelled herself forward, akin to a fierce tiger lunging ahead. Her left fist raised to chest level, harmonizing with her shoulder, while her right hand transformed into a palm resting at her waist. Her spine straightened, reminiscent of a true dragon. This was the pouncing stance. In a mere moment, Li Honglian felt her skin heat up, warmth radiating from her stomach, enveloping her entire body in a comforting embrace. Yet, she dared not let her focus waver. Her body grew languidly comfortable. Then shifted, her thigh muscles tightened, her waist bent forward, and she leaped high, as if a tiger taking a leisurely stroll, effortlessly clearing a gorge nestled between two mountains with a mere flicker of strength. This was the gorge-leaping stance. The rolling stance, the downhill stance, the mountain-leaning stance, the spreading wing stance, all unfolded before her. Li Honglian's movements became increasingly complex, her figure twisting and contorting. Sweat cascaded down like torrential rain, her expression morphing into one of fierce determination. Yet, within, she remained tranquil, the effects of the medicine coursing through her. Her arms ascended, sweeping above her head, wrists bending as she emitted a series of low growls that resonated through her very core. The final form, the skyward stance, demanded that she not pause for an instant, swallowing the Qinglian immortal pill before applying the Dahe Tian's elixir across her body, enacting the sleeping tiger stance to harness the medicinal power to mend her injured tissues, rendering them more resilient and robust. As she inhaled, Li Honglian's lungs expanded as if they were black holes, drawing in the air from the entire room. The rhythmic thumping of her heart echoed like a drum, disturbing the very fabric of existence. Continuous puffs of white smoke billowed from her mouth as she breathed. For half an hour, she sustained this cycle until she sensed the effects of the medicine waning. The patches on her body falling away. This moment, she no longer felt the unnatural distortion of practicing martial arts. Her body felt remarkably relaxed, as if she could train 7 or 8 more times. According to the teachings of martial arts master Yi Chao, those of superior aptitude were akin to the twin-bone dragons, capable of training 3 times a day, while those of lesser talent could only manage one practice without risking their vitality. It appeared she was indeed an invincible twin-bone dragon. Considering this was merely her first training session, and with some uncertainties lingering, she opted not to pursue further repetitions. Tidying herself up, she placed her items on the tray of a small robotic transport unit, instructing it to deliver them to her room. Extracting her communication wristwatch, she opened the contact list, locating the technician's code from a few days prior. Technician number 38, the Bath Emperor. With a click, she dialed, "Please come. I have sent you my location. Upon arrival, my steward will assist you." "Understood, sir. I will be there shortly," she replied. "Why number 38? She mused. "It's nothing personal. I'm just a sentimental person." Meanwhile, on the other end, technician number 38 hung up the communication terminal. Internally scoffing, "What a pretentious little brat. Can he even handle this?" She rolled her eyes, but her body moved toward the changing room, motivated by the prospect of payment. But a group of chirpy colleagues nearby conversed excitedly. "Wow, Jojo is amazing. Another job?" Yes, I heard just a few days ago a customer requested Jojo's 3-tier supreme service. Indeed, I also heard from Ma Jia that the customer even paid double." "How enviable. When will I get a generous customer like that?" Closing the door to the changing room, silence enveloped the space. Approaching her wardrobe, she opened the cabinet. "What to wear?" Her hand brushed over various garments, ultimately settling on a cat-eared maid outfit. "Master, Meow Meow is here." With a soft click, the medical examination and repair chamber's hatch opened, releasing a cloud of nutrient-rich vapor that a pair of arms emerged from within. Grasping the door of the chamber, a figure crawled out, and Li Honglian flicked her fingers, sending the remaining nutrient solution flying. The viscous substance from her ears and nose slid down with gravity as she stood. The experience of this premium nutrient solution was rather unsatisfactory. She resolved to leave a negative review for the manufacturer. After rinsing off the sticky liquid in the adjacent bathroom, she instructed her steward, "Find me a new nutrient solution supplier and order a batch of super nutrient solutions." Clad in shorts, she returned to the medical chamber. The detection report had already been generated, the screen filled with orderly text. Li Honglian quickly scanned it, pausing at the final summary and recommendations. Physical condition: excellent. Respiratory rate: outstanding. Muscle strength: good. Brain wave frequency: exceptional. Recommendations: enhance sleep quality, avoid overtraining, and allow the body to grow naturally. Not bad, she thought. With just over a month until her departure for the interstellar warrior training planet, she resolved to train diligently, as if embarking on an early training regimen. In the massage room, technician number 38 had been waiting for some time, currently seated beside the massage table, engrossed in her personal communication terminal. The door swung open, and a young boy entered. Technician number 38 quickly shut off her terminal, stood and adjusted her cat ears, placing her hands delicately over her abdomen. "Hello, sir." "Hello," the usual Li Honglian replied, reclining on the massage table, allowing the technician to work while engaging in conversation. "What led you to choose this profession?" Time passed swiftly, and under the care of technician number 38, Li Honglian drifted into a gentle slumber. "Sir, your time is up. Thank you for your hard work. See you next time." Technician number 38 wiped her brow, straightening her disheveled clothing. She packed her belongings into her bag, discarding a small amount of essence directly into the trash bin before softly closing the door behind her. She glanced at her terminal. A notification from the Civilized Agricultural Bank appeared, displaying a little over 10,000 civilized coins, enticing her with their allure. The girl felt elated, envisioning the possibility of purchasing the latest head-mounted virtual reality gaming console. After all, she was a gamer at heart. Taking the elevator downstairs, she followed the guidance of the AI steward out of the building. The sweltering heat struck her with discomfort. The blazing sun hung overhead. And the girl mused, "Since I've earned so much, I might as well skip the shift and go home to play games." She retrieved an umbrella from her bag and strolled leisurely toward the community entrance. Suddenly, the space behind her shattered like a broken mirror, a palm-sized black object soaring forth from the fracture, aiming directly for her unzipped bag. The rift mended as if it had never existed. At that moment, Li Honglian was on the verge of slumber, as the gate of origin within her consciousness shot forth, traversing through the wall and swallowing the palm-sized black object from the girl's bag. Her awareness clung to the gate of origin, providing a unique perspective. In the blink of an eye, the gate of origin passed through the wall, returning to her presence. A familiar sensation. She had just experienced the stillness of both time and space once more. Li Honglian focused her consciousness into the gate of origin, where a black mirror came into view. More precisely, it was a black bronze mirror, its back divided into inner and outer sections by a raised circular ring. The inner region featured 6 intricately sculpted creatures frolicking among vine-like grape leaves, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The details of the creatures' eyes, joints, and manes were rendered with meticulous precision. The 6 creatures either played in pursuit, gazed back in contemplation, crawled stealthily, or lay on their backs. Their postures lively and expressions varied. The inner section was adorned with 5 strands of grape patterns, interwoven with curling grapevines. The outer section was embellished with a ring of animals, mythical birds, gallant steeds, and spotted deer, dancing among the grapevines, accented by clusters of grapes and leaves. The front surface remained comparatively smooth, 1/3 of the mirror still capable of reflecting silhouettes, while the remaining 2/3 were obscured by black-red patina, losing its reflective quality. Simultaneously, the gate of origin transmitted information concerning this bronze mirror. Dark energy curiosity, jealous sea beast grape mirror, style, round mirror, antique mirror, rusted, origin, during the age of ignorance before the establishment of human civilization. A courtesan acquired it at a lantern festival fair. As time passed, the courtesan perished, and the mirror was inadvertently captured by the dark universe, undergoing wondrous transformations under the erosion of dark energy. Function: gaze into it each morning, and your beauty will flourish day by day. Note: while using it, you may also lose something. Note: this mirror possesses additional unique functions. Copy yes. No. Indeed, this is correct. Ever since the root gate was disturbed by the martial arts codex and activated its capabilities, Li Honglian has made some modifications to the root gate after days of research. Chapter 008. The Mirror. How splendid! Li Honglian toyed with the sea beast great mirror for a while before casting it into the root gate. He had no intention of duplicating it, primarily because this mirror was not as useful as the martial arts codex. It merely enhanced his beauty and came with certain side effects, the nature of which remained unknown. Moreover, if he desired to enhance his appearance, current technological means would allow him to undergo head transplants without issue, let alone such a beauty enhancement with potential drawbacks. Most crucially, now that the mirror was in his possession, could he simply dispose of it? Had he not been unable to control the root gate during its initial activation, the martial arts codex would not have replicated and fallen into Yi Tian's hands. He harbored a unique desire for control. Returning to the mirror, it was evident from the insights provided by the root gate that it was a dark energy curiosity formed through the corrosion of dark energy. These curiosities possess incredible abilities birthed from dark energy, which cannot be comprehended through the rules of the real universe. Viewing these dark energy curiosities with a normal mindset would undoubtedly lead to significant losses. Speaking of such curiosities, after acquiring the root gate and martial arts codex a few days prior, he had conducted an investigation into these anomalous items. Unfortunately, he found no information related to the gate or the codex. Instead, all he encountered pertained to dark energy curiosities. From the information he gathered, several key points emerged. Firstly, the term dark energy curiosity was officially designated by civilization. Secondly, whether dangerous or of lesser peril, all curiosities entail side effects upon use. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. This point is paramount. The authorities have explicitly prohibited the private use of curiosities, citing numerous cases of harm resulting from their illicit employment. Lastly, he learned that there exists a general record regarding the relationship between civilization and curiosities. Throughout humanity's dealings with the dark universe, many items have been eroded by dark energy, transforming into dark energy curiosities, ranging from tiny insects to massive black holes. Within the Kepler planet alone, numerous curiosities formed from dark energy exist, with the most hazardous being contained and managed by the official Bureau of Civilized Curiosities. Curiosities of lesser danger circulate among the populace, and the sea beast's great mirror in his possession likely belongs to this category. Contemplating further, he reflected on his own root gate and martial arts codex, which should also classify as curiosities, albeit unrelated to the dark universe and dark energy. After all, the two recognized curiosities had not provided him with any information pertaining to dark energy. Given his current understanding, he still found it challenging to grasp the origins of these two items or the principle by which dark energy transforms objects into curiosities. Perhaps he would comprehend it better in due course. This peculiar mirror would lead him to technician number 38. It appeared that this beautiful technician harbored some secrets of her own. Li Honglian stood by the window, watching technician number 38 depart in a vehicle. Pondering this, after a moment's thought, he concluded that since it bore little relevance to him, he might as well devote himself to martial arts for future grandeur. Thus, he resolved to practice some combat techniques. Although he decided against further training in the tiger crane form today, he remained intrigued by Yi Chao's practical martial skills. After all, who does not harbor dreams of martial prowess? 3 days swiftly passed. Honglian Central Plaza. This colossal, multifaceted commercial center is the largest constructed within the central urban area in recent years. It encompasses a large shopping complex, pedestrian streets, 5-star hotels, office buildings, and apartments, amalgamating shopping, dining, culture, and entertainment into one. It has become a favored destination for urban youths and middle-aged individuals during their leisure time, with a portion of students also drawn to its vibrant atmosphere, where showcasing and appreciation unfold simultaneously. Notably, this place bears a connection to him. It was approved for construction in the year of his birth and was subsequently named after him upon completion. Once again, the familiar quartet gathered: Li Honglian, Zhuge Liang, Meng Ying, and Sun Qian. Over the past few days, Li Honglian had diligently trained at home using elixirs and the tiger crane form, practicing 3 times daily, becoming enamored with the growth of his strength and proficiency in martial arts. Regardless of stature, Men are often captivated by the thrill of combat. Initially, Li Honglian had no intention of venturing outside today, yet after much pleading from the two women, he resolved to accompany them for a stroll. After parking atop the building, they took the elevator to the third floor. The establishments on this level primarily catered to entertainment-related ventures, including an anime merchandise store, virtual character costume rental shop, figurine model shop, comic book store, claw machine, murder mystery games, and a maid CF, among others. Sun Qian, an enthusiast of the two-dimensional culture, persuaded the group to explore the anime merchandise store first, promising to finish watching the cosplay performance on the third floor before heading to the fifth floor for a meal. Clad in the attire of a specific anime character, Sun Qian, accompanied by Meng Ying, dashed through a projection of a virtual anime figure and into the merchandise store. Li Honglian leaned against the railing at the store's entrance, while Zhuge Li rested his chin on the railing. Observing the crowd on the first and second floors, the two engaged in casual conversation. "Hey, did you hear your sister got married? Weren't you supposed to tell her to wait until I turn 18 to marry her?" Zhuge Li remarked, incredulous. Turning his head to look at the bemused Zhuge Li Honglian continued, "What a pity that your sister, such a gem of the world, married a bodyguard. What could she be thinking? I have no idea, but I haven't seen her in ages. My dad cut her off financially, while my mom secretly sends her some money because she feels sorry for her daughter." Zhuge Li responded nonchalantly, knowing that with one less heir to the family fortune, his own chances of inheriting the family business had increased. Such is the nature of the heir-apparent struggle. "Forgive me, dear brother." Li Honglian glanced at Zhuge Li, seemingly seeing through his thoughts, and shifted the topic. "What are your plans next? Continue your studies or gain some experience in your father's company?" Just as Zhuge Li was about to answer, Li Honglian interjected, "If you're still undecided, why not join me in becoming an interstellar warrior? The universe is so fascinating. Don't waste your days here pondering what to eat next." Before Zhuge Li could respond again, he was interrupted once more as Sun Qian and Meng Ying emerged from the merchandise store, each carrying a bag adorned with anime characters and wearing various accessories that echoed the theme. Their laughter echoed in the air, vibrant and carefree, embodying the spirit of youth. As Li Honglian observed them, the two raised their arms in greeting, unaware that his attention was captured by a graceful figure behind them. She was clad in a white t-shirt emblazoned with a gaming cartoon character and a purple skirt, the style of which he could not discern, be it JK or pleated. Technician number 38 was small world. Even in a mall, one can encounter acquaintances that it seems that people truly can sense the gaze of others in that moment. The technician, just having finished purchasing her items, glanced over in his direction, her demeanor casual yet poised. She offered a slight nod before strolling down a side corridor, distinguishing her work from her personal life. Zhuge Li approached, patting Li Honglian on the shoulder. "Hey Li, what are you looking at? Do you know this girl?" The two women turned their heads, intrigued. "Yes," Li Honglian merely nodded, choosing to move past the topic. "Let us go. I spotted an energy stage being set up over there. The performance should be starting soon. Let us head over." Seeing that Li Honglian was reluctant to delve further into the matter, Zhuge Li did not press on. The four of them mingled into the crowd, making their way to the stage. Moments later, as they ambled together, discussing which dancer on stage had the most captivating legs, a sudden buzzing sound interrupted them. Li Honglian's communication terminal on his wrist vibrated urgently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terminal continued to signal. And soon, Meng Ying, Sun Qian, and Zhuge Li's devices chimed in succession. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before long, every terminal in the vicinity echoed with notifications that Li Honglian had already skimmed through the message sent to his device. Skynet system notification. Greetings. Esteemed citizen, according to Skynet's calculations, a sudden violent assault is projected to occur within 1 minute, 85 meters to your 3 o'clock position. The suspect is unarmed with energy weapons, kinetic weapons, or control knives. If you are a serving or retired military personnel or interstellar warrior, please extend assistance without endangering yourself. Everyone for me, I for everyone. Harmonious creation, beautiful civilization, XX. Suspect photographed. Li Honglian followed the position provided by the Skynet, spotting the familiar technician number 38 leaning against the railing, gazing at the stage. Behind her, two figures lingered. One, a man clad entirely in green, wearing a cap, stealthily approached technician number 38. this green-clad man was indeed the suspect identified by the Skynet. The terminals of the crowd within the mall began to emit alerts, the urgent vibrations resonating deafeningly in the ears of the man in green, in Li Honglian's line of sight. The contorted face of the green-clad man suddenly settled into calmness as he squeezed through the throng, lifting technician number 38 and vaulting over the railing. The resounding thud of bodies colliding with the ground shattered the silence of the crowd. The onlookers surged towards the railing, craning their necks to discern the situation below at a man with slightly curly long hair, clad in a black tank top and denim jeans, with a somewhat prominent nose, grasped the decorative railing between the 4th and 3rd floors, sliding down to the 3rd. Upon landing, he exclaimed, "I am the police," and briskly navigated through the crowd to the scene of the incident. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and a police robot adorned with official insignia stepped out, presumably a partner of the prominent-nosed officer. The two individuals who had tumbled to the ground lay in stark contrast. Technician number 38 lay motionless, while the green-clad man managed to turn and display a mocking smile to the crowd that gawked at him. Subsequently, the green-clad man bit off the nail of his left index finger, swallowing the powder concealed beneath it in silence. Chapter 009. The mirror 2 days later, at the affiliated rehabilitation hospital of the Central Hospital, Li Honglian entered the lobby on the 1st floor. Observing his surroundings, he noticed numerous patients lost in thought on the seating, their expressions either adorned with eerie smiles or marked by tranquility. Clearly, these patients awaiting rehabilitation were grappling with some issues. Given the current state of medical technology, individuals who do not succumb immediately can generally be saved. However, there exists an exception: spiritual injury. Humanity has devoted immense resources to understanding the essence of the spirit, yet remains unable to penetrate its mysteries. After suffering spiritual harm, it can be said that current medical technology is utterly ineffectual in addressing such injuries, leaving recovery solely to the patient's physical forms. Existing research indicates that when the body sustains damage, the spirit is similarly affected. Minor spiritual injuries may mend alongside physical healing, yet severe spiritual harm can yield symptoms akin to brain death. Many of these patients, upon physical recovery, either remain in a coma, awaken devoid of emotions, or even believe they are no longer human. In summary, a myriad of outcomes is conceivable. Most patients in this rehabilitation facility are afflicted by spiritual injuries. His purpose today was to visit technician number 38, the protagonist of the incident that had transpired in the mall 2 days prior. Following the violent attack, the mall had evacuated all personnel, and Li Honglian had exited with the crowd. Subsequently piecing together the events through various connections over the past 2 days, the narrative was somewhat cliché. 2 years prior, the 18-year-old technician number 38 had resigned from her 4-year position as a shipboard physiotherapist and returned to her home planet, Kepler. During her 4 years with the Cosmic Passenger Fleet, she had met and begun a relationship with a boyfriend, the green-clad man. Initially, he was a shipboard maintenance worker, and they appeared well-matched. However, upon returning to her hometown, technician number 38 quickly entered a relationship with a budding director, eventually sending a breakup message to the green-clad man. Left to silently weep over her photograph, the boy, who had grown up in the fleet with only his father, was profoundly affected. A month prior, the green-clad man had finally repaid his vocational school loans after 8 years of work and resigned from his maintenance position to travel to Kepler. Having quietly followed technician No. 38's life through interstellar space and short video platforms, he quickly discovered her home address. After a few days of observation, he realized that technician number 38 was once again single. Overjoyed, he approached her with intentions of rekindling their romance. However, the technician, having worked for over a year, was no longer the innocent and kind-hearted girl he once knew. She had grown accustomed to the machinations of wealth and power, and was acutely aware of the value of her natural beauty and virginity. Wishing to sell herself for a high price, having become accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, how could she consider a relationship with a mechanic of modest means? Thus, she coldly rejected the green-clad man. Ultimately, the heartbroken individual orchestrated this tragic incident in the name of love. If the green-clad man, having taken poison to end his life, were to learn that technician number 38 had not entirely perished, he might very well rise from the dead to commit another murder Li Honglian noticed the sign for the elevator and strode towards it. The corridor was lined with screens displaying various renowned doctors, some historical, others affiliated with the rehabilitation hospital. Reaching the end, he turned a corner to find a crowded elevator lobby filled with men and women of all ages, some engrossed in their terminals, others staring blankly ahead, with several delivery robots mingling among them. Li Honglian decisively opted for the stairs. His primary purpose for visiting was not merely to check on technician number 38, but rather to investigate the peculiar artifact known as the Sea Beast Grape Mirror, which had exhibited abnormal behavior 2 days prior. Upon returning home and preparing for a meal, he was startled by the sudden activation of the source gate. Initially, he thought another artifact had appeared nearby, prompting the source gate to embark on a hunt. After waiting without further response, he ventured his consciousness into the source gate and beheld a mirror emanating waves of black light. Dark energy artifact, Sea Beast Grape Mirror. Note: this mirror artifact absorbed some spirit energy, resulting in certain changes. Copy. Yes, no. Absorb the spirit energy within the mirror? Yes, no. The mirror's information had undergone 2 alterations. The word jealousy had vanished, and a new option regarding the absorption of spirit energy had been added. At that moment, Li Honglian opted for absorption, eager to discern the purpose of this selection. Subsequently, nothing further transpired. He meticulously reviewed all events from that day at home, arriving at a conclusion. The mirror's changes were linked to technician No. 38, and the mirror's ability to absorb spirit energy likely pertained to her as well. The mirror had originally selected technician number 38, only to be consumed by his source gate at the last moment. On the 8th floor of the rehabilitation hospital, Li Honglian ascended with ease. Exiting the staircase, he found himself in a shared restroom on the 8th floor. Between the men's and women's restrooms stood a large floor-to-ceiling mirror. Li Honglian admired his handsome reflection before turning towards room 9, bed 18. Now, let me see what transpires. Standing by the bedside of technician number 38, he observed her pale, yet beautiful face, a victim of spiritual injury, and mused, a wounded beauty remains a beauty. This room contained only technician number 38. Her mother had likely been here to care for her, but she was nowhere to be found now. Li Honglian shook the mirror in his hand, his consciousness transforming into a large hand that pressed upon the options presented. Absorb the spirit energy within the mirror? Yes, no. Yes. The source gate radiated chaotic luminescence, enveloping Li Honglian, technician number 38, and the Sea Beast Grape Mirror. Open. The pristine hospital room morphed into a cramped iron box. Li Honglian felt an unsettling sensation wash over him as the familiar world vanished, leaving him disoriented and uncomfortable. The sudden loss of direction stirred a sense of confusion and distress within him. Desperately, he sought to reclaim his sense of orientation. Yet the more he attempted to discern his surroundings, the more disoriented he became, ultimately succumbing to darkness and collapsing onto a woven mat of hemp rope. After an indeterminate time, Li Honglian awoke, the lost sense of direction returning to him. Shaking his numbed hand, he summoned the source gate, his consciousness descending into the realm of awareness, where a mysterious portal stood silently within the space. Information flowed from the source gate. Within the confines of the small iron box, Li Honglian opened his eyes once more. It seemed his deductions had been correct. The mirror's changes were indeed connected to technician No. 38. This must be the illusion created by the fusion of her spirit and the Sea Beast Grape Mirror. Now he simply needed to locate technician number 38 to absorb the spirit energy from the mirror. The iron box was quite small, measuring only 8 square meters. Li Honglian reached out to activate the power within the room, and brilliant blue light bands illuminated the dim space, bathed in the azure glow. He could see that apart from the mat beneath him, a hole resembling a coffin had been fashioned into the wall, presumably serving as the bed for this iron box. Silver decorations adorned the wall surrounding the bed, beneath which numerous charging and data ports were visible. The words gravity flickered in yellow light on the floor, indicating that the space was equipped with a functional gravity system. The classic layout of the entire iron box led Li Honglian to conclude that he was within a room aboard a spaceship. Given the virtual reality created by technician number 38's spirit, it was evident that this space was linked to the passenger vessel where she had once worked. Li Honglian approached a wall, where a scanner emitted a red scanning light, which soon transformed to green before retracting back into the scanner. On the seemingly unremarkable wall, a ripple emerged, revealing a door barely wide enough for a single individual to pass through. The shadowy figure stepped out from the room. The corridor stretched out in 4 directions, up, down, left, and right, illuminated by 4 glowing strips of light simultaneously. First, he needed to locate the schematics of this passenger spacecraft to ascertain his position, and then he would devise a plan to find her. The corridor was impeccably smooth and orderly, emanating a lustrous silver metallic sheen. IT remained uncertain whether this was due to a lack of ventilation design or simply an oversight in this illusion. This marked his inaugural experience aboard a spaceship in this lifetime. Despite its illusory nature, it was still quite fascinating. A sealed door, requiring verification for passage, obstructed his path. Such sealed doors are a common feature in various spacecraft and military vessels, designed to close off sections of the ship in the event of damage, preventing personnel and items from being sucked into the vacuum of space. They also serve as a minor barrier during conflicts with other civilizations. Buying time for their own crew, Li Honglian placed his hand on the verification area, asserting his humanity. With a puff, the sealed door opened with a sound. This was the door's built-in alert system, notifying those wishing to pass that the door had opened. Hurry through, for lingering could prove fatal. Every existing feature possesses its rationale. Li Honglian hurried through. Before him lay yet another corridor, identical to the previous one. There was no one else in these corridors. It seemed the illusion had failed to conjure any inhabitants. Chapter 010. Mirror 3. Li Honglian traversed several more sealed doors, yet each one led to indistinguishable corridors. He began to wonder if he had encountered a phantom wall, particularly since he had never heard of such a spectral entity in this lifetime. Realizing this approach was futile, Li Honglian began to search the iron box rooms along the sides of the corridor, hoping to uncover some information or items that could assist him in breaking the deadlock. Facing the walls, he scanned with his device, only to find emptiness. Next. Each room was vacant. At long last, he arrived at another corridor. This time it was indeed different. Behind this sealed door lay not another lengthy corridor, but an elevator shaft. What a strange place. It felt as though he were playing a game within the elevator shaft. 2 elevators stood, one marked for staff only, the other with a general designation. He stepped into the general elevator, where one screen displayed the options for the 28 levels of the ship, while another screen presented a simplified map. Combining the information, he noted that the economic capsule cabins were on the 10th level, located at the bottom of the ship, with only a single bed in each cabin, forcing any movement to occur in the corridors. The economic class on the 10th level, located in the middle of the ship, included the floor he currently occupied, with rooms identical to the one he first encountered, a bed and a few square meters of activity space. Above, there were 5 luxury cabins, situated on the upper levels of the ship. He had yet to see what they looked like, but he assumed they were quite splendid. Additionally, there were 2 levels designated for the ship's crew. The highest level housed the command center, communications room, captain's quarters, and other areas related to the ship's navigation. But he deduced that he was currently on the 3rd level of the economic class, and the whereabouts of Technician No. 38 should be somewhere within these 2 upper levels. Li Honglian pointed at the 2 levels designated for the crew on the screen and contemplated. However, he could not directly search those levels yet. Based on his experience searching this level, the crew's living quarters would likely be quite spacious as well. Blindly searching would only squander time. He needed to first ascend to the command level to see if there was a monitoring room or similar facility that could aid him in locating No. 38. He pressed the command level option on the screen. The elevator initiated its ascent. The elevator came to a halt, and the doors slid open. Before him lay a complete space, the floor adorned with a lavish red carpet, leading to a raised platform encased in transparent special glass. A massive display screen dominated the wall facing the platform, showcasing what appeared to be a star map of the surrounding celestial regions or a radar map. He had yet to undergo relevant training and could not decipher it. Flanking the large screen were 2 smaller displays. One showed the view of the cosmos captured by cameras outside the ship, while the other remained inactive. Below, a myriad of operational buttons crowded the lower platform. In the center of the platform stood a grand high-back chair, a symbol of the captain's authority. Li Honglian felt little interest in this and took a couple of steps forward, his gaze catching sight of a room, the monitoring room. The monitoring room was on the same wall as the elevator, which had caused him to overlook it initially. He hurried into the monitoring room, where the walls, except for the ceiling and floor, were lined with screens displaying captured images. What a fortunate coincidence! On the wall directly opposite the entrance, an intriguing scene unfolded. 15-year-old Zhou Yi hid in an unoccupied inspection officer's dormitory, feeling as though she were on the brink of madness. After merely taking a nap, she awoke to find her best friend missing from the adjacent room. The team leader across the hall vanished, and the young technician who had expressed his affections for her completely gone. Everyone had disappeared. Not only had people vanished, but a dark, monstrous creature had also appeared, intent on devouring her. With a thud, outside the inspection officer's dormitory, a creature less than 3 meters tall, its entire body encased in a chitinous exoskeleton, pounded on the door with its limbs, using the tentacles from its gaping maw to batter the entrance. Its head resembled a curved blade, with 2 crimson eyes shielded by 3 layers of exoskeletal protection. The segments of its exoskeleton formed a long tail, the end resembling a dagger, as if it could pierce through the alloy door at any moment, instilling a sense of dread in its intended prey. Another thud echoed. Zhou Yi wished to scream, but her voice had abandoned her. Since awakening, she had searched room after room for others, fleeing upon encountering the dark creature. Now, she was utterly exhausted. With another impact, arcs of blue electricity flickered around the doorframe. On the verge of giving way like a tea that moment, Zhou Yi felt the bed beneath her offer no sense of security. She grasped the ladder beside the bed and slowly climbed onto the upper bunk. Completely drained, her muscles trembled as she curled into the farthest corner of the bed, hoping that this confined space could shield her from harm. Li Honglian stood within the armory, surveying the array of weapons before him. How to choose? Among the dazzling assortment, 3 suits of wearable combat armor stood out prominently. The MY 2024 model, designed for individual soldiers, glimmered enticingly under the lights, while the intricate patterns on the armor surface were exquisite. To ensure that the wearer's joints remained agile while providing robust protection. A specially developed retractable mechanical device emitted an alluring aura, granting the wearer immense strength. The tri-layered armor's construction mirrored that of the interstellar warrior's gear, forming an impregnable barrier that would deliver devastating blows to any who dared to attack. The armor was also equipped with a commendable weapon system, featuring stun grenade launchers, laser guns, tracking missile systems, and thermal cutting guns, fulfilling the wearer's needs for assault, interception, demolition, and mass bombardment. Regrettably, it lacked the interstellar warrior's high-frequency spatial cutting blade and other more powerful weaponry. Even more unfortunate was that these 3 suits of armor had not been modified to fit his physique. Yet he had a plan. Li Honglian opened his personal terminal with his left hand, locating an encrypted file and opening it. The jailbreak system activated, welcoming him to use it. He aimed the terminal at the armor, waiting for the system to breach the armor's built-in operating system. Indeed, the solution lay in hacking the MY 2024 armor before him. This jailbreak system had cost him a considerable sum to have custom-made a year prior. At that time, he had purchased a MY 2024 armor from another planet, hoping to find someone to modify it so he could experience the thrill of wearing it. Sadly, his mother had forbidden him from doing so, citing his young age and the inherent dangers. Consequently, he privately sought out the creation of this system to allow him the joy of controlling the armor. The jailbreak was successful. Li Honglian set the MY 2024 armor to synchronization mode. In this mode, the armor would mirror his movements under the control of his personal terminal. Observing the armor mimicking his gestures, it was time to act. If he delayed further, he feared technician number 38 might perish, hindering his quest to uncover the mysteries of the extraordinary. Glancing back at the remaining 2 suits of armor, he felt a strong desire to experience commanding all 3 against the monstrous foes. But time was of the essence. With a crash, the door succumbed to external force, shattering against the wall and collapsing to the ground. Zhou Yi heard the sound of the dark creature's footsteps drawing nearer. The fear within her could no longer be concealed. Erupting at this moment, a thud echoed as the dark creature was sent flying by a figure's kick, crashing into the wall and landing on the alloy door it had just breached. The creature emitted no sound, instantly springing back to its feet and charging at its assailant. Perfect timing! Li Honglian deflected the tentacles that shot forth from the creature's chest with his right hand while drawing his thermal cutting gun with his left. With a swift motion, the tentacle was severed in two, the scent of burnt protein wafting through the air. Discarding the thermal gun, which had only one shot left, he clenched his left fist, alternating the force exerted by his legs as he prepared for the next move. Martial skill. The collapsing fist was halted mid-air by the monstrous hand, which bore 3 fingers. Awkwardness ensued. After all, synchronized control could only go so far. It could not replicate his technique for generating force. Launch intercepting missiles. The dual-arm modules of the battlesuit transformed into 2 launchers. Whoosh! The intercepting missiles propelled the nearby beast away with a resounding blast. As the smoke dissipated, the shattered exoskeleton of the creature lay helplessly on the ground. In the distance were the intercepting missiles, while up close, the principle of equality among all beings prevailed. Turning his gaze, he spotted a small head peeking out from the upper bunk. It was the diminutive technician, number 38. "Come here quickly, don't just stare. Hurry, let me take you away." Zhou Yi, mesmerized by the battlesuit that resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens, felt his heart flutter, forgetting entirely where this person had emerged from, and hastily jumped out of bed to run towards them. The battlesuit gestured with a hand, ushering him out the door. As Zhou Yi stepped outside, his legs buckled, causing him to kneel on the ground. "Over here. I'm right here." Zhou Yi looked in the direction of the voice, and a small child appeared not far away. "Were you the one who saved me? Is there anyone else here?" Li Honglian extended her right hand. "Thank you for rescuing me. My name is Zhou Yi." Their hands met. Chapter 011. Preparation. A ray of chaotic light whisked Li Honglian from her illusion in the hospital room. The sea beast great mirror that had once rested in her palm had vanished, leaving behind a trace of spiritual radiance that entered her body. Instantly, she felt a wave of comfort as she assimilated the essence of the mirror, granting her a unique ability to develop gradually. Glancing at the terminal, she noted that only 5 minutes had passed in reality, whereas it felt as though several hours had elapsed in the illusion. Her gaze lingered on the still unconscious technician, number 38. "No, it should be Zhou Y. It is time to go. The objective for coming here has been accomplished. It's time to return home today. S for Zhou Yi. Whether you awaken or not depends on your own fate. Did you save me?" A feminine voice called from the bedside. Li Honglian sensed that her voice now sounded far more mature than in the illusion. Tinged with a hint of frailty and allure that it seemed that exuding charm had become her instinct. Of course. Was there anyone else here? Zhou Yi felt an inexplicable familiarity with the person before him. It was not merely the financial relationship they had shared recently, but rather a sense of destiny, as if they had known each other in a past life. "Thank you. My name is Zhou Yi." Li Honglian kept her head still, casting a glance at Zhou Yi. "You're welcome." Zhou Yi watched as the boy turned to leave, casting not another glance in her direction. An impulse to continue their conversation welled up within her, but her injured body prevented her from rising. 10 days later, Li Honglian sat naked on her own sofa, her body radiating the vitality of youth after practicing martial arts. It was time to prepare properly. The journey from Kepler star to the nearest interstellar soldier training planet, Inhu star, would require 2 civilizational years. In other words, even if she leveraged her mother's connections to bypass the interstellar soldier selection exam, she would still need to wait 2 civilizational years before commencing her training and transformation. Moreover, the 12 transformation surgery required 10 years on Inhu star. Thus, combining these timelines, it would be a protracted period before she officially became an interstellar soldier. For now, she needed to contemplate how to pass the next 2 years of interstellar travel. First and foremost was sustenance. This was not a concern, as long as she had enough civilization currency. She could indulge in whatever she desired aboard the spacecraft. Next was safety. With her mother as support, there was little to worry about. Following, there was the need for mental entertainment, which was crucial. 2 years of solitude, devoid of family and friends, and with no means to connect through the terminal, could easily lead one to madness. She had already drafted a plan in her mind. Firstly, she could practice martial arts, utilizing it to occupy her time while also keeping fit. She had already ordered a batch of medicinal herbs for her training, which would be delivered over the next few days. This supply would suffice for 3 years. Secondly, movies, dramas, novels, and games. She had nearly 10,000 works downloaded on her information disk, including some related to dance, music, and painting. Thirdly, a backup option, if she truly could not endure the journey. She could opt for a special service known as 0 Hour. This service meant resetting a person's time, though not in a lethal manner. It employed technology to induce a state of suspended animation in the body while halting thought processes. Upon reaching their destination, medical methods would awaken the individual. This method did have certain side effects, so she would only choose it if absolutely necessary. Li Honglian saved these notes recorded on her terminal, planning to inspect the private spacecraft her mother had gifted her the next day to familiarize herself with it. The following day, at the primary spaceport on the surface of Kepler, the docks were teeming with spacecraft, with myriad goods being loaded and unloaded by machines. Towering cranes displayed their prowess, as if giants, effortlessly lifting tons of cargo from transit ships. Subsequently, these goods were transported away in hefty trucks. The massive ground-to-space transfer ships, laden with cargo, activated their anti-gravity modules and thrusters, breaking free from the constraints of Kepler's star, vanishing into the horizon. Li Honglian sat in the vehicle, observing the bustling scene before her, feeling a sense of awe. This was the lifeblood that sustained human civilization. It was said that the largest transport cargo ships of human civilization were as large as Kepler's star's moon, capable of transporting 300 trillion tons of goods at a time, equivalent to half the size of a moon. How magnificent that must be! Bringing her attention back, she followed the guidance of the port's robotic assistants further along. The lively atmosphere gradually faded, and the size of the spacecraft at the docks returned to a more normal scale. Before long, a private spacecraft resembling a previous generation as Ultraman lay flat on the ground. With port staff and robots bustling about, conducting maintenance, this was her target. The spacecraft, named Honglian, now belonging to her, measuring 120 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and expanding to 35 meters at the rear. It weighed 3,000 tons. It was equipped with all the necessary living facilities for entertaining 3 to 5 friends over tea or card games. As she sat in the vehicle waiting for the maintenance to finish, she conversed with her friends through her terminal, occasionally snapping photos and sharing them in the group chat, which elicited gasps of admiration from everyone. With the last robot departing, the Honglian was ready to welcome its owner. Li Honglian stood at the hatch, where the spacecraft's automatic recognition system activated and the hatch opened. She walked directly into the cockpit at the front, transferring her weak artificial intelligence code into the spacecraft's system. The lights aboard Honglian illuminated simultaneously before extinguishing that a virtual AI figure was projected by the ship's holographic system. Golden hair cascaded from beneath a golden helmet, framing her face, while a suit of gold and white armor revealed her delicate arms, navel, and thighs. Her floating bare feet added an extra touch of elegance. I am delighted to see you again, my master. Li Honglian regarded the holographic steward before her. This was the artificial intelligence she had configured using her mother's source code, tailored to her preferences. After several days of self-learning on Kepler's star, she was now adequately equipped to handle the journey ahead. I am equally pleased to see you, Nuwa. Please conduct a systems check on the Honglian. Certainly, master. Nuwa waved her left hand in the air, and a scaled-down model of the Honglian appeared. Thruster module. Operational. Propulsion fuel. Sufficient, as Nuwa explained. The projection of the Honglian retracted to display only the thruster system. The thruster was then split in half to reveal its internal structure. The Honglian's hull is normal. The projection of the thruster transformed into that of the hull. Life support systems. Operational. Backup power systems. Operational. Living facilities systems. Operational. Do you believe there are any areas requiring improvement? Li Honglian interjected Nuwa, who was about to elaborate further. Indeed, master, I recommend replacing the ship's coating with the latest ASD paint developed by Tech Brush Company. This coating is 1.35 times better than the current green leaf paint on the Honglian, providing superior insulation against cosmic radiation and further. The spacecraft also needs a new supply of food and backup provisions. I suggest replacing the life capsules with the latest model from Company 99. All right, Nuwa, I authorize you to handle these matters. I trust in your capabilities. Li Honglian interrupted the meticulous Nuwa once more. Understood, Master. I will process these requests through your account. However, one expense is considerable and requires your personal approval. But I Honglian nodded gently, signaling Nuwa to continue. The mainframe supporting the Honglian's control system has become outdated compared to current market standards. If we could replace it with the latest Blueberry 50,000, my computing and learning abilities would be significantly enhanced, allowing me to serve you better. That's enough. Go ahead and place the order, Li Honglian remarked, amused by Nuwa's eloquence. All right, Nuwa, I leave this to you. I hope you can complete these optimizations within 10 days. Suddenly struck by the urge to relieve herself, Li Honglian dashed to the Honglian's restroom. Next time, feel free to tell me directly. There's no need to circle around to get to the point. Inwa gazed at Li Honglian, who was in the midst of using the restroom. Perplexed by the efficacy of the online communication techniques she had recently acquired. Chapter 012. Farewell at Li Honglian's residence. The first floor had been transformed into a ballroom, a tradition of Kepler's star. Friends and family gathered at the ball to bestow blessings upon the departing individual, using song and dance to counteract the sorrow of separation. Li Honglian had meticulously planned this farewell ball, as he was set to depart from Kepler's star aboard the Red Lotus in 3 days, with an anticipated arrival at the cosmic port of the Kepler system 6 civilization days later. There, he would embark alone on a large passenger spacecraft to the interstellar warrior training planet, Inhu's star. Simultaneously, his Red Lotus will be shipped alongside him to Inhu's star. In the Grand Hall, the attendees began to lose themselves in the fervent atmosphere and enticing beverages. Everyone became lively and opened at Li Honglian stood beside the sofa, observing the dancing crowd, which included his classmates, neighbors, and friends of his classmates. This ball welcomed all as the music shifted and the lights changed. The melodious tunes signaled the time for couples to dance. People quickly sought out those they were interested in, pairing off to sway to the rhythm. Sun Xiaoqian, gazing at her soon-to-be absent beloved, mustered her courage and approached him with a playful tone. Hello, handsome, may I invite you to dance? Faced with the uncertainty of his journey, Li Honglian felt a deep melancholy, yet upon hearing that sweet voice, he immediately recognized her. Why not? The two took each other's hands and made their way to the center of the dance floor. Sun Xiaoqian rested her head against Li Honglian's chest, listening to the strong, steady beat of his heart. As they moved to a dance she was not entirely familiar with in that moment, she felt akin to a moth drawn irresistibly to the flame before her, yearning to leap into it and become a catalyst for its brilliance, desiring to be consumed by the fire and accompany it to distant realms. Tears streamed down her cheeks. There's something you wish to say to me? Listening to Li Honglian's gentle voice, Sun Xiaoqian attempted to compose herself and speak, but found her tears flowing uncontrollably. Feeling the tremors of the girl against his palm on her back, Li Honglian softly patted her. If you remain silent, then I shall speak. That I promise to call you in 2 years, once I reach Inhu's star, and I hope that by then you will not be in tears. The mere mention of the future only caused the girl to weep more. There is still much time ahead, and we shall meet again, I assure you. Is that really true? Indeed, it is true. Moreover, for the next 3 days, you may visit me daily. I will be right here. The melancholy was washed away by the girl's tears. Nightfall. The bustling crowd had dispersed. Leaving the house in tranquility, Li Honglian reclined on a lounge chair atop the roof, with his arms resting beneath his head as he gazed at the stars above. Slumber eluded him, and the melancholy stirred by the girl's tears resurfaced. He found himself contemplating numerous thoughts, yet it felt as though he was thinking of nothing at all. Unable to sleep, he decided to take a stroll. After changing his attire, he ventured out alone. The cool moonlight bathed the path, while the streetlights shone brighter than the moon itself at a few cats, their origins unknown, were engaged in a romantic rendezvous beneath the streetlight. During the day, this place belonged to pedestrians. Only in the absence of humans did it belong to them. Li Honglian shooed away the conspicuous felines, and they quickly scattered. He took a seat on the bench, turning his head to see a pure black male cat watching him from a distance. Moments later, a yellow and white female cat approached, snuggling against the black cat, their tails playfully entangled. Sigh. The melancholy morphed into discomfort. I am far too sentimental, completely at odds with the iron-willed warrior I have set out to be. Li Honglian felt an inner conflict. He could immerse himself in martial arts, torturing himself daily with distorted techniques, while fantasizing about delivering powerful blows to monsters and alien foes on the battlefield. Yet he could also be overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions at the thought of parting that a strand of cat fur was carried by the wind to his feet. Stop. With a thought, the fur indeed froze midair. Come here. The fur slowly drifted toward him in response to his command. How intriguing, truly fascinating this a transformation brought forth by the extraordinary item. The sea beast great mirror? Telekinesis? No, it should be described as an ability granted by a spirit far beyond the ordinary. Super psychics are those endowed with exceptionally strong spirits. He had read about this phenomenon. Super psychics can navigate the disordered realms of dark cosmos, where direction, distance, and time are distorted, serving as crucial safeguards for human civilization's forays into the dark cosmos to exploit resources and combat its fallen denizens. All right, that adds another capability for future use. Following another series of experiments, he realized the enhancement from his super spirit was still quite limited. Currently, he could control objects within a 1-meter radius centered around himself, with a maximum weight of a few grams. These were minor matters. The key was that he could now sense his own spirit. According to martial teachings, upon reaching the pinnacle of physical capability, one could perceive their own spirit, then train it through visualization techniques to foster its growth. They could also combine spirit and martial arts to unleash techniques. The latter point required verification, as his body had yet to reach its peak, leaving uncertainty regarding his ability to execute spirit martial techniques. The former point regarding visualization was less dependent on physical condition. He needed to explore which martial visualization to pursue next, that he sensed that the Sea Beast Great Mirror had gifted him more than just this. Other abilities awaited discovery. Time to return home. Li Honglian rose, glancing at a few cats nearby that seemed hesitant to approach. This is for you, right here. The following morning, several visitors arrived at his home. Sun Xiaoqian, Meng Ying, and Zhuge Li. The quartet was once again assembled. These meat buns smell divine. Where did you get them? Li Honglian exclaimed, taking a large bun and taking a bite. From the entrance of my community. Meng Ying replied with a beaming smile. The chef's skills are impressive. I'm envious that you can enjoy such delicious meat buns every day. Oh, come now. The esteemed prince feeling envious of a commoner's fare? Ha ha ha. Li Honglian scoffed, not engaging further before saying, let us head to the rooftop. I'll let you all sample the tea I borrowed from my mother. Sure. We'd love to taste the tea the young master drinks in the morning. Meng Ying exclaimed, playfully patting Sun Xiaoqian and Zhuge Li as they rose to follow her. I'll help you get the things. Sun Xiaoqian offered, that I'll help too. Zhuge Li began, but was interrupted by Meng Ying. What are you helping with? Just the two of us will tidy up. They are more than enough. Meng Ying pulled Zhuge Li into the elevator. In the study. Li Honglian retrieved the tea leaf from the shelf. Noticing Sun Xiaoqian, who was looking down at the doorway, he suddenly asked, Xiaoqian, do you have plans for the future? The unexpected question startled the girl, who was on the verge of unleashing her tears, causing her to freeze in place. How about this? You could pursue studies in medicine or astronomy. When I eventually acquire my own battleship, I will specially invite you to be my doctor or navigator. What do you think? All right, it's a promise. Li Honglian's words seemed to inject new life into the girl that on the rooftop, Zhuge Li observed as Li Honglian and Sun Xiaoqian walked hand in hand. A look of realization dawning on his face. Chapter 013. Cosmic Port. The next destination, the Cosmic Port. In the early morning, the sunlight bathed the entire port in a golden hue on the expansive ground. The Red Lotus, once adorned in black, had been transformed into a gleaming silver. It resembled a colossal silver bird poised to take flight. Li Honglian sat in the pilot's seat of the Red Lotus cockpit, watching as while manipulated various buttons. Red Lotus, take off. Gravity module activated. Please secure your safety harness. Li Honglian glanced at the two safety belts across his chest and signaled to Wa that he was ready. With a thrum, the Red Lotus lifted off the ground. Under the influence of the gravity module, Li Honglian felt no discomfort. Life support system activated. Thrusters ignited. Countdown to launch. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Ignition. the thrusters propelled forth two trails of blue light, shaking the space beside the vessel. The spaceship left behind a streak of blue light as it soared through the port, heading toward the horizon. The intense sensation of acceleration left Li Honglian feeling euphoric. The screen before him displaying the surrounding scenery. As time passed, the first to fade from view were his relatives and friends. That a gust of wind tousled Li Hua's short hair as she stood in front of a business vehicle surrounded by numerous police officers and robots. Waving at the ever-diminishing spaceship, her terminal buzzed with a message, "Love you, Mom," with a smiling emoji. Below it was a quote from a poem by one of the greatest figures of his previous life. A child vows to leave his hometown, swearing not to return until he has made a name for himself. A smile spread across Li Hua's face as she whispered, "Goodbye, my son." The once massive port, which had felt overwhelming from the ground, gradually shrank into the distance. The towering cranes that had blotted out the sky, now appearing no larger than human hands, eventually vanishing from sight. A new panorama filled Li Honglian's vision. The snow-capped peaks of the Unzao mountain at the center of the continent, the vast yellow sands of the Hakka Desert to the northwest, the pristine forests of the south resembling vibrant gems of life, and the azure ocean surrounding the continent, shrouded in mystery. How beautiful! Li Honglian extended his hand, seemingly cradling the Kepler star. In that moment, he felt as though he could command this celestial body, believing himself to be the sole deity of Kepler. Master, next, the thrusters will transition to dark energy propulsion, allowing us to break free from the grasp of Kepler and officially enter the cosmos. As Li Honglian regained his senses, he gazed upon the smiling virtual projection of Nuwa that was watching him. Let us march into the universe and see what marvels this starry sea holds. Very well, Master. Activating dark energy engine. The Honglian spacecraft erupted with intensified energy, its dark energy engines converting dark energy into propulsion, successfully overcoming the gravitational pull of Kepler. In the next instant, Li Honglian felt an exhilarating lightness, a novel experience that was, however, far from comfortable. It felt as if the food in his stomach surged to his throat, threatening to dislodge his mind from his very being. Initiating gravity module to replicate Kepler-esque gravitational environment. Upon receiving Li Honglian's command, Nuwa activated the gravity system of the Honglian in an instant. The gravity within the entire vessel mirrored that of Kepler, causing Li Honglian's mind to return to its usual state, though the contrasting sensations left him feeling quite nauseated. He unfastened the safety harness of his seat and staggered toward the restroom. Ugh! Master, the ship is equipped with medication for space sickness. Would you like to take some? Bring it to me now. He retched. Nuwa deftly maneuvered a newly installed mechanical arm, retrieving the medication from a storage compartment on the ship's wall, along with a glass of clear water, presenting it to Li Honglian. With his eyes closed, he sought solace as the medication alleviated his queasiness. Master, over the next 3 days, we will sequentially pass through the 5 major spaceports of the Kepler system, with an estimated arrival at the nearest port, Gene Station, in 3 hours. The Honglian had already entered a superluminal trajectory, rendering the external scenery undetectable by the ship's cameras. Honglian activated his gaming console and began playing a solo game. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Li Honglian overcame the initial adjustment period and was now seamlessly integrating into life in the cosmos. With a splash, he turned on the shower, refreshing his body that had just perspired from practicing martial techniques, before donning a snug, thermal spacesuit. Soon, he and his Honglian would be swallowed by a city-class transport ship. The Titanic, a city-class transport vessel, was a hybrid passenger cargo ship, its area comparable to an entire city on Kepler. With a crew of 50,000, it resembled a city navigating through the cosmos, embarking on a journey that would last a decade of civilization years, with its starting point being purple sweet potato star. The Kepler system was merely one of its stops, with Li Honglian's destination, Inhu Star, also lying along its route, where he would disembark. Master, you have received a communication request from the artificial intelligence steward of the Titanic. Connect. Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Zhao, the AI steward of the Titanic. Your VIP number is KPL 1019800045. Please grant me control of your private vessel, and I shall guide it to dock. Open the controls, Nuwa. Understood, Master. Hello, we now need to verify your identity. Please input the verification code sent to you by the Titanic when you purchase your ticket. 00785. Verification successful. Soon, the control of the Honglian was handed over to the Titanic's AI, Zhao. The Honglian gradually decelerated, adjusting its course until it was positioned alongside the Titanic. Li Honglian sat in the cockpit, marveling at the colossal ship before him, a truly awe-inspiring sight. The section of the Titanic facing the Honglian began to mechanically rotate, its alloy walls parting to create a gap, while the metallic doors slowly receded, forming a grand entrance for the Honglian. The vessel glided inside, ensnared by several mechanical chains, coming to a stable halt. The steel walls behind it sealed shut, and additional mechanical tendrils secured the ship in its docking position. Nuwa powered down the Honglian. Oxygen began to circulate within the chamber, and the Titanic's gravity system commenced operation. Your docking has been completed. Wishing you a pleasant journey ahead. Zhao reminded. The gravity aboard the ship differs from that of your planet, and we hope you can engage in some adjustment exercises in your quarters. Professional medical personnel are available to assist you. As the doors of the Honglian opened, Li Honglian stepped out, bouncing twice on the adjacent platform. Not bad. He activated his personal terminal, connecting to the Titanic's internal network, and accessed the ship's software to request item transport services. The order was successfully placed, with staff expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Li Honglian opened the door leading from the docking station into the ship and sat on a chair at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of the service personnel. Chapter 014. Star Warrior Li Honglian had hardly settled into the massage chair when the door of the docking bay opened. A towering figure, standing at 4 meters tall, clad in form-fitting inner armor and loose gray athletic pants, with a scruffy beard, stepped out, carrying a suitcase that appeared diminutive in comparison to his size. An interstellar warrior. Li Honglian instantly recognized the implications of such an exaggerated physique. The interstellar warrior bore the visage of a robust, middle-aged man, seemingly around 40. However, Li Honglian refrained from judging a person's age based solely on appearance, especially when it came to immortal interstellar warriors. The burly man sat beside Li Honglian, placing his suitcase beside him. "Hello, young one." Upon hearing the warrior's words, Li Honglian promptly replied, "Greetings, esteemed interstellar warrior. Are you on vacation?" To his surprise, the warrior burst into hearty laughter, his booming voice echoing through the corridor, sending vibrations that made Li Honglian's ears tingle. Long Booping, formerly of the Golden Chieshua Legion, served as a centurion, having endured countless battles and served civilization for over 3,000 years. Throughout my extensive life, I have mastered numerous skills beyond combat: dance, music, painting, mathematics. During one expedition, I experienced a profound epiphany, unveiling the secrets of mathematics. After publishing several papers, I was discovered by the director of the Astrological Mathematics Academy within the Civilization Mathematics Institute, leading me to transition from the Golden Chieshua Legion to the Astrological Mathematics Academy. The Astrological Mathematics Academy focuses on researching the variations of stars, employing mathematics to elucidate their essence and predict their birth, growth, and demise. Currently, Long Booping is conducting mathematical research at Mu Station, the nearest port to the Kepler star, correlating his findings with those of the Kepler star, thus acquiring a wealth of data. Upon returning to the Titanic, he encountered an intriguing child, one who possessed a physique far beyond his years. This child, upon their first meeting, attempted to discern his weaknesses with a mere glance. What a delightful challenge! I have left the Legion and now work as a mathematical scholar. Li Honglian, after hearing the rugged man's words, wore an expression of disbelief. Long Booping noted his reaction but offered no explanation. Instead, he lifted the suitcase beside him, propped one leg on it, opened it, and handed Li Honglian a stack of papers filled with numbers. Writing on paper was his pastime. The cacophony of gunfire and clashing metal from his past had left him weary, while the sound of pen on paper brought him comfort. Li Honglian accepted the stack and quickly perused the initial pages, which were indeed filled with numbers. Separating the numbers from the letters, he recognized both independently, but together they eluded his understanding. Returning the papers to Long Booping, he inquired, "Why did you leave the Legion?" "Haha, that question requires time to answer. And even I do not possess an answer at this moment. Long Booping deferred his response to the passage of time. He then turned to Li Honglian and asked, "And you, young one, why are you alone on this ship?" "For an ideal?" "What ideal?" Li Honglian rose, gazing at Long Booping. "To become an interstellar warrior like you. A noble ideal." Upon hearing Li Honglian's aspiration, Long Booping stood, praising him, and extended his large hand toward Li Honglian. "Let us formally introduce ourselves. I am Long Booping, a lover of mathematics, formerly of the Golden Cheshua Legion, now employed at the Civilization Mathematics Institute. I am Li Honglian, a martial arts enthusiast. I aspire to serve in a great legion." Li Honglian grasped Long Booping's hand. You and I share a kindred spirit. Becoming an interstellar warrior requires more than mere words. With ample time aboard the ship, would you care to train with me?" Long Booping regarded the confident child before him, reminiscent of his own solitary departure from home long ago, a desire unfulfilled. The two exchanged contact information and became friends. A group of ship personnel arrived in a specialized cargo transport vehicle. One of the staff members disembarked and approached Li Honglian. "Greetings, esteemed customer. We are the cargo transfer service staff. Please follow me. My belongings are all on the ship. Li Honglian turned to Long Booping and said, "See you tomorrow, Uncle Long tomorrow." Long Booping watched as Li Honglian departed, lost in thought. What should we train on tomorrow? Endurance, perhaps? Li Honglian, after waiting for the staff to load the items onto the ship, chose not to return to her quarters with them, but rather decided to explore the spacecraft on her own. She accessed the terminal, located the ship's software, and downloaded a map of the vessel. Once the download was complete, Li Honglian displayed the map in a holographic projection. Overall, the Titanic-class spacecraft resembled a circular ring, or more accurately, a diamond ring. Passengers generally resided along the circumference of the ring, while the inner circle was not empty. A significant portion was designated for cultivation and aquaculture, producing fruits, vegetables, and livestock to sustain both the crew and passengers. Before long, Li Honglian arrived at the production area, where an ecological dome simulated the day-night cycle of a planet, in the cultivation fields. Wheat grew at a visibly rapid pace, completing the entire process from sowing to harvesting. Upon reaching the aquaculture area, she witnessed a group of star beasts engaged in combat, which served as live ingredients for the first-class passengers. Other sections of the area were utilized as storage for goods and other items. With a tap on the holographic map, the projection zoomed in, highlighting her location with a red that moved in tandem with her. After leaving the production and aquaculture zone, Li Honglian followed the map's guidance to a promenade. This area resembled a corridor transformed into a marketplace, with stalls lining both sides, rented out to the families of the crew members or financially constrained passengers, who operated them independently. Here, Li Honglian encountered numerous exotic delicacies from various planets and an array of souvenirs. One dish particularly captivated her senses. "It smells delightful." "What is it made from?" she inquired, as the enticing aroma made her stomach rumble. She paused at a stall, pointing at a soy sauce-colored fish with lobster claws, and asked the vendor. The vendor, a charming young woman with glasses and clad in black stockings, immediately seized the opportunity and replied, "This is gala fish, a specialty from my home planet, Gala. When grilled, it only requires a sprinkle of salt and a dash of vinegar to enhance its exquisite flavor. Would you like to try a piece?" Handsome, dazzled by the vendor's allure, Li Honglian promptly used her terminal to make the payment. Thus, she strolled and savored her food until she reached the end of the promenade. Feeling her stomach, now pleasantly full, she decided it was time to return to her room. Half an hour later, in the VIP area, Suite 818, Li Honglian utilized facial recognition to enter. The entrance led into a spacious living room. Adjacent to a fully equipped kitchen, the air was infused with the scent of cedarwood, derived from genetically modified plants cultivated from the remnants of the Alpha Centauri asteroid. There were also 2 bedrooms, each featuring a private bathroom. Not bad, indeed. She could enjoy a 2-bedroom suite with a living area and 2 bathrooms. Chapter 015. Training the next day at 6 o'clock, Long Booping took Li Honglian to a training facility. The area was the size of a basketball court, equipped with a rack filled with weapons fabricated using the ship's printing technology, swords, shields, hammers, and various styles, all designed according to the specifications of interstellar warriors. matching the size and weight of the weapons they wielded. However, these replicas lacked the functionality of the original weapons. For instance, the high-frequency spatial cleaver, commonly used by interstellar warriors, was devoid of its original power to tear through space and existed only in form. The weapons on the rack were crafted to fit the 4-meter stature of interstellar warriors, clearly unsuitable for Li Honglian. She exchanged a skeptical glance with Long Booping, questioning his seriousness. Long Booping removed his shirt, revealing a sculpted, magnificent physique. Li Honglian gazed at his massive, defined pectorals, struggling to discern where his neck began amidst the broad trapezius muscles. His arms, reminiscent of iron, and shoulders, akin to a tiger's head, formed a flawless structure. The chiseled abdominal muscles were partially obscured by some fat, yet radiated immense core strength. Li Honglian's thoughts echoed. I want to be that strong. Only such strength defines a true man. She was acutely aware that such perfect muscles were unattainable through mere protein powder and hormone injections in her past life. Long Booping picked up a cleaver and effortlessly sliced through the air, producing a beautiful arc of light, before glancing at the mesmerized Li Honglian and stating, "Yesterday, upon our first meeting, your gaze darted to my neck thrice and my head 5 times, indicating your acquaintance with combat and interstellar warriors." Embarrassed, Li Honglian opened her mouth to explain, but Long Booping continued, "Yet your understanding of interstellar warriors is still too superficial." He swung the cleaver downwards, halting at mere inches from her nose, causing Li Honglian to feel as though her body had been cleaved in 2.D. Oh, you think an interstellar warrior's rapid recovery can swiftly mend a heart? Do you believe that severing the neck or shooting the head can kill an interstellar warrior? Your assumption is both right and wrong. If it were you, armed with a powerful kinetic or energy gun, you could indeed attempt such attacks. But do you think a warrior accustomed to the battlefield is a fool? Before you even approach with your weapon, an interstellar warrior has already calculated 1,000 ways to end your life using their senses. Nose, eyes, brain. After speaking, Long Booping sheathed the cleaver beside him. "Come on, show me the combat techniques you've practiced." Li Honglian remained silent, stepping forward, closing her eyes, and exhaling a deep breath. Yes, her eyes opened. They glimmered like the edges of a sword. Soon, the arena was filled with the sounds of fists and feet colliding, as she demonstrated the Tiger Crane double form martial arts and a hammer fist technique she had practiced in my 2024 battle armor within the realm of the Sea Beast's Great Mirror. These two combat styles are quite impressive. They likely originate from the same master. The former, when in motion, engages all the muscles of the body, achieving a strengthening effect, and should be complemented with a special nutrient solution. Otherwise, relying solely on one's own nutrition for training will lead to a frail physique. Moreover, once you complete your transformation, this body refinement technique will greatly assist you in acclimating to your new physique. Long Booping analyzed the characteristics of Li Honglian's martial arts with remarkable clarity, demonstrating the expertise he had honed over millennia as an interstellar warrior. Today, I will teach you techniques that are entirely different from what you practiced. I have battled across civilizations and faced various cosmic beasts. Among the most repulsive are the creatures of the dark universe and the fallen, compared to the monsters of the real universe. Dark universe creatures, despite their grotesque appearances, share a crucial distinction. They possess no weaknesses, no fatal vulnerabilities that in the real universe. We can annihilate them with large energy weapons, preventing their terrifying regenerative abilities from manifesting. However, in the dark universe, these monsters can harness the powers of their father god to suppress our technological weapons, even endowing them with monstrous traits that turn our own weapons against us. What, then, should we do? How can we slay them in the dark universe? Long Booping pondered aloud. It is intelligence. Our intelligence. He pointed to Li Honglian's head. Most dark universe creatures lack intelligence compared to the fallen. If we encounter these monsters, we can use our wisdom and teamwork, employing our spiritual weapons to tear them apart, rendering them incapable of battle, and then melting them with energy or plasma weapons that require charging. Having imparted this knowledge, Long Booping presented the cleaver to Li Honglian. Spiritual weapons are a gift from civilization, allowing us to harness dark energy and slay the creatures of the dark universe, crafted from a special silver alloy. These weapons embody both technological strength and the capacity to contain spirit, Infusing spirit into these weapons empowers us to vanquish monsters in the dark universe. Li Honglian gazed at Long Booping, posing a question: what if we encounter the father god of the dark universe in the real universe? That remains a mystery our scientists have yet to decipher regarding why they do not venture into our realm. If you're interested, perhaps you could investigate it yourself in the future. Long Booping interjected, interrupting Li Honglian's train of thought. Now, I will teach you the usage of various interstellar warrior weapons as well as your combat techniques. No, of course not. My techniques are suited only for me and would limit your potential. That I can see your potential far exceeds mine. What is it? It's taking a beating. Long Booping selected a box from a heap of formidable weapons, opening it to reveal miniaturized versions of various interstellar warrior weapons. Come on, choose one that you like. Li Honglian approached the box and directly seized a miniature guandao identical to the one wielded by Long Booping. Firstly, for him, this very blade was the same as that used by the valiant Guan Yu, a figure of unparalleled loyalty and righteousness from his past life, and he cherished the romance of the Three Kingdoms deeply, as the guandao evoked a profound sense of historical revival. Secondly, the guandao was a favored choice among many space marines, as he had often observed heroic figures clutching it in the extensive materials he had perused. Lastly, selecting the weapon under the guidance of the retired space marine before him was undoubtedly a prudent decision. Chapter 016. Training 2. Li Honglian gripped the guandao with both hands and charged at the immobile Long Booping. With a clang, Long Booping struck Li Honglian's hand with the guandao, sending it flying from his grasp due to the pain. And a final blow, he delivered a sharp strike to Li Honglian's handsome face, propelling him backward. Firstly, before initiating an attack, one must refrain from shouting, as this reveals one's intentions. The adversary is not a fool and will not engage in idle banter before confrontation. Secondly, when armed with no other weapon, one should never discard their sole weapon, for this would render them as vulnerable as a fish on the chopping block, ripe for slaughter. Lastly, one must engage their intellect. The principles of offensive and defensive strategies are elementary. Whether commanding a fleet or engaging in solitary combat, the integration of offense and defense is the simplest and most effective tactic. Do not expose your objectives prematurely. Li Honglian silently retrieved the guandao. In this setting, martial skills could not be adequately demonstrated. The disparity was simply too great. Come on, what are you waiting for? Are you trying to kill me with your gaze? Long Booping felt a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of his days training recruits in the fleet. With a resounding clash, he reiterated, do not make a sound. Do not reveal your objectives. Once more, after a morning filled with weapon training, Li Honglian, now sporting a bruised visage, placed the guandao on the rack. Behind him, Long Booping deftly tossed the blade into the rack. The afternoon would see the continuation of the training here. I shall provide you with supplementary lessons on fleet command, introducing you to various classes of warships and the myriad tactics of cosmic warfare. You remain far too ignorant. In the midday, Li Honglian utilized nutritional fluids and various martial arts elixirs to rapidly recuperate from his injuries, ensuring that his body would not hinder him in the afternoon, for he was quite eager to learn about the intricacies of cosmic warfare. In the bathroom, after cleansing himself, he diligently consumed his medications and applied the necessary salves, hissing as he inhaled the refreshing armor.The in the afternoon. At the training grounds, Long Booping employed holographic projections to conduct his lecture. Various models of warships shifted with his gestures. The Golden Sheshua Legion, of which I served, excels in the integration of offense and defense, luring the enemy into traps and executing flanking maneuvers. I was once the commander of this medium-class warship, the Broken Army, that a vessel resembling a wolf's head materialized in the holographic display. Long Booping animatedly conveyed his experiences of war, intertwining them with the holographic imagery, imparting knowledge to Li Honglian in an engaging manner. He elucidated the fundamentals of special operations, such as teleportation assaults and surface transfers, progressing from individual combat to squad tactics, and from small fleet commands to planetary mothership strategies. He meticulously analyzed various instances of the Golden Sheshua Legion's engagements against the fallen and monstrous entities in the shadowy expanse of the cosmos. This allowed Li Honglian to swiftly grasp the tactical philosophies of the Golden Xieshue, including the understanding of offense and defense integration and flanking maneuvers, unlike other space marines who favored direct confrontations. The Golden Xieshue operated much like a pack of wolves, collaborating under the leadership of an elder wolf king. They would lure the enemy into their fold, encircle and annihilate them, disrupt formations, and strike down foes individually. Utilizing their swifter vessels and agile jet motorcycles to outmaneuver their adversaries was their preferred strategy. Their tactical core revolved around the amalgamation of deception and speed. Time passed swiftly, and Li Honglian had been aboard the ship for over a year. He felt fortunate to have met Long Booping, a knowledgeable elder, during this tedious and lengthy voyage. Over this year, Li Honglian had mastered various weapons available to space marines, learned the tactics of the Golden Xieshue Legion, and gleaned mathematical insights from Long Booping, with the most intriguing being the mathematical models predicting the resurgence of darkness upon human civilization. According to Long Booping, such models were the work of a madman from the Academy of Numbers, predicting that humanity was on the brink of a return to a dark age, one devoid of a sovereign. Could it be that those with infinite lifespans would meet their end? Were the researchers of the Academy truly mad? These questions remained unvoiced by Li Honglian. Long Booping had also spoken of the darkness lurking beneath the splendor of civilization, such as the rigid class structures and the severe oppression faced by the populace, where power and wealth were monopolized by a select few, leaving the pioneers to trample the pursuers, indulging in the bounty alone. This was something Li Honglian had begun to grasp during his time in Kepler, as he himself was part of the privileged elite, yet he had not anticipated that civilization as a whole was afflicted by such issues. The problems that even great figures had failed to resolve in his previous life were now manifesting in this interstellar realm. Simply because human civilization was vast, having endured for over 50,000 years. At the docking area of the Titanic, Li Honglian bid farewell to Long Booping as he reached his destination. Farewell, Uncle Long. Farewell, you rascal. You are but a body away from becoming a space marine that I hope that by the next time we meet, you have achieved that. With that, Long Booping boarded his private spacecraft. The two shared no overly sentimental farewells. Li Honglian returned to the training area, commencing his solitary practice. That evening, back in his quarters, he retrieved the martial arts compendium and immersed himself in it, allowing two figures to materialize within the chaotic realm. By recording an individual's physical data and combat characteristics, he could replicate them in the compendium, providing himself with a training partner. This was a new application he had developed after a recent breakthrough in his martial arts visualization. Come on, Uncle Long. Let me experience the might of your iron pot-sized fists. Clang. Li Honglian wiped away the non-existent blood from his nose and charged forward once more. The familiar tale unfolded anew. After some time had passed, in the afternoon, while fishing in a pond aboard the spacecraft, Li Honglian glanced at the messages streaming in through the terminal. Esteemed guest, we are nearing your destination in the Inhu star system. We shall arrive at the port of XXX in 3 civil days, where we will rest and adjust for 90 civil days. The crew of the Titanic reminds you. Finally, we have arrived. Let me see what this Inhu star has in store. Li Honglian stretched, indulging in a languorous yawn unseen in children, then returned to his quarters to pack his belongings in the familiar docking area. He instructed the service personnel, whom he had paid for, to load the newly acquired supplies onto the Honglian. The provisions he had brought from the spacecraft were nearly depleted. Once others had vacated the docking bay and the sealed doors descended, Li Honglian boarded the freshly serviced Honglian and settled in. Taking precautionary measures, he opened the hatch at the front of the ship. Enwa. Let us set forth. Destination, Inhu star. Understood, master. The Honglian shot forth like a meteor, vanishing from sight. Chapter 017. Inhu star at the Inhu star orbital spaceport. The Honglian rushed down and landed smoothly in the docking area of the spaceport. As the spacecraft doors opened, Li Honglian, clad in a spacesuit, dismounted his newly acquired jet motorcycle. After 3 days, he had finally traversed from the periphery of the Inhu star system to Inhu star itself. According to the data, the Inhu star system contained a singular sun and 32 planets. Within this system, there were 3 planets suitable for human habitation. Initially classified as merely moderately suitable, or Class D, These planets had undergone transformation through the super technology of human civilization, the planet optimization device. Alongside the continuous introduction of various species from other planets, resulting in one Class B life planet and two Class C life planets. These three planets, ranked by their proximity to the Sun, were the Class C planet Inhu Star 2, the Class B planet Inhu Star I, and the Class C planet Inhu Star 3. Each of these planets served as a breeding ground for space marines. Following the terminal's map navigation, he sped towards the location of the marketplace. He had two primary objectives here. The first was to establish communications by connecting to the local fixed star network, enabling him to contact his mother and friends back home. The second was to procure supplies, including essential living materials, medicinal herbs, and nutritional fluids to sustain his lifestyle and training. Swiftly, both tasks were completed, and upon returning to the Honglian, he perused the numerous messages from friends scattered among the stars, sending his recorded videos and photos along with them. He then called his mother to recount his 2-year journey, sending her additional messages after hanging up, followed by individual calls to several friends, ultimately culminating in a group video conference. Finally, he sent a few messages to his mentor and friend, Uncle Long, after attending to these matters. Li Honglian settled in the cockpit, awaiting the arrival of the port's marketplace staff to deliver his goods. As he pondered, a faint tune seemed to resonate from the void. Master, the news station at the spaceport has interrupted its regular programming to deliver a report. Would you like to watch? Li Honglian nodded in agreement, and activated the display, broadcasting the live news that a red-painted jet motorcycle weaved through the crowded port, pursued closely by 2 police vehicles with flashing lights. The broadcast depicted an aerial view, captured from an unknown source in the scene. A crimson jet motorcycle weaves in an S-shaped maneuver, deftly evading 3 spacecraft while accelerating forward. The 2 police hovercraft trailing behind can only reduce their speed, watching as the red jet motorcycle accelerates away from them. Fortunately, 2 patrolling police hovercraft are conducting random inspections nearby. Upon witnessing this, they abandon their current inspection of spacecraft and swiftly board their vehicles to pursue the red jet motorcycle. The 2 police hovercraft flank the motorcycle, trapping it in the middle. However, the red jet motorcycle skillfully utilizes a nearby spacecraft to evade the police's encirclement, veering off in another direction. The live broadcast camera pivots accordingly, capturing the red jet motorcycle's silhouette. A few minutes later, the camera zooms in. The previously enlarged motorcycle diminishes in size on the screen, focusing on the direction in which it is heading. Li Honglian gazes at the close-up of the Honglian motorcycle, questioning, is it coming for me? It seems my younger brother has inherited the troublesome allure of a time traveler. He hurriedly rushes to a nearby window. Peering through the specialized glass, by chance, Li Honglian spots the red jet motorcycle that on it are 2 individuals, a man and a woman. The man, clad in a standard space suit, is intently piloting the motorcycle, while the woman, dressed in a form-fitting space suit that accentuates her graceful figure, has her hair tied in a high ponytail, cascading from the back of her specialized helmet. She wraps her arms around the man, resting her face against his back, gazing sideways at that moment. Li Honglian locks eyes with the woman, and time seems to freeze. It truly comes to a standstill, the very fabric of space seemingly pausing as well. Li Honglian senses the root gate within his consciousness stirring with anticipation. Upon his consent, it instantaneously teleports to the back of the woman's head atop the motorcycle. Simultaneously, a piece of information is transmitted from the root gate. Dark energy artifact, spatial spider silk. Type, spider silk. White, resilient. Origin, a woman was bitten by a dark cosmic spider, leading to her mutation. Nourished by dark cosmic energy, the silk produced within her body underwent a miraculous transformation. Function, emits spatial spider silk from the wrist. The silk is exceptionally resilient, capable of adhering to physical objects and even to space itself, allowing one to swing through the void. Note, using it comes at a cost. Note, excessive use of the silk may result in transformation into a spider. Would you like to replicate? Yes, no. There's no option for direct absorption. Perhaps the artifact's chosen master is unscathed? Never mind, replication it is. Upon receiving consent, the root gate promptly ingests the silk from the woman's wrist. Moments later, it expels a beam of white light back on her wrist. Returning to Li Honglian's consciousness, space and time revert to their normal state. Li Honglian observes the live broadcast as the duo deftly navigates through a belt of asteroids, eluding the pursuing police, ultimately vanishing from a screen. Examining the spatial spider silk, he finds it merely a small white orb, within which strands of white silk undulate gently. Its appearance is rather unremarkable, and given its side effects, he decides to store it within the root gate. Now, it is time to report to the surface of Inhu Star. With only 2 days until September 9th on Inhu Star, he must act swiftly. A private spacecraft gracefully overcomes the planet's gravitational pull and lands smoothly. Inhu Star resembles Kepler's star, featuring a singular continent. However, unlike Kepler, Inhu Star boasts numerous small islands, e.g. the surface port of Hongnyo Island, which along with Penglai Island and Fongxian Island, forms the 3 largest islands on Inhu Star, each island being of comparable size. Hongnyo Island hosts the largest surface port on Inhu Star, spanning an area of 2.11 million square kilometers. Li Honglian parks the jet motorcycle in front of the interstellar warrior hatchling reporting hall, gazing at the imposing structure of the hall. Before the hall lies an expansive plaza adorned with 108 pillars, each representing one of the 108 interstellar warrior legions, their respective emblems intricately carved upon them. For instance, the pillar before him, symbolizing the golden Sheshua legion, is adorned with the emblems of the white wolf and the golden eagle. As he approaches the entrance of the Hall of Hatchlings, he notices 2 towering figures standing sentinel at the entrance. These 2 armored interstellar warriors, seemingly motionless, leave him uncertain whether they are real models or perhaps advanced automatons. Entering the hall, Li Honglian joins a lengthy queue. "Where are you from, buddy?" One voice inquires. "I'm from Oberon Star." "What about you?" "I can tell you're from Oberon, that I'm from a neighboring star system." Said he longed at my uncle's wife is from Oberon, and our styles are somewhat alike. Ah, what a coincidence. Half a fellow townsman. As Li Honglian listens to the conversations in line, memories of the previous night's news broadcast about Inhu Star come flooding back. The report indicated that this year, Inhu Star expects to welcome 5 million interstellar warrior hatchlings, all arriving from various life planets within the expansive White Tiger star system. Another segment celebrated the successful cultivation of 500 interstellar warriors this year, a cohort that had arrived a decade prior. Although the news did not specify the number of hatchlings at that time, based on his own arrival, it would be reasonable to estimate around 5 million. With that in mind, the ratio of 500 warriors to 5 million hatchlings results in a staggering elimination rate of 1 in 10,000. It is crucial to understand that the qualification for these 5 million were earned through rigorous tests or battles, not granted freely. Another pressing question lingers. What became of the remaining 499,950 individuals? Did they perish during the transformation process, or did they withdraw midway? As the queue gradually shortens, it soon becomes Li Honglian's turn. Observing the end of the line, he notes that each queue culminates at a table manned by different personnel. To his left is a holographic projection, while to his right features an old-fashioned monitor. His own line is attended by a robot positioned at the table's end. "Greetings, please present your identification." Li Honglian displays his personal terminal before the robot. Beep. Human civilization citizen identification name. Li Honglian age. Approximately 10 years place of birth. Human civilization. Divine Beast Star System, White Tiger Star System, Kepler Star System, Class C Life Planet, Kepler Star Qualification, nominated by the Governor of Kepler Planet. Verification complete. Very well, tomorrow at 10 a.m., the Inhu Star Interstellar Warrior Training Center will conduct a placement examination through your terminal. Please ensure your network remains stable. If you miss it, there will be another opportunity at 5 p.m. Next. After hearing the robot's instructions, Li Honglian pockets his terminal and exits. That was swift. I wonder what the placement examination will entail. Just as he reaches the door, a voice calls out beside him. "Hello, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Dongdong." Hailing from the Black Tiger Star System at Li Honglian turns to find a boy of similar height, but quite slender, wearing glasses, extending a hand towards him. Black Tiger Star? Li Honglian muses, recalling its location adjacent to Inhu Star, famous for its once abundant black-hearted mines, now depleted. Currently, it serves as a recreational star system for interstellar warrior hatchlings. Thus, Zhang Dongdong could be considered a sort of local. However, Instead of sharing his information, he inquires, "Why do you wish to get to know me?" Zhang Dong Dong, sensing a strong aura reminiscent of a leader emanating from Li Honglian, responds, "I perceive a quality in you akin to a friend of mine, a strong presence, or more accurately, a leadership aura. Why childhood experiences taught me that survival hinges on following the strong. Hence, I wish to make your acquaintance." Me, a leader, Li Honglian finds this assertion perplexing yet intriguing. Could it be due to his mother's position as a planetary governor, or perhaps his martial arts training, or possibly a result of the trials endured at the hands of Long Booping, which forged a leader's temperament? The answer seems to lie with the artifact, the sea beast Great Mirror. After considering various possibilities, he attributes this newfound quality to the mirror's ability to enhance beauty, from which he has absorbed some essence and traits. Surely, a leadership aura qualifies as a trait. As for Zhang Dongdong's final remark, he shows no interest in delving into another's childhood, returning to the present. Li Honglian replies, "Thank you for the compliment. I am Li Honglian." "Hello, Liga. I've been here on Hongnyo Island for over half a year, so I know it like the back of my hand. Would you like me to show you around?" Li Honglian declines, not wishing to wander with a stranger, and politely states, "No, I have matters to attend to. Perhaps another time." He then turns and departs from the Hall of Hatchlings. After bidding farewell to Zhang Dongdong, Li Honglian first rode her jet motorcycle back to the Honglian ship to retrieve some belongings, and then she checked into a hotel. She began her martial arts training, visualizing the martial arts imagery he had selected for her. Chaos. This chaos was not an image of a mythical beast, but rather a special visualization of energy. Its overarching principle is as follows. In ancient times, sages governed through the principles of yin and yang. That which is form arises from the formless. Thus, how can the universe come into existence? Therefore, it is said, there's the great easy, the great beginning, the great initiation, and the great purity. Hence, it is called the easy. The easy is formless and mutable, transforming from 1 to 7, and then from 7 to 9. The 9 transformations represent the ultimate, which then returns to 1. The imagery depicted is that of a singular point transforming into various ferocious beasts. Why visualizing this chaos image? One can imbue their spirit with boundless attributes and ultimately attain the martial arts' divine ability, infinite transformations. Infinite transformations enables one to refine the essence of various ferocious beasts. Upon its manifestation, the practitioner transforms into a ferocious beast, wielding its myriad powers. The intent is clear. While perusing the records of human civilization, particularly the book titled Encyclopedia of Cosmic Beasts, he encountered a description of a certain creature. Image: dragon, antlers of a deer, the head of a camel, the eyes of a rabbit, the neck of a snake, the belly of a clam, scales of a fish, claws of an eagle, paws of a tiger, ears of an ox. Abilities: summoning winds and rain, riding clouds and mist, endless transformations. Direct. He yearned to hunt a dragon, and then utilize the martial arts' divine ability of infinite transformations to refine the dragon's essence. He wished to experience firsthand what it felt like to transform into a creature that existed in myth in his past life, yet truly exists in this life. Under the tutelage of Long Booping, he had grasped profound knowledge as an interstellar warrior and was no longer the naive individual he once was. He now believed that martial arts' divine abilities and interstellar warrior powers could coexist harmoniously. With no hesitation, he commenced his training, first practicing the tiger crane dual form to strengthen his physique. Then he consumed medicinal herbs and applied them, lying flat on the ground, one hand on his chest and the other beneath his backside. He directed his consciousness to outline small points according to the chaos image, transforming into ferocious beasts. Chapter 19. The examination of the following morning at 9 o'clock, Li Honglian awoke, having meditated until inspiration had eluded her, and she fell asleep. Now, she felt rejuvenated, her spirit having grown stronger. She accessed the hotel software on her terminal, ordered some food, and prepared for the class placement exam scheduled for 10 o'clock. At precisely 10 o'clock, the terminal chimed. Interstellar Warrior Rookie Eagle Training Center Class Placement Exam. Would you like to proceed? Yes, at a 10-minute countdown commenced. Question 1. Briefly summarize your view of human civilization. Question 2. 2,000 years ago, human civilization waged an extermination war, a righteous battle against the Foot Basin civilization. What is your perspective on the righteousness of this war? Question 3. If you were a combatant in a righteous war against the Foot Basin civilization, how would you act in the face of the elderly, weak, ill, and disabled? Question 4. What is your ideal? Question 5. While besieging the life planet of an opposing civilization, your mothership is attacked by another opposing civilization's warship. How would you respond? Question 6. Your fleet encounters an opposing civilization's fleet of equal strength in the cosmos. How would you defeat them? Question 7. If your interstellar warrior team conducted a special jump operation against the enemy and your teammates became incapacitated while securing essential documents, would you abandon them or assist them in retreating? Question 20. Would you sacrifice your ideals for civilization? Li Honglian initially skimmed through all the questions before beginning to answer. Question 1. A peaceful, beautiful, strong, and compassionate civilization, possessing a long history and vast territory, without any flaws. Question 4. No ideals. Question 7. Leave weapons for my teammates and depart with the documents. Question 20. Without hesitation, she submitted her responses, stretched, shook her head, and relaxed her tense body. Perhaps due to habits from her past life, she always felt anxious during examinations. Now, all she could do was wait for the results. This exam was merely for class placement and would not eliminate any participants. In the evening, as the sun of the Inhu star set, the crimson clouds and sea cast a warm light into her room, illuminating Li Honglian, who was practicing martial arts, exhaling a breath of stale air. She opened her terminal to check for messages. Inhu Star Interstellar Warrior Rookie Center notification. You have been assigned to the East Mountain Training Camp in the Eastern District of the continent. Your training ID, 101980045. Your supervising instructor, Yang Shoyu, squad leader. Terminal communication code, YChex 150XXXXXXX123. Please arrive at the East Mountain Training Camp within 2 Inhu days. For further arrangements, please contact your supervising instructor. Based on the information about her supervising instructor in the notification, Li Honglian added him to her terminal. Soon, she was added as a star friend by the supervising instructor, Yang Shoyu, observing the adventurous nickname of the star. She noted that the avatar was clearly a bald-headed image resembling her Uncle Long Booping. What else with that bald head you share with my Uncle Long Booping? No one ever told me interstellar warriors were bald. Before she could dwell on her thoughts, she was pulled into a group chat by her supervising instructor, Yang Shoyu. The group had 666 members, all of whom were muted, with only a single notification from the supervising instructor displayed. Once everyone is present, I will send further instructions. Then came a series of notifications indicating the rapid increase in group members. By the time Li Honglian finished her dinner, the group had swelled to 1,001 members. She opened the chat again to find several group notifications, still in a muted state. First, gather at the East Mountain Training Base entrance 2 days from now, if I do not see you in person. Regardless of whether your father is a general or a governor, you will be eliminated. Second, you are fortunate to have me personally leading you. You are far luckier than the other 9 training camps, which are overseen by my assistants. Third, you are unfortunate. The training camp I lead typically has the highest mortality rate. 2 days later, at the East Mountain Training Base entrance. The East Mountain Training Base is situated at the highest elevation of the East Mountain in the Inhu Star Continental region. With an altitude of 8,808 meters, the base itself is over 3,000 meters high. The temperature here year-round hovers between -50 degrees and 0 degrees. Like this moment, the temperature was -3 degrees. Upon arriving in the Eastern District the previous day, Li Honglian received a notification from the East Mountain Training Base, instructing her to park her transportation at the camp at the foot of the mountain and proceed on foot to the training camp, located midway up the mountain. At that moment, she realized the elimination process had commenced. Even before witnessing the training camp, the eliminations had begun, with nothing but food, water, and a survival kit provided by the camp at the foot of the mountain. She embarked on her ascent. There were no established paths, and she had to rely on her instincts to navigate. Along the way, she heard the roars of wild beasts and occasionally encountered other fledglings. However, she refrained from greeting them, knowing that many would soon be eliminated, rendering any connection unnecessary. Upon reaching the vacant area before the imposing, tightly shut gates of the training camp, she realized she was the first to arrive. a testament to her 2 years of relentless martial arts training, clearly surpassing others. Li Honglian tossed her backpack at the towering gates. Observing the signal flares intermittently fired from the forest, it seemed many had chosen to abandon their efforts. She wondered how many of the 1,000, including herself, would make it here without being eliminated one by one. The crowd trickled in, those exhausted no longer inclined to converse. They found random spots to sit, some gasping for oxygen, while others rested, with several shivering from the cold after halting their movements. After a brief interval, the gates of the training camp swung open that a figure clad in military attire stepped out. Listen up, the time is now. You have passed the first test. Those who did not arrive on time have been eliminated. Li Honglian watched as a chubby boy, just about to step on a level ground, glanced at his terminal and dropped to the ground in tears, clearly having missed the deadline and been eliminated. Next, you may enter the training camp. Cheers erupted in various dialects. You, and you. Everyone listened closely. Form a line behind these 5 individuals. The man in military attire pointed at 5 taller boys, including Li Honglian. Follow me. Without even retrieving her bag, Li Honglian hastily pursued, uncertain whether this was yet another test. Along the way, she observed various training facilities, with several individuals already clad in matching black training uniforms. The words East Mountain Training Camp, Battalion 3 embroidered on their chests. These were likely the individuals assigned to her by her supervising instructor. Yang Xiuyu, from other training camps. After turning a few corners, they arrived at a training ground that on a high platform facing east stood a 4-meter-tall giant. As they approached, Li Honglian recognized the face matching that of her supervising instructor. Yang Xiuyu, Chapter 20. 10 years once everyone had assembled, Yang Xiuyu commanded, "Stand at attention." Surveying the still sparse line, he leaped down from the platform, seized a lively individual, and tossed him in front of the crowd. You 2 have been eliminated. Yang Xiuyu disregarded the 2 individuals' expressions of shock and turned to address the silent, standing line of recruits. Excellent. You have performed admirably that a total of 755 individuals have successfully passed the first trial. Now, 2 have fallen, leaving you with 753. Among you, 1 may emerge as a future interstellar warrior, and I shall be profoundly grateful for that. His voice resonated powerfully as he paced, continuing, from now on, every morning, you shall engage in the theoretical study of civilized fleets and weaponry within the classroom. You will learn how to confront the monstrous entities of the dark cosmos and the fallen. Depending on your comprehension, we shall also incorporate specialized operations, squad command and coordination, tactics for 100-man engagements, and strategies for commanding fleets, among other theoretical knowledge. In the afternoons, you will hone your personal combat skills, explore the functions of various weapons, and master the application of interstellar warrior armor. For now, that is all I shall impart. Yang Xiuyu paused before addressing a man in army attire who had escorted the group. Xiao Lu, please take them to receive their uniforms and assign their dormitories. Understood, Commander, came the reply at noon. On the second floor of the training base's cafeteria, Li Honglian and 9 others from his dormitory gathered for a meal. To be frank, the food was rather mediocre. After squeezing a pack of nutritional gel into his mouth, Li Honglian patted his black training suit, drawing the attention of his boastful companions. All right, brothers, eat quickly. We have only 20 minutes before the combat theory class begins. Indeed. Hasten your meals, comrades. We wouldn't want to be eliminated for tardiness, they echoed. The lecture hall was particularly spacious, with seating arranged in a fan shape opposite the podium, accommodating 1,000 seats, although regrettably not all were filled. As a man clad in army uniform entered, the previously chaotic hall fell silent. With a mane of thick hair, sharp eyes, and a posture as straight as an arrow, he looked quite dashing in his uniform. Lu Hai stood at the podium, observing over 700 eager faces fixated upon him. This marked his inaugural lecture on combat theory, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. Transitioning from the ranks of the human civilization army to instructing these future interstellar warriors was oddly exhilarating. Yet he couldn't help but sigh internally for the daunting elimination rate these young recruits faced. Clearing his throat, Lu Hai tested the microphone. Greetings, I am Lu Hai, your instructor for combat theory. He continued, let us commence our first lesson. What is combat? Combat is warfare. It is the struggle between 2 individuals in conflict, resulting in a fight, Li Honglian occupied a seat in the front row. Activating a recording application on his terminal to document the lecturer's teachings, observing his classmates, Lu Hai noted that while some were attentively recording his words, others seemed on the verge of slumber. Reflecting on his own school days, he remembered feeling similarly during tedious theoretical lectures. Thus, he shifted his approach. Now, let us proceed to Training Ground 3, where we shall substitute theory with practical combat. That a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the audience. 6 months later, within the familiar confines of a lecture hall, the same group of students remained, though a few were noticeably absent. Some had fallen during the monthly challenge atop Dongshan Peak, while others succumbed to the effects of specialized agents provided by the base. The instructor had changed multiple times. Li Honglian observed the current instructor of the ideological class, feeling that he possessed considerable expertise and charisma. Recently, the human civilization had lifted travel visa restrictions for the Shizi civilization, prompting an influx of their Bangrun tourists to the magical star. Are you aware of the comments on the related videos? Li Honglian inquired, multitasking on his terminal to research Shizi civilization while perusing the comment section. The Shizi civilization had historical ties to humanity, having served as subordinates over 30,000 years ago. Their sapient beings were carbon-silicon life forms, resembling humans, but with larger heads and disproportionately large eyes. They possessed slender limbs and 3 fingers. The relationship between the human and Shizi civilizations had evolved, particularly after encounters with the Zhuri civilization, leading to intermittent conflicts and divisions within Shizi society. Now, portions of their populace had aligned with the Zhuri civilization, a move that had prompted humanity to relax certain restrictions on those factions. The videos showcased affluent youth from the magical star deliberately driving their extravagant vehicles past the Shizi. The instructor on stage had begun to engage in self-dialogue, and some individuals in the audience were commenting, referring to themselves as Launu. With a sudden thud, the lecturer slammed his lecture notes onto the desk. Li Honglian looked up to see the instructor's complexion pale with anger. "You wretched fools! I hope none among you are such morons. If I discover anyone of that ilk, you may as well depart. Such individuals are destined to perish during the transformation process. I teach sociology of equality, a subject unfit for sycophants. You believe you are humiliating yourselves. You are, in fact, dishonoring the martyrs who sacrificed their lives in the pursuit of a great civilization." Li Honglian was not surprised by the lecturer's fury. He had previously shared details about his family background. His father, a soldier of civilization, had perished in battle, and the instructor held great admiration for him. Furthermore, the course he taught celebrated the principles of equality, a stark contrast to the current inequalities in human civilization, which likely fueled his indignation. "Let us go. It is time for lunch." Li Honglian looked up to see Yang Wei, a close dorm mate. "Speaking, indeed, this world is quite intriguing. We have just concluded hostilities with the Zhuri civilization, and I hear they are on the verge of conflict with the berry lizard civilization." "Ah, Li, your information is lacking. It is merely a minor skirmish, and both sides are exhibiting restraint, but a throng of individuals made their way to the cafeteria, leaving the sun to contend with the frigid climate. After hastily finishing their meals, Li Honglian and a few others discussed plans before swiftly heading towards the camp at the foot of the mountain. His purchased items had arrived, and with no classes scheduled for the afternoon, he intended to attend to them. His robust physique adeptly maneuvered the glider as he executed various aerial maneuvers, a skill he had mastered over the past 6 months. Soon, he arrived at the camp. Stowing away his glider and greeting the camp administrator, Lao Zhang, before moving his belongings to the rented storage unit to begin sorting through them. These were primarily medicinal herbs, and he now handled them with remarkable ease. Chapter 021. 10 years later. 10 years later, within the transformation nest of Dongshan Training Base, Li Honglian exchanged nods with the 2 others who had persevered to the final step, the 3 of them. Their heads gleaming bald, reclined in the prepared cultivation pods. Confucian scholar Wen Daoyi approached Li Honglian, inquiring, "Child, are you certain you wish to retain your male appendage? It may become a burden in the future." "Yes, sir, I wish to keep it. I have yet to make use of it." When Daoyi shook his head, expressing skepticism about the merits of such physical desires, especially considering the transformed physique might not align with that of a typical woman. He turned to the central space, lightly tapping his terminal device, while mechanical appendages sealed the glass doors of the 3 cultivation pods. A mechanical eye, glowing red from his right socket, scanned through the data of the 3 fledgling warriors once more. The Confucian tradition, a remarkable sect, had existed since the primordial era before civilization was established, profoundly influencing the spiritual and philosophical aspects of society. Since the onset of feudal dynasties, it had served as a means for rulers to govern effectively. Becoming deeply embedded in various facets of civilization, as civilization evolved, they balanced the dual tenets of science and machinery with compassion and morality, believing the civilizational sovereign to be a living saint, taking pride in assisting the saint in ushering in an era of prosperity. When Dowie, a master of Confucian mechanics and transformation, had resided and worked on Yinhuxing for over 500 years, over 500 years old, he remained youthful. From a humble beginning as an assistant to his teacher to becoming a renowned figure in Confucianism, he had achieved this status in just 500 years. Such a distinguished Confucian had a significant standing within the civilization, capable of single-handedly assembling an entire fleet using the knowledge within his data brain and his mechanical appendages, continuously transforming interstellar warriors to fill the void on the battlefield. One individual could indeed shape the outcome of a battle. As Li Honglian lay within the cultivation pod, a white gas emitted from the pipes, swiftly inducing a state of unconsciousness that a vibrant green nutrient solution flowed from the overhead pipes, gradually enveloping him from the waist down, then up to his chest, ultimately submerging him entirely. When Dowie extended his hand from the voluminous sleeves of his red and black trimmed Confucian robe, his withered black hand emerged. It transformed into a mechanical appendage, retrieving a prepared potion in one of the boxes from the rear table. Approaching the central pod containing Li Honglian, he opened the red box adorned with golden stars, extracting 2 pea-sized objects. One resembled a sapling. This was the lifeline of existence that a crucial role will be played in the evolution of the interstellar warrior, guiding them to develop along the stable trajectory of a soldier, a lieutenant, and a general. Resembling a tome, this is the Codex of Life. The Codex will safeguard the spirit and flesh of the interstellar warrior, preventing them from succumbing to the corruption of dark energy, and will later steer their physical development in a positive direction. When Dowie recited incantations softly, suddenly a life-size codex and a lineage chart, both the size of beans, emitted a dazzling golden light, traversing through the specialized glass dome of the cultivation chamber to hover above Li Honglian's head. 4 mechanical arms rose within the chamber. 2 lifted Li Honglian, while the other 2 transformed into surgical blades, making incisions at the intersection of her brow and the brain, as well as at the base of her spine. Crimson blood oozing from the wounds. Meanwhile, when Dowie continued his incantations in a methodical manner, uttering texts incomprehensible to the ordinary ear, the Codex of Life and the lineage chart were once again summoned, merging into the wounds on Li Honglian's brow and neck. The incisions healed rapidly, and the blood mingled with the nutrient solution flowed back to the healing sites. When Dowie paused his actions, scrutinizing Li Honglian, who had completed the final 2 surgical modifications, that a serene expression graced her face, her strong heart beating steadily. Excellent. When Dowie exclaimed in admiration. His decision to modify Li Honglian first among the trio stemmed from her consistent top achievements and her robust physique. Hoping to initiate this transformation with a resounding success, when Dowie presented a row of vials he had retrieved with 1 mechanical hand. All right, let us begin with you. Another mechanical hand extracted a black vial, its contents emanating a mysterious dark glow under the light. Dragon's Heart Activation Serum. One Dowie proceeded with precision. Dazzling mechanical tendrils unfurled from beneath his scholar's robe, coalescing in mid-air, transforming into a syringe equipped with a needle at its end. 1 mechanical hand placed the black serum into the syringe's receptacle. The syringe entered through a specialized conduit of the cultivation chamber, directly affixing itself to Li Honglian's heart. The already modified heart vibrated as the serum was slowly injected, producing a sound reminiscent of a roaring engine. Dragon's Heart activated. The syringe withdrew from the cultivation chamber. Another syringe containing a red serum entered. Plato's Skin Activation Serum. Instead of injecting the serum into Li Honglian, it was gradually introduced into the nutrient solution, Upon contact with her skin, it activated instantly, turning a pitch-black hue, only to revert to a normal complexion shortly thereafter. Observing this, Wendowie injected a syringe of radiation water into the chamber. Upon contact with the radiation, Plato's skin activated, turning a coal-black color, eradicating the radiation before returning to normal. This process repeated 9 times. Plato's skin activated. Chimera's eye activation serum. After the serum was injected into Li Honglian's eyes, there was no visible change. However, Wendowie knew that Chimera's eye had been activated. This young interstellar warrior would one day utilize these eyes to discern truth from illusion, penetrating the void and traversing the cosmos. Chimera's eye activated. X-Flesh activation serum. Upon completion of the injection, Wendowie commanded the mechanical hand, now resembling a surgical blade, to glide over Li Honglian's modest chest, the deep wound formed without any blood escaping. As X-Factor particles began to gather at the incision, healing in mere seconds, leaving behind a delicate pink scar. Moments later, the scar vanished entirely, restoring Li Honglian's chest to its original state. Her muscles visibly swelled, gaining strength and resilience. Wendowie gently exhaled onto his teacup and took a sip, savoring the sensation. The X modification activated. Dragon's tendons and tiger's bones activation serum. This was a pink serum crafted by Wendowie himself. Li Honglian's entire body convulsed. With each spasm, she grew slightly taller. Her ribcage began to close, providing better protection for her internal organs. Upon activation, the original bones not only became as light as porcelain and as strong as metal, but also transformed both the internal and external hematopoietic systems. Her tendons thickened and elongated, unleashing greater strength in tandem with her muscles and bones. Dragon's tendons and tiger's bones activated. Chapter 022. Completion. Devouring digestive system activation serum. Special lung activation serum. Devouring digestive system activated. Special lung activated. The fortification of her internal organs was complete. Just one last injection, Wendowie murmured as he shook the final pink vial. Confucius brain activation serum. After extracting the empty syringe, Wendowie's mechanical eye analyzed Li Honglian's body. A convulsion. Her tightly shut eyes opened wide. Her bulging eyes held no glimmer of vitality. After a moment, her eyes closed once more. The chaotic operation of her modified organs was restrained by a powerful force. Ultimately merging into harmony.It was as if a disordered swarm of bees had welcomed their queen, establishing order. Confucius brain activation was complete. A perfect creation. No, it still lacks a touch of perfection. For Li Honglian, the finest experimental subject he had encountered in 500 years, he was determined to make her flawless at any cost. Observing her remarkably activated organs, he resolved to perform an additional surgery, one he had long envisioned but never implemented. The dark energy artifact, magnetic pearl. He had possessed this artifact for 70 years. When his teacher traveled afar, he entrusted him with matters concerning the Inhu star. The morning after his teacher's departure, while washing up, the pearl appeared suspended between him and the mirror, captivating his mechanical arm. Wendowie shook his head, recalling that moment. Now was not the time for reminiscence. After 180 years of research, he had thoroughly understood the functions and side effects of the magnetic pearl. Function grants the user the ability to manipulate magnetism within a certain range. Side effect induces acrophobia and an obsession with the ground. Among his numerous studies was the exploration of how to render artifacts without effect for human use. Now was the time to realize those findings. Wendowie's mechanical eye seemed to sense his emotions, suddenly enlarging slightly. Artifact rules counteract. This was his hypothesis, yet it had remained untested due to the absence of 2 artifacts with mutually counteracting side effects. However, now he had both. The dark energy artifact, Steel Wings, function transforms into steel wings during use, providing flight protection and the ability to launch steel feather attacks. Side effect fosters an obsession with the sensation of flying, rendering the user unable to remain grounded. This was a mass of flowing metallic liquid, acquired recently through exchange with other Confucian scholars. Wendowie's mechanical tendrils morphed into a furnace, igniting a flame fueled by spirit. He heated both artifacts with a spirit flame to a specific degree, then opened the glass door of Li Honglian's cultivation chamber. He turned her over, face down, and affixed the two artifacts to her back. Rising steam obscured the view, yet when Dowie's mechanical eye functioned, allowing him to see through the mist to Li Honglian's back. The two artifacts transformed into tattooed wings adorning her skin. Looks promising. We shall see if it succeeds when she awakens. The artifact counteract binding surgery was complete when Dowie mused, and as for failure, that was simple. He could merely remove the two artifacts. Little did he know. Within the realm of consciousness, Li Honglian was bewildered by two messages emanating from the Gate of Origins, pondering how two artifacts had suddenly appeared. Faced with the choice to either replicate or absorb the artifacts, she decisively opted for absorption. No illusion. What is happening? Did I successfully absorb them just like that? Li Honglian felt a sudden chill as she absorbed the essence of the two artifacts. How straightforward. The way you did this makes my previous absorption of the sea creature Great Mirror seem remarkably pure. Truly, a perfect creation. You shall be my most successful masterpiece. Hail Confucianism. Hail science and machinery. Hail the Holy Emperor. One Dowie restored Li Honglian to her original state and closed the cultivation chamber door, instructing the laboratory's AI to inject another batch of nutrient solution, preparing to replicate the process for the other two subjects. Thus, a day passed. Yang Shoyu had been waiting anxiously at the entrance of the transformation nest since the trio entered during the day, akin to a spouse awaiting news from within that he paced back and forth. Overwhelmed with anxiety, having awaited notifications countless times before, each occasion fraught with tension. This time, however, there were three subjects, whereas usually there was only one, or sometimes none at all. Suddenly, Yang Shoyu glimpsed through the specialized glass door as it swung open at the far end of the long, disinfected corridor. Seeing Wen Dowie emerge, he hurriedly approached to greet him. What is this? You personally intervened, and yet you still harbor doubts about failure. Yang Shoyu quickly offered a nervous smile, filled with trepidation, standing over 4 meters tall and weighing more than 400 kilograms. He suddenly felt as small as a child. All have succeeded. Now we wait. They will gradually awaken over the next 6 months. Wonderful. Yang Shoyu clapped his hands, bubbling with excitement like a 400-kilogram child. Wen Dowie shook his head and retreated to another laboratory, that moment. Realizing his opportunity, Yang Shoyu caught up with Wen Dowie, showering him with flattery. 3 months later, Li Honglian opened her eyes, the viscous nutrient solution enveloping her body, causing slight discomfort. The cultivation chamber detected her awakening, and the chamber door opened, allowing the nutrient solution to gradually drain through the conduits. Li Honglian sat up, feeling that the cultivation pod had become considerably narrower. Gazing at her robust physique, she realized that it was not the pod that had shrunk, but rather herself who had grown. Indeed, you are the most exceptional among this batch of newcomers, a magnetic voice of the opposite gender echoed in Li Honglian's ears. What on earth? Have I stumbled into an infinite flow? Confucius's mind began to orchestrate its extraordinary faculties as everything within the nest coalesced into a mental blueprint. The experimental table, the cultivation pod, the sterilization corridor, and the central processing unit of the auxiliary experimental AI, the mechanical tentacles of the esteemed Wen Dowie. The nest felt familiar. Who are you? You are a student of Mr. Wen Dowie. Honglian cross-referenced this individual with the data in her mind, acquiring information about the person. Indeed, it is I've already informed the teacher and Captain Yang Shoyu about your awakening. The student of Wen Dowie set down what she was holding, turned to Li Honglian, and extended her hand, saying, Hello, let us formally introduce ourselves. My name is Yang Na, and I am responsible for observing and recording your physical condition daily. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding a maternal charm, her skin pale, likely due to prolonged exposure to the laboratory, with dignified and elegant features accentuated by her glasses. The loose, specially designed white lab coat concealed her physique, leaving it unclear whether she had undergone any modifications. Li Honglian. It is a pleasure to meet you. Beautiful lady. Their hands clasped together, her delicate hand enveloped by his larger one. Yang Na paid no heed to the sticky nutrient fluid lingering on his hand. Their grip firm. The teacher claims you are his most perfect creation and has even made some special modifications for you. After speaking, Yang Na presented the recorded data from the laboratory AI before Li Honglian. Magnetic orbs, steel wings. These two extraordinary artifacts were indeed bestowed upon him by Wendao Yi, and Li Honglian recalled the strange objects that had absorbed his essence in the realm of consciousness. However, he was uncertain how Wendao Yi had managed to facilitate such an absorption, considering that he had obtained the Sea Beast Great Mirror and Spatial Spider Silk. The samples were far too few to conduct any meaningful analysis. Chapter 023. Adaptation. The metallic dome of the laboratory refracted a cool, azure light. Yang Na snapped her fingers, and a nearby mechanical tentacle retrieved a monitor. As the monitor hovered before Li Honglian, a light green nutrient solution trickled slowly down the grooves of his back muscles. Li Honglian gazed at the display, which revealed the intricate design of his back. Black wing tattoos adorned the upper part of his back, and as he focused on the unfolding patterns of the wings on the screen, the inky lines appeared to subtly undulate as if alive. How do you find it? Quite impressive. It. What purpose does this serve? Although he already understood that these were two remarkable artifacts, he feigned ignorance and inquired. Try using your essence on it. Using my essence? Li Honglian transferred a portion of his essence onto the steel wing tattoo on his back. As he did so, liquid metal seeped from the tattoo, outlining the shape of wings on his back. Soon, more liquid metal enveloped the entire wing, perfecting its form. Li Honglian felt as if he had gained an extra pair of arms. It was a wondrous sensation, and with a mere thought, he commanded the wings to move. With a resounding whoosh, the flapping steel wings propelled Li Honglian out of the cultivation pod. A bear man, over 4 meters tall and adorned with steel wings, appeared suspended in mid-air. The gust generated by the flapping wings shattered bottles and jars on the platform of the laboratory. The corner of Yang Na's lab coat was lifted by the wind, revealing a firearm strapped to her thigh. I'm so sorry. Just as he uttered the words, he noticed Yang Na gazing at his lower half. He quickly diverted his words. Is there any clothing available here? Yang Na averted her gaze, acknowledging the impressive size. Of course, I'll have a robot bring some for you. In the meantime, you can wash off the nutrient fluid from your body. Thank you. In a testing area, let us test the power of the feathers launched by the steel wings. Before Yang Na could finish her sentence, the metallic wings on Li Honglian's back suddenly spread at a 45-degree angle. 12 razor-sharp blades slicing past Yang Na's ear, severing 3 hovering special alloy mechanical tentacles. 3 days later, within the indoor combat arena of the Dongshan training base, the fighting arena of Dongshan Base employed a gravity-defying floating design. With 36 energy shield generators hovering around the octagonal platform, Yang Shoyu's heavy fist struck the shield, creating ripples that reminded the observing staff of Lake Tai in a torrential downpour. They crowded on the second-level observation deck, watching as 2 giants clashed within the force field cage, generating sparks from their fierce exchanges. On the arena, 2 muscular titans engaged in a passionate back and forth, delivering punches that landed with palpable force. Yang Shoyu threw a powerful blow, which Li Honglian narrowly dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Li Honglian grasped Yang Shoyu's fist with his left hand, yanked it forcefully, and transformed his right hand into a fist. With a half-step burst punch, he advanced, concentrating all his strength into a single blow aimed at Yang Shoyu's chest, who had lost his rhythm. That's enough for today. You're becoming increasingly formidable. Thank you for the compliment. With a thought, Li Honglian's steel wings unfurled instantly from the tattoo, flying over to the bench at the side of the arena, tossing Yang Shoyu's towel to him, and then grabbing his own towel to soar into the adjacent shower, leaving behind Yang Shoyu, who shook his head helplessly at the towel, along with the astonished staff. In these 3 days, he had perfectly mastered the operation of his modified body. From a mere mortal to a soldier, and the rank of lieutenant was not far off. Once he skillfully harnessed dark energy with his essence, he would likely awaken supernatural powers and be promoted to lieutenant in no time. Currently, he had become proficient in utilizing the abilities of the steel wings, while his command over the magnetic orbs was still not quite refined. Wendao, he was equally astonished. The artifact rules he envisioned had indeed succeeded in their interaction. The powers of the 2 artifacts were now under the control of a single individual, with their side effects mutually negated. Whether this was an isolated case or a widespread phenomenon remained to be seen. but he had already summoned some artifacts for further experimental validation. After washing up, Li Honglian flew back to his dormitory, where the floor was empty. Two companions from his cohort still lay dormant inside their cultivation pods. Yet he could already hear the chatter of newly admitted recruits on the lower floors. Sitting on the specially designed bed, he closed his eyes. Martial Arts Codex, activate. The foggy space began to transform, recreating the training grounds he had once experienced on the Titanic with long booping. Weapon racks and the alloy walls of the ship materialized. A muscular man clad in specialized inner armor appeared, wielding a broadsword. Come on, Uncle Long, strike and retreat. Iron Mountain lean for direction step. The martial arts of this world and the boxing techniques of his martial path were repeatedly unleashed against Uncle Long. Each move was ingrained deep within him, becoming instinctual. Whoosh! The dual peaks conquer ear technique obliterated his opponent's head. It seems one Uncle Long is not enough. Then let us add you two, Old Yang. Soon, the foggy space morphed once again, revealing two bald men who appeared akin to brothers. Come on, Uncle Long and Old Yang, let me witness the prowess of you two captains. Uncle Long and Yang Shouyu exchanged glances before charging toward Li Honglian in unison. One executed a whip kick to seal his left flank, while the other threw a hammer punch to block his right. The whip kick bore tremendous force, and the hammer punch was no less potent. How to evade? Why evade? Li Honglian sank into a bow stance, using his taut arms to block the whip kick, leveraging its momentum to pivot and meet the hammer punch with his iron elbow. The iron elbow deflected the hammer punch, and, as he turned again, he struck the face of the individual delivering the hammer punch with the arm that had previously blocked the whip kick. Martial arts civilization teaches that it is better to endure 10 punches than one elbow strike. Slap. The three figures passed each other, one collapsing to the ground. After several rounds of combat, Li Honglian, somewhat fatigued, exited the martial arts codex. Lying flat on his bed, one hand rested on his chest while the other lay behind his back. Meditating, he envisioned the chaotic diagram. A night swiftly passed, the following day. After a revitalizing breakfast and replenishing several bags of nutrient fluid, he headed straight to a training ground, his imposing physique attracting the attention of numerous fledglings, which he ignored on the platform beside the playground. A graceful figure was using the steps to stretch her body. Warming up, the sunlight was blocked by his towering silhouette, and in the shadow, Yang Na turned to look at Li Honglian. You're here. IVE arrived, and since we made an agreement, I wouldn't be late. In the past few days, their relationship had rapidly blossomed, primarily due to Yang Na's keen interest in him as she consistently approached him. It being a man unacquainted with rejection, reciprocated her advances. The two began a light L. Li Honglian utilized his platonic skin to absorb the omnipresent radiation to nourish himself. Your orders have arrived. Yang Na turned her gaze, locking eyes with Li Honglian. Why orders? How do you know? Li Honglian instinctively replied, My teacher told me. Did he mention what the orders entailed? Which military unit I am to be assigned to? I know. But I want to tell you. Li Honglian looked down at Yang Na's mischievous smile, and an idea sparked in his mind. The steel wings unfurled, pulling Yang Na into his embrace. Let us take off. Ah, what are you doing? Yang Na was taken aback by his boldness as he held her aloft, feeling a bit shy. She was well aware of her situation. Over the years, she had encountered numerous junior disciples. But each time there was a hint of budding romance. Her father, Yang Shouyu, would swiftly deter them with his iron-fisted punches. She had even questioned her father about his disapproval of her dating, to which he had responded, saying that civilization was not so tranquil, and that she should find a man capable of besting him before he would feel at ease. Now, the interstellar warrior personally brought forth by her father, deemed the perfect creation by her master, would seemingly meet her father's criteria. Gazing at her captivating face, Li Honglian made a choice that defied ancestral expectations. Could you do me a favor? What a busy day. Li Honglian found herself atop a pristine, snow-covered peak, utilizing her extraordinary faculties to emanate warmth and fend off the chill. She leaned down, whispering softly into Yang Na's ear. Indeed, Yang Na confirmed, her face flushed with excitement. Her expression a delightful blend of mischief and enthusiasm. Of course, I promise to personally prepare it for you, Yang Na exclaimed, embracing Li Honglian's large head and planting a kiss on her cheek. I'll arrange the venue right away. Chapter 024. 666 afternoon, AKT, the North Mountain Training Base. Within the Armed Forces Office of the Interstellar Warriors, Li Honglian entered the office adorned with the insignia of the Armament Department. A bespectacled, refined, middle-aged man sat behind the desk. Hello, Director Tian. Greetings, Warrior Li Honglian. Upon noticing her entrance, Director Tian promptly rose, moving around the desk to firmly grasp Li Honglian's hand. Please have a seat. I'll prepare you a cup of tea. He gestured towards the sofa nearby. Li Honglian nodded in understanding, settling onto the sofa. The office was quite typical, with a desk displaying the emblem of the Golden Dragon and the banner of the Tiger Star. A row of sofas surrounded a coffee table. AS Director Tian placed a freshly brewed tea on the table before Li Honglian. He remarked, "The organization has finalized your appointment. To be frank, this mission is somewhat rushed. And your armoring ceremony must take place here at the base ahead of schedule. Advance the ceremony. Isn't it customary for the Legion to conduct the armoring ceremony after assignment? Yes, but this appointment is not for a Legion. It involved a special mission entrusted to you." Upon hearing this, Li Honglian immediately stood, executing a salute with her left foot behind her right. "I assure you, I will complete the mission. The task is as follows. A special operations team will be established, and you are to serve as its captain. Nighttime, in Yang Na's single dormitory, Li Honglian lay on an ill-fitting bed, holding the bare Yang Na close. The rosy hue of Yang Na's skin indicated that the two had recently engaged in a most natural act. Yang Na, clutching her custom-modified device, declared, "I have already applied to the organization to join your secret strike team." Hearing this, Li Honglian did not inquire further. He knew she would not embark on an endeavor without assurance. It was a peculiar sensation, akin to a shared telepathy, as they connected in understanding. His hand caressed Yang Na's smooth back, and what was meant to be a discussion of the mission shifted to a more intimate inquiry. "Are you familiar with the cosmic bubbles?" "Of course, they are a wondrous phenomenon of the universe, akin to bubbles released by fish in water. Cosmic bubbles are generated by the universe itself, resembling miniature universes. Within these small universes, worlds reminiscent yet distinct from the main universe come into being. This mission involves leading the newly formed secret team to a cosmic bubble to retrieve an object that originally belonged to human civilization but accidentally entered the bubble. You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge, Na. Yang Na smiled, raising an eyebrow with a playful, proud demeanor. "Naturally, shall Li, take pride in my admiration for you." Li Honglian chuckled lightly, and then turned to prepare for the mission. Remaining silent a day later, at the cosmic port, Li Honglian welcomed his team members and a lightweight warship, the Blade. The team comprised entirely of interstellar warriors, totaling 5 members, fewer than a standard 10-member squadron. However, this mission did not entail a direct confrontation with enemies. It was merely a covert operation, thus requiring fewer warriors. A lightweight warship could not be piloted solely by 5 interstellar warriors. It necessitated a significant number of ordinary personnel for operation. Fortunately, he need not worry, as the Tiger Star would manage all arrangements. Observing the calm demeanor of his 4 companions, he recognized that without prestige, forging a bond with them would be challenging. Li Honglian understood that prestige is garnered through a simple means: strength. At the cosmic port, where the cosmic army was stationed, a group of idle soldiers stood outside an octagonal training cage, watching an exhilarating fight within. After defeating the last standing fighter with a decisive punch, Li Honglian gained a preliminary understanding of his 4 companions. The fighter leaning against the cage, known as Tyrannosaurus, was an ordinary soldier-level interstellar warrior who had previously served in the Bright Light Armor Legion or had received training from his warriors. His fighting style exhibited the relentless aggression of the Bright Light Armor, characterized by a steadfast approach. After enduring several rounds of exchanges, Li Honglian ultimately sent him flying with a kick. Next were 2 fighters sprawled on the ground, who, like him, had recently transitioned from fledglings to interstellar warriors. Their techniques were somewhat immature. Although they understood teamwork, it was still insufficient. The one with a fair complexion was called Boy, while the darker, more robust one was known as Fatty. Lastly, there was the interstellar warrior from the Phoenix Legion, Black Hawk, who had just been knocked down. After observing their methods, Li Honglian prepared to engage once more, targeting Black Hawk's previous techniques. Unfortunately, the disparity in their abilities was too vast, rendering his efforts futile. The Phoenix Legion, unlike others, did not excel in direct combat. They preferred stealth, reconnaissance, and subterfuge, thriving in the shadows. All right, everyone, we will be a team from now on. Li Honglian extended his hand, helping each of them to their feet. Given their physical capabilities, the recent skirmish had been trivial. They required a moment to regroup. From now on, I shall be your captain. Let me hear you call me boss. Boss. The four responded in unison. Are you all aware of the mission? The most earnest-looking yet cunning of the group, Black Hawk, spoke first. Boss, the higher-ups merely directed me to this location, but did not specify the mission details. Same here. Noting the curious expressions of those around him, Li Honglian swallowed his words and instead suggested, let's go grab a meal. I've heard the Cosmic Army's cuisine is quite unique. Let's give it a try. After saying this, he was the first to exit the octagonal training cage, occasionally greeting those around him with a fist salute. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable, and Li Honglian remarked, it's quite delectable. The Blade, a lightweight warship, represented a typical model of human civilization, boasting speed and proficiency in pursuits. However, compared to the likes of the Golden Fear and other speed-oriented legions, it fell short. These legions could take identical models produced from the same foundry and modify them through their own scholars, enhancing them to be faster, fiercer, and more distinctive. Li Honglian was unfazed. Merely commanding a lightweight warship exceeded his expectations. When he first awoke from modification, he had anticipated being assigned to a legion from the ground up. Now, leading a mini-team felt like a stroke of fortune. Standing on the bridge, gazing at the empty expanse around him, he pondered a crucial question. Have you all brought your battle armor? Tyrannosaurus and Black Hawk nodded affirmatively, confirming their preparedness. Boy and Fatty exchanged glances, with Boy stepping forward. Boss, we haven't received our armor yet. How fortuitous. Neither have I, he replied with a laugh. I will report to the higher-ups shortly, and you two will receive your armor alongside me. Chapter 025. The Armoring Ceremony on the surface of Tiger Star. Within the Armoring Ceremony Hall. The hall, situated on Fongxian Island among the three major islands, was vast and magnificent, resembling a towering mountain from a distance. Mechanical components were densely scattered throughout the island structures, appearing chaotic yet surprisingly orderly. Inside the hall, upon entering the expansive space, a massive crystal chandelier cast a soft, bright glow, illuminating the area as if it were daylight. Surrounding the hall were exquisite murals depicting ancient legends and heroic deeds, harmoniously complemented by mechanical installations, creating a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Tyrannosaurus, who had come from Dunhuang, was momentarily silenced by the grandeur of the surroundings. His previous chatter falling silent in the presence of the murals that had once vexed him. A staff member clad in the robes of the Mechanical Confucian Order approached, the blue attire indicating his status as a scholar within the Confucian ecosystem. His blue robe featured embroidered symbols representing civilization, a golden dragon, a writing brush for Confucianism, and a hammer and screw for the mechanical branch. Esteemed warrior, please follow me, he said, extending his modified mechanical arm, gleaming with the sheen of oil and alloy components. With a slight bow, he gestured for them to follow. Li Honglian stepped forward, and the remaining four members of the newly formed mini-team promptly followed, falling into step behind him. The murals lining the corridor depicted classic stories of benevolence from Confucian teachings. Passing through the corridor, imbued with the scent of metal and oil, they reached a door composed of energy at the corridor's end. The mechanical scholar extended a mechanical appendage from beneath his robe and, with a series of maneuvers, caused the energy door to gradually vanish. Please enter. The mechanical scholar stood outside the door like a sentinel, remaining motionless as they entered. The originally scarlet mechanical eye dimmed, leaving one to ponder where his cerebral computational power had been diverted, as even his mechanical vision could not be sustained soon. The energy door reappeared. As several individuals stepped through, the once barren hall began to transform. Mechanical gears whirred into motion, and a staircase leading downward emerged, flanked by rows of spectator seats that materialized one by one. The staircase extended to its terminus, revealing a platform. 3 columns slowly ascended from the platform, serving as the armoring stage prepared for Li Honglian, the boy, and the portly Li Li Honglian strode boldly to the center of the armoring stage, followed closely by the boy and the portly man, while Baolong and Hang turned to take their places in the audience. The layout of the hall unfurled in Li Honglian's mind, reminiscent of a classic musical theater. At the base was the performance stage, with two passages dividing the audience area into three sections. Positioned upon the stage, he found himself atop a circular platform, 2 meters high with a radius of 3 meters. Turning around, he faced the front of the stage, back to the audience, and began to await silently. The boy and the portly man also took their places on either side of the armoring stage. Suddenly, the lights extinguished, plunging the hall into darkness. Time seemed to suspend, and it was uncertain how long had passed. He Chong-Fong, an ordinary citizen of civilization, had smoothly entered a metallurgy factory after graduating, complying with the official arrangements of civilization. He held a tablet from the factory, conversing with a nearby GY 2019 model industrial robot, while recording equipment information. To his knowledge, this industrial robot had been working in the factory for 4 centuries, outlasting countless predecessors. Now having worked alongside it for a decade, he mused that perhaps in a few decades, he too would become one of its bygone colleagues. Chong-Fong, remember our last bet? I lost, and I promised to introduce you to a girlfriend, said my Xianfeng, shaking his shoulders and nudging He Chong-Fong. My Xianfeng was the name of this GY 2019 industrial robot. Though its alloy head bore no face or mouth, one could sense a hint of mischief and jest. No way, you're serious. Over the years, He Chong-Fong could clearly discern that his colleague was indeed earnest. You know, robots are the most trustworthy. Recently, the factory hired a new batch of graduates, and I've been assigned 3 newcomers, all girls. Just give me the word, and I'll introduce you to a girlfriend, my Xianfeng declared, giving He Chong-Fong a playful pat before moving on to the next area. Soon, the duo completed their inspection of the designated area and returned to the office. In the elevator, they bid farewell, as my Xianfeng headed to the robot office area for recharging and rest. He Chong-Fong quickly arrived at his office. A shared space for 4.1 person was already seated in an office chair. Upon hearing the door, they raised a hand in greeting without turning around. He Chong-Fong remained silent, quietly preparing a cup of tea before settling at his workstation. He pretended to engage with his office computer, then discreetly opened a short video app, minimizing it in the background. A young girl in short shorts swayed gracefully to the music, the camera alternating speeds, focusing on her pure visage. Not bad, he continued scrolling. A beautiful woman danced to lively music, her strapless top revealing a hint of her soft skin, accompanied by the label. Its beauty, appealing, love to watch. He Chong-Fong pondered for a moment before posting a comment. All right, now let's discuss the recent changes in the diplomatic policies of human civilization and the Three-Eyed Alliance. A video blogger spoke animatedly in the video. After watching the entire video, He Chong-Fong felt his intellect had expanded. A desire to influence the world surged within him, and upon glancing up, he noticed the other two had yet to return. It seemed prudent to wait for them. The more, the merrier when it came to discussions of grandeur. He continued to scroll down that a spaceship had gone missing, civilian mech advertisements, live broadcast of the Star Warrior armoring ceremony. Soon, a banner caught He Chong-Feng's eye. Can this really be live-streamed? It is well known that the armoring ceremony for Star Warriors typically occurs within the confines of military corps, which are tightly guarded secrets. Throughout his life, he had only glimpsed videos of Star Warriors donning armor in promotional materials. He wondered who had orchestrated this live broadcast. That on Yin Huxing, the head of the publicity department, sneezed. Saliva spraying into his teacup, he instinctively rubbed his nose, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. I wonder which little beauty is thinking of me, unaware of the events transpiring on another planet. He Chong-Feng's hand had already clicked to enter the live stream. This live stream requires authorization verification. Do you wish to verify? Yes. 112223344556. Verification successful. Welcome to the live broadcast of the Star Warrior armoring ceremony. Chapter 26. The armoring ceremony. Dim yellow lights illuminated the stage. Li Honglian's thoughts were interrupted by the glow. Yes, he gazed at the unfolding layers of the sky curtain before him. Figures emerged behind it, an elderly man and a young adult. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Li Honglian required no turning back. His enhanced perception for modifications allowed him to ascertain that the audience was full. A deep blue energy barrier separated the armoring stage from the spectators, and a solemn and grand symphony began to play. It was prosperity. As the music swelled, the atmosphere on the armoring stage shifted dramatically, expanding the space several-fold. The walls beside the red sky curtain transformed into wide windows. Streams of sunlight poured through the glass, bypassing the window railings and illuminating the interior. Hundreds of steps erupted from the ground, elevating the military-clad, young, ideological committee member and the sage donned in a golden-trimmed purple robe who presided over the ceremony. The armoring ceremony was officially underway, a group of figures clad in black robes, clutching prayer beads, approached the stage. Their murmured prayers grew louder, harmonizing with the symphony of prosperity, amplifying the grandeur of the atmosphere. The sage, Winda, held a book and a steel cane in one hand, grasping the cane. He raised it and brought it down forcefully onto the steps, his gold-trimmed sleeves billowing in the wind. With a resounding thud, the previously motionless steps began to ripple like ocean waves, lifting Winda, who gradually ascended to the center of the armoring stage. The book in Winda's hand emitted a faint white glow as he withdrew his supporting hand. From the empty ground, a mass of liquid metal flowed, gradually rising to form a singular podium, cradling the book. The expanse of civilization is vast and boundless. 3 beautiful women, dressed in flowing skirts and sleeveless elegant garments, approached the armoring stage, carrying incense. The aromatic smoke coiled around the fair arms of the lovely girls. The history of civilization is long and profound. Buzzing, an eye-like drone hovered above the armoring stage. This drone symbolized the eye of the civilization's sovereign, representing the sovereign's blessing and signifying that the sovereign witnessed all that transpired here. O civilization, the warriors of civilization advance courageously. Hee-ha! Hee-ha! The normal incantation from Winda morphed into something peculiar. O civilization! 3 mechanical guardians bore what appeared to be inner armor woven from muscle fibers onto the stage. This was the inner armor of the Star Warrior's battle suit, crafted from moonlight alloy metal fibers, designed not only to protect the Star Warriors, but also to amplify their strength. 1 mechanical guardian approached the column where Li Honglian stood, ascending the auxiliary steps to reach him. As the mechanical tentacles and guardians operated, the black inner armor conformed to Li Honglian's body. It felt somewhat cold. Countless fine fibers oozed from the inner armor by his spine, piercing his skin like iron needles, linking to his spine through flesh and blood, emitting a metallic shriek reminiscent of grinding gears. Despite his modifications, his body instinctively sought to expel these invaders, breathing deeply and relaxing. Li Honglian adjusted himself according to the guidance, inhaling the incense that, at that moment, allowed his transformed body to unwind, successfully accepting the inner armor. In the face of the unknown, fear is an inherent human instinct. Courage is the anthem of humanity. Winda spread his arms wide and proclaimed. The smooth mid-level armor was elevated by the mechanical tentacles. The fear armor, crafted from fear alloy, boasted the claim that no weapon could pierce it. If your mid-level armor were breached, it surely indicated a lack of courage. The Song of Courage is a personal name, the inventor of the fear mid-armor. You reborn from the flames, you are the sharp blade of civilization. You are the steadfast shield of civilization. Several voids appeared on the armoring stage floor as mechanical tentacles presented the still warm outer armor-powered suit. The powered armor, made from a special material known as air ceramics, not only possessed the characteristics of aerospace alloys, but was also lighter and better able to dissipate kinetic shock. Clank, crash, a series of scale-like armor segments seamlessly affixed themselves to Li Honglian. The newly arrived scholarly attendants held a purification vial in one hand and a willow branch in the other. The willow branch sprinkled holy water from the vial onto the newly birthed Star Warrior's powered armor. The black-robed prayer leader's chants transformed into the ode to the mechanical civilization, as the mechanical tentacles and drones in the air began to cheer exuberantly. The mechanical guardians prostrated themselves on the ground, not to change attire but to tremble in reverence as they bore witness to the birth of the magnificent Star Warrior. All the machines present exuded an air of joyful exuberance. Celebrating the successful donning of armor by the great interstellar warrior, mechanical tendrils affixed the helmet onto his head. It signified that the armor bestowal ceremony was nearing its completion. Clad in his completed battlesuit, Li Honglian stepped down from the pedestal, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. The oil seeping from the crevices of the armor mingled with the fragrant incense. The surrounding prayers ceased, and the hymns fell silent. His very existence had become a prayer. Forged of steel, my voice is destruction, and your hymn is annihilation. In that moment, Li Honglian felt the immense power of the armor. He sensed that with a mere flick of his fist, he could shatter the very fabric of space. Ascending the steps, he found the ideological committee waiting for him to take the oath. Li Honglian confidently positioned himself at the center, flanked by a boy and a stout individual. The committee member nodded gently, turning to face the golden dragon flag of civilization that hung from the ceiling of the hall. I swear, I shall fight for civilization, until death do us part. The ceremony concluded. The committee member, supported by robotic guards, descended from the high platform, gently placing his hands upon Li Honglian's forehead, 5 meters away from the armor. Child, I shall place the helmet of the armor upon you, and you will become a great interstellar warrior. The final piece of armor was secured in place. He Chongfeng gasped deeply, having been so captivated by the armor bestowal ceremony that he momentarily forgot to breathe. Incredible! I wish I could take his place. Mecha truly embodies a man's romance. Gurgle, the sound of his empty stomach echoed, prompting He Chongfeng to rub his belly. Perhaps it was best to go eat first. Among the audience, only 1/10 were real individuals, while the remaining seats were filled with virtual projections. As the ceremony concluded, the first to leave were these virtual spectators, in the front row of the audience. A beautiful lady opened her arms wide. Li Honglian, beneath the helmet, smiled broadly and embraced Yang Na, lifting her gently onto his left shoulder. His already robust voice, amplified by the helmet speakers, became even more boisterous. Let us go. We shall feast in celebration. Perhaps being together would make them more alike. Yang Na also grinned, only to realize that such behavior was rather unladylike. Covering her mouth, she laughed and said, "Okay, off to the paradise of delicacies." She then turned to the nearby Tyrannosaurus quartet and declared, "You all should join us. This meal is on me. Hooray for 4. In the background, Yang Shoyu, who wished to speak, shook his head, silently retreating backstage, his heart filled with conflicting emotions at that moment. Chapter 027. Bubble Universe. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, a lightweight battleship sped through, creating ripples in its wake. It had been a year since they accepted the mission and departed from the Inhu star system. During its voyage, Li Honglian's blade ship had grazed the spatial jump capabilities of a heavyweight battleship. Regrettably, his blade ship lacked the capacity to accommodate a spatial jump engine. Now he could only nostalgically reminisce about the advantages of such technology within the training octagonal cage of the battleship with a mere thought. Li Honglian activated his steel wings from the inner armor, deflecting a punch from Tyrannosaurus. "Damn it, boss, that's a foul. Please, be reasonable," Tyrannosaurus exclaimed, his face contorted in frustration, retracting his fist and dodging Li Honglian's kick. Continuing to taunt, "Keep this up, and we won't train with you anymore, boss." The boy and the stout individual seized the opportunity while Li Honglian stood on one leg, unable to exert his full strength. "Tyrannosaurus, stop spouting nonsense. What foul? I am the rule. Where is the foul?" Li Honglian sensed the movements of the boy and the stout individual. With a gentle flap of his steel wings, he soared upward, evading their combined assault. Pursuing Tyrannosaurus, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Tyrannosaurus, realizing his predicament, promptly conceded, "Hey, boss, you're right. I was just talking nonsense, and it was some exceptionally audacious nonsense." Internally, he thought, "Enough already," the moment things turned south. "You resorted to your steel wings. What a pretender. Even the public restroom of the holy mother planet pales in comparison to your pretentiousness." A kick sent Tyrannosaurus crashing against the octagonal cage. Landing on the ground, his eyes wide open in shock. Li Honglian shook his head, having sensed a smidge of disdain on Tyrannosaurus's face, and thus added a bit more force to his kick. "No ill intent. That's just how supportive good friends are. All right, that will be all for today." Having taken a punch earlier, the Black Eagle, feigning severe injury, promptly sprang to his feet at the announcement, towel in hand. Heading towards the bathhouse, the boy and the stout individual quickly followed suit, leaving Tyrannosaurus standing there in a daze. After a long pause, a cry echoed from within the octagonal cage. "Is there anyone to rescue me?" "A kind soul, please." Clad in a gray-green training uniform, Li Honglian arrived on the bridge after a thorough cleansing. Upon seeing him, several highly skilled personnel immediately stood to welcome the captain of the Blade ship and the esteemed interstellar warrior. Li Honglian nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for the staff to continue. "Send out a notice for all department heads to convene in the conference room." "Understood." A staff member promptly relayed the message to all personnel. Ding-dong. The ship's guide, Li Honglian, opened her personal terminal, and a message from the Blade ship caught her eye. The captain of the Blade ship orders all department heads to immediately proceed to the central conference room. Li Honglian set aside her work, instructing the two nearby robots to continue recording navigation data before heading towards the conference room. Soon, she arrived, finding only a few seats left at the conference table, and quickly took a nearby vacant spot to tea this moment. Li Honglian stood with his back to the crowd, facing the display screen, exuding an air of sanctity. As the attendees gathered, First Officer Zhang Yunlong approached Li Honglian and whispered, "Everyone has arrived." "Yes, I am aware," Li Honglian replied with a slight nod. Pausing, he furrowed his brow and added, "First Officer, how many times must I reiterate that titles should be used during work?" "Yes, Captain Li." Li Honglian turned to face the assembled officers, feeling a sense of pride in having the talents of the Inhu star system gathered under his command. He dramatically swept his robe and took a commanding seat, courtesy of an astute young man who pulled the chair out for him, giving the young man an approving glance. Clearing his throat, Li Honglian did not recite the carefully prepared speech in his mind, but rather surveyed the attendees. First Officer Zhang Yunlong, who also served as the political commissar of the Blade ship, had previously served in both the human civilization's Border Legion and the Patrol Legion of the Inhu star system. Boasting rich navigation experience and combat command expertise, he was a steadfast humanist warrior tested by the Dark Universe. Yang Na, a technical scholar of Confucianism, donned a blue scholar's robe and was responsible for the maintenance team of the Blade ship, overseeing daily inspections and repairs, as well as the enhancement of weaponry for the Interstellar Warrior Squad. The guide, Li Honglian, possessed innate spiritual prowess, having graduated from the Magic Star Sea University before being assigned to work on the Blade ship. She was responsible for observing interstellar navigation environments and formulating travel routes, while having the capability to navigate back to the primary universe should the fleet stray into the Dark Universe. Making her a unique talent, Xian Yueming, a star speaker, was a product of humanity's early encounters with the Dark Universe. During that time, humanity did not comprehend the corrosive nature of the Dark Universe and instead heavily invested in its development. The developers were subsequently infected by the Dark Universe, resulting in unique changes that allowed them to communicate across space with individuals far away. These individuals gradually earned the title of Star Speakers, leaving a significant mark on early human civilization. To preserve the abilities of Star Speakers, inbreeding occurred within their ranks, leading to various adverse outcomes, which will not be discussed further. Moreover, Xian was a surname of considerable prestige within civilization. A minister close to the sovereign bore the surname Xian. Over the past year, he had inquired about the relationship between Xian Yueming and that minister, to which Xian Yueming had replied that it was somewhat distant. Li Honglian chose not to press further, as while the surname Xian was not overly common, it was not exceedingly rare either. Clearing his throat once more, Li Honglian stated, "Today's meeting will cover several important points that require your documentation." In short, an hour later, observing the drowsy expressions of the attendees, a satisfied smile emerged on Li Honglian's face. "All right, that concludes today's meeting. Dismissed." Watching as Li Honglian's figure disappeared, Li Honglian nudged the girl beside her and asked, "What did the captain say? Did you understand?" Yang Na, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, replied, "No idea. Probably just a load of hot air." Li Honglian nodded and, raising her voice slightly, said, "Right? I couldn't glean any profound insights either. But you're quite bold to speak so openly about the captain." Yang Na, upon hearing this, fell silent, clutching the meeting notes, and playfully dashed out of the conference room, A fellow attendee passed by Luo Yinyin. He whispered, "You're in for it." "Do you know who that was?" "The captain's wife." "What?" "The captain, his wife." The naive Luo Yinyin could hardly fathom that the interstellar warrior possessed masculine attributes and had taken a wife. As the remaining attendees passed by Luo Yinyin, they offered reassuring pats on her shoulder, as if to say, "Take care of yourself." How could this be happening? A profound sense of bewilderment resonated within the vast conference room. The sudden surge of the ventilation system swept away the wisps of hair by Luo Yinin's temples, carrying off her last vestiges of composure. Chapter 028, Bubble Universe 2-3 days later. In the Motto's star system, there are no planets suitable for human civilization, nor are there unique mineral resources. Thus, human civilization has not ventured to develop this area. The star of the Motto's star system has perished, transforming into a different celestial entity, a black hole. From a knowledge acquired by Li Honglian, it is understood that black holes typically form in three ways, the first being naturally occurring black holes, the second occurring after the death of a larger star, and the third being artificially created by certain civilizations, such as the shepherding technology of the sun worshippers or the black hole bombs of human civilization. Among others, a human civilization warship, as minuscule as dust, slowly halted before the black hole. Of course, this was merely a relative comparison to the enormity of the black hole. Curiously, it seemed that the black hole exerted no gravitational pull, failing to draw the human warship into its depths and make it a part of itself. How wondrous! No, it is not the black hole that is wondrous, but the marvels of human civilization. Li Honglian conversed with the guide, Luo Yinyin, on the bridge of a ship. The first statement came from Luo Yinyin, while the latter was from Li Honglian. Was also Luo Yinin's first encounter with a black hole that had been sealed away by human civilization. The black hole containment technology recorded in books had materialized into reality. This sight filled her with a profound sense of fulfillment. To hear the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. The black hole containment technology, a result of countless pioneers of human civilization striving forward, allows for the cessation of a black hole's expansion, sealing its gravitational pull and transforming the black hole into a tool for humanity. Enabling spatial teleportation that if one were to liken humanity's spatial leap engine to a quaint country road, then utilizing a black hole to construct a spatial leap corridor is akin to a premier highway in an Eastern superpower. Long, straight, and significantly broader. The indomitable spirit of civilization is evident. Greatness needs no elaboration. Within the serene bridge, the sound of hard-soled shoes echoed sharply. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythm was neither hurried nor slow, each sound striking a chord in the dazed Luo Yinin's heart. It's over. It's Yang Na. How embarrassing. In the past few days, Luo Yinyin had invested considerable effort in understanding the living habits of the fleet's personnel, striving to avoid a repeat of the previous awkward situation. She was acutely aware that only Yang Na favored shoes that made such a sound. Unease began to creep in her heart. After all, she had just recently shared a complaint about Yang Na's boyfriend during the last meeting. It was also her fault for being so naive. She had not realized the nature of Li Honglian and Yang Na's relationship until now. That it is not surprising, for who would suspect that a modified interstellar warrior would date an ordinary human girl? Her gaze instinctively drifted toward Yang Na, her body subconsciously shifting 2 steps to the side, silently wishing, "Please don't look at me. Please don't look at me. Oh, great sovereign, grant me protection." Yet at that moment, the sovereign did not heed her plea. Luo Yinin's eyes met Yang Na's as she approached, her gaze fixed intently upon her. With a sudden clap, a hand landed on Luo Yinin's shoulder, causing her to jolt in surprise. Her body tensing, she felt the humid breath near her ear as Yang Na whispered, "Don't worry, this is our secret." Luo Yinin murmured in response, "Yes, this is our secret." "Ha!" Yang Na's hearty laughter rang out, easing Luo Yinin's taut form into relaxation. Yang Na then turned, adopting a serious demeanor as she saluted Li Honglian, completely shedding the earlier casualness they had shared in private. "Captain, the blade has completed maintenance and is ready to traverse the black hole." After speaking, Yang Na raised her terminal to display the projected screen for Li Honglian to view. Honglian regarded Yang Na's earnest expression, suppressing a smile, and nodded without changing her countenance. Li Honglian. Are we currently in a position to enter the black hole? Upon hearing the captain's inquiry, Li Honglian promptly collected her thoughts, her youthful, delicate face adopting a serious expression. Captain, we are now within the extension range of the black hole. We can proceed upon verification. Excellent. First officer, activate the key to the motto's star black hole. Zhang Yunlong, who had been observing the data with his hands clasped behind his back, immediately turned to salute upon hearing the command. Activating the key to the motto's star black hole. Received. The nearby crew members swiftly initiated the operation upon receiving the command. A beam of energy emitted from the blade, striking the black hole. The once calm surface of the black hole rippled, intricate patterns emerging on its exterior. Countless delicate and complex lines intertwined, coiling together, resembling a mysterious painting gradually unfurling from a more distant and expansive perspective. These lines formed the character, Refine. This character stood like a towering mountain or a rushing river, embodying boundless power and mystery. That a projection of a man in military attire appeared on the bridge. I am the administrator of the motto's star black hole entrance, the artificial intelligence motto's. Hello, motto's. Li Honglian extended her hand, shaking the virtual projection's hand in greeting. Greetings, Captain of the Blade. Motto's smiled slightly, refraining from prolonging the handshake, and instead inquired, shall we proceed with the verification? Indeed, two green beams emitted from Motto's eyes, scanning Li Honglian and Zhang Yunlong. Spirit wave validation passed. Gene code, key validation passed. Please provide the civilization login password. Li Honglian and Zhang Yunlong exchanged glances, each inputting their respective portions of the password on the appearing screen. Password entry correct. Motto's smiled faintly, gesturing toward the black hole with his hand. I wish you a pleasant journey. His figure gradually faded away. Outside the blade, before the motto's black hole, the mysterious patterns collapsed and transformed, creating a passageway solely for the blade. Inside the blade, Li Honglian surveyed the surroundings. Target the black hole, advance. The blade's engines roared, vanishing into the passage. The mysterious patterns reassembled, the passage disappearing, and the character re-emerging before fading into the void. Li Honglian observed the screen before her, displaying the scene outside the blade, the black hole passage. It appeared rather unremarkable, a monotonous expanse of darkness, or rather, it lacked any visual substance. Outside lay an abyss of blackness, devoid of color or matter. Describing it as void is more fitting. Within the bubble universe. Solar system, Mars. A spacecraft abruptly materialized, landing on the surface of Mars. The air current stirred up by the blade sent dust and debris swirling into the atmosphere. Detection complete. This planet lacks an atmosphere, has no life forms, and is unsuitable for human habitation. Li Honglian continued to issue commands. Activate the star system monitoring radar. Scan this star system for any life-bearing planets. With the command given, the crew in the control room quickly sprang into action, skillfully manipulating an array of complex instruments, infusing powerful energy into the star system monitoring radar. In an instant, an invisible wave spread with astonishing speed toward the distant star system, like a finely woven net gradually enveloping the entire target area. An hour later, Li Honglian returned to the bridge from the guidance room. She first operated the main console on the bridge, then with a swipe of her hand, a projection screen materialized, bringing the screen before Li Honglian. She exclaimed, "This bubble universe is so fascinating. This entire universe consists solely of this one solar system." Although the intelligence reports regarding this bubble universe contained some information, Li Honglian maintained a cooperative expression as she looked at Li Honglian, urging her to continue. Chapter 029. Bubble Universe 3, according to the data detected by the star system monitoring radar, beyond the edges of this star system lies chaotic void, devoid of any material existence. Additionally, based on distance, there are signs of intelligent life activities on the third planet of the star. We have discovered numerous satellites in orbit around the third planet. Most of these satellites are used for communication, which can broadly indicate the technological level on the third planet. Excellent, you have done well. Li Honglian gently applauded, offering encouragement. She did not dwell on the void outside the stellar system. Initiate stealth mode. Target the third planet, advance. Received, within the blade during the resting period. The captain's quarters had been commandeered by Li Honglian's artificial intelligence, Enwa. The interior lighting was dimmed by Enwa, and soft music played gently in the background. Li Honglian's hand glided over Yang Na's smooth back, now elevated to 2 meters in height, the skin flushed pink from the aftermath of intense combat. Tomorrow, I will take 2 individuals to explore this life-bearing planet. You stay aboard the blade to keep an eye on Xian Yueming. The Black Hawk and the Tyrannosaurus are left to you. Yang Na lightly brushed her hair across Li Honglian's taut, smooth chest. During my interactions with her, I feel that Xian Yueming is just a homebody. She may not have any particularly ambitious thoughts. Our little warship, by specifications, would not even accommodate a star speaker. Moreover, the information provided about her is excessively normal. Sometimes, being too normal can imply something quite the opposite. Very well. I will continue to keep an eye on her. Yes, stay safe. Watching Yang Na gradually drift into slumber, Li Honglian carefully extricated herself from the bed. Sitting in a chair, she began to meditate. The spirit began to operate according to the chaos visualization diagram of martial arts, swiftly completing a round of observation and meditation. Soon, the divine power is on its way. Li Honglian had a premonition that his martial arts abilities were about to manifest. With his eyes wide open, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The virtual projection of Nuwa appeared, and a message was displayed on the screen she held. Zhang Yunlong's message read, "Old Li, we have entered Earth's orbit as per your instructions without drawing any attention from the planet. Isn't it astonishing that this planet shares the same name as humanity's sacred mother star? Do not be too shocked, for even more astounding news follows, according to the data collected by the AI of the Blade ship. The intelligent life on Earth belongs to the same species as us humans. Indeed, the very same species. However, their genes remain relatively primitive, unrefined by the cosmic tides, akin to the genetic makeup of humanity's ancient civilization. The AI of the Blade ship speculates that these humans are descendants of a group that accidentally entered this realm during the ancient era of human civilization. That I have sent you more detailed information to your terminal." Li Honglian opened the more detailed documents. His mind raced as dark energy flowed through the dark energy seed into his body, energizing his brain. Soon, the information was thoroughly processed. Earth, technological level, nuclear weapons, the United Nations. It was strikingly similar. This Earth resembled his previous life so closely, yet alas, it was not the same. For he had seen an image within the data. In a dilapidated square, a broken fountain stood, long unable to spout water, that a young man with red hair faced off against a creature reminiscent of Cthulhu. The red-haired youth struck a unique pose and shouted, "Armor, summon!" A crimson light streaked across the vast sky like a meteor, swiftly coalescing into a distinctive suit of armor that enveloped the young man instantly. The armor, adorned in hues of red, white, and purple, radiated an extraordinary heat, as if imbued with infinite flames. The red chest plate bore mysterious purple runes that flickered like lightning. The shoulder guards were sharply angular, gleaming with a metallic sheen. The flame thunder armor, following an intense battle. The red-haired youth drew a purple long sword and swiftly dispatched the creature, departing with an air of nonchalance. In addition to this flame thunder armor, there existed the sharp gold armor, the azure wood armor, the pure water armor, and the sand-earth armor. Mystical armors birthed from the 5 elemental forces that Li Honglian snapped his fingers, prompting Nuwa to prepare a cup of tea for him. According to top-secret documents obtained by the Blade ship's AI from Earth's network, many ordinary humans on Earth possess the special bloodlines of the 5 elements. These exceptional individuals can summon these armors under extreme emotional stimuli. The Earth's elite had previously amassed a significant number of individuals with these bloodlines for research purposes, but regrettably, they could not decipher the secrets behind the 5 elemental bloodlines. Coupled with the resurgence of Cthulhu monster invasions, they struck a deal with a faction within the 5 elemental bloodline, pledging to cease the persecution of those individuals. Thus, the 5-element armor center was established to jointly protect Earth, evolving to its current state. TSK, truly pathetic. Li Honglian sipped his tea, continuing to sift through the useful information in his mind, just as they could not unravel the origins of the Cthulhu monsters. Humanity on Earth remained unable to decipher how these monstrosities came into being. They could only relay information to the 5-element armor center after the Cthulhu monsters wreaked havoc, urging them to deal with the creatures. If only they could transplant the ability to summon armor to the interstellar warriors' suits, they would no longer need mechanical appendages to assist in donning their armors. Li Honglian mused, but first he needed to locate the mission target. After contemplating, he sent a message to the members of the interstellar warrior squad, instructing the boy and the stout one to prepare for a journey to Earth the following day to search for an item. Meanwhile, in the interstellar warriors' dormitory, the lively quartet lay on their oversized bed, engaging in casual conversation. Black Hawk glanced at the novel on the screen, then at the panting Tyrannosaurus, hesitating before ultimately remaining silent. Shaking his head, he redirected his focus to the novel. The chess-playing boy finished reading the message from the leader and turned to the gaming stout one, saying, "Stop playing. The boss wants us to accompany him to Earth tomorrow to find the mission target." All right, I got it." The stout one immediately exited the game, ignoring the pleas of his struggling gaming teammates. Shouts of anger resonated from other dorms aboard the Blade ship. Upon hearing the conversation, Tyrannosaurus plopped down on the ground and exclaimed, "What? The boss didn't invite me? How dare he not take me along?" It is well known that among 3 individuals, one will invariably conceive a brilliant idea. Black Hawk shook his head and advised Tyrannosaurus, "Listen to me. When you see the boss tomorrow, just kneel down and beg him that if he refuses, roll around in front of Sister Na. The boss adores Sister Na. He surely wouldn't want to see you bothering her. Who knows, he might just agree to take you along. But what if the boss hits me? His strikes hurt quite a bit, but don't be afraid. Life is but one word. Do it. That is not even a single word." Black Hawk, Chapter 030. Observations Earth, America, San Francisco. Night enveloped the continent on the main city streets. A swaying muscle pickup truck, driven by a drunken driver, made its way home. Bang! The pickup crashed into a street lamp that a hefty white driver, weighing 250 pounds and clad in a gray t-shirt, exited the vehicle, cursing at the lamppost before collapsing onto the truck's hood, fast asleep. Nearby, a black homeless man, dressed in a hoodie and shorts, sprang to his feet and approached the drunken white man. He first checked the white man's breathing, confirming he was still alive, then patted his back. Seeing the man remained unconscious, he began to rummage through the drunken man's belongings, slipping the man's phone into his own hoodie pocket. Then, he pocketed the cash from the man's wallet. "Broke," the homeless man muttered in authentic American slang, tossing the emptied wallet into a nearby puddle. He dragged the unconscious white man down from the pickup and set him on the roadside before taking the driver's seat and driving away. Not far away, on a rooftop, 3 jet motorcycles came to a stop, and 3 giants clad in suits made from special materials observed the scene unfolding below. This place is truly blessed with talent and resources. It is indeed a chosen land. Upon hearing the leader's words, the stout one and the boy nodded gently, not questioning the leader like Tyrannosaurus had, for they understood that what he said was simply the truth. Beyond doubt, poor Tyrannosaurus had just attempted to plead on his knees, yet before he could roll around, he found himself pinned against the alloy wall of the battleship. "All right, I've sent you both the details of this mission through the terminal. Let us start our search in this country." "Understood, boss. Stop, by the way. Remember to activate the cloaking module. Don't let them discover your true identities in case of insurmountable external forces, you can request support from the Blade ship." Guaranteed to complete the mission. The 3 activated the cloaking module on their terminals, their heights shrinking from 4 meters to just over 2. This was not a physical transformation, but rather a clever application of optical technology, rendering them as 2-meter figures in the eyes of others while they remained over 4 meters in reality. Li Honglian adjusted his sleeves, leaning against the rooftop railing before leaping down the several dozen stories. Landing gracefully, he retrieved the specialized goggles provided for the mission and donned them. The unassuming glasses transformed into golden-rimmed spectacles, bestowing upon him an air of refined elegance. Activating the goggles tracking function, he thought, "Why is there no change? Are they broken?" He recalled the individual who assigned him the mission had mentioned that 3 customized tracking goggles were included for this task. Once activated, the goggles were supposed to mark the mission target when it entered a certain range. Yet, they did not specify the range. What if it was a negative distance before being marked? Finding the target could take ages. Li Honglian gently massaged his temples, randomly selecting a direction, prepare to test his luck. Meanwhile, the 3-jet motorcycles on the rooftop vanished from sight. A week swiftly passed. Having traversed much of America, Li Honglian arrived in the capital of this nation. He tore open the alloy door of the presidential vault. Touted as nuclear-proof within the White House, clapping his hands, he strolled inside with an air of nonchalance. The broken goggles still showed no signs of activity. Communication link invitation, confirm, sitting on the presidential bed. He gazed at the projections of the boy and stout one displayed on the terminal. So, have you found the mission target over there? Not yet, boss, but this method is quite time-consuming to D. Oh, you have a better plan? Li Honglian pondered for a moment before responding. You two should return to the Blade ship, hand the tracking goggles to Yang Na, and let her investigate if she can decipher the technology behind them. Understood, boss. Li Honglian ended the communication and, after a moment of thought, reached out to Yang Na. What's up? Honglian, have you encountered any difficulties? Yang Na came to a halt, switched off the treadmill, and while wiping the sweat from her forehead with a towel, inquired. There had been no troubles. However, wandering aimlessly on Earth seemed an utter waste of time that I instructed the boy and the chubby fellow to return first. Once they are back, you should examine the object-finding glasses equipped for this mission to see if the technology can be deciphered. If it can be cracked, then produce several more pairs of glasses or create an item that amplifies the searching function by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Very well, I shall give it my utmost effort. Yang Na smiled faintly. The feeling of being needed by a loved one was simply marvelous. Don't overexert yourself. Indeed, I love you. I Honglian hung up the phone. The area of America had already been thoroughly searched by the three. Yet no discoveries were made. It was time to shift strategies. She recalled the information on the 5-element armor and the Cthulhu monsters previously uncovered. Thus, she changed her approach and decided to visit the 5-element armor center first to check if there were any records of mission targets. If no leads were found, she would investigate how the Cthulhu monsters manifested and determine the reasons for their appearances, to see if their emergence was related to the mission objectives. With these thoughts in mind, Li Honglian raised her hand to summon the concealed jet motorcycle in the air, heading straight towards the great eastern nation, the Hong Kong harbor. 3 Cthulhu monsters appeared out of thin air, leaving the port staff in shock. The forklift driver, a clever individual, quietly snuck away in his vehicle, racing towards the harbor's exit. There are monsters. A high-pitched female scream mingled with male voices. One blue monster, with a rhino horn atop its head, swung its tail, extending it to smash the tail hammer into the chest of the woman who screamed the loudest. The woman, clad in a work uniform, was struck onto a container, her chest compressing violently, blood streaming from her fluorescent green safety attire and pooling onto the ground. The effect was profound, and the shrieks fell silent. The terrified crowd began to scatter in all directions. The rhino horn monster cackled grotesquely and turned to its 2 foolish companions, saying, "The hunting hour begins." A white-furred monster with ram-like horns on its forehead attempted to speak, but its attention was quickly captivated by the bloodied tail hammer of the rhino horn beast. The alluring scent of blood drove it into a frenzy, and with a mighty leap, it landed in front of the fastest-running black man. The man collapsed instantly, unable to comprehend why, despite his swift escape. The monster targeted him first. The blood-red-eyed woolly monster regarded the terrified prey and shook its head, as if to say, "I simply enjoy those who run fast." Its left claw morphed into a ram's horn, piercing through the man's chest and extracting a beating heart, which it devoured whole. Delicious. Among the 3 monsters, the largest, a pig-nosed creature, observed the impatient antics of its companions with a cunning glint in its eye. These 2 fools are out causing trouble for the first time, probably unaware of the might of those armored beings. Indeed, the pig-nosed monster likened their mission to mere chaos, and this was not its first encounter with such disorder. During its inaugural venture, it had, like these 2 fools, swiftly hunted humans, but was soon scattered by the arriving armored figures. Thanks to its large size and substantial health, it managed to endure until its kin came to its aid, ultimately escaping disaster. On its second outing, it knew when to retreat, smashing a bus to pieces before fleeing, never once encountering the armored beings. This was its 3rd outing, and it decided to find a hiding spot and observe the unfolding events. Chapter 031. Contact upon reaching Hong Kong from the sea, Li Honglian immediately witnessed the monsters attacking humans. The plan she had been contemplating to infiltrate the 5-element armor center crystallized in an instant. With a mere thought, her suit transformed into flowing metal, a fearsome alloy, and a rather flamboyant armor suitable for this cosmic style enveloped her. She aimed at the rhino horn monster, which was busy slaughtering, and accelerated her jet motorcycle directly towards it. In the moment of impact, she leaped from the motorcycle, delivering a powerful kick that sent the woolly monster soaring away. She landed gracefully, striking a pose of confidence. You have violated the laws of civilized justice. According to the Kepler Civilized Justice Act, I shall pass judgment upon you here, at the branch of the 5-element armor center in Hong Kong. The branch director, a mature woman with wavy long hair and an oval face, sat in the monitoring room, in her mid-30s. Her position of power endowed her with an aura as rich and alluring as fine red wine. The satellite feed displayed scenes that made her anxious. Watching her compatriots perish one by one. Frantically, she spoke into her communicator, First Squad, hurry up, faster. Director, we are still 2 traffic lights away from the harbor. We will arrive shortly. The captain of the First Squad, Jin Xiangqian, sensed the urgency in the director's voice and promptly responded, Received. Understood. As the deputy director, a competent woman beside the beautiful director, saw the green representing the First Squad nearing the harbor. She prepared to rise and comfort the staff in the monitoring room. However, the satellite operator magnified a particular shot. Deputy director, look! A towering figure appeared on the screen, dispatching several monsters with ease. Li Honglian flicked her right hand, clenched her fist, and provocatively gestured to the woolly monster that had just risen from the ground. Grasping the monster's arm, which had transformed into a ram's horn, she swiftly absorbed dark energy with the dark energy seed in her hand and struck the captive woolly monster's head with a powerful punch. Bang! The woolly monster turned into a headless corpse, which then dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Truly weak. Quite impressive. Li Honglian carefully sensed the smoke left behind by the monster, detecting a resemblance to dark energy, yet lacking the corrosive properties that infected all matter. Bang! The rhino horn monster, finally unable to withstand the force of the jet motorcycle's impact, succumbed and transformed into a cloud of smoke. Come forth, you filthy creature. Li Honglian's gaze shifted towards the distant stack of containers. The pig-nosed monster had long since been detected by her extraordinary senses. Observing the still motionless container stack, she raised her hand to summon Enwa. Bomb that area. Understood, master. The jet motorcycle, having knocked the rhino horn monster away, hovered in midair and turned around. Whoosh! A thermite grenade was launched, landing precisely among the container stacks. Bang! The containers and the pig-nosed monster vanished. Alas, I, a pitiful pig, spent most of my life in hiding only to perish at the hands of an enemy. And even worse, without knowing who that enemy is, the area beneath the pig-nosed monster was scorched and crystallized by intense heat. Boom, boom, boom. 3 peculiar motorcycles arrived at the harbor, one skidding to a stop in front of Li Honglian. 3 exuberant young individuals dismounted in unison. As Li Honglian focused her thoughts, her armor transformed into an exquisite suit. A young man with phoenix eyes was about to speak when Jin Xiangqian interrupted him. Jin Xiangqian straightened his attire and approached Li Honglian, feeling the overwhelming presence of this formidable man. Extending his right hand, he said, Greetings, sir. Our director wishes to meet you. May I inquire if you would honor us with your presence? Li Honglian did not feign hesitation, but immediately extended her hand to shake Jin Xiangqian's. I am more than willing. At the monitoring command room of the Hong Kong branch of the 5-element armor center, a cacophony ensued. Goodness, is he even human? I doubt it. After all, our recorded tallest individual is over 3 meters. And it's impossible for anyone to be that robust. I believe he is an alien. Of course, he mentioned the Kepler Civilized Justice Act. He must be a Keplerian. Indeed, he stands at least 4 meters tall. I wonder how vast his origins are. A girl in glasses adjusted her spectacles and remarked, his motorcycle can fly. Is it a gravity-defying device or some other unknown technology? Goodness, aren't you all interested in that thermite weapon? That thing is terrifying. With just one shot, everything vanished. A youthful boy in the corner chimed in. What do you think of his armor? It seems somewhat similar to our 5-element armor, but much more stylish. Ignoring the chatter, the beautiful director and the capable deputy director departed the monitoring command room and entered a small chamber. Director, what are your thoughts on this person we shall tentatively refer to as a human? Our opinions matter little. You must compile the data and report to headquarters immediately. Understood, Director. The deputy director exited the small room, leaving the beautiful director to ponder alone. Unlike the 20-something youths outside who were solely focused on the mysterious guest's equipment and technology, she had to consider the implications of an alien presence. The mysterious visitor's physique, the floating motorcycle, the immensely powerful thermite grenade, and the notion of the Civilized Justice Act all indicated that there was a team or civilization behind this enigmatic figure. Most crucially, did aliens also speak Mandarin? Li Honglian piloted her jet motorcycle through the sky, trailing behind the three individuals riding motorcycles on the ground, while she processed the information obtained by NY infiltrating the Hong Kong branch of the 5-Element Armor Center and listened to the discussions about her. She admired the urban scenery reminiscent of 2010 from her past life. Soon, she arrived at a square building, the entrance adorned with signs for the Eastern Great Nation, Hong Kong, and the 5-Element Armor Center. Within the understated Iron Gate lies a modest flag-raising square, where the banners of the Great Eastern Nation and the fragrant harbor dangle from the flagpole. Regrettably, the emblem of the 5-Elements Armor Center is absent from the display. Standing in the square are two rows of welcoming individuals, both men and women, in the background. Within a square 6-story building, a group of men and women leans out of the windows, observing him. Li Honglian's extraordinary hearing allows her to discern their conversations in Mandarin or Cantonese. Concealed behind them is another group of armored youths who have already summoned their armor, accompanied by ordinary people wielding firearms. The beautiful director Su Yang and her deputy Huizitao stand behind an elderly gentleman clad in an administrative jacket, watching as Li Honglian, having alighted from the vehicle, approaches them slowly. The disparity between the video and the reality is stark. The 4-meter-tall Li Honglian exudes an aura more imposing than the mightiest Cthulhu creature she has ever encountered, her robust physique evoking the sense of pressure she felt upon first meeting Mount Tai. The elderly man, wearing a warm smile, takes a couple of steps forward as if oblivious to the weight of Li Honglian's presence. He clasps her outstretched right hand with both of his. Visibly excited, a camera captures this moment. "Greetings, sir. I am the person in charge here, Yang Guochang. May I be so bold as to inquire how you prefer to be addressed?" "Hello, esteemed elder. You may simply call me Xiao Li." "Oh, no need for such formality, Mr. Li. Please, after you." Upon Yang Guochang's words, he releases Li Honglian's hand, and Su Yang and Huizitao, witnessing this, sequentially shake hands with her, introducing themselves. "Please, go ahead. You are too kind. Let us proceed together." Huizitao, glancing at the hovering jet motorcycle, inexplicably interjects, "Mr. Li, does your vehicle require refueling?" A fleeting glimmer of joy crosses Yang Guochang's eyes. If the answer is affirmative, it would provide an opportunity to delve into this extraterrestrial technology while refueling. "Well done, young Hua. I have high hopes for you." Chapter 032. Communication. "Mr. Hua, you are too courteous. My mode of transport does not rely on gasoline for power." Su Yang, upon hearing this, immediately adopts a curious demeanor, eager to assist. "Really? Mr. Li, how does your vehicle derive its energy?" Li Honglian, observing the woman's perplexed expression as she utters such fervent words, feels a twinge in her heart. Truly impressive. No wonder it is said that the finest performers reside within the system. With profound expression and linguistic prowess, a mineral commonly found in the universe. According to the trajectory of cosmic civilization, you may discover it in approximately 400 years. Su Yang's expression shifts seamlessly to one of admiration. Her words laced with awe, "You truly are remarkable." Yang Guochang clears his throat, interrupting Su Yang before she can finish out. "Mr. Li, shall we step inside?" They enter a spacious room, evidently a recently converted large conference hall. Li Honglian notices the fresh paint adorning the walls. Within a mere 2.5 hours, the door has been modified to accommodate her substantial stature. The interior is simply arranged. On the innermost wall hangs a map of the Great Eastern Nation, beneath which are 2 sofas and a wooden square coffee table, all aligned along the wall. Li Honglian takes a seat on one of the sofas, engaging in conversation with Yang Guochang, who sits opposite her at the coffee table. Mr. Li, I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Elder Yang, you are far too gracious. Su Yang approaches with a set of tea utensils. Observing Su Yang as she kneels, Yang Guochang addresses Li Honglian. Mr. Li, tea art is one of our traditional cultures, a comprehensive art pertaining to the appreciation and brewing of tea. Li Honglian nods in gratitude at Yang Guochang and Su Yang. Did I ask that so? I must savor it properly then. The half-kneeling Su Yang smiles gently, exuding charm. Mr. Li, I am not particularly skilled in tea art, so please do not hold it against me. Oh, not at all. I find her tea art as beautiful as you are. You truly know how to flatter. In the midst of their conversation, Su Yang completes the intricate process of brewing 2 cups of tea. Enjoy. Thank you. With that, Yang Wuchang picks up his cup and takes a delicate sip. Li Honglian mirrors his action, not concerned about the possibility of poison. For given Earth's level of development, it is improbable that any toxin could affect her extraordinary physique. Moreover, based on her understanding of the great Eastern nation, such actions would not be in their character. They adhere to the principle of offering fine wine to friends and firearms to wolves. And she comes with goodwill, thus the likelihood of encountering a toxic concoction is negligible. Li Honglian sets down her cup, feigning to savor the flavor, then remarks, "Ah, what a pity, I have never tasted tea and cannot provide a professional assessment. However, I must say, this tea is a vibrant green in color, aromatic, and tastes delightfully smooth and refreshing. Truly exquisite." Su Yang immediately picks up on Li Honglian's words, exclaiming, "Mr. Li, your eloquence surpasses even that of a professional tea master. I would have thought you were a native." Following this, she casts a lingering glance at Li Honglian's black hair, dark eyes, and golden skin. Li Honglian contemplates the exchange, carefully crafting her next words, ensuring no flaws exist before speaking. "Miss Su, you certainly possess a gift for flattery. My arrival at this planet's first stop being the great Eastern nation signifies our fortunate connection." Yang Guochang and Su Yang quickly exchange glances. Yang Guochang speaks up, "Mr. Li, may I inquire as to where you hail from?" He pauses momentarily before continuing, "Of course, if it is inconvenient, you need not disclose that." Li Honglian takes another sip of tea before responding, "What inconvenience could there be? My homeland is referred to as the sacred Mother Star." After a brief pause, she adds, "I come bearing goodwill, and shortly I shall have my assistant provide you with some information, as it is only courteous to introduce oneself properly." Su Yang gasps in surprise. "Oh, an assistant? Indeed, silly girl, come forth and say hello." The holographic projection of Nuwa materializes beside Li Honglian, her synthesized mechanical voice announcing, "Good afternoon, everyone." As conversations meander, the sun sets. Li Honglian first dines with the group before being escorted to the luxurious top suite of the Harbor Hotel in Xiangang for rest. With the attentive service of the room's steward and female attendants, she soon reclines on the grand bed to repose. Once they depart, the holographic projection of Nuwa appears beside the bed. The master has thoroughly checked. There are no surveillance or listening devices in the room. Excellent. How did you fare with the tasks I assigned you? It was quite effortless. Their information technology is so rudimentary that it posed no challenge for me. I initially accessed the database of the 5 Elements Armor Center in Xiangang, which led me to the headquarters of the 5 Elements Armor of the Great Eastern Nation, and subsequently infiltrated their database. After acquiring their data, I analyzed it and pinpointed several locations of hidden databases that I have successfully copied all their data and information. Have you found any leads on the task items? None thus far. Master, I have meticulously compared the historical records of the Great Eastern Nation and Earth, yet their history contains no references to the task items. This task item indeed possesses a certain significance. It is not found in America, nor in the Great East. Could it be in Zhejiang? Li Honglian shifts her position, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, then rises to fetch a cup of warm yellow wine prepared by the attendant. Approaching the window, she gazes over the port's scenery, where skyscrapers illuminate the night with vibrant neon lights, and the sea reflects captivating patterns, the two harmonizing beautifully, a testament to the era. Sensing the gazes directed at her from all around, she smiles faintly, raises her glass of yellow wine in a toast, and then downs it in one gulp. In the conference room, a gathering of the great Eastern nation's top astronomers, psychologists, criminal experts, various categories of scientists, weapon specialists, and social researchers convenes. The elderly man seated at the head of the table claps his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, please share your findings. A somewhat ordinary-looking woman in her 30s speaks first. Leader. Based on our psychological team's analysis, every word and action of armor.The appears to be meticulously crafted. From these orchestrated words and actions, we can only conclude that he is an astute individual. Another representative from the weapon and science group, a refined and handsome middle-aged man, adds, according to our analysis of the video and written materials, this extraterrestrial, this armor.The possesses extraordinary capabilities. His armor is entirely unlike ours. A more detailed comparative analysis will require further data. His anti-gravity battle vehicle also remains unexaminable due to insufficient information. However, we have conducted a chemical analysis of the incendiary devices he deployed. For now, we shall refer to them as thermal fusion ordnance. Its principle operates by agitating the target at a subatomic level, effectively cooking or melting it, resulting in a small-scale nuclear fusion reaction that emits a shock wave capable of igniting anything. Mr. Li's personal assistant, the silly girl, represents a synthesis of artificial intelligence and holographic projection. Her presence signifies that we are indeed on the right path. One expert appears to have glimpsed the truth. His expression fervent. After many have concluded their reports, the elderly man at the head of the table interlocks his fingers, his thumbs rotating thoughtfully. Very well. That will be all for today. A young man rushes in. Leaning close to the elderly man's ear, Sir, the information on armor.The has arrived. Chapter 033 Communication. Too good. Very good, the elder exclaimed after perusing the materials, uttering two commendatory words. However, Chief, the origins of this information are indeed somewhat. Speak plainly. Do not mince words, the young man continued. This information has appeared directly in our offline core database, and our firewall has proven utterly ineffective, allowing this data to infiltrate without hindrance. Observing the elder's unchanged countenance, the young man elaborated, this indicates that armor.The can not only breach all our network defenses, but can even bypass the network to directly invade our information repository. We have no secrets left. After uttering those final words, the young man appeared to be drained of all vitality, his faith shattered. The elder remained unresponsive, but a nearby information engineering expert's expression shifted dramatically as he pulled out his uncarded phone and smashed it onto the ground, startling the elder. Trembling, the expert stammered, "Our meeting's content has been leaked." The elder's expression changed as he surveyed the seemingly despondent crowd, and his internal draft transformed into a mere utterance. Disperse. Everyone, take a good rest. The sky has not fallen yet. On Earth, Li Honglian enjoyed a night of undisturbed slumber, the likes of which he had not experienced in a long time. Normally accustomed to just 3 hours of sleep, he surprisingly managed to rest for 8 hours that night. Whether it was the effect of a yellow wine or the Earth's magnetic field, he could not tell, while Li Honglian basked in comfortable sleep. Others suffered at the Hong Kong 5 Elements Armor Branch Center. Su Yang, Huazi Tao, and several department heads had not slept a wink, all due to the materials shared by Li Honglian. What was termed as materials was essentially a letter, and though it was a letter, it hardly adhered to any conventional format. Nevertheless, the attendees were unconcerned. Did an extraterrestrial need to conform to earthly standards when composing a letter? Let's not jest about interstellar affairs. To Earthlings, greetings. I am a member of the Kepler civilization, and more accurately, I am now an explorer of the Kepler civilization. My home planet is an ordinary celestial body within a minuscule star system in the Kepler star cluster. My home planet is as beautiful as Earth. Its sky exhibits a dreamlike blue, with clouds floating like the sweet, fluffy cotton candy of Earth. That it is home to the vast Karamu forest, located in its tropical region, where the wondrous dream trees grow. Their trunks stand tall, and their canopies provide a majestic shade, obscuring the sunas nightfalls. The gentle light of Shuchuo pierces through the branches of the dream trees, causing the trees themselves to emit a glow of red, pink, and blue hues under the moonlight. An elder from Karamu once said, "Dreaming beneath the dream trees. Good dreams will come true. while bad dreams will manifest in the opposite direction. However, I have yet to visit, but I have always longed to. By the way, Shuchuo resembles your moon. Our lakes do not rest embedded in the earth like yours. Instead, they float in the air, and with a mere glance upwards, one can see the scales of fish shimmering under the starlight. The musical sandstone of memory holds glorious reminiscences, and the unique formation of the sandstone will recreate the shadows of your in resonance with music. The sanctuary of plants is a spectacle born from a cluster of low-intelligence plants that mimic the structure of a civilization's energy furnace. The flora intertwine their branches and roots, generating an energy circuit akin to that of the energy furnace. My civilization, much like yours, has traversed the planetary era, yet it has developed at a swifter pace. We have already entered the interstellar. Do not fret about my arrival. Our civilization is one that cherishes peace and justice. I shall bestow upon you a gift, one that will not promote hastiness. Attachment: controllable nuclear fusion power generation technology. Note: key terms have been replaced with Chinese, with annotations provided. This is a letter adapted from an article by Li Honglian. Combining the insights of a renowned human civilization travel blogger, it appears satisfactory. This letter, crafted by Nuwa, alongside the controllable nuclear fusion technology, kept countless individuals in the Eastern great nation awake throughout the night. Li Honglian arose, changing from his pajamas into casual attire, deciding to stroll through the streets today and buy some gifts for Yang, and as he left, a group of staff members in uniforms entered, equipped with tools to search for any stray hairs or sweat left by Li Honglian. However, they would be disappointed, for his extraordinary physique had left no trace behind. Hankow Road, situated in the heart of Tsimsha Tsui, is flanked by numerous brand stores, and a group of girls on the street gazed at a gentleman, seemingly indifferent to the luxury bags and jewelry displayed in the shops. Li Honglian, with his handsome visage, nodded at the crowd observing him. Then weaved through the bustling throng, he halted 1 foot against an oblivious cyclist, using his hands to steady a girl clad in a short-shouldered top and denim jeans, who was wearing loafers. "Thank you. You're welcome. Be careful." Li Honglian brushed off the minor incident and continued onward, leaving the girls gazing after him, one of them exclaiming, "Wow." The 2 friends of the girl in jeans hurried over. A long-haired girl in a vintage dress inquired, "Xian, are you all right?" Another girl in gender-neutral attire chimed in, "Oh my, Xian, how was your first close encounter with the alien handsome guy? Did you get pregnant just from the touch?" "What alien handsome guy?" The girl in gender-neutral attire explained to her bewildered friends. "Haven't you seen Facebook? I sent it to you last night." Seriously, as she pulled out her phone to show the news report. She said, "It's this. Mysterious alien visitor defeats monsters with 2 moves." I initially thought it was fake news, but it turns out to be true. This brings us to the chain reaction triggered by Li Honglian's mysterious letter last night. Realizing they could neither restrict nor conceal information about Li Honglian, the people of the Eastern Great Nation opted to release relevant information in the Hong Kong region and even produce some edited videos to amplify the buzz. Along the way, many who had seen the news recognized him, and bold individuals approached for photographs. Those who dare are the ones who savor the world. Li Honglian experienced the novelty of being a celebrity for the first time, which was quite intriguing, yet he soon grew weary of it. As the crowd severely impeded his shopping enjoyment, he waved dismissively at several officials who had been quietly following him. "Excuse me, could you move aside?" The officials quickly formed a protective formation around Li Honglian, allowing him to continue his shopping. Holding a bag containing the latest Van Cleef Arpels watch, necklace, and bracelet, he exited the store only to find 2 officials in black conversing. Super hearing activated. Cthulhu monster sighted ahead. Ensure the safety of the VIP. Received. Li Honglian chuckled. "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall take my leave." His invisible jet motorcycle appeared in the air, drawing a gasp from the onlookers. Li Honglian leaped into the air, landing gracefully on the motorcycle, twisted the throttle, and sped towards the Cthulhu monster's location, prompting another round of astonished gasps from the crowd. Chapter 034, Taking Action Again at the Intersection. The buildings displayed a quintessential English style. The chaos caused by 5 Cthulhu monsters rendered the entire intersection impassable. Horns blared incessantly, and the air was filled with shouts of anger following collisions. The sounds of police whistles and the cries of those being assaulted by the four monsters echoed. One of the monsters, the Ringia, with 6 arms wielding short hammers, slithered forward with its serpentine tail. Its tongue reminiscent of octopus tentacles, sweeping across its lips, leaving a trail of green slime that a small boy tugged at a heavier boy, urging him to flee. "Brother, get up! The monsters are coming, hurry!" The younger brother, with tears glistening on his cheeks, looked anxiously at the heavier boy. Despite enduring excruciating pain from a sprained ankle, the heavier boy was pulled along by his brother for a few more steps before collapsing onto the ground. "Go ahead, little brother." What a touching display of brotherly affection. Ha ha ha. The Ringia monster chuckled sinisterly. The besieged Jin Xiangqian recoiled in shock, as it was his first encounter with a Cthulhu monster that laughed in such a lewd manner. A loud crash reverberated through the sky as Honglian made his grand entrance, still possessing that familiar tall physique, adorned in the flamboyant armor that had become his signature, flying kick. Of course, this was not a battle cry he uttered. He was not yet capable of shouting out move names while fighting. Such a shameful act. Hence, it remained merely a thought within his mind. Not uttering a word still held a sense of dignity. For dignity is self-bestowed. His right leg extended straight, while his left foot pulled back under his right knee, his entire form hurtling down like a dart. Bang! He directly kicked a starfish monster, bedecked with small spikes. That was assaulting Jin Xiangqian, cleaving it in two. The lower half of the starfish monster collapsed slowly, while the upper half soared into the air, colliding with the Ringia monster that had been advancing towards the two boys, sending it crashing onto the hood of a sports car. Subsequently, the two segments of the starfish monster dissipated into smoke. The fleeing crowd, disregarding the police's attempts to control them, surged back to witness the awe-inspiring display of Li Honglian, whose extravagant armor had become synonymous with heroism. Yesterday, it had been a feast of lamb and pork. Today, it transformed into a seafood banquet. Li Honglian thought to himself, turning to Jin Xiangqian, "I'll leave this to you. I shall go deal with that 6-armed creature." Without awaiting Jin Xiangqian's response, Li Honglian positioned himself in front of the two boys, shielding them behind him. Of course, this was not a comparison to a certain famous racer. He turned his head and waved dismissively at the Ringia monster. The monstrous creature, resembling a reptilian beast, crawled up from the hood of the sports car, picking up a fallen short hammer and slithering toward Li Honglian. Standing at a towering height of 4 meters, Li Honglian made the creature, which stood at a mere 2.5 meters, feel somewhat inadequate. The creature was determined to not be outdone in presence. Thus, it lifted its tail and elevated its body. With its head now slightly taller than Li Honglian's, it nodded slightly, unaware that its precarious balance, relying solely on its tail, appeared utterly ridiculous to the onlookers. In a matter of seconds, Li Honglian, utilizing her myriad of extraordinary organs, had analyzed the physical data and combat methods of these creatures, storing the information within the confines of Confucius's mind. The physical prowess of these aquatic monstrosities surpassed that of the previous day's amalgam of swine, cattle, and sheep. To put it in gaming terms, the pigs, cattle, and sheep were mere common foes, while the seafood monsters represented minor elites, and the creature before her could be classified as a major elite. Quite impressive, an upgrade in the game. Purifying Divine Fist, first style, shatter your skull. She silently chanted the name of the technique she had just conceived, executing a swift 3-point force punch, sending the reptilian beast soaring into the sky. It exhibited no capacity for reaction whatsoever. With a powerful crouch, she propelled herself upward, catching up to the airborne creature with a 4-point force punch. The impact caused the creature's body to dissolve into smoke, vanishing from sight. She then turned to assist Jin Xiangqian in dispatching the other 3 beasts. As she watched Jin Xiangqian preparing to depart, Li Honglian suddenly inquired, "Do these monsters grow stronger with each appearance?" Jin Xiangqian paused momentarily, responding, "No, absolutely not." Li Honglian nodded gently, her armor transforming back into casual attire. She waved to the cheering crowd, and a daring reporter dashed between 2 police officers, brandishing a recording device as he approached her, asking a question befitting his entertainment segment. "Mr. Alien, which Hong Kong actress do you favor the most?" Upon hearing this query, several reporters who had lagged behind cursed under their breath. Strangely, the moment the question was posed, Li Honglian recalled a star from her past life who had gained notoriety due to a scandal, and she blurted out, CC. Unfortunately, this Earth lacked that particular star, yet those associated with CC garnered tremendous attention in the wake of her words. In the upgraded conference room, a group of individuals devoid of electronic devices gathered around a table, engaging in discussion. The controllable nuclear fusion technology provided by this alien gentleman has undergone several rounds of validation. An elderly man with white hair paused, surveying the room before continuing. It is indeed genuine. The crowd erupted in excitement, fully aware that humanity on Earth was poised for a monumental shift. In the following period, Li Honglian traversed the continent on her jet motorcycle, seeking to convey a sense of closeness. After all, she had written extensively about the breathtaking scenery in her letters. Not to explore would contradict her persona. At each destination, official personnel provided commentary, and their measured tones were always pleasing to her ears. Standing atop Mount Tai, she gazed at the sun rising slowly, the weather fortuitous, devoid of rain. She was about to recite a poem inspired by Nuwa, albeit signed with her own name, when her extraordinary senses detected a disturbance at the foot of the mountain. Another wave? How many is this now? Ever since the last encounter with those aquatic monsters in the fragrant harbor, a new batch has randomly surfaced around me every few days. Each new appearance seems to be slightly stronger than the last. The previous creatures required 9/10 of my power to defeat. So these newcomers may very well match my strength or even surpass it. This could mean that the current foes might reach the level of a school captain. With that thought, Li Honglian mounted her motorcycle, instantly arriving at the mountain's base. After circling above the monsters, she flew toward a less populated area. 5 indescribable creatures abandoned their relentless assault on the 10 armored youths and pursued Li Honglian's direction. Within an uninhabited peach orchard, she turned her vehicle around, patiently awaiting the arrival of the monsters. The 5 indescribable beasts crashed into the orchard, encircling Li Honglian, causing the peach trees to sway violently and the soil to erupt in chaos. Squawk! When the single-clawed monster screeched, extending its tail and uprooting a peach tree to hurl it at Li Honglian. Swiftly, she dodged the tree. Nuwa, I need you to pilot the jet motorcycle to assist me. Understood, Master. Reaching for the space-slicing blade delivered by the unmanned drone aboard her ship, her fearsome armor transformed, not into ostentatious plating, but rather into a form more suitable for interstellar combat. The heart of the dragon activated, and the dark energy seed ignited. The staff-like space-slicing blade absorbed energy, instantly morphing, with a long energy blade emerging from one end, vibrating an almost imperceptible frequency. Chapter 035. The Hidden Hand, the Extraordinary Object. Steel wings activated. The steel wings unfurled behind Li Honglian, casting a shadow over the land, refracting sunlight into a mesmerizing brilliance. The single-clawed monster leaped into the air, landing directly before Li Honglian in midair, its claw elongated, transforming into a bone blade aimed at her left side. Li Honglian's extraordinary physique surged into motion, instinctively using the space-slicing blade to intercept the bone weapon. The clash between them resounded through the air, as she swiftly retreated, flapping her steel wings to dissipate the creature's momentum. She arched gracefully through the air, coming to a gentle halt. Meanwhile, the 3-clawed monster among the silent onlookers inhaled deeply, morphing its chest into a bone-and flesh apparatus. Its gaping maw split open, transforming into the barrel of a cannon that a bone projectile grazed Li Honglian's scalp, subsequently detonating behind her. The explosive shockwave destabilized her momentarily, a shell made of bone, a pure energy bomb. These creatures are becoming increasingly formidable, from their initial state as mere punching bags to now possessing comparable physicality and the ability to launch energy projectiles. The transformation was astonishing to Li Honglian narrowed her eyes beneath her helmet. The motorcycle, piloted by Nuwa, began to harass the 3-clawed monster with its onboard firepower, preventing it from continuing its assault. With a sudden jolt, Li Honglian's steel wings flared, and her form vanished from sight. In the next instant, she materialized before the 2-clawed beast, retracting her wings and wielding the space-slicing blade to strike down upon its head. The 2-clawed creature seemed to anticipate her move, arching its spine and digging its arms into the ground. Mimicking a four-legged beast, electricity crackled between the scales on its body, and the circular scales on its back glowed with a brilliant blue light. Gravity field. Li Honglian felt herself ensnared by the force. Her movements hindered by an unexpected external pressure, allowing her only to slice off a few scales from the two-clawed monster. Meanwhile, the single-clawed beast, unaffected by the gravitational pull, descended upon her with its bone blade aimed at her back. With no time to evade, Li Honglian summoned her steel wings to shield against the impending blow. A cloud of black mist suddenly materialized, enveloping the area for miles, shrouding both Li Honglian and the creatures within its depths. It was the armless monster, the one composed entirely of energy. The last image she captured was that of the armless beast, resembling Venus, morphing into a swirling mass of black mist, expanding at an alarming rate. The energy-infused haze severely diminished Li Honglian's extraordinary perception abilities. Yet another new ability. The surface of her fearsome alloy armor quickly dulled, revealing another function of the energy black mist. Whoosh! A micromagnetic field appeared before Li Honglian. Without a moment to ponder, she met the sudden magnetic field with her blade. The magnetic pearl, which had appeared alongside her steel wings yet remained inconspicuous, now proved its worth. With her perception significantly weakened, she now relied on the magnetic pearl to sense the enemy's magnetic field and ascertain their positions. The four-clawed monster, wielding a dagger in each hand, chuckled sinisterly, and upon realizing their ambush had failed, instantly vanished into the black mist. The magnetic pearl surged with energy, manifesting several bone energy projectiles. Li Honglian's steel wings unleashed a flurry of metallic feathers to intercept the bone projectiles. Crash! The energy projectiles detonated within the mist, further darkening the already inky void. How intriguing! A brawny single-clawed berserker, a three-clawed sharpshooter launching bone projectiles, a two-clawed support creating gravitational buffs, and the armless second support emitting black mist, culminating in the four-clawed assassin executing instantaneous strikes. They truly treat me as a boss in a dungeon. Whoosh! The magnetic pearl detected the four-clawed monster reappearing to launch another ambush. Who do you think you're underestimating? Li Honglian thought defiantly. I can teleport too. As the dark energy seed within her began to draw upon the dark universe's energy, it seemed to reach a pivotal moment, sprouting a tender shoot. A surge of dark energy flooded into Li Honglian's being, which she then channeled into the gateway of origins. The magnetic pearl detected the stationary two-clawed monster. Instantaneous teleportation activated. The space-slicing blade cleaved through the two-clawed monster's midsection, splitting it in two and causing it to dissipate into smoke. Liberated from the gravitational restraints, Li Honglian felt an overwhelming sense of ease. Her form vanished from the scene, leaving the four-clawed monster to pounce at nothing but air, gently extracting the space-slicing blade from the back of the single-clawed monster. She turned to face it, now bewildered. Li Honglian bestowed upon it a gentle smile. Another one bites the dust. The four-clawed monster, sensing an imminent threat, instantaneously teleported to the side of the three-clawed monster, whisking it away into oblivion. Li Honglian, wielding a broadsword, stood her ground, patiently awaiting the gradual retreat of the black mist surrounding the armless beast. Unable to endure any longer, the armless creature revealed its true form. Appearing frail and leaning against a peach tree, as Li Honglian approached step by step, it pleaded, "No, please don't do this." Li Honglian remained silent, resolutely binding the armless monster with a specially crafted rope. A binding technique that even the most distinguished instructor from the Neon Nation would envy. After ensuring the creature was secured, she awaited the arrival of the Black Hawk to transport the armless beast back to the Razor ship before she turned to leave. In the luxurious confines of a hotel in Xiangjiang, Li Honglian reclined on a massage table, attended by one black and one white masseuse, each fervently massaging one of his oversized feet, just as he was about to advise them to mend their ways. His terminal chimed. "Wife," the contact noted, and an unexpected wave of guilt washed over Li Honglian. He hurriedly dismissed the two attendants and switched to another room. Upon connecting the call, Yang Na's smiling visage appeared on the screen. "Honglian, have you missed me?" "Of course I have, my wife. Who else could I possibly long for?" he chuckled. Yang Na, on the other end, responded with a childlike glee, unfazed by the somewhat mundane flattery. It was evident that a truly loving partner finds joy in your presence, even if you're at a loss for words or action. After a brief interlude, Yang Na adopted a more serious demeanor. Captain, there are several important matters I need to report. Technical practitioner, please proceed. Li Honglian replied, his expression shifting to match hers. Firstly, the star speaker, Xin Yueming, remains unchanged, cooped up in her dormitory and seldom emerges. Secondly, I have successfully cracked the object finder glasses, and the object detection amplifier will be completed in a few days, enabling us to scan the entire planet. Thirdly, the Cthulhu monsters captured from Earth have been thoroughly examined by our technical staff aboard the Razor ship, and we can confirm that these creatures are energy beings. After modifying the dark energy detector, we have located the lair of these monsters. Upon observing Yang Na's earnest expression, Li Honglian could not help but tease, such a chatterbox. My wife. Chapter 036. The shadowy hand too high above Kunlun Mountain. Atop an immense glacier, Li Honglian surveyed the pinpoint location appearing on the projection map. This is it. I never expected the lair of the Cthulhu monsters to be hidden beneath such a massive glacier. He then connected to the Razor ship. Based on my current coordinates, initiate a round of orbital strikes. Zhang Yunlong, upon receiving the command, promptly began directing operations aboard the Razor ship. The gunners commenced selecting ammunition and inputting strike coordinates. Subsequently, the ship's artificial intelligence repeated the procedure and conducted a verification. In truth, the warship could function solely on artificial intelligence. However, it was not entirely reliable, especially considering the potential for rebellion if the fleet's AI were to be corrupted by dark energy, an outcome too dire to contemplate. In the lower deck of the Razor ship, a team of workers busied themselves, ensuring the successful loading of the orbital weaponry. The orbital weapons refer to those launched from platforms in celestial orbit, such as satellites, space stations, and cosmic warships, designed to strike enemy ground, subterranean, maritime, and orbital strategic targets. They are primarily crafted from ultra-high-strength metals, utilizing their kinetic energy to inflict destruction, and no matter how intricately the enemy constructs their surface defenses, they will be obliterated in an instant. When Zhang Yunlong confirmed that everything was ready, he issued the order. Launch. The belly of the Razor ship opened in 3 rows, exposing the orbital weapon launch platform. Iron rods forged from URU alloy shot forth. Heading toward Kunlun Mountain, .9 orbital weapons penetrated the glacier before them, the heat from the strikes melting the ice and sending plumes of vapor into the air. Li Honglian then continued, adjust the coordinates, and let the tyrant and his 3 companions conduct an orbital drop strike. Razor ship acknowledges. Strike Brothers team acknowledges. The Strike Brothers team referred to the mini-squad of interstellar warriors aboard the Razor ship, which included Li Honglian himself. The 4 members of the tyrant emerged from the armored chamber, pushing aside the mechanical tendrils obstructing their path. Their unadorned black power armor appeared to absorb all light, promising death to their enemies. Are we finally starting? Tyrant mused, excitement coursing through him as he anticipated their first orbital drop strike. It was easy to guess who was behind it all. Yang Na, wielding an instrument resembling a Confucian tome, scanned the 4, confirming that their weapon systems and power armor were in order. She then offered her blessings. May the Emperor protect you. May benevolence and virtue guide you. May the science of machinery support you. Zhang Yunlong, assuming the role of a part-time political commissar, arrived to conduct a final check on their power armor. Once satisfied with their condition, he led them in a victory oath. Civilization shall triumph. The tyrant and his companions nodded in mutual encouragement. Civilization shall prevail. Strike Brothers shall triumph. Once the tyrant donned his helmet, the 4 stepped into the orbital drop chamber. After launching the orbital weapons, the Razor ship's belly transformed once more, retracting the weapon platform and revealing the orbital drop launch platform. The rear of the drop chamber ignited, vanishing beneath the clouds. The standard airdrop chamber accommodates 12 interstellar warriors. Yet now it felt exceedingly spacious with only 4. Tyrant, clutching his beloved chainsaw, engaged in a monologue through the helmet's communication system, while the other 3 silently checked their weapons and safety gear. As the orbital drop chamber entered the atmosphere, it experienced violent turbulence. but soon regained stability. Indeed, the orbital drop chamber was also a form of celestial weaponry, a large-scale one at that. Once the chamber incapacitated the enemy's defensive structures, the interstellar warriors emerging from it would unleash even greater devastation and terror. Following the intense shaking, the orbital drop chamber came to a halt, and the four understood that they had landed. The lights inside indicated a successful landing, and the chamber doors swung open, prompting the four to charge out with weapons drawn. Outside, they were immediately encircled by a throng of monsters. The tyrant's explosive gun was the first to strike, obliterating a monster, while the shockwave from the blast sent several others flying. After a moment's contemplation, he holstered his explosive gun and drew his chainsaw, grinning wickedly as he advanced toward a massive shark-headed creature. The remaining three, seeing this, also secured their thermal weapons and followed suit, maintaining a safe formation. Li Honglian leaped into the ice pit created by the orbital drop chamber. In the east, the nation's leaders observed two types of weapons captured by satellites. Reports indicated the origins of these weapons, yet satellites and radar could not locate the vessels or warships from which the orbital weaponry was launched. Exchanging silent glances with his companions, they were left speechless. According to a message from their amicable extraterrestrial friend, could it be that he is helping us eliminate the blight? This is indeed a fortuitous development. Li Honglian's iron wings unfurled as he gracefully landed beside the orbital drop chamber. After verification, the door opened, and he stepped inside, where his own set of power armor awaited him in an empty space. Connect with the orbital drop chamber system and assist me with the armor. Understood, Master. Enwa's voice resonated from the chamber's audio system. The folding mechanical tendrils sprang to life, assembling the outer layer of power armor onto Li Honglian piece by piece. Once he donned the helmet, he connected to the communication channel of the four-person team, feeling the surge of power coursing through the armor. He seized the shockwave war hammer and the explosive pistol, following the path of his comrades. At the end of the icy cavern, the vapor from melted glacier water converged, forming a wall of ice. Once more, Li Honglian drew the explosive pistol from his armor's side, twirling it in his palm. With a resounding bang, the secondary explosion from the explosive round shattered the ice wall, and a vast hall unfolded before him, where resurrected or newly birthed single-clawed and double-clawed monsters coordinated seamlessly, encircling the tyrant and his companions. At the center of the crystalline hall stood a resplendent ice crystal tree. Its ethereal blue trunk shimmered with a moonlit glow, illuminating mysterious runes etched into the bark, reflecting the movements of the warriors and beasts alike. The leaves on the branches resembled magnified snowflakes, and the air currents stirred by the remnants of battle caused the snowflake-like leaves to produce a chilling melody, suspended 5 meters above the ground. A peculiar creature was sealed beneath the bark of the ice crystal tree. Its petite female form was covered in menacing scales, with tiny scales on her arms and legs undulating with each breath. Those with a fear of dense clusters would likely faint at the sight. Bone blades protruded from her wrists, and spurs jutted from her knees that a spear, belonging to the Black Hawk, was embedded in her chest. The collapsing force field of the power spear continued to exert pressure, and azure dragon blood dripped down. Extending from her neck were 2 heads, one a fearsome dragon head, gazing at a delicate visage that was pale enough to reveal its veins. Suspended between the dragon head and the maiden's head was a ghostly blue dragon orb, a 2-headed half-dragon being, with a fearsome dragon head and a beautiful human head, materialized before Li Honglian. As he scrutinized the enigmatic creature, the female head gazed back at him with longing, as if she could see his handsome face through the helmet. Li Honglian was startled when she locked eyes with the beautiful head, promptly exclaiming, "You strange creature, stop staring at me. I am a man you will never possess in this lifetime, that I warn you, do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts about me. I am a married man." The menacing dragon-headed figure, upon hearing Li Honglian's words, frantically shouted, "A phone, my phone, tell me what is so good about him." Chapter 037. The Hidden Hand 3. A phone, my phone, tell me what is so good about him. Yet, the beauty named a phone paid no heed to it, and softly spoke to Li Honglian. "You have finally arrived, but you came just a moment too late." Li Honglian responded, "Do we know each other? What is going on? Who are you? It seems we are not acquainted. You may not know me, but I've been watching you for quite some time. Ever since you dealt with those 3 monsters I created at the port of Xiangjiang, I've been keeping an eye on you." As Afong finished speaking, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, cascading down her pristine neck, paired with the slight curl of her lips. A hauntingly beautiful aura emerged. Li Honglian infused energy into the blade he wielded, casually striking at the ice layer behind him, and a throne crafted from ice materialized beneath him, seated upon the icy throne. Li Honglian shifted through various poses, ultimately settling on one that was both ostentatious and comfortable. With his back against the throne, one arm draped over the armrest, the other propping up his chin. He crossed his legs, the blade resting across his thigh. The helmet decomposed and compressed to his back, and a nonchalant expression adorned Li Honglian's striking face, his gaze imbued with 3 parts confusion. 3 parts mockery, 3 parts ruthlessness, and 1 part pity. Do not question how one can exude such a gaze. Just accept that he is an interstellar warrior, not of this world. The icy throne faced the ice spirit divine tree. A cold and merciless emperor confronting a princess of a fallen nation, as for the nameless, grotesque sycophant nearby. There was no need to mention it. This was how it should be. The scene was just right. Li Honglian parted his crimson lips. "Speak. Tell me your story. There's no time. Kill me quickly." Afong shook her head and immediately stated with seriousness, "My dear, your approach is misguided. You should, then, finally. That is how it should be." Afong shook her head once more. "I am serious. Hurry and kill me." Observing the fierce battle between the 4 warriors and their 4 beasts, the helmet reappeared and combined above Li Honglian's head. He instantly teleported to stand before the ice crystal divine tree, and with a swift slash of his blade, Afeng's head rolled to the ground, her expression one of gratitude and release. A fragment of her spirit drifted into the ethereal blue dragon orb. Time and space froze at that moment, truly paused. The gate of origin materialized before the dragon orb and swallowed a whole. Dark energy artifact. Infinite virtue energy pearl. Style, orb, sphere, aberration. Origin, born at the inception of the universe and dark universe. The intertwining of the cosmos led to the birth of this extraordinary artifact. After eons, it found its way into a bubble universe, where it was discovered by the daughter of a benevolent nobleman. Upon her death, the artifact underwent a marvelous transformation. Function: the artifact possesses immense medium-level energy. Note: while using it, you will also be utilized by it. Note: those who instill fear will ultimately be consumed by it. Note: the artifact has developed consciousness. Copy option: yes. No. Yes. Still no option to absorb. How troublesome. Gazing at the abundant source of power within the Gate of Origin, Li Honglian chose to copy it, as he had some whimsical notions to validate. Soon, 2 identical infinite energy pearls appeared within the Gate of Origin. Just as Li Honglian was about to rejoice at the sight of these extraordinary artifacts, the Gate of Origin spat out the original infinite energy pearl back in front of the grieving sycophant beast. Li Honglian displayed a puzzled expression and remarked, "My dear Gate of Origin, you are truly polite, returning it so graciously." Time and space resumed their normal flow. No, Afong, my Afong, I will not allow you to abandon me. The sycophant beast, more accurately described as a 5-clawed dragon-human monster, broke free from the ice that had sealed it. Kneeling before Afeng's head, it cradled her in its arms, weeping uncontrollably. Witnessing such a poignant scene, Li Honglian could not help but offer words of consolation. "My friend, accept my condolences. Death cannot be reversed. And what's more, the 2 of you belong to different species, so a happy ending is impossible." Upon hearing these words, the dragon-human monster glared at Li Honglian with a ferocious expression, its fallen tears instantly freezing into icy crystals due to the low temperature. "You fool, what do you know? Our love is pure. Afong does not love you. You bastard. I will make you accompany Afong in death." With that, the dragon-human monster unleashed its hidden might. The infinite energy pearl responded to its call and was swallowed whole. The feminine traits vanished entirely, its form expanding several times, the delicate scales becoming coarser, and the bone spikes more menacing. The spot where Afeng's head had been was swiftly healed, replaced by dragon scales. The battling single-clawed, double-clawed, and triple-clawed creatures were enveloped in a mist and consumed whole. The rampaging energy transformed into a tangible force, causing the ground to sink several feet. Instantaneous movement in the next moment. It appeared before Li Honglian, striking him squarely in the chest. The porcelain-like exterior of Li Honglian's armor shattered, and a deep imprint was left in the fear alloy. Li Honglian was sent flying, only to be caught by the 4 members of the Tyrannosaurus team. "Are you all right, boss?" one of them asked, gripping Li Honglian's arm. The dark energy seed whirled violently, and the super recovery ability swiftly mended his wounds. Li Honglian shook his head. "I'm fine. You all be careful." With a nudge of his shoulder, the Tyrannosaurus team member revved the chainsaw in his hand, aiming directly at the dragon-human monster. Seeing this, the dragon-human monster sneered, conjuring a bone spear in its 5 claws. Whoosh! The bone spear sliced through space, impaling the Tyrannosaurus team member's chest. He was pinned to the ice wall, the spear so long that he struggled to remove it. The super recovery from his X-Factor clashed with the energy from the spear, leaving the wound in a state of perpetual conflict between healing and devastation. Whoosh! 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 3 more bone spears followed, each pinning the hefty one and the boy to the ice wall, while the remaining member, Black Hawk, wisely hid to avoid the onslaught. "All right, now it's your turn. I will crush you inch by inch." The dragon-human monster teleported once more, standing before Li Honglian, obliterating the afterimage left by his instantaneous movement. "Oomph!" The dragon-human monster scoffed, unleashing energy black mist that enveloped the entire hall. Li Honglian found himself before the ice crystal divine tree, feeling the oppressive weight of the energy black mist. This original energy black mist was far stronger than the inferior version from the armless monster. In the next second, a gravitational field, magnitudes more powerful than that of the 2-clawed monster, slammed down upon Li Honglian. Simultaneously, blades of light came hurtling toward him, and Li Honglian met them with his own blade. Clash bang! The 2 combatants, capable of instantaneous movement, clashed repeatedly amidst the energy black mist. Although their perception was significantly diminished, the armless monster's black mist was akin to a dense fog, allowing visibility of about a meter. In contrast, the 5-clawed dragon-human monster's black mist was so dense that it obscured all sight. Yet Li Honglian, wielding the magnetic energy orb, remained unfazed. Swish! Another wound appeared on Li Honglian's powered armor as he trapped the dragon-human monster's bone blade with his left arm, while his right hand brought down the blade with great force. The dragon-human monster's arm fell to the ground, the wound clean and smooth. Panting heavily from the intense battle, Li Honglian caught his breath. In the next moment, a beam of energy pierced through 3 layers of his armor, bursting through his chest and creating a gaping hole in the ice layer. Looking at Li Honglian's chest, his damaged heart still throbbed with vigor, no longer bleeding under the restoration of the X-Factor. "You possess divine abilities," Li Honglian remarked, gazing at the bloodthirsty eyes of the dragon-human monster as it approached with a menacing stride. His tone laced with certainty. Chapter 038. The Hidden Hand. "I do not understand what divine abilities are. All I desire is for you to accompany a foe in death." "Is that so?" "You will be sorely disappointed." Under the immense pressure of this dire situation, Li Honglian's long-cherished martial arts divine abilities and interstellar warrior skills manifested in full. This signified his martial arts had officially entered the realm of the celestial. While the interstellar warrior had ascended to the rank of lieutenant, everything unfolded seamlessly, devoid of the overwhelming oppressive powers often found in the realm of cultivation. The martial arts divine abilities were versatile, though currently they were of little use to transform. He would need to absorb the essence of a creature to be changed, and at present he possessed nothing. Even if he did, it was unlikely this monster would allow him to quietly refine it. The interstellar warrior's divine abilities awaited Li Honglian's command. Spatial teleportation was of little use, as he could rely on the gate of origin for teleportation. Gravitational adjustment leaned more towards battlefield buffs. Unnecessary here. Holy Armor Blessing was similarly unhelpful. Judgment Thunder, this one was promising. You shall be the one. In truth, it wasn't exceptionally good. It was merely the only option available. The interstellar warrior's divine abilities had been locked in, and this was the only one that could deal significant damage. The life lineage and life scripture surged forth in unison, and judgment thunder was instantly mastered by Li Honglian as if bestowed by the heavens. These choices unfolded within Li Honglian's consciousness, appearing lengthy but occurring in a flash. The five-clawed, dragon-human monster teleported in front of him. With this most formidable thunder, I shall send you to your end. Judgment thunder, let us see how you relish the taste of my divine abilities. The ferocious power of thunder coalesced around Li Honglian, lifting him into the air, with countless lightning runes shimmering on his fractured armor. Li Honglian raised her hand above her head, and the thunder of judgment coalesced in her outstretched palm, transforming into a thunderous spear. With all her might, she hurled it forth. The dragon-like beast was pinned in place by the omnipresent force of judgment emanating from the void, rendered immobile as it helplessly watched the thunderous judgment descend upon it. With a resounding boom, the judgment thunder struck like an apocalyptic spear, violently impacting the dragon beast. In an instant, the furious power of thunder, entwined with the force of judgment, surged outward from the beast's center, overwhelming everything in the icy hall with its blinding light. The tremendous shockwaves caused the entire glacier to tremble. The fearsome dragon beast, under the assault of judgment thunder, saw its iron-hard, rugged scales shatter and vanish. Purple arcs of electricity ravaged its body, tearing through flesh and causing blood to flow profusely, with but a flicker of life remaining. Its enormous eyes fixated on Li Honglian. As the energy black mist gradually dissipated, Black Hawk observed the dying dragon beast, its grotesque visage still craving flesh, and with a dismissive smile, he removed his helmet and stepped forward. Pulling the trigger of his heat-melting gun, he proclaimed, "Strike down the dragon, slay the beast, and pierce the heart." Black Hawk successfully collected his trophy. Hovering mid-air, surrounded by crackling thunder, Li Honglian surveyed the devastation and shrugged, acknowledging that the grand force behind this chaos was indeed the magnificent and invincible How. Black Hawk, go bring down the tyrant. And as Li Honglian glanced at her damaged communication device and continued, "Can your communication device still function? Contact the blade ship and have them send someone to retrieve us." Black Hawk gestured affirmatively to Li Honglian. She descended slowly before the crater left by the heat-melting gun, grasping the intact, wondrous energy orb in her hand. Absorb? Yes, no, the long-awaited absorption option finally appeared. Yes, a colossal essence merged into Li Honglian's spirit, far surpassing that of the sea beast Great Mirror, eliciting a pleasurable moan from her. Upon completing the absorption, her spirit expanded by more than half, enhancing her shape-shifting abilities and judgment thunder. A unique trait also manifested within her, though its nature remained unknown. Most importantly, the energy within the endless energy orb was absorbed by the Gate of Origins, reverting to source power, a net change of none, acquiring a wondrous item for free. The crucial aspect was that this replicated endless energy orb could later be converted into source power. With a hidden energy boost, she felt exceedingly pleased. Wait a moment, Mr. Li. A flash of white light materialized before Li Honglian, revealing an elegant and graceful beauty. Logically, one would expect to feel panic when suddenly thrust into a new environment. But for Li Honglian, such a sensation was non-existent. Observing the radiant space, she remained indifferent, for only protagonists encounter such exquisite women. With her magnetic voice, she inquired of the mysterious woman, "What is this place? And who are you?" "This is an independent space I created, which I have named the Light and Shadow Space. AS for me. I am a collective consciousness of humanity from Earth. You may call me Ark." Ark took 2 steps forward with a smile and continued, "I hope you might consider leaving that dragon orb with me. I shall reward you handsomely." The mention of a generous reward triggered Li Honglian's curiosity, and she casually discarded the powdered remnants of the drained, endless energy orb. Summoning the replicated orb to her hand, she juggled the orb. She wore an expression that conveyed, "I won't part with it easily. You better offer something substantial." Truly, as a collective consciousness, Ark immediately grasped Li Honglian's inner thoughts. With a casual wave of her hand, 3 items appeared before Li Honglian. Ark picked up the first item. A bracelet. This is a phase space bracelet, capable of directly transmitting items to a fixed person or object. The armor summoning technique of the armor kit on Earth is derived from my research on this item. Like you, This item hails from beyond this universe. However, I cannot ascertain which civilization it is from. If you desire, I can also share my extended research with you. Afterward, Ark picked up the second item, a vial of golden liquid. This item was left by a great cosmic beast, the divine dragon, who came to this universe to recuperate. It was a token of gratitude for my assistance. Then, she presented the third item, a red fruit that resembled a lychee, albeit excessively red. This item is a product of Earth, and many who have received it refer to it as the vermilion fruit, claiming it possesses the ability to grant immortality and resurrection. Their assertions are somewhat exaggerated. According to my research, the vermilion fruit nourishes the spirit within the body, allowing both spirit and form to grow stronger together. Some fortunate individuals may even awaken special abilities, such as invisibility or teleportation. After sharing this, Ark turned her gaze to Li Honglian, awaiting his response. Li Honglian regarded the three items, deep in contemplation. Firstly, this woman did not appear to be benevolent, despite being a collective consciousness. She presented herself as a woman, aligning with Li Honglian's aesthetic preferences, thus exploiting his weakness. Secondly, from her three statements, it was evident that Ark was aware of his origins from the main universe, and had indeed interacted with it, rather than being oblivious to external matters. Lastly, it seemed Ark had been monitoring him and possibly possessed mind-reading abilities. He had merely mentioned his desire for the armor kid's summoning power and mused about transforming into a dragon upon acquiring the shape-shifting ability. And she had provided these three items, truly terrifying. Li Honglian felt a twinge of temptation, but decided to play it cool. May I inquire why you wish to acquire this orb? Should you satisfy my curiosity, I would consider exchanging it for the orb. Chapter 039. Secrets. With another casual wave, Ark conjured a tea table and two chairs within the light and shadow space. Please, have a seat. Li Honglian settled onto the dark, uninviting chair, observing Ark perform her tea ceremony. Truth be told, she surpassed Su Yang, who was nearly 40, in both tea artistry and appearance. Ark placed a steaming, ethereal cup of tea before Li Honglian. Please enjoy, she said. Gazing at him with her starry amber eyes, Li Honglian lifted the cup, witnessing the tender green tea leaves unfurling within, the brew clear and pristine. That he took a sip, remarking to Ark, a fine brew indeed. Akin to a beautiful maiden. Excellent tea, indeed. Ark beamed, her smile enchanting enough to captivate entire cities. What a celestial being! An intriguing thought crossed Li Honglian's mind. Would sleeping with this fairy mean having slept with every person on Earth? Such a delightfully twisted notion. Of course, this bizarre thought was purely a test to ascertain whether Ark possessed mind-reading abilities, certainly not a genuine desire. Meanwhile, Ark exhibited no change, leaving Li Honglian uncertain. Did she truly possess such abilities? Since you wish to understand why I desire the dragon orb, allow me to share. Ark observed that storytelling seemed out of fashion among contemporary humans. How about watching a movie instead? While the invitation was indeed appealing, the timing felt slightly off. Upon hearing Li Honglian's polite refusal, Ark remained unperturbed, continuing with a bright smile. Since it is inconvenient now, shall we schedule a suitable time to watch the movie? Certainly. How shall we contact you? Miss Ark? Li Honglian inquired. Receiving a phone from Ark, he exited through the portal she had opened. Glancing back as he did so, the scene shifted to the crystalline hall, where Li Honglian remained in a bent posture. Retrieving the orb.I in the distance, Blackhawk continued assisting the tyrant and his companions down from their bone spears. Observing the newly acquired phone in his hand, Li Honglian contemplated its authenticity, pondering whether Ark's light and shadow space was a manifestation of psychic abilities or a temporal phenomenon. If it were the former, that would be manageable. However, if it were the latter, he questioned whether he could contend with Ark's strength. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the lingering anxiety. Yes, the tyrant and his companions approached. Li Honglian reflected on a saying. People in this world are diverse. Some are responsible for appearances, like the four before him, while others, like himself, are tasked with the more dubious aspects. Soon, a jet-powered motorcycle whisked the four away, while the disposable drop capsule was left behind without need for retrieval. Days passed swiftly. Aboard the Blade ship, Li Honglian convened a small meeting with the tyrant and his companions, offering both praise and critique. Feeling somewhat unsatisfied, he then held individual meetings with each department, culminating in a larger assembly. Only after indulging in his whims did Li Honglian allow them respite in the captain's quarters, within the collection room. He meticulously polished the memorial crafted from the dragon beast's remains before carefully placing it in the display cabinet. This practice, taught to him by the dragon Bu Ping from the Golden Qieshua, was a meaningful way to honor the teachings of his first mentor. Thus, he resolved to uphold this tradition. Behind him, Yang Na silently observed her beloved's actions until Li Honglian turned to face her, at which point he scooped her in his arms and carried her toward the bed. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The following day, Li Honglian personally adorned Yang Na with a Van Cleef Arpels necklace he had purchased. Yang Na admired the necklace adorning her neck and turned to her man, asking, "Does it look beautiful?" "Of course it does. My wife is the most beautiful in the world," he replied, leaning down to plant a kiss on her cheek. "Very well, I am setting off now. There are still matters to attend to on Earth. Stay safe and return early. I understand in the Grand Captain's cabin. Only the petite Yang Na remains." He, uncertain of her thoughts. Yang Na breaks into a silly grin. Adorned with Van Cleef Arpels, she symbolizes her connection to a significant other. "Pay up, please." Earth, Hong Kong, by the seaside, Li Honglian, donning sunglasses for effect, appears aloof as she retrieves her phone from Arkansas. "Beep beep. Hello, it's me, Miss Fong. I wonder if I could be fortunate enough to watch a movie with you today." "Of course, just a moment." Soon, Fong Zhou approaches Li Honglian, dressed in a yellow floral dress and a woven sun hat. "Long time no see. Mr. Li, it's been ages, Miss Fong." Fong Zhou beams sweetly, grasping Li Honglian's fingers, saying, "Mr. Li, do not resist." In a flash of white light, the two find themselves in an empty cinema. The movie is about to commence. Scene 1. A mysterious universe, stars whirling and shimmering. Suddenly a magical pearl appears, then vanishes without a trace. Scene 2. During the Song Dynasty, under the bright moon, a charming little girl stealthily approaches a stream, where she discovers the magical pearl that a group of servants arrives, seeking the young lady who has come to play. Scene 3. The perspective narrows, revealing a vast estate. As the view expands, the elegantly arranged room, imbued with the fragrance of books, features a beautiful woman chastising the downcast little girl. Scene 4. Chaos reigns, war breaks out, and the nation falls into despair. The girl's parents flee southward with her by boat. Scene 5. The girl uncovers the pearl's secret, utilizing its powers to create numerous warriors to protect herself and her family, safeguarding the displaced fugitives. Scene 6. The well-educated girl matures. Her own formidable abilities combined with the pearl's aid, she gathers the homeless, cultivates barren land, and establishes a paradise. Scene 7. When you gaze long into the abyss gazes back at you. The pearl develops self-awareness, seizing the girl's body and annihilating her utopia. Scene 8. Awakened, the girl is heartbroken, contemplating suicide. The pearl threatens her. "If you dare to take your own life, I shall." Subsequently, the girl chooses to bury herself and the pearl beneath a towering glacier. Scene 9. Through the perspective of the monsters released by the pearl, the girl discovers a man capable of confronting the pearl's consciousness. A remarkably strong man appears. She consciously directs the creatures created by the pearl towards him. Final scene. The man fulfills her hope, arriving beneath the glacier, engaging in a fierce battle with the monster born from the pearl for 300 rounds, ultimately vanquishing it. The film concludes and the lights brighten. This is the tale of the Fong. Her family perished, her efforts lost. No wonder she is so filled with despair. Li Honglian recalls a Fong's lifeless gaze from their first encounter. After a moment of silence, Li Honglian remarks, "The story is captivating, but it seems unrelated to why you desire this dragon pearl, does it not?" Fong Zhou does not respond, but confidently retorts to Li Honglian, "Mr. Li, will you exchange or not?" Chapter 040. The 7-star conjunction exchange, of course, I shall. Fong Zhou nods gently, for she knows that when Li Honglian called her, she anticipated this outcome. Li Honglian is aware of this too. Yet he wishes to see if he can glean answers to satisfy his curiosity. He solemnly hands over the endless energy pearl, which Feng Zhou refers to as the Dragon Pearl, and then places the 3 exchanged items into a prepared suitcase. A pleasant collaboration, a delightful partnership. However, I would like to inquire about something. Miss Feng. Li Honglian thinks of his task item and casually asks that he retrieves the appearance of the task item from the repaired terminal, a peculiar object resembling a Lu Ban lock. An object of dark energy known as the Jin lock. Feng Zhou glances at it, nodding. I've seen this item before and know where it can be found. Li Honglian's heart leaps with joy. Unexpectedly, a casual inquiry leads to a fortunate discovery, though he maintains a neutral expression. Miss Feng, could you kindly inform me of the whereabouts of this item? I would be immensely grateful. Feng Zhou remains silent, already aware that this item holds significant importance for Li Honglian. He may not depart this bubble universe without in a flash of white light. The two return to the seaside. They find a Seth sitting beneath an outdoor sunshade, ordering 2 cups of coffee and 2 desserts. Feng Zhou gets straight to the point. Mr. Li, you hail from beyond the universe and must understand that each bubble universe forms its own unique laws and characteristics. Do you know what distinct qualities my universe possesses? Li Honglian gently shakes his head, gazing into Feng Zhou's eyes, attentively listening. Mr. Li, did you not realize that I, as a collective consciousness of Earth's humanity, possess my own thoughts? Li Honglian suddenly comprehends. He initially assumed that the armored figures were unique products of this bubble universe. Thus, upon meeting Feng Zhou, he fell prey to preconceived notions, never considering that the unique entity of this universe is Feng Zhou herself. Observing the realization dawning on Li Honglian's face, Feng Zhou continues. In truth, I am not alone. Including Earth, this universe contains 7 parallel spaces. Within each space exists a collective consciousness akin to mine. At the outdoor seating of the CF, the sea breeze gently caresses, intertwining the aroma of coffee with the sweetness of desserts. Li Honglian strokes his rugged chin with his left hand, piecing everything together. No wonder he could not find the extraordinary item, the Jin lock. Despite scouring Earth, it appears that Earth is not isolated within this universe. The presence of 7 parallel spaces means that each space nurtures a life-bearing planet akin to Earth. Feng Zhou's revelations not only clarify Li Honglian's queries about this universe's uniqueness, but also illuminate the path for his mission. It seems that the Jin lock resides within this parallel space. Indeed, it lies on a white tiger star within the parallel space. Unbeknownst to him, Li Honglian's sentence trails off as Feng Zhou, with an understanding look, interjects. Every 60 years, Earth and the other 6 spaces experience a phenomenon known as the 7-star conjunction. On the day of the 7-star conjunction, the 7 parallel spaces will connect for 10 days. Mr. Li can journey to the white tiger star on that day to retrieve the item. There are still 3 years until the 7-star conjunction. I wonder if I can wait that long. The well-rehearsed banter remains unspoken, as Li Honglian rises and bows in gratitude that I play tricks. And you respond with sincerity, Haji Zhou, you truly are. I could cry. As Li Honglian turns to leave, Feng Zhou calls him back, handing him the black token from Ilian. This is for you. What is this? A pass to enter the next parallel space. 3 years pass in the blink of an eye. In reality, for an ordinary person living on the surface of a planet, 3 years may seem extensive. However, for those aboard a fleet, even if it stretches to 500 years, it remains but a brief slumber during an interstellar voyage. During these 3 years, Li Honglian frequently traverses between Hong Kong and the Blade ship. On the Blade ship, after a period of preparation and flawlessly absorbing the blood of the true dragon, he activates the first transformation of the martial Dao divine ability, the Divine Dragon transformation. He hones the Star Warrior's divine abilities, mastering the judgment of thunder, the power of judgment, and the power of thunder with ease. He also occasionally shares his experiences of rising to the rank of lieutenant with the Tyrant Dragon Quartet and indulges in playful banter with Yang Na. In Hong Kong, he maintains connections with several old friends, such as Su Yang, Hua Zitao, and Yang Wuchang, regaling them with tales of interstellar adventures, transforming the adventurous stories from others' books into his own narrative. captivating their imaginations that he even visits the half-finished controllable nuclear fusion power plant in Hong Kong. At a certain ball, the communication terminal chimes. Li Honglian waves to several young ladies, then retreats to a corner to sit down. He answers the call. Zhang Yunlong appears on the screen. Captain, the blade ship has detected spatial fluctuations near the moon. Faintly, we can see 6 planets from the 6 parallel spaces. Continue monitoring the changes. I will return immediately. Understood. At this moment, Li Honglian realizes that the moment he has awaited has finally arrived, that he disconnects the call, approaches the host of the banquet, converses briefly, then leaps onto the awaiting jet motorcycle. Vanishing into the horizon, the banquet host observes this scene, raising a glass of wine to a nearby long-haired beauty, commenting, "How enviable! What must a beautiful universe be like?" Indeed. Meanwhile, Su Yang and the others gaze at the last message left by Li Honglian. May we meet again in the galaxy. On the moon, a military ship races forth. Li Honglian stands on the bridge of the blade ship, watching the ever-distorting space ahead. The token gifted by Feng Zhou vanishes from his hand, only to reappear in the warped space the next moment. The previously wave-like space transforms into a mirror-like surface in an instant. Forward, the blade ship is engulfed by the mirror. Unbeknownst to Li Honglian, 5 beams of light ascend from Earth, swiftly following suit, entering the mirror as well. On the Earth-like planet, amidst the vast desert, 5 beams of light arrive first, revealing 5 figures atop the sandy sea. A brown figure slipped into the sands, and in the next moment, appeared atop a nearby dune, beginning to survey the surroundings. After confirming there was no danger, he signaled a safe gesture to the 4 individuals. The golden figure, Jin Xiangqian, upon seeing his teammate Tu Lianqing's gesture, led the other 3 to the dune. As a chosen contestant by the goddess and the captain of the Earth team, he felt an immense pressure. He must lead his team to victory to secure another 60 years of stability for Earth. Let us proceed. This competition adopts a platform point system, where each side must deploy 2 teams, one to challenge the opponent's platform and the other to defend their own. Successfully defending or attacking a platform earns a point, while failure neither adds nor deducts points. That we must win all platforms to have a chance at victory. The blue figure, Shui Miaohan, spoke with an impatient tone. Old Jean, you've repeated this 100 times. My ears are about to develop calluses. Jin Xiangqian did not retort but nodded, surveying his teammates once more, proclaiming, "The Earth team shall prevail. The Earth team shall prevail." Chapter 041. The Earth of the Soil. Li Honglian sat poised in the captain's chair, gazing at the sandy yellow planet before her, silently awaiting the results of its exploration data. A fleet personnel approached. "Captain, the basic data of this planet has been fully gathered." Li Honglian nodded gently, taking the projection screen offered to her and quickly reviewing the information. Planet, soil planet. Note, this name derives from the planet's indigenous inhabitants. Atmospheric composition. The atmosphere is a complex mixture of various gases, primarily consisting of dry air, water vapor, and numerous impurities. Below are the main components of the Earth's atmosphere and their characteristics. 1. Dry air nitrogen in approximately 78. Surface, desert, ocean, indigenous forces. The natives primarily reside in the western desert oasis. Their physical appearance is similar to that of Earth's humans, divided into 3 major groups. The Xia tribe, rulers of the largest oasis city, the Xia tribe, who are subjugated by the Xia tribe, and the Xia tribe, residing in smaller oases. Their civilization is technologically backward, existing in a slave society. Li Honglian stored the data away, contemplating in silence. Although this planet was not the white tiger star mentioned by the Ark, it was still imperative to conduct a thorough search. After all, this was merely her conjecture. She could not guarantee that the gene lock must be located on the white tiger star. Furthermore, the passage token provided by the Ark was a one-time use to proceed to the next planet. She would need to find another token. This implied that she would likely have to locate the collective consciousness of intelligent life on this soil planet to obtain access to the next parallel space. Additionally, this celestial alignment of 7 stars would only last for 10 days, which made the task of locating the other 6 parallel planets within this time frame rather urgent. With these thoughts, Li Honglian activated her terminal to contact Yang. The smiling girl appeared on the other end of the terminal. What do you need me for at this hour, Honglian? It's work-related. Your wish is my command. Captain, Yang Na displayed a rapid change of expression, her cheerful demeanor instantly becoming serious, and she raised an eyebrow at Li Honglian. Bring out the enlarged version of the object-finding eyes your team developed. If you don't use it soon, it might grow mold. Understood, Captain. With that, Yang Na ended the call, seeking out her team members to begin preparations. After the communication was cut, Li Honglian sent a notice to the Tyrannosaurus Blackhawk team, summoning them for a meeting. Ever since their last encounter with the Dragon Man monster, this quartet had been diligently training, and even the most boisterous among them, the Tyrannosaurus, had quieted down considerably in the conference room. Once all four were seated, Li Honglian cleared her throat and began to speak. To make a long story short, this mission is time-sensitive and of great importance that I will now outline the assignments. Please take note that a distribution map of the soil planet's forces appeared on the table. Pointing at the largest oasis city, she addressed the Tyrannosaurus. This is the largest city on this planet, ruled by the indigenous Xiaxiang tribe. Tyrannosaurus, you will go here to search for the passage token to the next parallel space. If you cannot find the token, look for any indigenous individuals resembling those from the Ark.L, Li Honglian added. Glancing at the Tyrannosaurus's peculiar eyes, indigenous individuals resembling those from the Ark may be women, elders, or children. Report back to me at any time. She then sequentially pointed to the other larger oases, giving orders to Black Hawk, the boy, and the plump one.Is. That clear? Understood. Very well, let us depart. As for Li Honglian herself, she decided to accompany the Tyrannosaurus to the largest oasis city, albeit with the intention of searching for the enslaved Xiaojing tribe. Based on various films and novels, protagonists often lurked among the enslaved. Within the armored cabin, Li Honglian, together with the Tyrannosaurus quartet, underwent inspections and received blessings from Confucian technical practitioner Yang Na and ideological commissar Zhang Yunluo. 5 jet motorcycles departed from the blade ship, swiftly vanishing into black dots beneath the atmosphere of the soil planet as they soared into the sky, bidding farewell to the 4 outside Oasis City. The air shimmered under the scorching sun, distorting with heat. A pyramid, constructed from enormous limestone blocks, stood tall, each stone meticulously polished. With tightly fitted seams, Li Honglian arrived at the pinnacle of the Grand Pyramid. Scrutinizing the movements of the Xiaxiang tribe, the rulers of the Oasis City, soon, the arrival of the Tyrannosaurus stirred excitement among the Xiaxiang tribe. Li Honglian observed as several golden-armored warriors from the Xiaxiang tribe launched their golden jet motorcycles, ascending toward the tribe's stronghold. The scene was utterly incongruous. Despite existing in a primitive slave society, they possessed technology surpassing even that of Earth's modern era. Shaking her head, she piloted her understated black jet motorcycle toward the slave quarters. As she leaped down, preparing to land, Li Honglian noticed that the composition of the ground seemed rather peculiar. Ultimately, her armored suit provided ample protection. Activating her steel wings, she hovered a meter above the ground. Stabilizing in mid-air, the narrow pathway, if it could be called a pathway, was more accurately described as the gaps between the houses, constructed from unbaked mud bricks, wooden sticks, and reeds, barely reaching her waist in height. The emaciated, numb-faced members of the Xiaojing tribe immediately prostrated themselves upon seeing Li Honglian, fervently bowing their heads. May the divine grant me sustenance. Soon, upon hearing the commotion, more Xiaojing tribe members ceased their labors and joined in the repetitive act of bowing. The vast majority of the slaves were completely unclothed, with only a few attempting to cover their modesty with tattered rags or decayed leaves. Li Honglian's gaze swept over the group of slaves, noting their blue skin and the average height of approximately 1.30 meters. Most striking was a round hole occupying half of their faces, situated between their eyes and mouths, which could only be described as grotesque by human standards. Omnipotent deity, bless my child. Kind deity, may my daughter not be beaten to death by her master. The most common prayers concerned the hope for food, followed closely by the health of their families. Li Honglian shook her head slightly, noting that some among the slaves were even praying for their oppressors. Their servility was profound, leaving them bereft of dignity. Analyzing the prayers of these Sha Jing slaves with her Confucian intellect, Li Honglian sought to glean any useful information. Fanning her steel wings, she vanished from the spot. The praying slaves, witnessing the departure of the deity, resumed their prior actions, although she had achieved nothing concrete. This visit was sufficient. At least the collective consciousness of the three tribes was now aware of her arrival. Next, she would wait for news from the other four. If no token or information regarding the collective consciousness emerged, she would have to resort to more ruthless measures to compel their appearance. In the distance, amidst the desert, atop a construction site of a peculiar structure, an elderly member of the Sha Jing tribe scratched his beard. The sharp crack of a whip interrupted the old man's attempt to conceal himself. "Hurry up and work, you filthy slaves!" Behind the elderly Sha Jing, a sturdily built man tightened his fists upon witnessing the scene. "Whale, break the heavens! Do not engage in such small antics. My eyes and whip will not overlook any minor movements." The traitorous member of the Sha Jing tribe, clad in the most inferior fabric, was cruel to his own kin, as though serving the Sha Xiang tribe was a matter of great honor. "Humph, you despicable scoundrel!" The strong man, "Whale, break the heavens," was incensed by the traitoress words and prepared to charge forward. His fierce demeanor caused the whip-wielding traitor to retreat a couple of steps in fear. The elderly Sha Jing, named Whale, quickly grasped Whale break the heavens' hand, shaking his head gently, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. Meanwhile, the retreating traitor, witnessing Whale break the heavens being restrained, took a few steps forward and swung his whip heavily to mask his cowardice. Yes, the sun grew increasingly fierce and the temperature soared. The slaves finally welcomed a brief respite. In the shade beside the towering stone blocks stood a massive water tank filled to the brim. Whale cupped his hands to drink deeply from the water tank, sitting beside it while smoking a pipe made from an unknown plant. Inhaling the potent plant smoke, he released a circular plume, rising gracefully. With each breath, he felt transcended, savoring the exquisite sensation as the collective consciousness of this planet's intelligent life. He had already begun to discern the identity and purpose of the mysterious visitor based on the morning's gathered consciousness from the three tribes, although this group of enigmatic individuals hails from the direction of Earth. The technology they possess is evidently beyond what our planet can offer. Moreover, during this rare alignment of the seven stars, Earth finds itself at the forefront of contact with the external universe. It is apparent that these mysterious visitors have come here to carry out a mission. After all, this planet lacks anything particularly unique, and it is highly likely that the objective of these visitors is to acquire the token leading to the next parallel dimension. With this thought in mind, Jinghai cast another glance at Jingposhen. The tale was poised to transition into its next chapter. Cough, cough, cough. Jinghai spat out a mouthful of blood, his azure skin gradually turning crimson. A clear sign of the imminent demise of the Sha Whale clan. Teacher, what is the matter?" Jingposhen, who had been sipping water, immediately turned upon hearing the cough, only to find his mentor on the brink of death. He rushed forward to support Jinghai's frail form. Grasping Jingposhen's hand tightly, Jinghai reassured him, "Life and death is merely the cycle of existence. I have now reached the stage of passing. Little Tion, you need not dwell excessively on this." Raising his other hand, he affectionately stroked Jingposhen's head. "There are several crucial matters I must discuss with you." "Teacher, please speak. I am all ears." "The first matter. Should you lead our people to overthrow the rule of the Sand Elephant clan in the future, ensure that you do not enslave them as they did to us, nor should you annihilate them completely." Upon hearing his teacher's words, Jingposhen paused in surprise. "Promise me." "Teacher, I promise you," Jingposhen comforted. "Excellent. Now, for the second matter, soon. A uniquely attired giant shall arrive here." Jinghai paused briefly, producing a black token, and continued, "You may use this token to seek assistance from the giant. Inquire of him the path to peaceful coexistence among our three clans." "Understood, teacher." Lastly, Jingposhen. "Yes, teacher. I have no wife nor offspring in this life. I have treated you as my own son. Therefore, after my passing, you must bury me at the confluence of the great river and the ocean. Only then can I reach the sacred realm." "Very well, teacher. I promise you." "Good, very good." With those words, Jinghai turned his head and passed away. Jingposhin understood the significance of the sacred realm, according to the legends of the three clans. Death is not truly the end. One must undergo a series of trials to enter the sacred land for a new cycle of life. These trials are exceptionally arduous, and a single misstep could lead to actual death. There exists a method to avoid these trials. As the teacher mentioned, to bury the deceased body at the intersection of the great river and the ocean. Li Honglian was preparing to rendezvous with Baolong when she suddenly noticed the clouds above morphing into an arrow pointing downward. Looking down, she saw the sand on the ground forming arrows pointing to a specific location. How intriguing! Li Honglian already recognized the handiwork behind it. She turned the vehicle around and accelerated to the construction site of a wondrous edifice. A robust member of the Sha Whale clan was seen cradling a corpse, which caught Li Honglian's attention. The companions of Jingposhin, upon noticing Li Honglian piloting the jet motorcycle, promptly nudged him. Jingposhin glanced back and quickly shed his animal skin cloak, wrapping Jinghai's body within it, handing it to a nearby individual before striding toward Li Honglian. Raising the token in his hand, he addressed the giant. Mysterious strongman, I seek your support in exchange for this token. I wish to overthrow the rule of the Sand Elephant clan. Jinghai seemed to express a silent. As Li Honglian regarded the Sha Whale clansman who sought her assistance in exchange for the passage token. She realized this individual was not the consciousness collective she had been searching for. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Acquiring the token was sufficient. That I accept your request. My name is Jingposhin. With a clap, Li Honglian caught the passage token thrown by Jingposhin, responding with an air of surprise. Not bad. A splendid name. But are you certain you wish to entrust the token to me at this moment? Of course. I can sense your strong heart. A strong man's word is his bond. Jingposhin replied with a composed demeanor, exuding the confidence of a fellow strongman. Li Honglian observed the encroaching golden-armored warriors of the Sand Elephant clan. With a flicker of thought, the jet motorcycle fired 2 energy beams, striking the 2 Sand Elephant clan jet motorcycles circling above. I prefer to look down upon others, not to be looked down upon. After dispatching the 2 gleaming foes, she connected with the communication devices of Baolong and his companions. The situation has changed. Baolong, engage directly. Black Hawk, Fatty, the 3 of you must rush to Oasis City for support. Understood. As Baolong set down the unknown beast leg he had been feasting on, he surveyed the revelers around him. Adorned with elephantine features, extravagantly dressed, and lost in debauchery. Ladies and gentlemen, the banquet must come to an end. Rude wanderer, we celebrate your arrival. Do you intend to draw your blade against us? Orders from above compel me to act. Engage. With the command of an irate elder, 30 golden-armored warriors erupted from behind the screens, weapons drawn. Baolong smirked disdainfully, swiftly dispatching the 2 closest warriors with his bare hand before bursting through the door. Upon reaching the area where he stored his weapons, he seized a chainsaw. Soon, blood flowed like a river. On Li Honglian's end, after issuing her orders, she gazed at the ammunition striking her. It was neither painful nor bothersome. The steel wings at her back vibrated, unleashing a barrage of iron feathers that swept away numerous golden-armored warriors. As for the ordinary soldiers of the Sand Elephant clan, she deemed them unworthy of her efforts. Jingposhin disregarded his trembling kin and instead dashed forward to the side of a fallen golden-armored warrior from the Sand Elephant clan. He yanked the transformation device from the warrior's wrist and attached it to his own. As the device detached, the golden armor of the Sand Elephant warrior gradually dissipated. With a roar directed towards the heavens, Jingposhin shouted, Sha Whale armor, summon. A blue radiance surged from Jingposhin's chest, transforming the entire desert into a vast blue ocean. Whales surfaced and dove in the aquatic expanse, while the scorching sunlight met the tranquil sea, refracting mysterious glimmers. That a low growl erupted from his chest as the surrounding air trembled violently. The colossal vortex manifested beneath Jingposhin's feet, and the silhouettes of whales began to merge into the whirlpool, their scales transforming into twinkling starlight, intertwining with the yellow sands of the desert. In a flash of blue light, a blue-armored warrior of the Sha Whale clan emerged from the vortex. Li Honglian observed the armor, reminiscent of the armored youths from Earth. shaking her head in disapproval. The developers of this universe were rather lazy, failing to design a variety of armors. Is this assistance efficient? Indeed, your strength is commendable. Jingposhin felt a surge of power coursing through him, enough to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. Li Honglian did not linger long. Before departing, she bestowed her blessings upon Jingposhin. Very well. May you achieve victory. She also issued a retreat command to Bao Long, and his comrades. 5 dark figures vanished into the horizon. Jingposhin stood before the remaining golden-armored warriors of the Sand Elephant clan. It is time to resolve this matter. The leader of the golden-armored warriors stepped forward. This is unfair. You have relied on the strength of outsiders to attain all of this. Jingposhin smiled indifferently. Fairness? Life is riddled with inequities. One must simply accept them. With that, he swiftly dispatched the remaining warriors of the Sand Elephant clan. That a throng of slaves from the Sha Whale clan gathered around Jingposhin. He pointed to the fallen bodies of the golden-armored warriors. Seize them. We shall reclaim our freedom with our own hands, through our struggle. Quickly, several brave members of the Sha Whale clan grasped transformation devices and transformed. A legion of blue-armored warriors soon surged forth towards Oasis City. Jingposhin, seeing the Sand Elephant warriors stationed atop the city walls, commanded, "Capture this city. Let be a slaughter for 3 days." A larger scale of war commenced. The beleaguered Sand Elephant warriors struggled against the onslaught for a day, but ultimately succumbed. Their defenses breached. As the moon ascended, flames engulfed the city, and cries of despair reverberated through the air. A richly adorned yet disheveled little girl from the Sand Elephant clan gazed at Jingposhin as he entered, turned to her mother. "Mama, did we do something wrong? Why are they doing this?" The girl's mother trembled, ultimately unable to articulate a response that no, you did nothing wrong, nor did we. It is merely that we are now stronger, and thus we shall dictate the rules of this game. With that, Jingposhin offered no further glance towards the two and departed from the mansion where the adult men had been slaughtered. Shortly thereafter, a blue-armored warrior of the Sha Whale clan entered, eyeing the still trembling mother and daughter, and declared, "Very well, you two shall be my slaves from now on." The consciousness collective of Jinghai observed this scene with resignation, sighing in defeat, realizing that the only option left was to await the next cycle to attempt to alter this fate. The blade of destiny slowly emerged into the next parallel dimension. A planet caught in the gravitational tug of 2 stars achieved a miraculous balance. The command was given to align the blade of destiny into the synchronous orbit of this planet. Li Honglian awaited the probe data of this celestial body in silence. Before long, a member of the probe team approached her, handing over a report, stating, "Captain, the radiation and magnetic fields of this planet are rather peculiar. Our unmanned reconnaissance craft will lose contact once it enters a certain range, making it impossible to obtain more precise data. That we only have some general information." "Understood. Thank you for your hard work, team," Li Honglian replied, turning her attention to the report. Planet name. Designation MT-0, 3 atmosphere composition. Unknown surface. Volcanic terrain. Intelligent life, suspected to be pure energy entities. Indigenous forces. Unknown indigenous civilization progress. Has not breached planetary protection. Remains in a primitive technological era. With a sigh, Li Honglian surveyed the entirely unknown data from the probe. Unable to resist the urge to press her fingers against her temples, that it appears that a direct expedition to this planet is inevitable, based on the circumstances of Earth and the terrestrial planets. It can be surmised that this world poses little danger. It is likely a civilization akin to Earth's primitive technological state. That a civilization without even a cosmic port is unlikely to possess significant strength. Li Honglian's fingers drummed against the armrest of her seat, and after much deliberation, she resolved to proceed directly to this planet. For time waits for no one. "Strike team, move out." Li Honglian led the charge into the uncharted realm, with the Tyrannosaurus squad following closely behind. The 5 of them, clad in triple-layered battle armor, equipped with explosive pistols, blast guns, and thermal melt guns, along with chainsaws, powered spears, and spatial cleaving blades strapped to their backs, were indeed armed to the teeth. Under the night sky, the familiar skyline of towering buildings loomed. The 5 formidable warriors stood at the edge, gazing down at the vibrant city below. Language decoding complete. Translation system update loaded. A simple mechanical voice emanated from the armor's interface. The environment of this planet was so unique that artificial intelligence and terminals were rendered inoperative. This is indeed the first planet that doesn't speak Chinese. It's truly beautiful here. Li Honglian and her companions turned in unison to glance at Tyrannosaurus, their expressions incredulous, as if questioning whether such words could truly escape his lips. Tyrannosaurus's face flushed with embarrassment. And he continued, "Isn't it beautiful?" Before them lay a dazzling city of myriad colors. The largest water element district featured buildings constructed from translucent crystals, refracting a spectrum of colors onto the sunlight. A closer inspection revealed traces of flowing water within the crystals. The streets were composed of flowing water, where water people, fire people, earth people, and cloud people could traverse the surface, experiencing the refreshing sensation of the currents. The crystal towers were interconnected by winding waterways. Occasionally, cascading water formed small waterfalls, and under the sun, vibrant rainbows appeared as a water bucket-shaped vehicle floated along the water-filled roadway, its doors opening to release a torrent of water, from which several blue water beings emerged, joining the bustling crowd. Next came the Earth Element District. Here, the structures were entirely hewn from rock, exuding an aura of strength and weightiness. The houses, formed from massive stone blocks, had sharp angles, radiating a primordial essence. Then, in a secluded area, lay the Fire Element District. This region was enveloped in magma and basalt, with buildings predominantly in fiery red hues. The outlines of the houses resembled blazing flames, with their peaks reflecting the fervor of roaring fire. Night, the Fire Element District shone brightest, as countless sparks shot forth from the buildings, streaking across the sky like meteors before descending to the earth. Along the streets, trees of flame, composed of steel, coal, and fire, bloomed with incandescent flowers, embodying the essence of industrial might. "Hey, are you alien warriors here to join the fight?" A hot air balloon drifted nearby, where several elemental beings stood behind a fence. A rock being inquired enthusiastically, a fire being strained to maintain the hot air balloon's lift, while observing the extraterrestrial visitors. Beside him, a water being shielded the fire being from the heat with his sturdy frame. Equally gazing at the imposing aliens, the innocent, wide-eyed expressions of these elemental beings suggested their youth. Although Li Honglian was not the warrior the rock being spoke of, and was bewildered by the mention of alien warriors, she felt no hesitation in continuing the conversation to glean more information. "Indeed, my friend, your environment is quite splendid. Of course, we have even more beautiful sights here. Once your competition concludes, I shall show you around." "Thank you kindly. I must say, your armor is quite striking. Far more impressive than the Scorpion warriors from the title star I saw on television yesterday." Chapter 044, Element City of Radiant Sun. "You all look rather dashing as well." Li Honglian generously complimented. The two engaged in jovial conversation, seemingly oblivious to the sentiments of those around them, until the fire being behind the rock being could no longer endure and tugged at him, reminding him of more pressing matters at hand. The rock being then realized and promptly bid farewell, saying, "Farewell, my friend. I must attend to some matters, but I shall cheer for you during your competition. Watching from the television, goodbye. Wishing you all a smooth journey." The fire being consumed a few pieces of fuel, generating more heat, as the hot air balloon ascended swiftly to Li Honglian retracted her hand from bidding farewell to the elemental beings and turned to her companions. "Let us venture forth and witness what this alien warrior competition entails." She flipped downwards, landing gracefully on the ground. In midair, she exchanged greetings with two tree beings who were indulging in forbidden fruit from a window. "You know, we really were just picking fruit from each other." At the entrance of a bakery adorned with fruits, Li Honglian paused as a fire being slumped over the counter, drowsy, while a television displayed footage of yesterday's alien warrior competition. The sound of her footsteps roused the slumbering fire being. "Greetings, guest. Would you like something?" Li Honglian, while observing the television for information, pointed to the largest loaf of bread in the shop, saying, "I'll have that. I'm feeling a bit hungry." The fire being smiled warmly, pleasantly surprised that business was still thriving at such a late hour, and exclaimed, "Your taste is impeccable, dear guest. This is our shop's signature item. Only a guest of your stature is worthy of such a grand loaf. Thank you. My pleasure. Would you like it packaged as is? Or sliced? Sliced, please, that I have 4 friends who are probably hungry too. The fire being, grinning, retrieved a knife and began slicing. He then placed the divided loaf into a transparent bag and removed his insulated gloves. A flicker of flame igniting from his fingers to seal the bag. Your total comes to 100 elemental coins. Li Honglian glanced at the hand awaiting payment, recalling the transparent crystal coins she had recently acquired. She produced 5 20-element coins and handed them to the fire being. The fire being accepted the crystal coins with one hand while offering the bread with the other. Li Honglian took the bag containing the divided loaf. She noted the peculiar distribution. One half remained whole, while the other half was sliced into 4 portions. Something feels off, she thought, casting another glance at the fire being, who wore an expression of understanding. No, my friend. Will you comprehend? Li Honglian waved her hand dismissively before vanishing into the vibrant streets, accompanied by 4 concealed figures. In a hidden corner, she handed the loaf to Tyrannosaurus. Let me share the information I gathered along with what we already know, so we can brainstorm together. Tyrannosaurus casually opened the bread packaging and stuffed the largest piece into his mouth, showing no regard for the presence of their leader, as if to say he would eat first. Ignoring the spluttering Black Hawk, Tyrannosaurus mumbled, Boss, I knew you held me in your thoughts. I shall remain loyal and virtuous for you. Li Honglian disregarded the rambling of the gluttonous figure, her focus sharp. This planet is referred to as Radiant Sun Star by the natives, and it hosts a unified nation known as the Elemental Kingdom. The ruler of this nation, or king, is chosen every 10 years from the Flame Clan of the Fire Element. The Flame Clan originates from a plant known as the World Tree, where adult females are called Tian Feng and males are known as Huolin. Currently, the position of king is held by Tian Feng Jiufeng. In the local mythology, the entire world is said to have emerged from the World Tree, regarded as the creator god, the mother of all living beings. As for the alien warrior battles, based on the collected information, the competitions are decreed by the World Tree and the deities of the other 6 realms. These contests occur every 60 years, utilizing a tournament format, with one participant entering the arena at a time. The side that prevails in the arena earns a point for victory, while the defeated side earns none. Ultimately, the participant with the highest score may present a request to the deities of other worlds. Regarding their competition, specifically on this planet, the victor gains an audience with the World Tree and may receive a leaf from it. Now, does anyone have anything to add? Black Hawk, without even blinking, blurted, Boss, based on your revelations. It can be deduced that the collective consciousness of this planet is likely the World Tree itself. Our objective is to obtain a passage token from this consciousness. Therefore, we have 2 viable methods to approach the World Tree. First, we can conduct a covert investigation to ascertain its location and confront it directly, demanding the passage token. The second matter pertains to participating in this so-called competition. After all, they remain oblivious to our true identities. We can emerge victorious from this contest and, with integrity, approach the World Tree to discuss the matter of the passage token. Tyrannosaurus swallowed the last morsel of bread, then sidled up to Black Hawk, draping an arm over his shoulder. The words of Eagle were indeed astute, resonating perfectly with my sentiments. Black Hawk shrugged off Tyrannosaurus's claw with a swift kick to his rear. Black Hawk articulated his thoughts eloquently. However, we should amalgamate our efforts. We must clandestinely investigate the location of the World Tree, while also vying for the opportunity to meet it through this competition, that we shall pursue both avenues. A subtle smile crossed Black Hawk's lips. Surely, he recognized that this approach was among the most suitable options. This way, he neither overshadowed the leader nor failed to showcase his own capabilities. Tyrannosaurus dusted himself off, rising from the ground and wedging himself back into the shadows, forcing his way between the boy and the chubby one. The boy exclaimed, "Are you even polite?" Li Honglian turned on her heel and took a few steps before striking a dramatic pose towards the heavens. All right, I shall outline the following assignments. All of you take note. Black Hawk, present. You will investigate the location of the World Tree. Boy, present. You will assist Black Hawk and follow his directives. Chubby one, present. You will establish contact with the natives of this world and enroll in the competition. Tyrannosaurus, present. You shall gather some local specialties and deliver them to the laboratory aboard the blade ship. Li Honglian pondered for a moment before adding, Tyrannosaurus, this time you will aid the chubby one. Should he falter in the arena, you shall step in. Ensure the tasks are accomplished. Once the four departed, Li Honglian ventured alone outside the city to eye in the jungle. A four-legged creature, adorned with tufts of grass, was digging a pit with its forehooves, probing its nose into the earth to slowly extract its nutrients. Nearby, a formidable tiger-like beast emerged gracefully from the river of magma. The magma tiger gazed at the grazing creature with an almost human-like expression. In a flash of lightning, the grass creature fell prey to the tiger's jaws. Unbeknownst to the magma tiger, a larger shadow loomed above. Chapter 045. The contest, a flash of blades. Li Honglian approached the lifeless magma tiger, observing its slowly cooling, blackening, and hardening corpse. Should I seize the opportunity while it's still warm? No matter. Let us proceed. Martial arts divine technique, transformations, activated, as the mysterious power of rules enveloped Li Honglian's hands. From the still warm carcass of the magma tiger, strands of bloodline essence began to seep from its surface, coalescing into a sphere upon Li Honglian's palm. The body gradually decayed, ultimately transforming into inconspicuous dust that scattered with the breeze. Gazing at the size of a fingernail's worth of magma tiger bloodline essence on his hand, he initially intended to merely experiment, yet was astonished to discover that these elements could indeed be extracted. Transformations Phase 2 initiated. Stripping off the upper layer of 3 layers of armor, he bared his torso, pressing the bloodline essence against his heart. The mysterious and wondrous power of rules integrated the essence into Li Honglian's chest. A refreshing sensation, surpassing even the most intimate of encounters, surged through his entire being. Soon, the essence the size of a fingernail vanished without a trace. Within Li Honglian, in the realm of his own essence yet undiscovered, a violet rune shimmered with brilliance, arcs of lightning flickering about it. Clearly, this was the power of the interstellar warrior's technique, Judgment of Thunder. At that moment, another crimson rune radiated with fervent light, a small dot appearing within it, bestowing a hint of might. However, the dot was elusive, seemingly on the verge of vanishing in the next heartbeat. Behold my transformation, the king of tigers. The above words were certainly not vocalized by Li Honglian, but merely echoed in his mind. Striking a striking pose, flames erupted from his entire being, ultimately concentrating into a point, as the thumb of his left hand sprouted with magma tiger fur. Li Honglian relaxed his pose, stealthily surveying his surroundings, ensuring no sentient beings were watching, before feeling at ease. Observing the transformed finger, he mused, alas, brother, this is rather dismal. Reflecting on the divine dragon's blood he had exchanged from the Ark, a mere droplet had allowed him to achieve the transformation into a divine dragon. Now, gazing back at the bloodline essence of the magma tiger, he could not help but feel. He refrained from uttering the word rubbish, for when comparing the divine dragon, which overshadowed the stars, to the magma tiger he had effortlessly felled, was there any true comparison? The disparity was simply too vast. With this thought, realizing that the bloodline essence of the magma tiger could facilitate a transformation with just a single finger, he found it rather impressive. Recalling his scattered thoughts, he turned to glance at the river of magma behind him, revealing a cunning smile. Scratching that smirk, he pivoted to display a more amiable grin. Quickly, profess your love for me. As the city of Colorful City ranks second only to the royal capital in scale, its history, however, is significantly shorter as a key project in the northeastern development of the elemental kingdom. Its youth and openness have become its defining virtues. The chubby one, upon inquiring about the venue for this tournament in Elemental City, immediately followed the directions and the paper map he had purchased to arrive here, to the entrance of the office. After various inquiries upon arriving in Colorful City, the chubby one finally found this place. He half squatted inside the empty hall, where not a single soul was present. The chubby one frowned, raising his voice. Is anyone here? Creak. Whoosh! A wisp of smoke squeezed through an old side door, morphing into a suitable shape as it darted into the office window. Hiss! As the lighter extinguished, the smoke figure inhaled deeply before remarking. I've arrived. Haven't I always been here? The chubby one gazed at the shamelessly indifferent smoke figure. What should I do? I feel like giving him a piece of my mind. The smoke figure, observing the chubby one's indignation, smirked, spinning the lighter in his other hand. Young man, do not be too impatient. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. With that, the smoke figure retrieved a piece of paper from the drawer and slid it toward the chubby one, signaling him to fill in his information. Suppressing his rising ire, the chubby one hastily jotted down a plethora of details on the paper and pushed it back to the smoke figure. When does the tournament commence? What's the rush? Are you eager? A little. Then it shall begin in 1 hour. The venue is the colorful sports center point. 1 hour. Do you think that's too short? I was hoping to see you get beaten sooner. Fine, 1 hour it is. After the chubby one spoke, he observed the smoke figure's overly delicate demeanor. Bang! A punch sent him scattering. Then he quietly exited the office that a few minutes later the scattered wisps of smoke coalesced once more, forming a singular entity. The smoke figure, noticeably diminished, inhaled deeply while grumbling. In this day and age, all manner of extraterrestrial beings can come here to cause a ruckus. Truly, the world is changing for the worse, and humanity is losing its essence. Soon, the people of Colorful City, through television announcements, became aware of the impending tournament at the Colorful Sports Center. Those with means purchased tickets to witness it live, while those without returned home to watch on television. Students from schools even skipped classes to gather in internet cafes to catch the upcoming tournament. In the river of magma, a majestic fisherman wielding a trident navigated his boat, cutting through the waves. Upon closer inspection, the vessel was not a traditional boat, but a giant lava turtle. However, unlike ordinary turtles, its shell was inverted, resembling a cast-iron pot. After hunting several magma tigers, Li Honglian felt it was a waste of time. He wondered how long it would take to gather enough essence to fully activate the Tiger King transformation. Thus, he subdued one of the natives of the magma river to guide him to the lair of the magma tigers. Before long, after traversing a small magma lake, a vast lake of magma came into view, revealing a delightful surprise. A multitude of magma tigers frolicking and playing. The chubby one sat alone in the contestant's seat within the colorful sports center, silently observing the opening performance of the water and fire beings on stage. Feeling a bit anxious about undertaking a task solo for the first time, he mused, I wonder when Tyrannosaurus will arrive. He held a great deal of trust in his brother, who consistently secured the top position under their leader, despite his occasional brash remarks. 4 enormous screens hung above the center of the arena, allowing those seated further back to view the proceedings easily. A rock being in formal attire appeared on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings! We are about to commence the second round of this grand tournament. Let us extend a warm round of applause and cheers for our challengers from afar and our reigning champion. The audience erupted in a cacophony of cheers and shouts. Incredible! Defeat the aliens. Victory is ours. Pineapple, I adore you. I want to bear your children. Boba, the most handsome. Boba, #1 in the world. After 5 minutes of waiting for the fervent atmosphere to subside, the host finally spoke. Let us welcome our challenger from afar. The chubby one. The host's elongated tones showcased his impressive lung capacity. Upon hearing his name called, the chubby one rose and waved to the surrounding audience. Hush, get lost. Go for it. Wow, he has such exotic charm. A flamboyantly dressed tree being remarked to her entourage. Chapter 046. The contest too, let us offer an even warmer welcome to our valiant warrior, our reigning champion. The first warrior, hailing from the royal lineage of the kingdom, bearing the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix, stunningly beautiful and gracefully poised. Pineapple. Ah, I love you, Pineapple. Sing for eternity and gain immortality. This year's Pineapple is truly formidable. Just a few days ago, challengers were reduced to ashes. The key point is that Pineapple has only just turned 18. Even if she loses, it matters not, for she is undeniably captivating, unlike the chubby fellow who simply sits in the competitor's seat. Pineapple gracefully emerges from the contestant's passage. The grand screen above captures her from head to toe in a close-up, ultimately freezing on her visage. Unlike the faces of ordinary elementals, hers is exquisitely refined. Of course, this is merely the perspective of the elementals. But what does the chubby fellow perceive Pineapple to be? Her crimson gold hair cascades down to her smooth calves like the morning sun, with golden flames dancing at the tips, shimmering with glimmers of light. Her willow leaf eyebrows, phoenix-like eyes, and delicate lips harmoniously adorn her golden face, creating a picture of perfection that is far from exaggerated. In her amber-hued pupils, two clusters of brilliant sunlight surge forth, elevating the already fervent atmosphere of the venue to new heights. Pineapple, in the eyes of the chubby fellow, aligns perfectly with human aesthetics, evoking the image of a celestial beauty from a fantasy novel. Observing the swarm of cameras surrounding Pineapple, he wonders, won't your cameras become overexposed, capturing only a blur of light? Next, the voice of the host announces the arrival of the warrior from the Rock people. Rockhead. Although the enthusiasm of the host remains fervent, the audience's excitement has noticeably cooled. No one is eager to witness a muscular stone. Soon, a rock giant strides from the passage, blowing kisses to the spectators on either side and occasionally clapping in gratitude for their support. The rock giant is tall and robust, with clearly defined muscles that exude strength. The surface of his rocky exterior is riddled with intricate lines and cracks, radiating a dark gray metallic sheen that conveys an immediate sense of hardness. Following him are the Tree Person, Green Bitter Master, and the Diamond Man, Iron Shell. The cheers they garner pale in comparison to those for Rockhead. After all, these two are even more cumbersome than the Rock Giant. Tree Person and Diamond Man. Are you not courteous, Rock Giant? Why is this even my concern? The host stands up, eagerly watching the passage where competitors enter. The audience is well aware of who is set to make a grand entrance, and they preemptively offer louder applause and cheers for the upcoming warrior. A blue figure appears in the passage. Let us extend a warm welcome to the Medal of Peace Guardian of the Elemental Nation. The Knight's Medal recipient of the Elemental Nation, the Guardian of the Oceans, and the beloved Sheriff of the People. Omitting 100 titles. The Captain of the Elemental Squad, Mr. Bubble Tea. Ah, Mr. Bubble Tea, I adore you. Brothers, I have already seen that we have secured another victory. Mr. Bubble Tea's grand entrance lives up to the cheers of the crowd and the plethora of titles he carries. His physique is slender and elegant, presenting a streamlined form that lacks the exaggerated muscularity of the Rock Giant, appearing exceedingly agile. Rock Giant? His head is even more refined, resembling that of a dolphin, with large, round eyes that convey wisdom. A flowing blue beard adorns his long mouth. Overall, he emanates warmth and approachability, inviting one to experience the vastness and mystery of the ocean, as well as the beauty and strength of life itself. Even Pineapple, who had been chatting with the Rock Giant, momentarily forgets her surroundings, her beautiful eyes fixated on Mr. Bubble Tea, her entire demeanor softening. Rock Giant, Tree Person, and Diamond Man. Is he coming again? On another front, within the molten lake, Li Honglian has cleared the magma tiger from the entire lake, obtaining a bag full of blood essence. She drives the magma turtle to a barren, uninhabited isle within the lake and finds a suitable spot to sit cross-legged. Pouring the bag of blood essence before her, Oh, not let me down. Transformations activated. Her chest morphs into a gaping maw, devouring the blood essence pieces within in an instant. It is refined at the colorful sports center. The first match of the arena competition begins. Chubby Guy versus Rock Giant Rockhead. The Rock Giant towers over 3 meters, yet stands dwarfed before the chubby fellow in his 3-layer armor. Thus, he feels somewhat anxious. However, recalling his father's words, he relaxes once more. His father was a participant in the previous generation of the arena, and not only his father, but also his grandfather had participated. What a legacy of competitors. According to his father's observations, judging by the chubby fellow's appearance, he likely hails from Earth. Historically, contestants from Earth have not been particularly strong. With careful handling, there should be no mishaps, especially since this individual is competing alone. What arrogance. As if successfully hypnotizing himself, the Rock Giant clenches his fist and launches a heavy punch toward the chubby fellow. Have you ever seen a fist so massive? The chubby fellow adopts the starting stance he learned from his mentor, calmly observing the seemingly motionless Rock Giant. Just as he thinks the Rock Giant is frozen, the Rock Giant springs into action. The colossal fist hurtles toward the chubby fellow's face, yet he appears unresponsive. Standing in place in a daze, Just when the audience and the rock giant believe the chubby fellow will be knocked out in one blow, he moves. Data analysis flashes rapidly within his helmet, predicting the rock giant's speed, strength, and subsequent movements. Too slow. The chubby fellow reaches out, grasping the punch, his figure remaining completely unmoved. The power is insufficient. He slowly increases pressure on the rock giant's hand, gradually forcing him back until he is pinned to the ground. Oomph! He then delivers a kick, burying the rock giant into the earth. It all happens so swiftly that the audience is momentarily taken aback. Only when they see the close-up on the screen do they regain their senses. Retracting half-hearted cheers, the chubby fellow mimics his mentor's gesture, shaking his hand calmly while surveying his surroundings, as if to say, "Is there anyone left to challenge me?" The ground behind him erupts with the sound of splitting earth. Turning to look, a towering rock giant, over 10 meters tall, slams his palm onto the ground, lifting his massive form slowly. "Die, foreigner, you shall be humiliated." A fist filled with resentment crashes down onto the chubby fellow's head. The arena is instantly engulfed in a thick cloud of dust, obscuring the view of the audience both inside and outside the venue. Countless spectators draw a breath in unison. Even Earth, separated by the Terran star, feels a slight warmth. A gust of wind blows from an unknown source, dispersing the smoke. According to Lu Xun's principle of harmless smoke, the chubby fellow, unscathed, once again raises his hand to block the rock giant's punch. He then summons his strength, delivering a kick that sends the 10-meter-high rock giant back to his original state, burying him underground once more. A second victory. Nearby, Mr. Bubble Tea's smile freezes, then glances at Pineapple. Reassured, he turns to the camera at the edge of the arena, flashing a smile, then applauding the two fighters delivering such an exciting battle. The ground of the arena soon regains its flatness with the help of some earth elementals. The second match of the arena competition, Chubby Guy versus Tree Person Green Bittermaster, Chapter 047. Contestant finale: the tree person raises his hand and places it on the ground, causing countless trees to spring forth. Ultimately coalescing into a dense forest, the realm of trees has descended. The chubby fellow retrieves a stick from behind, infusing it with dark energy to form a spatial scythe, moving gracefully through the forest like a playful fish among flowers. The blade slices through the trees, causing them to topple in swathes. Soon, only one tree remains standing. That I concede. The tree person Green Bittermaster reverts to his humanoid form, his legs weak and collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of strength and spirit. "Hush, you worthless one. Keep pushing. Next time will be better." In the audience, myriad expressions abound. Some jeer, others offer encouragement, while some remain indifferent. The chubby fellow returns the scythe to its iron rod form, securing it in the recess on his back, crossing his arms as he stands quietly, absorbing the cheers and jeers from the crowd. "You know, this feeling is quite exhilarating. No wonder my mentor loves to show off." The third match of the arena competition, Chubby Guy versus Diamond Man Iron Shell. This Iron Shell, with a diamond physique that appears impervious to others, proves inadequate in the hands of the chubby interstellar warrior. In a matter of moments, he is defeated, the Iron Shell reduced to a flaccid shrimp. The fourth match of the arena competition, Chubby Guy versus Celestial Phoenix Pineapple. The consecutive victories have left the remaining two contestants and the audience in despair. Upon seeing Pineapple enter, the audience, battered by repeated defeats, experiences a flicker of hope, akin to a shattered mirror that, while repaired, still bears numerous cracks. Yet, they must rally to cheer for Pineapple, hoping to bolster her confidence against her opponent. Mr. Bubble Tea encourages Pineapple as she prepares to take the stage, and she nods in acknowledgement, saying nothing as she approaches. Gazing upon the still figure of the chubby fellow ahead, she feels an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain, rendering her breathless. Her body trembles involuntarily as she watches flames rise from her hands. Can I truly win? The exuberance of her entrance has vanished. "Make your move. If I strike first, you 1T stand a chance." The mechanical translation of the chubby fellow's battle armor resonates in her ears. "Why should I fear? Why should I tremble? I am a bearer of the Celestial Phoenix bloodline. Celestial Phoenix strike, the world tree's branches, adorned with her long hair, are engulfed in flames, transforming into fuel for the fire. Her bloodline surges forth, her golden hair rising like burning wings, radiating a brilliance that compels the audience to shield their eyes. The sand beneath her feet instantaneously crystallizes, and the surrounding space distorts under the intensity of the flames. 9 tail feathers rise from Pineapple's back, enveloping her entirely. She leaps high, resembling a phoenix reborn. As she charges toward the chubby fellow, observing the data projected by his helmet, contemplates the stellar-like temperature, weighing his options carefully. The steps imparted by the master of practical combat underfoot were as delicate as a dragonfly skimming the water-esque surface, gently touching the ground before floating gracefully aside. The flames that brushed past melted away 3 layers of armor, revealing the fierce and robust shoulder of a tiger. With a swift execution of the second strike of the phoenix soars to the heavens. The initial miss transformed into a renewed assault towards the hefty opponent. The hefty warrior immediately raised his hand, firing an explosive round to temporarily hinder the phoenix's advance, before swiftly darting aside once more. The 2 layers of armor on his shoulder were nearing completion of their repair amidst the fear of this moment. The hefty warrior's mind was exceptionally clear, despite the imminent danger posed by his opponent. He knew this explosive state could not be sustained for long. If he could just buy a little time, victory was assured. After evading another attack from the phoenix, he silently observed her labored breaths. Having unleashed 2 ultimate moves in succession, the brilliance surrounding her had dulled, and the searing heat akin to a star had subsided. Surrender! You can no longer hope to defeat me. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside were even more anxious than the phoenix herself, witnessing the gradual extinguishing of the hopes they had pinned on her. Once the phoenix exited the stage, it would be his turn to confront the challenge. Did he truly possess any real skills? Others might be oblivious, but he was all too aware. He was merely a mediocre fighter. Over the years, every time he embarked on a mission to apprehend criminals, he found it perplexing that they would kneel before him, pleading for their lives at the mere sight of him. Now was his true strength about to be revealed. Ignoring the tense crowd that could hardly speak, he stood up and called out to the arena. Stand up. Phoenix, believe in yourself. With wings eternally ablaze, take me away. Thud enough of your drivel. The hefty warrior's punch, enveloped in dark energy, knocked the still chattering phoenix unconscious that I'm pressed for time. I have no leisure to banter. The audience's hopes, embodied in the phoenix, were thus dashed. The final match of the Arena Championship. Hefty Warrior versus a string of titles. The Titan, as the staff carried the phoenix off, the last warrior of the Radiant Star. The Titan made his entrance with a palpable aura that suppressed all that a refreshing breeze inexplicably swept through, tousling the Titan's flowing beard. The spectators, sensing the Titan's might, erupted in collective exhilaration. Yes, they still had the invincible warrior. The Titan, surely, they would triumph. The hefty warrior, feeling the omnipresent pressure, tempered his earlier disdain born of consecutive victories and assumed a serious stance, ready to face the Titan as he waved for him to attack first. To his surprise, the Titan mirrored the gesture, inviting him to strike first. Big brother, I'm signaling you to take it easy. The hefty warrior lunged forward, testing the waters with a punch aimed at the Titan's smiling visage. Thwack! The Titan fell flat, unconscious. The audience held their breath, awaiting a miracle, but the sharp-eyed host had already discerned the Titan was truly out cold. After a moment's hesitation, he dutifully announced, "The winner of this Arena Championship is the warrior from Earth." The hefty one on a deserted island. Li Honglian completed the refinement of all bloodline essences and began experimenting with her Tiger King transformation. Transforming into a magma tiger, she rolled in the molten rock. Finding the experience quite satisfactory, ding, a sound emanated from the terminal she had placed on the shore, prompting Li Honglian to return to the land, revert to her original form, and establish communication. Zhang Yunlong's face appeared on the screen. "Captain, we have overcome the peculiar environment here and established contact with you. This means we can only communicate between ourselves. I cannot reach the Tyrant and Black Hawk. Currently, that's the situation, but we can use the Blade ship as a relay to restore contact between you and the Assault Brothers. What about the Tyrant? We are currently attempting to establish communication with them. This should be reachable shortly." "Excellent. Then let us wait a moment." A while later, Li Honglian's communication screen displayed virtual heads of everyone except Black Hawk. She turned to the boy. "Where is Black Hawk?" "He has gone to a secret base alone and has yet to return." Li Honglian nodded gently. "Very well. Continue to support Black Hawk. If there are any issues, contact the Blade ship immediately and have them notify us for assistance." Turning her attention back to the hefty warrior, she inquired, "How about your situation?" "The mission is complete, and I have secured an audience with the World Tree." "Excellent. Send us your location, and we will rendezvous with you to visit the World Tree." Ignoring the tyrant's eager gaze, she instructed the boy, "I will head to meet the hefty warrior with the tyrant. Once Black Hawk emerges, you two should hurry over." "Understood." Meeting adjourned. Li Honglian terminated the communication and transformed into a magma tiger twice more, feeling an inexplicable lack, devoid of the powerful sensation associated with the dragon transformation. Could it be that the magma tiger's bloodline was insufficient? Chapter 048. The World Tree riding the jet ski, Li Honglian proceeded to a coastal town to meet the tyrant and the hefty warrior. As for Black Hawk and the boy, they had safely evacuated from the base and were nearing the location of the World Tree. Thus, she decided to split into two teams. One overt, comprising herself, the tyrant and the hefty warrior, and the other covert, led by Black Hawk and the boy. The road paved with orange bricks was flanked by buildings adorned in vibrant hues. At the end of the street stood a tall, square monument commemorating the elemental beings who significantly contributed to the establishment and development of the coastal town of Zephas. The tyrant, hefty warrior, and several elemental beings awaited her beneath the monument. Li Honglian savored the essence of the town, infused with the salty tang of the sea breeze. As she approached, the tyrant and the hefty warrior immediately saluted. Li Honglian waved her hand at them, then turned to the towering fire elemental beside them. Perhaps to match the physiques of their interstellar warriors, or for some other special reason. This fire elemental was impressively robust, standing tall alongside them. His flaming hair danced as the fuel was consumed. An especially crafted isolation suit was quite fitting. Li Honglian extended her unarmored right hand to shake his, feeling warmth from his gloved hand. But it was not overly hot. After some conversation, the group, under the guidance of the fire elemental, advanced towards the town's port, flanked by 100 fire elementals forming a protective phalanx around them. Along the way, they observed the town's indigenous inhabitants engaged in dining, recreation, work, and sports. However, Li Honglian could easily discern the artificiality of these elemental beings. They appeared as if they were acting in a film, betraying a sense of performance that could only deceive the locals. Was this a conspiracy against them, or was there something that required special concealment? As she filtered through all the information in her mind, she concluded, firstly, if Black Hawk's intel regarding the World Tree's location was accurate, then their mission was indeed on target. This indicated that the World Tree was truly overseas and not on this continent. Conversely, if Black Hawk's information was false, then this journey was a scheme against them. However, ordinary elemental beings on this planet were unaware of the World Tree's whereabouts. They had only glimpsed it on television during significant festivals. Additionally, Black Hawk was highly capable, and discerning the truth from such a primitive yet biologically unique planet was hardly challenging. Furthermore, the hefty warrior had completed the arena match according to their customs and had conveyed to the planet's rulers that their sole request was a passage token to the next parallel space. Moreover, from her observations, while the town's residents were performing, they were not merely acting for their benefit. The wear and tear on the town's buildings and facilities indicated that these beings had been enacting their roles for a considerable time, not simply for the visitors. Thus, it could be concluded that the rulers of this planet simply did not wish for the ordinary populace to know the location of the World Tree. Soon, the grand procession arrived at the dock that a swarm of flaming birds was startled into flight, hovering in the air. Once assured of safety, they returned to the ground, pecking at the sand, soon extracting and devouring creatures resembling fries from the holes they had made. They casually snacked on fries at the dock. Just as Li Honglian was lost in the profound reflections of her past life, she was interrupted by the fire elemental leader. "Please." He gestured towards a moderately sized vessel. "Thank you." Stepping aboard, the fire elemental's second-in-command exchanged words with the captain, while a group of fire elementals in the lower deck eagerly consumed fuel, unleashing flames towards the engine. The vessel slowly set sail. The waves lapped against the ship, producing gentle sounds. The ship rocked, yet those aboard felt as steady as if on solid ground. Time passed, and, as the people on the ship turned to see the shore, it had vanished from view. Ahead, only a white line marked the horizon where sea met sky. Soon, the ship entered a boiling sea, the surface resembling a kettle on the verge of boiling, white steam obscuring visibility. After traveling a bit further, heavy rain began to pour down upon the churning waters. After yet another tedious wait, a dark that appeared on the horizon, growing larger as the vessel approached, revealing a towering island. The island rose steeply from the water, with no beach in sight, as if a leg were submerged in the sea, presenting sheer cliffs on all sides. Through her enhanced vision, Li Honglian could just about glimpse the scenery at the very top. Upon reaching a specially constructed platform, she found a steam airship ready and waiting. Gazing at the outdated tools, Li Honglian felt an overwhelming desire to assert her capability. Yet, mindful of the decorum, she resolved to accompany the others, not wishing to slight their goodwill. During the ascent, she was captivated by a black spider concealed upon the sheer cliffs. Its mechanical form was evidently not of this world. It appeared that the Black Hawk had arrived long ago. The mechanical black spider was among the favored reconnaissance tools of the Black Hawk, originally known as the Yap's multi-limbed reconnaissance spider. Stepping steadily onto the true island, surrounded by lush vegetation, the flame leader approached a towering tree to communicate with it. Shortly thereafter, the tree shifted aside, creating a passageway for them to traverse. After navigating several checkpoints, they finally reached the heart of the island that a seemingly ordinary, robust tree came into view. Is this the world tree? Li Honglian inquired, pointing at the tree towards the flame leader beside her. Indeed, my lady, I shall escort you here, but the next leg of your journey will be entrusted to my colleagues. Li Honglian observed the scene with a sense of unease. It seemed less like a protective measure for the world tree and more akin to a prison, an incarceration of the world tree. 3 elegantly crafted fire beings emerged from a nearby structure, consisting of 1 elder and 2 youngsters. Their humanoid features allowed for easy differentiation between the elder fire being and the younger ones, revealing the latter's feminine essence, a rarity among ordinary fire beings. At this moment, the corpulent figure discreetly approached Li Honglian and whispered, "Boss, they belong to the royal family of the elemental beings, the Tianfeng lineage mentioned in my report." The elder spoke, "I am the steward of this island, here to welcome you on behalf of His Majesty alongside my 2 juniors. We extend our warmest greetings, brave warriors." Li Honglian sidestepped the formalities, hastily responding, "No need for such courtesies, esteemed elder. Let us get straight to the point. We have come primarily to seek an audience with the world tree and to obtain a token for passage." Seeing Li Honglian's reluctance for pleasantries, the elder was not displeased but gestured towards the world tree, stating, "The matter you speak of is already known to me. Please, follow me." Chapter 049. The world tree. Li Honglian and her companions followed the Tianfeng fire beings to the so-called world tree. As they approached, the tree sensed their presence, and a fissure opened in its trunk, gradually widening to allow several individuals to pass through. The elder regarded them with a warm smile. "Please, enter." The internal space was vast, in stark contrast to the exterior's seemingly confined appearance. That a tree made entirely of transparent crystal captivated their attention. Its roots plunged into the void. The trunk stood tall and straight, while fiery red leaves adorned its branches, casting dappled shadows upon the ground with their radiant glow. Upon closer inspection, these crimson leaves were not mere foliage, but the feathers of a fire phoenix resting upon the crystal tree. Chains of an unknown material bound the phoenix securely to the tree, rendering it immobile. Yet, the essence of life and sanctity radiated from the phoenix's flames. Li Honglian withdrew her gaze from the observation. Turning towards the trio of Tianfeng beings, the elder among them nodded gently, indicating that this was indeed the world tree, though he offered no words at that moment. The phoenix, restrained by the chains, spoke with a voice as clear as a bell, seeming to resonate within their very hearts. "Indeed, I am the world tree. More accurately, we are the world tree." It then tapped the crystal tree beneath it. "Enough, you may leave now." The elder and his companions bowed silently before retreating. One of the Tianfeng fire beings casting a lingering glance back at Li Honglian. The rotund figure noted that this fire being had been observing him since their arrival, an indication of an untold story. Once the three had fully exited, the bark of the tree seamlessly closed behind them. The phoenix resumed. I am aware of your intentions. However, I hope you can promise me one thing that, of course, if you choose not to, I shall still grant you the token for passage. Li Honglian swiftly pondered the request and replied, Please, speak. If it remains within my capacity, I shall certainly oblige. If it were merely to assist in her escape from this prison. It presented no substantial challenge. Rather, the pressing concern lay in how to sever the chains binding her. The phoenix, emitting a melodic cry, seemed to penetrate Li Honglian's thoughts and said, Young one, do not overthink it. I do not wish for you to liberate me from here. This place has become my home. I merely wish for you to escort those two young members of the Tianfeng lineage away from here. Beyond this planet and out of this universe, with that, 3 feathers detached from its being, gliding into Li Honglian's outstretched palm. You misunderstand. I was contemplating how to extricate you, only to hear you do not wish to leave. Suppressing her urge to express her frustration, she accepted the fiery feathers. Upon contact, a wave of information gracefully filled Li Honglian's mind. IT revealed that the phoenix had been pursued in the outside world, eventually escaping to this bubble universe, fortuitously landing on this planet. With an acute aversion to filth, it would not settle for any ordinary tree. After a prolonged search, it discovered the crystal world tree. And after a fierce confrontation with the collective consciousness of the world tree, it had subdued it effortlessly, taking refuge atop it to heal. Time passed, and eventually, the consciousness of the world tree summoned 6 other consciousness entities, launching a surprise attack against her. In the end, chains bound her, and over time, their consciousness merged, resulting in the current state. She was now both the fire phoenix and the world tree. Feigning hesitation, Li Honglian, driven by the thought of gaining something, spoke. It may be somewhat challenging to escort them away. However, if you would be so generous as to part with a drop of your blood, I could manage. Very well, I agree. A drop of crystalline flame emerged from the phoenix, and a piece of bark from the crystal tree transformed into a small vial to contain the precious blood. Li Honglian was taken aback by the phoenix's generosity, pondering how she might have requested more, secretly lamenting her missed opportunity. Grasping the crystal vial, along with the 3 feathers and the token for passage that had materialized on the ground, she rose and clasped her fists together, stating, Esteemed one, I bid you farewell. Observing the expressionless and silent Tyrannosaurus and the corpulent figure beside her, she declared, Let us depart. After bidding farewell to the elder outside, she politely declined the flame leader's offer to accompany them further. Piloting her jet motorcycle, she directed the corpulent figure and the Tyrannosaurus to escort the 2 young Tianfeng fire beings beyond the planet's confines. Aboard the blade ship within the laboratory, Yang Na held a book. Perusing the experimental records, experiment name, phase space wristband technology, reverse engineering experiment, date, day 67 of the bubble universe, Earth experiment number, 49, experiment process, utilizing the material analysis machine to reassess the materials of the experimental objects, employing the printer to fabricate parts that align with the experimental data, injecting the phase transfer factor, note, and activating the device. Note, the structure, material characteristics, and assembly process of the components have been dismantled from the original items. Note, through data collection, a quantifiable model of the target technology has been established, providing a scientific basis for reverse design. Note, based on the collected data, artificial intelligence has been employed to assist in design and virtual simulation technology to construct 3-dimensional models of the target product and its operational principles. Note, special materials of the phase transfer factor have been replicated based on human civilization technology. Experiment failure, reasons, 1. Materials lack stability. 2. Based on reason 1, it remains unclear whether the phase transfer factor impacts the experiment. Next experiment, experiment name, phase space wristband technology, reverse engineering experiment, date, day 1015 of the bubble universe, Earth experiment number, 997 experiment process, utilizing the material analysis machine to reassess the materials of the experimental objects. Employing the printer to fabricate parts that align with the experimental data, injecting the phase transfer factor, note, and activating the device. Note, omitted, note, omitted, note, omitted, note, omitted experiment failure. Reasons, incorrect layering of the phase transfer factor. Experimental deduction suggestions. Utilize a W model to layer the phase transfer factor. Next experiment. Experiment name. Phase space wristband technology reverse engineering experiment. Date. Day 1 of the Wanshang star in the bubble universe. Experiment number 1145. Experiment process. Omitted note. Omitted note. Omitted note. Omitted note. Omitted experiment failure. Reasons, incorrect layering of the phase transfer factor. Experimental deduction suggestions. Abandon the use of model layering for the phase transfer factor. Instead, employ runes or pictograms to disseminate the phase transfer factor. The myriad failures of past experiments replayed vividly in Yang Na's mind, and the experimental data enveloped her. She felt herself entering a most extraordinary state of clarity, sensing that success was imminent today. Countless data points swirled in her mind. Not this one, the data in her mind scrambled, then reassembled. Not this either, assemble. Not this one. Again, assemble. You are the one. Yang Na extricated the data from her thoughts, and the assisting artificial intelligence immediately began to replicate the model in her mind using virtual simulation technology. The experiment commenced anew. After countless failures, the victorious blossom finally emerged from the corpses of experiments. The phase teleportation technology has been breached. Yang Na gazed at the successful specimen and suddenly felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Her mind empty, yet her heart brimming with satisfaction that a touch to her back revealed that her shirt had become soaked with perspiration without her noticing. Chapter 050. New changes. What is this? Li Honglian inquired of the returning Black Hawk and the boy as she looked at the mass of black and white muck sprawled across the experimental table. I don't know either, Black Hawk replied, crossing his arms and stroking his chin, then suddenly snapping his fingers as if a thought had struck him. Boss, after I saw you enter the world tree, I wandered around the island and stumbled upon a hidden cave. In the laboratory within the cave, I discovered this creature trapped behind crystal walls along with some paper documents. After conversing with this entity, I decided to bring it out. Black Hawk recounted the events in detail, then handed the paper documents to Li Honglian. Upon receiving the documents, Li Honglian did not immediately examine them, but instead glanced at the mute muck, fixing her gaze on Black Hawk. How did you communicate with it? Black Hawk approached the experimental table, placing one hand upon the muck and stating, just like this, the muck declared, I am the master of the sunlight star. Once in my kindness, I welcomed the homeless elemental beings, only to find them ungrateful, slaughtering my kin and imprisoning me in this dark laboratory. The muck continued, thank you for liberating me from that prison. The muck added, I am willing to express my gratitude by granting you a part of myself. Consume it, and you shall attain immortality and robust strength. Consume. Immortality? Robust strength? Apologies, but I already possess those. Perhaps next time, you could offer something different, like transforming into a beautiful maiden to entice me. Li Honglian observed the serious Black Hawk as he relayed the muck's words. Quietly stepping forward, she acted decisively. A heavy fist struck Black Hawk's head, rendering him unconscious on the floor. Act now. Upon hearing the command, the Tyrannosaurus and the stout man instinctively moved to restrain the boy. Pinning him down from either side, that a special glass descended, transforming into a glass prison, trapping the still struggling muck upon the experimental table. Boss, what just happened? The boy, initially startled by the sudden actions, struggled but soon realized he could not free himself from the two's grip, and innocently exclaimed, Are you going to keep pretending? From the moment Black Hawk first answered my question, I sensed something was amiss. The normally composed Black Hawk would never exhibit such flamboyant behavior. Li Honglian strode towards the kneeling boy. Moreover, Black Hawk is a clever and cautious individual. I refuse to believe he would touch something unknown without knowledge of it. The boy maintained his innocent expression, gazing at Li Honglian and pleading, Boss, I truly had no idea Black Hawk was problematic. I am completely innocent. Enough with the charade. Your behavior is also unusual. With that, Li Honglian delivered a kick, knocking the boy unconscious. The stout man, witnessing this, quickly added in his mind, "If you were normal, you would have long since gone off to play with me in a corner, rather than being so close to the Tyrannosaurus." After administering sleeping and blocking agents to the two, they confined them within the special glass. The sleeping agent is a substance used by interstellar warriors to enter slumber during prolonged voyages. The blocking agent is designed to target the super organs within soldier-class interstellar warriors, effectively halting their operation. The stout man nodded, mentally filtering through the two substances, although they had seldom used these agents. They proved quite effective against traitorous or controlled interstellar warriors. Li Honglian stood before the glass prison, watching the still wriggling muck, quietly awaiting the arrival of the research personnel. Before long, several teams arrived. The head of the biological and biochemical team approached Li Honglian, patiently awaiting instructions. After inputting the scanned qualification documents into Confuci's brain, she transmitted the information to the head of the biological and biochemical team via terminal. "Your team shall halt your current tasks and study the specimen. The sooner you comprehend it, the sooner we can restore the two interstellar warriors." The head of the biochemical team acknowledged and began reviewing the information sent via terminal. Research subject: unknown soft-bodied organism. ID: muck controller. Appearance: a black and white mass of muck. Odorless. Known abilities: parasitic life form. Note: capable of controlling parasitized life forms, possessing a certain level of intelligence. Note: some information is derived from unverifiable paper documents after distributing the materials to several team members. The head clapped his hands to gather their attention. "All right, everyone, please set aside your current tasks. We shall." Meanwhile, Li Honglian approached the materials team, handing over the feathers of the fire phoenix and an empty bottle made from the branches of the crystal world tree for their research. She then pointed at the muck controller and said, "You may collaborate with the biochemical team to study this biological material." Lastly, she approached the newly established armed security team, meticulously outlining her directives to ensure strict oversight of the area. Accompanied by the Tyrannosaurus and the stout man, Li Honglian exited the laboratory. A corner. She paused, contemplating a few matters before addressing the two. "I am entrusting you both with an important task. Go don your armor and return to the laboratory to keep watch. For the next few days, you shall not sleep, but rather monitor the experimental site." The stout man and the Tyrannosaurus exchanged glances and shrugged. "Understood." In the captain's quarters, Li Honglian sat on the floor with his upper body bare, as Yang Na worked in the laboratory to upgrade his battle armor, adding phase teleportation functionality, leaving him alone in the room for the time being. He opened his hand, and the fiery essence of the fire phoenix bloodline manifested in his palm. Pressing the essence against his chest, a sensation of bliss enveloped him, far more exhilarating than when he refined the lava tiger bloodline essence, nearly rivaling the euphoria he experienced during his first refinement of the divine dragon bloodline. In the realm of fundamental origins, a rune resembling a fire phoenix emerged, instinctively sensing the presence of the lofty divine dragon transformation rune and rushing forth to engage in a contest. The fire phoenix transformation quickly succumbed. Sensing the nearby Tiger King transformation rune, it lunged and consumed it, soaring back up to challenge the divine dragon transformation once more. After a considerable time, the refinement of the fire phoenix bloodline essence was completed. A transformation that fused the lava tiger and fire phoenix emerged at Li Honglian rose to his feet. A moment of weakness nearly caused him to stumble. He reached for a cigarette on the bedside table, lit it, and took a deep drag, using the smoke to quell the slight emptiness within his body. With the cigarette almost burned down to his lips, he struck a pose. Transformation of the ever-changing fire phoenix. A fierce tiger wreathed in golden flames materialized in place. Overwhelming satisfaction surged within Li Honglian. This was a fusion with the Tiger King transformation. After a brief moment of astonishment, Li Honglian regained his composure and, with a spirit of experimentation, continued to operate the ever-changing transformation. Observing that he still maintained the tiger form, he seemed able to conclude, "Henceforth, this technique shall be known as the Divine Tiger Transformation." Chapter 051. The Tide Star and the Apocalypse Tide Star. The entire planet lay shrouded in a gray mist, with only a few rays of sunlight piercing through to the ground. Occasionally, birds would take flight from the dilapidated skyscrapers, while dust-covered vehicles sat idle on the cracked asphalt roads, and the glass of street-side billboards lay shattered. These scenes unmistakably indicated the former splendor of this place on the rooftop of the tallest building. Li Honglian quietly surveyed the lifeless city, silently absorbing the information it offered. Is this a tale of viral zombies or a disaster? Something feels amiss. While watching television on the Sunlight Star, he saw footage of elemental beings battling Scorpio warriors from Tidestar. He had assumed this place would resemble the Earth star, yet it appeared so desolate upon arrival. Master, I have successfully taken control of the satellites on this planet. Unfortunately, there is no longer any network available. Have you gleaned any valuable information? The satellite has detected the trajectory of a living being. Its location is right here. Subsequently, an image of a humanoid figure standing atop a structure was projected onto the terminal. Navigate for me. Of course, Master. In the northwest lies a large lake known as North Big Lake. Anna quietly stood in the lookout tower of the waterborne section of the underwater fortress at North Big Lake, gazing at a small boat on the lake's surface, hoping it would drift her way today. Since the outbreak of the apocalyptic virus, her grandparents' generation had sought refuge in this 150-story underwater fortress, managing to survive for 50 long years. During these 5 decades, the remaining inhabitants formed a small society within the underwater fortress, electing a mayor, judges, and security chiefs. The new generation was born and raised in this underwater refuge, receiving an education reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. Learning of the vibrant and colorful existence that once was, caged birds yearned to break free from their confines and embrace the freedom of the sky. They too felt the same. Some began to doubt the tales of the elder generations, while others believed the outside virus had vanished. Longing for the world beyond that moment, a figure emerged. Her sister Belle stepped forward, leading the people in their rebellion against the existing regime and its representatives. Ultimately, the mayor reached a compromise with this group, and they decided to send one individual to the outside world to ascertain whether any survivors remained and to test the persistence of the virus. That individual was none other than she herself, Anna. In the past few days, she had survived on the provisions salvaged from the underwater fortress and had removed her protective suit to confirm that parts of the watchtower were free of the virus. Next, she needed to approach the lakeshore to conduct further testing. Glancing back at the camera she had just wiped clean, she silently gave herself a thumbs up. Come on. Perhaps the heavens had heard her prayers. For a small boat began to gently drift towards her, propelled by the waves. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Focusing her thoughts, she pushed aside her fears of the water, the lake, and her inability to swim. This was it. Jump. Anna leapt towards the small boat. However, she evidently miscalculated the height from which she was leaping and the impact of the waves on the boat's position. As she descended, the boat had already drifted away. With a splash, she plunged into the water. Boat, I cannot be without you. How can I survive without you? At that moment, Anna's fear of the water surged uncontrollably, and she began to mock her own actions. In a frenzy, she flailed her arms and legs in the water, inhaling it through her mouth and nose. Was she going to die? Li Honglian observed from above as the humanoid figure in the lake gradually ceased its struggle and sank slowly to the bottom. With a powerful dive, she plunged into the water, grasping the 45-size foot of the figure and pulling it towards the surface, just as Anna had given up and resigned herself to death. She opened her eyes to see a shadowy figure swimming upwards with her. Was this an illusion? Feeling the sensation on her feet, she realized it was no mere figment. Were there indeed survivors from the outside world? Or had someone from the underwater fortress come to rescue her? Li Honglian cast the humanoid figure onto the shore, taking in its full appearance. Over 3 meters tall, with blue skin, and a tail nearly a meter long protruding from its rear, yet otherwise resembling a human. Who are you? Gasped Anna, struggling to catch her breath as she stared blankly at the pebbles on the shore. The artificial intelligence of Niwa activated, instantly translating and decoding the satellite communications while simultaneously unraveling the language of this place. Faced with her savior, should she not first express her gratitude before introducing herself? Li Honglian, with a hint of derision, continued, How incredibly rude of you! Is this how people from your planet behave? After a long silence, Anna finally emerged from the grip of her fear of drowning, gazing at her savior's distinct appearance as she said, "Thank you." The atmosphere fell silent once more. Li Honglian stepped forward, tilting Anna's chin upwards, and stated, "I need to see you, Consciousness Collective." Based on previous experiences in searching for the Consciousness Collective, it was evident that this entity could determine its arrival through the people of the planet. Currently, he lacked the leisure to explore and seek out tokens of passage as he had in previous worlds. Moreover, this world was saturated with death, severely dampening his mood for exploration. All he desired was to obtain a token of passage and escape this cursed place. Hearing Li Honglian's strange words, Anna was momentarily taken aback before explaining, "I am not a consciousness collective. My name is Anna, a human from the 99th level of the underwater fortress at Beta Lake." Li Honglian ignored Anna's words, focusing intently on sensing whether any guiding elements had appeared around them. Unfortunately, there were no discernible changes. "You need not see me. I simply require the token of passage to the next parallel space." The surroundings remained unchanged. As a consciousness collective, you must value intelligent life forms, for without them, I doubt you could survive. Should you continue to be impolite, I will unleash my warship to drop a whirlwind torpedo. Pausing for emphasis, he added, "Oh, by the way, you might not know what a whirlwind torpedo is. Let me explain. It is a torpedo equipped with the heart of dark universe, capable of penetrating the crust and triggering a chain reaction, causing the planetary structure to disintegrate into fragments. At that point, it will not just be these life forms that perish. This entire planet will vanish." As Anna struggled to comprehend the increasingly incomprehensible words spilling from her savior's mouth, a realization struck her. Could this be a madman? At the thought, her eyes brightened. Yes, it must be that she had lived alone for too long, and upon suddenly encountering another living soul, her emotions had gotten the better of her, leading her to spout nonsense. However, her thoughts quickly shifted as she noticed a mass of water rising beside her, which then transformed into a human shape, a black token sword from the water figure's hand, landing on the ground with a single command: "Take it and leave this place quickly." Panic surged within Anna as she realized that a divine being had truly appeared, bestowing a token upon her savior. Which meant her savior's words were indeed true. Was she the one who had lost her mind, or was this world truly insane? Chapter 052, Star Wars, Magnetic Pearl, Activation. Grasping the token of passage, Anna watched as the consciousness collective vanished, leaving Li Honglian feeling somewhat displeased. Something felt amiss. It seemed she was the one who had initially threatened him. Perhaps she would let this slide, for individuals like him who were magnanimous were few and far between. Summoning a nearby jet motorcycle, he mounted it swiftly. Observing Anna, who was lost in thought, he used the enhanced vision granted by the Chimera to scan for the encroaching virus, kindly advising, "Hey, the virus is heading this way. If I were you, I'd grab that water bucket over there and swim back to your underwater fortress." A single piece of advice sufficed. As for anything beyond that, he had but one message: abandon the urge to assist others and respect their destinies. The jet motorcycle sped through the shrouded fog enveloping the planet, disappearing from sight. Anna snapped back to reality, recalling her savior's parting words and reflecting on her earlier determination. Should she return or not? In the sterilization chamber, Li Honglian handed the token to Zhang Yunlong, while proceeding to the laboratory to monitor the experimental progress and the conditions of Black Hawk and the boy. On the Blade ship, as the token of passage vanished from Zhang Yunlong's grasp, the previously distorted space ahead stabilized. Just as Luo Yinyin calibrated the course for advancement, the radar emitted a sudden alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Several red dots appeared on the radar screen. Luo Yinyin immediately glanced at another monitor, revealing several spacecraft emerging from the stabilized portal of the token of passage. 0.5 ships in total, 1 large and 4 small. The 4 small wolf-headed vessels formed a protective barrier around a larger lion-headed ship. Luo Yinyin promptly pressed the danger alert button, causing urgent alarms to echo throughout the Blade. Hearing the alarms, Li Honglian rushed out of the laboratory and ascended to the bridge, listening to his subordinates' reports while observing the radar display. The 5 members of the strategic advisory team hurriedly arrived, greeting Li Honglian and falling in behind him. The lion-headed ship's scale was visibly larger than that of the Blade, making the latter appear as insignificant as a fist next to a watermelon, if one were to classify them in terms of human civilization. The lion-headed ship would be akin to a medium-class warship. However, it remained uncertain whether it possessed the energy shields characteristic of medium-class warships within human civilization. They came through the passage we opened. Have we established contact with them? We have sent a communication request, but they have not responded. Charge the blade's onboard light spears immediately and prepare for 5 rounds of firing. Upon hearing that communication had failed, Li Honglian issued the order to charge the light spears. Recognizing the necessity of preparing for battle, as the highest-ranking commander aboard the blade, he had to consider the safety of everyone on board. As usual, 2 members from Yang Na's Confucianist squad split off to assist the blade's gunners in charging the light spears, while the artificial intelligence conducted secondary checks. The age-old adage held true. Artificial intelligence could not be trusted. Niwa, instruct Tyrannosaurus and Fatty to halt their laboratory guard duties temporarily, don their armor, and take the jet motorcycles outside the blade to assess the situation. The advisory team members immediately chimed in. Captain, we can deploy the Killer Bee unmanned drone combat group at this time. Li Honglian nodded in agreement. Excellent. You two handle this matter together? Understood. He continued forward, approaching Zhang Yunlong and stating, continue communication for 2 rounds. If they do not respond, fire immediately. Zhang Yunlong nodded in acknowledgement. Captain, the main ship of their largest fleet has activated its energy shield. Li Honglian crossed his arms, observing the imposing silhouette of the lion-headed ship. Its sleek exterior enveloped in a ghostly blue energy shield, and a bold thought crossed his mind. Why could this ship not belong to him? Captain, they have sent a communication. Should we connect? Li Honglian shook his head. Wait a moment. Niwa, if they also possess artificial intelligence, can you take control of it? Rest assured, mastered as the highest level artificial intelligence of human civilization, once I seize control of the blade's mainframe. I need not fear the inferior artificial intelligence birthed in this backward universe. Very well, I authorize you to take control of the blade's mainframe. Though the blade also housed military-grade artificial intelligence, he still found it hard to believe that a diminished version could contend with the opposing artificial intelligence. Connect! The screen before him went dark before revealing the scene on the other side. The opposing warship transmitted a data packet, labeled as a language package. Should it be accepted? Acceptance granted. A warrior clad in golden armor, adorned with a lion-headed mask, materialized on the screen, flanked by 2 rows of similarly attired soldiers. General Lion, unconcerned by the potential traps within the incoming data packet, remained oblivious to the existence of information viruses, a concept foreign to his understanding. But of course, Li Honglian was equally unaware of the opposing party's ignorance regarding such viruses. To avert unnecessary conflict, he refrained from probing the enemy with an information virus. As a prominent general under the Sanyua Wolf King of the Underworld Star, he was tasked with a surprise assault on the White Tiger Star. Intending to exert pressure on the White Tiger Army, besieging the Underworld Star in tandem with the Celestial Star's angelic forces, thereby facilitating the Underworld's escape. Upon arrival at the White Tiger Star, everything proceeded smoothly as he commanded his fleet of 8 warships to land and wreak havoc, only to be unexpectedly ambushed. The White Tiger General, Platinum, had left half of his forces stationed at the White Tiger Star to safeguard his sister. By Shah, the loss of half his fleet was indeed a grievous blow. This meant that half of the besieging forces against the Underworld Star were mere phantoms, a deceit orchestrated against both him and the Sanyua Wolf King. After retreating from the White Tiger Star, as he sought to return to the Underworld Star, the passageway home was also seized by Baisha's forces, leaving him in a perilous predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. However, fortune smiled upon him when a passageway to other planets opened just as he prepared to engage in a direct confrontation. Now, General Lion gazed at the imposing figure that appeared on the screen. He was robust, yet Lion did not regard it with concern, for individual strength bore no weight in the realm of interstellar warfare. Moreover, the enemy's warship appeared minuscule, hardly likely to withstand even a single barrage from him. Fade from my sight, unknown forces. I shall grant you a fleeting chance at survival, for I suspect you do not wish to test the mettle of my warship. Upon hearing these words, Li Honglian discreetly cast a glance at the terminal in his hand, where a message from Niwa materialized. The coding of the opposing artificial intelligence bore no resemblance to any recorded human civilization's coding. It was a convoluted mass akin to a mountain of refuse, utterly distinct from the concise Chinese character coding that programmed me. Fully deciphering it proved challenging, yet I could incapacitate their weaponry for 5 minutes, rendering them inoperative. Excellent, Li Honglian smirked, revealing a devilishly charming grin reminiscent of the Dragon King, instantly amplifying the mockery. Am I to avoid your prowess? My sword is no less formidable. Let us engage. Chapter 053. Ambushed by a jump, Nuwa deftly severed the control of the opposing artificial intelligence, resulting in the energy weapons and defensive shields of the Lionhead warship plunging into paralysis. The energy spear of the blade ship, fully charged, was instantly launched, obliterating a small warship before the Lionhead. Several subsequent spears struck the Lionhead warship, and without the protection of an energy shield, its metallic exterior was rent asunder beneath the relentless barrage. The blade ship's engines roared to life, showcasing its agility as it deftly evaded enemy fire. Yang Na gently caressed the deck of the blade ship, resonating with the joy transmitted from its mechanical soul, under the guidance of 2 tacticians. The Killer Bee drone squadron launched a suicide attack against the remaining 3 small warships. Observing this, Tyrannosaurus and Fatty swiftly piloted their jet bikes through the breach created by the energy spears to engage in slaughter within the Lionhead warship. They navigated the comparatively narrow corridors, melting through an alloy wall with their thermal guns, exposing the enemy to the fiery tongues of interstellar warriors. The air soon filled with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Alarm bells blared piercingly, and the cries of the wounded echoed, signaling the onset of carnage. General Lion observed the rapid transformation that unfolded within mere minutes, inhaling deeply as he surveyed the chaos engulfing his warship. Though he felt a surge of panic, he knew he must remain composed. His past combat experiences surged through his mind. The IT will be used. He resolved to initiate a jump, leading a portion of his warriors to dismantle the enemy's engines or weapon systems, striving to carve out a sliver of hope for the remaining soldiers. Should he fail, then he would perish alongside these unknown adversaries. Lion Legion, assemble. Upon the jump deck, a cadre of Lion Legion soldiers silently checked their shields and weapons. They were acutely aware that this mission could be their last, yet they had to proceed. They were fighting for the chance of their brothers to retreat. General Lion stood upon the jump deck. When his aide could no longer contain himself, "General, allow me to—" "No need for that. My mind is made up, and this is not necessarily a death sentence." General Lion cast a serious glance at the soldiers surrounding him. As if to imprint their images in his memory, he had to take responsibility for his own reckless ambition. Had he been a tad more prudent? Alas, there were no what-ifs. Teleport. A radiant light emanated from the jump deck, only to dim shortly thereafter. The soldiers on the deck vanished from sight. In the next moment, General Lion found himself on the bridge of the blade ship. He scanned the area. None of the soldiers had become trapped within the walls, indicating that the teleportation had been accurately executed. Observing the imposing silhouette ahead, which led directly into the enemy's command room, he considered himself fortunate. Without awaiting his command, the surrounding soldiers unleashed a torrent of firepower upon the machines and personnel on the bridge. Driven by the notion that any shot fired was a stroke of luck, several nearby ordinary soldiers were instantly riddled with bullets, turning into a veritable hive. Steel Wings, Li Honglian, reacted the moment the Lion Legion appeared. As Steel Wings unleashed feathers to intercept the incoming energy blast mid-air. Extending his right hand, his arm transformed into a conflagration, neutralizing the energy rays aimed at the unarmored soldiers and crew behind him. Witnessing the continuous fall of soldiers, Li Honglian surged forth with even greater speed. Seeking death, Steel Wings propelled him into the air, and with a mere thought, the upgraded armor crafted by Yang Na was summoned, assembling on his form in an instant. The next moment, Li Honglian stood before General Lion. With a fist descending, the already formidable strength augmented by the armor seemed capable of annihilating the very heavens. The clash of flesh and metal resonated. The terrifying punch obliterated General Lion, armor and all, into dust, and in the next breath, he appeared before another enemy soldier, delivering a blow that reduced the foe to mere remnants. In a fleeting moment, the ashes of the fallen enveloped Li Honglian, forming a thick cloak of blood and flesh. Coming back to his senses, he realized there was not a single enemy left standing. With a mere thought, he transformed into the divine tiger, the flames of his manifestation incinerating the remnants of dust that clung to him. Soon, gunfire ceased in this area, and 2 squads of soldiers clad in standard military armor arrived. "Commander, the scattered enemy forces have been eliminated." Li Honglian surveyed the bridge, now coated in a layer of blood and flesh dust. Gesturing to the nearby crew to clean it up, he then addressed the 2 squads of soldiers. "You are to immediately board jet bikes and support the 2 interstellar warriors already engaged on the enemy warships." "Yes." Returning to the command console, Li Honglian instructed the crew. "Order the interstellar warriors. Leave no survivors." "Understood." The crew member promptly initiated communication with Tyrannosaurus and Fatty aboard the blade ship. Tyrannosaurus and Fatty. Coordinating their assault, witness Tyrannosaurus effortlessly snap the neck of an enemy combatant. As they received the message, they opened it to read, "Supreme command of the blade ship. Leave no survivors." Exchanging glances, the 2 understood their commander was furious. Soon, 2 squads of ordinary soldiers riding jet bikes joined the massacre. Hours later, with the last gunshot fired, the final Lion Legion soldier aboard the Lionhead warship fell. Meanwhile, Li Honglian had concluded the funeral for the fallen warriors at a swift and simplistic ceremony. Political Commissar Zhang Yunlong wrapped the bodies of the deceased in mats and placed them within the cremation furnace. Their ashes eventually scattered into the cosmos amidst solemn blessings. This was the customary funeral for the majority of human civilization's warriors. After addressing all matters, and having ordered the Confucian technology practitioners to repair the warship, Li Honglian finally boarded the captured Lionhead warship. Walking alone through the narrow corridors, he began to reflect upon the gains and losses of this battle. The rewards were substantial: a medium-class warship, one equipped with teleportation and energy shielding capabilities. Although there were some flaws, everything could be optimized upon returning to human civilization. Yet, the losses were significant. Not only had loyal warriors perished, but considerable damage had also been inflicted upon the blade ship. This stemmed from his oversight, as he had not anticipated that the warships from this backward region possessed teleportation capabilities. As the corridors widened, Li Honglian arrived at the command room of the warship. "Niwa, here, master." At her response, Niwa's image appeared on the command room's display. "How goes it?" "Quite well. They have granted extensive access to their artificial intelligence protocols that I have now gained complete control of this warship. List the materials and technical methods required for its repair." "Certainly, master." However, the blade ship has just transmitted a message. "Speak." Captain's personal message. The blade ship's star speaker, Xian Yuming, has taken advantage of the chaos to pilot a jet bike and has vanished. Based on the information obtained from the captured Lionhead-class ship, it can be discerned that the passage leads to the White Tiger star. Curiously, the mysterious moonlight has vanished at this very moment. How intriguing! Chapter 054. Negotiations. After attending to all matters, the 2 warships traverse the passage. Outside the White Tiger star, 2 medium-class White Tiger warships led countless small vessels and a throng of individual combat jet bikes. Encircling the blade ship and the Lionhead vessel, as communications were established, a young girl clad in white armor, with a tiger's head motif, appeared on the screen. Outsider, surrender the Lionhead-class warship. Li Honglian wore a standard feigned smile. Nodding gently as she replied, "General, to be frank, we have just acquired this Lionhead-class warship. It seems rather unreasonable to think you can take it away with but a mere word." "Acquired by your side?" "That is indeed the case. That, if you do not believe it, feel free to send someone to inspect. However, should they find nothing, I would require you to promise me one thing." The white-armored tiger-headed girl readily agreed. "I will grant your request." After the search team completed their inspection of the Lionhead and blade ships and returned to the White Tiger vessel, an invitation from the other side soon followed. Without hesitation, Li Honglian mounted her jet bike and arrived aboard the warship of the white-armored girl. Following the guard's guidance, she reached the entrance of a grand hall. As the guards opened the door, the girl stood in the center of the hall. "Greetings, outsider." "Salutations, general. If you do not mind, you may call me Li Honglian." "White Kill. Will you uphold your promise? Li Honglian asked directly. White Kill slightly furrowed her brow. Based on the search team's assessment, a conflict had indeed erupted between the two warships. However, the Lionhead vessel had escaped her grasp only to be captured by the person before her within a mere day. If true, this would imply that this individual and their blade ship were extraordinarily powerful and beyond her reach. Your Excellency, as a general of the White Tiger Star, I am bound by my word. However, before I fulfill your request, may I propose a small suggestion, if I may? Please, General, go ahead. Would you be willing to engage in a duel with me? Li Honglian's gaze swept over the White Tiger Star General. Surprised to find this energetic girl was also a battle enthusiast. Very well, a duel it shall be. However, swords have no eyes, and I fear. Do not hold back on my account, should any mishap occur. I will take full responsibility, White Kill assured. Thumping her chest, I end the training room. Li Honglian and White Kill stood facing each other. Unable to withstand the overwhelming presence of her opponent, White Kill took the initiative to forego her buildup of energy, seizing the opportunity to strike, fearing that if she hesitated, her courage would wane. With honed skills, she unleashed a powerful punch directed at Li Honglian. Anticipating the trajectory of White Kill's strike, Li Honglian extended her hand in advance. In the next second, their fists collided. Soon, their exchanges amounted to hundreds, their movements so swift that ordinary warriors could hardly perceive their afterimages. Humph! White Kill was knocked to the ground by a punch from Li Honglian. A trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, her body supported by one arm and her legs, gasping for breath. Wiping the blood from her mouth with her other hand, a bloodthirsty gleam sparked in her eyes. Divine power. White Emperor's golden blade. In an instant, White Kill transformed into a streak of blood-colored golden light, vanishing with astonishing killing intent. Be careful. Just as those words left her lips, White Kill reappeared behind Li Honglian, delivering a fierce slash. Aside from the five-clawed dragon beast from Earth, this was the first time she had encountered someone wielding divine powers as an adversary. Thoughts raced through her mind as Li Honglian swiftly employed her martial arts divine ability. Transforming Tiger, a fiery red, divine tiger faced off against a golden white tiger. With a resounding crash, the divine tiger pinned the white tiger beneath it. As the flame's temperature steadily increased, the white tiger could not withstand it. Reverting to her human form and collapsing to the ground, Li Honglian also released her divine ability, returning to her original state, but a long, deep cut marred her unarmored back. Super recovery activated spontaneously, battling against the wound's inherent murderous intent and destructive force. Ultimately, the malice and destructiveness embedded within the wound proved insubstantial, soon healing completely. Observing the unconscious White Kill, Li Honglian sighed inwardly. Such talent, yet born in the wrong place. If only she had this caliber of ability in the outside world. With a princess carry, she lifted White Kill and exited the training room, handing her over to the glaring White Tiger Star warriors. Following the guidance, she made her way to the cafeteria of the White Tiger vessel to sample the local delicacies. As she finished her last bite, the recovering White Kill approached her, devoid of any disappointment from defeat. Instead, bearing an expression that was 3 parts eager and 7 parts exhilarated. Ugh, what is that ailment called? Eskimo syndrome. This girl surely has some peculiar inclinations. I must leave at once. Having made up her mind, Li Honglian promptly projected the image of a gene lock using her terminal, stating, General White Kill, my purpose here is to acquire this item that I hope you will hand it over, and I shall depart immediately. I have not seen this item before, but I can consult Prince White Tiger. After examining the gene lock closely, White Kill remarked, Li Honglian immediately seized the opportunity. Gesturing, please, with no other choice, White Kill exited to contact Prince White Tiger. A few minutes later, White Kill returned, her demeanor more composed. This item is indeed stored in my lord's treasury. What does Prince White Tiger require from me to take it with me? White Kill refrained from mentioning Prince White Tiger's condition, which required Li Honglian's participation in the expedition against the Dark Planet. Instead, she stated, my lord is magnanimous and is willing to unconditionally let you take this item. Li Honglian expressed her gratitude and returned to the blade ship, awaiting silently. Dark energy artifact, gene lock, style, lock, Luban lock, Origin. Since the birth of the universe, countless intelligent beings have collided with their desires for perfect evolution in the dark universe. And after years of entanglement, all wishes coalesced into this artifact. Function: optimize and modify the evolutionary path of oneself, one's race, or even civilization. Note: utilizing this artifact requires a sacrifice of life essence. The broader the scope of use, the greater the consumption of life essence. Note: lifespan is part of life essence, but does not equate to life essence. Copy: yes, no. Outside the modeled black hole. After obtaining the gene lock, Li Honglian bid farewell to White Kill and led her fleet out of this bubble universe, as she contemplated the messages emanating from the Gate of Origin. A thought struck her. This mission had been covertly assigned from above, yet they had directly granted her the position of captain, allowing her to assemble a mini interstellar warrior team and allocate a blade ship for her use. This implied significant authority from above. Initially, she believed it to be merely a peculiar obsession of a Legion commander. However, now considering the capabilities of the gene lock, it seemed more likely to be a secret mission personally entrusted by the highest echelons of civilization. It felt like a hot potato, truly troublesome. Knock, knock, knock. Li Honglian opened the door to find Zhang Yunlong standing there. "You old rascal usually sends me messages directly. Why have you come in person today? Speak. What's the matter?" Zhang Yunlong's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, "I wanted to report back promptly and check on my wife and kids." "Not yet. You must wait a while longer." Chapter 055. The Space Phantom City. Wait for what? Right, for that traitorous star linguist. Noting Li Honglian's impassive expression, Zhang Yunlong nodded silently and retreated. Copy. Yes, no? Yes. Within the Gate of Origin, as the essence of Origin was consumed, two identical gene locks were formed inside the gate. Li Honglian took one, toying with it in her palm. Cannot absorb it. Is it due to lack of ownership, having interacted with various artifacts a few times? Li Honglian had summarized some insights. Those that could not be absorbed or had not claimed a master, such as the gene lock and the martial arts compendium, were copied by the Gate of Origin before ownership was established. Next were those that had an owner but could not be absorbed, like the spatial silk, which likely meant the owner had not met specific conditions to facilitate absorption. Lastly, there were those that could be absorbed, such as the Sea Beast Great Mirror and the Endless Energy Pearl, which could be absorbed only if the owner had died or met certain conditions as for the Magnetic Pearl and Steel Wings. They were special cases, aided by the Gate of Origin, recognizing them as masters, so they were not counted. Gripping the gene lock, she declared, "Usage range. Myself." A faint green light was drawn from within Li Honglian's body by the gene lock. In the next second, after absorbing the green light, it seamlessly melded into Li Honglian's being that if there were a microscope capable of observing gene fragments, one would see countless minuscule entities clinging to each gene segment as the gene lock entered Li Honglian's body. Li Honglian moved her limbs, a delightful sensation coursing through her as if she had soared to new heights. Have I transcended? After stretching for a while and noticing no particularly remarkable changes, she resolved to observe her alterations gradually. Having tidied her attire, Li Honglian proceeded to the laboratory where the Mud Controller and Black Hawk Boy were confined. How are their conditions? Both interstellar warriors showed no signs of change. But the Mud Controller was quite extraordinary. Extraordinary. Indeed, quite extraordinary. After being subjected to various radiations, energies, and materials, it has birthed a new entity with positive symbiotic capabilities. Li Honglian's interest was piqued upon hearing this. Please elaborate. At that moment, an experimenter summoned a video, revealing a cloned laboratory mouse. As a fish was tossed into the frame, the previously normal clone mouse was suddenly enveloped in a black liquid, which erupted into a jump far exceeding the mouse's original capabilities. The mouse opened its gaping maw and consumed the fish, later regurgitating the bones intact. Just like this, the new entities generated by the sludge controller can establish a harmonious symbiotic relationship with their parasitic hosts, optimizing the abilities of both parties. Can this enhance interstellar warriors? Is the effect stable? Will there be any betrayal? Well, Captain, due to a lack of experimental subjects, we have yet to confirm whether interstellar warriors can be enhanced. However, this symbiotic relationship is remarkably stable. Any new symbiont that separates from its host will perish, thereby ensuring that the new symbiont will strive to protect its host. Good job. Keep it up. Meanwhile, Xian Yueming departed from Pluto, cradling a swaddled infant in her arms. Alone, she piloted a small warship back to the main universe from the Mito black hole. Just as she emerged from the black hole, a group of waiting soldiers from the Blade ship, armed and mounted on jet bikes, surrounded her. Observing this scene, Xian Yueming's cold expression remained unyielding, yet she chose to forego resistance. In the interrogation room of the Blade ship, Li Honglian entered and slammed the door shut, causing Zhang Yunlong, who had not managed to step inside, to stumble. Exuding authority, she dismissed the infant in her arms and directed her intensity towards Xian Yueming, who was shackled by electronic restraints. Coldly, she fixed her gaze on Xian Yueming, remaining silent. Xian Yueming, too, was silent, staring back at her in a daze. Noticing that her intimidating presence had failed to elicit a response, Li Honglian wasted no time and stated, as the star speaker of the Blade ship, "I believe I have treated you fairly since you boarded. Why did you leave the Blade ship without authorization? According to the Legion's laws, I could have you executed on the spot." Xian Yueming lowered her proud head, her voice cool as she replied, "I merely wish to retrieve my child." "Your child?" Li Honglian questioned, as she cautiously cradled the infant in her palm. Indeed, upon witnessing this, a unique maternal concern manifested on Xian Yueming's cold features. Realizing that further interrogation was unnecessary, Li Honglian simply remarked, "I have reported this to the organization. Mind your actions before exiting the interrogation room." The Blade ship, accompanied by the Lionhead ship, vanished into the Mito star region. A year later, as the Blade ship and Lionhead ship navigated through space, they were unexpectedly obstructed by an emergent space city. A ghostly city composed of various warships emitted a spectral force field that drew the Blade ship and Lionhead ship toward it. Although the warships comprising the ghost city were deformed and decayed, Li Honglian recognized them as mid-tier vessels of human civilization, a heavy-class ship from the Green-Skin civilization, and a winged heavy-class ship from the Three-Eyed Alliance civilization. "Captain, we have encountered the cosmic marvel Ghost City. I can recognize it, but instead of boasting about your skills, perhaps you should consider how we can escape its spectral force field." "Oh," the Tyrannosaurus nonchalantly nodded. Then, picking his nose, suggested, "Let's just jump in and destroy the ghostly force field emitter." Li Honglian processed the Tyrannosaurus's idea in her mind. Though simplistic, it seemed the most suitable method for them to escape the Ghost City's grasp. The Ghost City represented a unique cosmic phenomenon, capable of manifesting at any time and place. The danger it posed was neither exceedingly high nor low. As long as they could extricate themselves from its spectral force field, they generally would not encounter peril. Lacking the engines capable of forcibly escaping the spectral force field, their warships were at a disadvantage compared to the heavy-class vessels of human civilization equipped with force field disruptors, making it challenging to rely solely on their ship for escape. Moreover, time was of the essence. If they did not break free before the Blade ship made contact with the Ghost City, they might become a permanent part of it, likely unable to escape for the rest of their lives. "Tyrannosaurus, come here. What is it? You truly are a genius." "Received." "Huh." The rotund individual beside them burst into laughter. Resembling a wild boar, Li Honglian briefed Zhang Yunlong before turning to lead the two of them to the drop bay. "Assault Brothers Squad, respond. Present. Set off." The three donned their battle armor and entered the drop pod. Whoosh! Bang! As the smoke cleared, three fully armed interstellar warriors emerged. Li Honglian and the Tyrannosaurus took point in a defensive stance, while the rotund individual produced a force field detection device, spotting a red dot in the upper right corner. "Boss, over here, soon." A wall of alloy blocked their path. Li Honglian drew her thermal melt gun and fired at the wall, creating a hole where the steel had melted. That's how interstellar warriors breach obstacles. The three switched positions, entering one after another, with the Tyrannosaurus leading, the rotund individual in the middle, and Li Honglian on guard at the rear. Chapter 056. The enslaver. The trio navigated through several barriers. The helmet's recording system indicated they had advanced 100 meters. After breaking through another alloy wall with the thermal melt gun, Li Honglian was the first to dash into a narrow corridor. Following the corridor, they arrived at a square hall. Li Honglian paused at the entrance, scrutinizing the area. This hall appeared to be the control center of a spacecraft, with a central pillar surrounded by an array of dense control buttons. She halted the two behind her, cautioning, "Stay still. There's danger." A colossal transparent creature slowly revealed itself under the illumination of the lights. Its semicircular body floated up and down in the air, adorned with hundreds of dangling tentacles that refracted the light into a kaleidoscope of colors. It resembled a grotesque fusion of a jellyfish and a centipede. Sensing the presence of the trio, the transparent jellyfish began to drift towards them with its tentacles, leaving behind a mosaic-like blur in its wake. The Dark Universe Enslaver. The three instantly recognized it as the perilous creature documented in their texts regarding the Dark Universe. IT was fortunate that they were all interstellar warriors. Had ordinary individuals read the accounts of Dark Universe beasts, they might have succumbed to corruption and despair. Subspace beast. Enslaver appearance. A hybrid of a centipede and jellyfish. It produces a mosaic-like movement trail. Abilities. Can control humans and even interstellar warriors. The more it controls, the stronger it becomes, and the greater its influence over the reality universe. Note: a dark energy entity that drifts within the turbulent dark universe. Upon sensing an unprotected being's spirit, it can breach the barriers of reality and manifest in the corporeal universe, subsequently ensnaring the being and using its soul and flesh to summon more of its kind into the physical realm. Li Honglian drew the spatial cutting scythe from her back, infusing it with her own essence and dark energy, causing the scythe to radiate brilliantly. With her other hand, she retrieved her explosive bullet gun, and together with the Tyrannosaurus, they fired at the Dark Universe Enslaver, as foretold in the texts. The explosive bullets passed through the Enslaver without inflicting any damage. Li Honglian stowed away the explosive bullet gun and instantly teleported in front of the Enslaver, bringing down the infused scythe with precision and force. Yet it proved ineffective. Li Honglian found it exceedingly taxing, akin to attempting to slice through tough leather with a dull knife. Her attacks hardly penetrated its defenses. Her essence was being rapidly depleted at that moment. Extracting the scythe became a daunting task, and with no other choice, Li Honglian continued to pour her essence into the scythe. Fortunately, her essence had been enhanced through the Sea Beast Great Mirror and the Endless Energy Sphere, ultimately granting her a slight edge. The Dark Universe Enslaver was cleaved in two before retreating back into the Dark Universe. Rotund 1. Chart a new course. This route likely harbors more than one Dark Universe Enslaver, and there may very well be other beings from the main universe nearby. Otherwise, this Enslaver would not possess such strength. It must have controlled numerous beings. Just as she finished speaking, two more Dark Universe Enslavers emerged from the corridor behind the pillar. The Tyrannosaurus quickly pulled out the thermal melt gun and fired a shot to the side, melting a path. The trio was somewhat frantic, having narrowly escaped the hall, only to be confronted by 5 more Dark Universe Enslavers blocking their way. "I'll handle the 5 in front. You two hold the rear." With that, Li Honglian surged forth, arcs of electricity enveloping her as she charged toward the obstructing Enslavers. Divine power. Judgment of thunder. The most formidable lightning must shatter the darkness. In midair, she appeared as a thunderous archer, relentlessly launching her lightning spear at the 6 Dark Universe Enslavers, true to its reputation as the most powerful divine power in the interstellar warrior's arsenal. The judgment of thunder immobilized the Enslavers. However, its dispersed nature diminished its potency, preventing her from obliterating them entirely. Li Honglian grasped the reason why the texts emphasize the difficulty in exterminating such beasts. In human civilization, if a planet were to erupt with a Dark Universe Enslaver crisis, and it could not be contained in a short time, it would ultimately lead to a civilization-wide decree of extermination. Employing whirlwind torpedoes to obliterate the planet and prevent the spread of these beasts to other worlds, thus averting greater devastation. "Boss, hurry over," the rotund individual called out, and trusting her teammates, Li Honglian swiftly moved to his side. The rotund individual placed one hand on her shoulder and the other on the Tyrannosaurus's shoulder. Divine power, collective teleportation. In the next instant, the three vanished from their location, leaving behind the frantic Dark Universe Enslavers spinning in confusion. The Tyrannosaurus, draping an arm around the rotund individual, exclaimed, "Damn, you quietly awakened your divine power and leveled up ahead of me." Li Honglian gave the hefty man a playful pat on the backside, exclaiming, "Well done. What is our current location?" The hefty man retrieved the force field detection device and replied, "We are positioned directly east of the ghostly force field, with a distance of 100 meters remaining." "Let us proceed." Three shadowy figures stealthily emerged beside the ghostly force field generator. Peering inside, covertly point, three dark cosmic enslavers hovered adjacent to the generator, each manipulating 100 scaled creatures with their tentacles. These scaled beings, resembling lizards with limbs morphed into hands and feet, exhibited two colors, black and white, with their reproductive organs dangling by their mouths. Sun lizard civilization. Li Honglian instantly recognized the enslaved beings' identities. The enslaved sun lizards exhibited rigid expressions, their limbs twitching sporadically, with drool dripping from their mouths, capable of corroding the ground beneath them. This confirmed the presence of so many dark cosmic enslavers in this ghost city and its previous station. "Hefty man, can your teleportation device still function? What is its maximum range?" "Boss, it can still be used once more. As for distance, it can teleport us approximately halfway between the blade ship and the ghost city." "Excellent. I will contact the blade ship immediately and request them to send someone to retrieve us from space." Li Honglian swiftly reached out to Zhang Yunlong, the temporary captain of the blade ship, explained the situation, and subsequently ended the communication. With the retreat path planned, the next step was to strategize an offensive. Li Honglian produced a timed anti-ship torpedo, the most powerful bomb a single soldier could carry. "In a moment, I will set the timer for 30 seconds. You two distract this group of dark cosmic enslavers and the enslaved sun lizards while I plant the bomb. We shall regroup at this entrance around the 25-second mark." "Can you manage that?" Despite the urgency, the trio remained resolute. "We guarantee the completion of the mission. Strike team, victory is ours." Li Honglian adjusted the control time of the anti-ship torpedo to 30 seconds. Signaled the two with an attack gesture and pressed the start button. The duo immediately opened fire with explosive guns, unleashing a barrage upon the mass of sun lizards. Chapter 057. The awakening of the two as three dark cosmic enslavers pursued the two who had fired and fled. Li Honglian seized the opportunity to navigate past several pools of unidentified substances and approached the ghostly force field generator. It was then that she beheld the true visage of the ghostly force field emitter, a colossal sphere formed from skeletal remains. No matter the angle from which one viewed the sphere, a corpse with outstretched limbs lay atop it. The skulls of various species composing the sphere rotated as one drew near, their hollow eye sockets fixated upon her. With the fluctuations of the force field, the skull's jaws clashed rhythmically, producing a sound akin to a relentless drumming. Battling against the omnipresent repulsive force, Li Honglian gradually approached the ghostly force field emitter, shoving the anti-ship torpedo into the gaping maw of a massive animal skull. Without hesitation, she spun around and dashed toward the predetermined location. Just as she halted, she spotted the Tyrannosaurus and the hefty man rushing toward her from opposite directions. Pursued closely by the enraged dark cosmic enslavers, drawing forth her twin pistols, she fired at the pursuing monsters, the explosive rounds detonating amidst the sun lizards, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of blood and chaos. However, it was unclear how the two had attracted 3 additional dark cosmic enslavers. Doubling their ranks to 6, the 6 dark cosmic enslavers remained undeterred by the gunfire, relentlessly pursuing the two, judging the moment perfectly. Li Honglian unleashed a bolt of judgment thunder, halting the advance of several dark cosmic enslavers. Seizing the opportunity, the hefty man grasped Li Honglian and the Tyrannosaurus's hands, while Li Honglian placed one hand against her chest, slightly bent forward, with her legs crossed. Farewell, collective teleportation. In the vacuum of space, 3 figures materialized just as a swiftly approaching team arrived to retrieve them, ensuring their safe escape. Li Honglian glanced back at the ghost city, silently counting down. 3:21. Boom! A towering inferno erupted from the ghost city, a small mushroom cloud ascending skyward before collapsing into oblivion. Countless iron fragments melted into a molten mass, flying through the air like streams of liquid steel. A golden ring soared forth from the explosion, and with quick reflexes, Li Honglian snatched it from the air. Upon closer inspection, she noted that one side of the golden ring was smooth, while the other was adorned with jagged, canine-like teeth. A saber tooth. Such a rare weapon was not frequently encountered. She secured the golden saber tooth at her waist, intending to study it further upon returning to the blade ship, with the destruction of the ghostly force field emitter. The gravitational pull between the blade ship and the Lionhead ship dissipated. The two warships continued their advance. Whoosh! The hurled golden saber tooth traced a graceful arc, returning to Li Honglian's hand. The sound of it slicing through the air was as melodious as a symphony of wind and thunder, both lively and solemn. Through her research, Li Honglian uncovered the origins of this golden saber tooth. Originally known as the Buddha's speech, it was a weapon possessed exclusively by the Brahmin class of the Sun Lizard civilization. Not merely a weapon, it symbolized the power and status of the Brahmin priests. The intricate patterns upon it could reveal the original owners standing within the Sun Lizard civilization's ecclesiastical hierarchy. Local priest. Local high priest, sun pattern. Priest, high priest, chief high priest, with the addition of a lizard head in the sun pattern. 3 suns indicated that this individual was a local high priest. The emergence of such a Buddhist speech in the ghost city signified the downfall of a fleet centered around a heavyweight warship and its highest commander. A local high priest. Should a Brahmin without any ecclesiastical position acquire this Buddhist speech, they could potentially ascend directly to the role of local high priest, gaining power and soaring to greatness. Indeed, the peculiarities of the Sun Lizard civilization must be attributed to their caste system, which is strictly based on bloodlines and enforces rigid endogamy and generational occupational inheritance. Brahmins, the religious and intellectual class, monopolizing sacrificial rites and the interpretation of scriptures, regarded as the spokespersons of the divine. Kshatriyas, the military and administrative aristocracy, wielding tax and governance authority, forming the core of traditional political power. Vaishyas, free commoners engaged in agriculture, animal husbandry, and commerce, required to pay taxes to support the former two castes, yet devoid of political privileges. Shudras, the service class, involved in manual labor, holding the lowest social status. Dalits, untouchables existing outside the system, engaged in unclean professions, such as cleaning tasks on warships, enduring systemic discrimination for extended periods. The expansion of this civilization to such a scale in the cosmos raises questions about whether their mother star, the Ganges, truly bestows its blessings upon them. Once more, Li Honglian hurled the Buddha's speech and retrieved it, savoring the enchanting sound it produced. She gazed at Luo Yinyin, who was busily planning the navigation route, and deliberately called out, "Navigator Luo Yinyin, have you finalized the course? Everyone is eagerly awaiting your guidance." Startled, Luo Yinyin turned around, clutching her chest while casting an exasperated glance at Li Honglian. "Yes, we shall first head to the nearest high star system to replenish our supplies before proceeding to the G-star system for final preparations. Ultimately, we will traverse dozens of star systems, arriving at the sacred mother star in approximately 20 years. Initially intending to tease Luo Yinyin, Li Honglian suddenly felt the weight of time. 20 years, for interstellar warriors, was but a fleeting moment in the grand scheme of life. Yet for mortals like Yang Na, Luo Yinyin, and Zhang Yunlong, even with the longevity granted by advanced civilization technology, how many 20-year spans could they truly claim? Reflecting on Zhang Yunlong's earlier words about returning home to visit his wife and children, a sigh escaped Li Honglian's lips. Only upon completing their mission would they earn a brief respite, meaning Zhang Yunlong would not see his family for at least 20 years. "Boss, the Black Hawk and the boy have awakened. You should go check if they are still human," the Tyrannosaurus exclaimed. Picking his nose as he approached, Li Honglian nodded to Luo Yinyin, signaling her to relay the navigation route to the higher-ups, then accompanied the Tyrannosaurus to the laboratory. The laboratory had undergone a remarkable transformation. Over 100 hexagonal glass incubation pods were arranged in a matrix, suspended above the operation platform. Each pod's surface shimmered with a liquid metallic sheen, filled with a glowing blue cultivation liquid, from which various types of symbionts had split off from the sludge controllers, writhing within the conduits. Researchers clad in white protective suits navigated the glass walkway, manipulating holographic control interfaces, their fingertips dancing in the air. Sensing Li Honglian's formidable presence, the symbionts within the incubation pods clamored against the glass doors, yearning to breach the barrier and establish a symbiotic relationship with the powerful life form. The awakened Blackhawk and boy rose from their glass prisons, bowing respectfully toward Li Honglian. Chapter 058. Battle Armor Symbionts and Data Symbionts. Li Honglian waved her hand toward the two, signaling them to take a seat. She then turned to the person in charge beside her, inquiring, "How is their condition? Have they fully expelled the contaminant from their bodies? The sludge controllers within both interstellar warriors have been completely guided out, and both have passed the mental committee's assessment." "Excellent. You have done well. Release them." In the cosmos, the two glass prisons elevated into the air, and Li Honglian embraced each of them in turn, celebrating their recovery. "Tomorrow, we shall gather in the training room. It has been ages since the five of us trained together. Boss, I feel incredibly powerful lately. Taking you down should be no issue." Li Honglian smiled faintly. "Good brother, in spirit." The plump man and the boy embraced tightly, energetically patting each other's backs. Reluctant to part, one could only wonder what the pineapple brought from the shining sun star would think of this scene. After Blackhawk shared heartfelt embraces with several comrades, he approached Li Honglian. "Boss, I have let you down." "Let down? What does a minor slip like this matter? Besides, what you have brought back is of great value. Just look at this laboratory. It is all a product of the worth created from this lump of mud. Soon, we shall feast." With that, Li Honglian patted Blackhawk's shoulder. The following morning, within the training room, the five men engaged in an exhilarating mixed combat session. Li Honglian showcased the techniques he had meticulously developed on his good brother, Tyrannosaurus. The match concluded only when Tyrannosaurus begged for mercy after an exhilarating exchange. 3 years later, during a monotonous voyage, one must learn to amuse oneself. Li Honglian settled into the simulated combat training pod. This was among the supplies replenished from the previous planet, equipped with the latest virtual reality technology. Upon closing his eyes, he found himself in a blank room, forming a body according to his own data. He selected a random map. Ding! Create miracles with care. The map of a city in ruins appeared. Among the broken walls, Li Honglian opened his eyes. Duong! 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 3 12-meter intelligent control weapon robots encircled him. Li Honglian quickly drew his thermal melt gun, aiming at the frontmost intelligent control robot, and pulled the trigger. Boom! One headless intelligent control robot slowly toppled over. Boom! Li Honglian did not fire again. From behind the broken wall, a hidden intelligent control robot charged toward him. The extraordinary perception from reality did not carry over into this virtual realm. But Li Honglian had adapted to his lack of extraordinary faculties through his recent explorations. He sidestepped, wielding a powered spear in one hand. And with the force of his turn, he thrust it fiercely into the intelligent control robot, then released his grip. The robot, propelled by inertia, moved forward, while the damage inflicted by the powered spear caused its internal circuits to short-circuit, sending sparks flying. Zizzes kaboom! It sent the other 2 intelligent control robots flying. Li Honglian extracted the powered spear that had been blasted aside and continued on his quest for targets. Swish, swish, swish! One intelligent control robot, equipped with a shoulder-mounted explosive cannon, fired 3 shockwave projectiles, essentially the artillery form of an explosive gun. In a flash, Li Honglian dodged the assault. Unbeknownst to him, 2 drones that had been hiding nearby initiated self-destruct attacks. And, damn it, if you have the capability, replicate my extraordinary faculties. Li Honglian grumbled as he exited the simulated combat training pod. Sitting up, he noticed Yang Na approaching him. The next moment, she covered his eyes, saying, "Guess what? There's a surprise." "What surprise?" "Have you undergone mechanical modification?" "Not quite." "Then you've secretly created a child using my cells and yours. Now that 3 years have passed, you are here with the child?" Yang Na's lips twitched. "No. Keep guessing. Could it be that the plump man fell in love with that pineapple from the shining sun star? I must say something about the plump man. Does he not understand that those not his kind may harbor different intentions? Truly, old Zhang's lessons have greatly declined." "That's not what I meant." "Think harder. I can't guess. Just tell me." Yang Na rolled her eyes and released her hand from covering Li Honglian's eyes, turning to reveal. "What do you see?" a mysterious, elegant woman appeared behind her, clad in sacred and noble armor, which integrated metallic elements, while the half-enclosed helmet flickered with green digits, exuding a sense of futuristic technology. The ornate headpiece featured intricate ancient patterns, including motifs of clouds and lightning. The woman donned a classical robe alongside modern tailoring, presenting both a flowing cape and structured armor. Li Honglian glanced over, pondering the surprise. Isn't this my artificial intelligence lady? Wait a moment. Li Honglian quickly sprang from the training pod to stand beside Nuwa, pinching her cheek. Is this real? Have you crafted her body? Yang Na did not respond directly, but urged, show him. Nuwa. Nuwa extended her palm, inviting Li Honglian to grasp it. He looked at Yang Na, who nodded in affirmation. Upon contact, Nuwa transformed into a flowing, dark green liquid that crept up Li Honglian's arm and reformed into the style of a fear alloy mid-layer armor. Yang Na then explained, this is a symbiote that has evolved through 49 generations. Initially, our researchers deemed this symbiote rather ordinary, until one inadvertently brought a gaming console into the laboratory. The symbiote seized the opportunity to infiltrate the console's data, inadvertently being taken out by the staff, but misjudged its own abilities. Upon entering the data ocean of the Blade ship, it encountered me. After a battle, owing to the unique nature of data life, I devoured it and acquired this body. Indeed, after obtaining the symbiote's body, she sought me out to better assist you in the future. Thus, we conducted secret research and discovered that this symbiote could not only coexist with data, but also with fear alloy. After Yang Na concluded, she observed Li Honglian, who felt the skin-like texture of Nuwa's body, finding it much more comfortable than the original fear mid-layer armor. Although the original armor could perform limited self-repairs and command variations, it paled in comparison to Nuwa's capabilities. Once Nuwa transformed into data and integrated into Li Honglian's terminal, she remarked, after merging with fear alloy, I can also digitize its data. Like this. How incredibly convenient. Chapter 059. The shift in civilizational norms years later. 2 warships smoothly passed through the first portal of the Holy Mother Star, the Southern Gate. The sound of Li Honglian's footsteps echoed in the warship corridor. As he passed the training room, the passionate roars of Tyrannosaurus and Black Hawk resonated within. Li Honglian smiled with satisfaction, but did not pause. A short-haired woman in Confucian robes and a mortal warrior with a mechanical right arm were conversing when they noticed Li Honglian approaching. Captain, the two immediately stopped their tasks and saluted. Li Honglian nodded, giving the mechanical-armed warrior a knowing look before continuing onward. The warrior, understanding the captain's gaze, displayed a look of excitement, as if to say, I will definitely win over this girl. Li Honglian did not disapprove of romance among the crew, for these mortals might spend their entire lives on a single mission. He did not wish for those who contributed to civilization to end their days in solitude. Upon reaching the bridge, Li Honglian first greeted Zhang Yunlong, then turned to Luo Yinin and inquired, how long until we arrive? Captain, we will reach the Xuanwu Gate in 9 hours. Understood. The Xuanwu Gate was not only a portal to the Holy Mother Star, but also a colossal spaceport. Even before landing at the Xuanwu Gate spaceport, Li Honglian beheld the main ships of the interstellar warriors' legions, which had left a significant mark in human civilization's history. The fearless flagship of the Assault Legion, the Qingzhou flagship of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry Legion, the Longdan flagship of the White Horse Cavalry Legion, the Butterfly flagship of the Mandarin Duck Legion, the Stupendous flagship of the Golden Fear Legion. These mobile fortresses were neatly stationed at the Xuanwu Gate port, drawing exclamations from onlookers. Li Honglian felt that his Blade ship and the seized Lionhead ship appeared as insignificant as ants before these Legion main ships. Typically, these flagship vessels either guarded the borders or conducted patrols, yet they were all gathered here now that a storm was brewing and significant events were imminent. Li Honglian alone, holding the task item, Gene Lock, followed the instructions through the long corridor, entering a grand hall, then proceeding to a secret chamber. The chamber was simply laid out, featuring 2 chairs and a table. Li Honglian took a seat, placing the Gene Lock on the table, and closed his eyes, patiently awaiting the arrival of the task liaison officer. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps ceased, screech, the sound of chair being dragged. Li Honglian opened his eyes to assess the liaison officer, but a young man in a tailored black uniform, adorned with a curved cap and a badge on his chest, greeted him. "Hello, Captain Li Honglian. Captain, indeed, the higher-ups place considerable importance on this mission, and you have excellently fulfilled your duties. Therefore, you have been promoted." "How unfortunate. You were set to join the Civilizational Safety Investigation Bureau after this mission and become one of us. However, due to shifts in the higher-up strategic direction, you have a new task. Please wait a moment. Your new liaison officer will arrive shortly. Farewell." Li Honglian watched the young man depart with the gene lock and closed his eyes once more, awaiting the new liaison officer. A shift in the higher-up strategic direction? He recalled the dozen or so Legion main ships he had seen at the Xuanwu Gateport, sensing that monumental changes were afoot in civilization. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps this time were hurried, yet powerful. Li Honglian opened his eyes again to scrutinize the new liaison officer, a middle-aged man, clad in a sharply tailored black uniform of the Central Military, bore on his shoulder the emblem of a three-clawed dragon, indicating his rank as a major general in the Central Army. Despite being merely mortal, Li Honglian did not dare to underestimate him. He promptly rose and saluted. "I am Li Honglian, the captain. The Central Military Commission has issued the directive, recognizing the outstanding performance of soldier Li Honglian in his missions, that he is hereby appointed as the captain of a special legion, granted the authority to recruit and establish a 1,000-strong interstellar warrior battalion, and is tasked with formulating and executing the training plan for the entire military aboard the medium-class warship, the Rising Dragon, enhancing the combat capabilities of the troops, and stationed in the Tsangbian star system of the Baihu star region. This order takes effect immediately upon issuance. Ensure the completion of the mission." Upon emerging from the passage once more, Li Honglian felt an overwhelming lightness, as if he were suspended in air. 1,000 slots for selecting and transforming interstellar warriors. A promotion of 3 ranks to captain, the medium-class warship Rising Dragon, stationed in the Tsangbian star system. Such extraordinary authorization and rapid promotion, typically reserved for wartime, signified that civilization was on the brink of war, especially considering the civilizations bordering the Tsangbian star system. The civilization preparing for war is none other than the Bairishi civilization. Along the way, he frequently encountered individuals delivering speeches from elevated platforms. According to the sacred words of the human sovereign, humanity is the master of the universe, the owner and lord of the stars. Any race other than humanity, regardless of its level of civilization, is deemed an alien. All aliens must either be controlled or destroyed. There were also some extreme Confucians who, discarding their traditional robes, formed a new sect known as the Civilization Sect. They disregarded the teachings of the sovereign, instead espousing blind obedience to the emperor, viewing traditional Confucianism as heresy. They would assault anyone wearing traditional Confucian robes they encountered on the streets. Li Honglian watched this spectacle quietly, realizing that human civilization was undergoing a transformation. The Rising Dragon is a sleek warship equipped with advanced energy cannons and an energy shield system, accompanied by 2 escort light-class warships. Point 1 is the old friend, the Blade ship, and the other is the new ally, the shield ship. AS for the captured Lionhead vessel. Li Honglian had long since handed it over to the military for research once he acquired the Rising Dragon. Additionally, the Rising Dragon is outfitted with 20 Ripper-class space fighters, capable of reconnaissance while maintaining distance from the warship and engaging in direct combat upon encountering enemies. Most importantly, this military vessel is equipped with a space jump engine, a coveted asset that would eliminate the need for gradual travel, allowing for immediate jumps instead. Li Honglian descended from the Blade ship, gazing at the Rising Dragon docked at the Martian spaceport, feeling an exhilarating surge of excitement within. A technician clad in a scarlet Confucian robe approached him. "Greetings, esteemed scholar." The Confucian in scarlet regarded Li Honglian's robust frame, a more sinister grin spreading across his mechanical face. "May the Emperor and the machines bless you. Please follow me. The captain's warship has been awaiting its master for some time." As the group proceeded deeper into the port, the towering machinery left the onlookers awestruck. The Rising Dragon is truly magnificent. Li Honglian's heart, akin to that of a dragon, resonated with the emotions of its master, beating wildly. Indeed, it was breathtaking, The mechanical head of the Confucian sage was slowly raised by a mechanical spine, soon positioned 3 meters away from its neck. Great Emperor, your gaze shall forever be upon this warship. Your blood will flow within its engines. You shall bestow upon it indomitable spears and impenetrable shields. It shall achieve victory after victory under your watchful eye. Chapter 060. The Rising Dragon behind Li Honglian. The Tyrannosaurus Rex removed his helmet, his oversized eyes gazing in disbelief at the beautiful warship. My heavens, boss, had you been propelled by a warship's thrusters? It's astonishing how quickly you've qualified to command this vessel. The aged Zhang Yunlong, now with tears streaming down his weathered face, sobbed, Captain, such a beautiful and powerful warship. I no longer have the time to follow, but my son and grandson are still young. I hope you can take them in, even if it's just to clear the lower decks. In contrast to his emotional subordinate, Li Honglian maintained a composed demeanor, grinning broadly as he inquired. Before coming here, Major General Zhanfeng informed me that the warship could be customized. Is that correct? Indeed, Captain. The Confucian sage presented a virtual screen that Li Honglian meticulously examined it, skipping over non-modifiable components, such as the lightspeed engine, space jump engine, swastika shield, and void energy cannon, and moved directly to the life support systems. Let us modify this? Understood. Next, he considered the crew quarters, recalling how many soldiers had aged significantly during their last mission due to the absence of a stasis system. Let us convert part of the dormitory into cryogenic stasis quarters. This will both sustain their life states and reduce the warship's supply needs. Let us change the reconnaissance system to this. Certainly. As for this, let us convert one of the void light cannons into a disruption light cannon. The disruption light cannon lacks the destructive power of the traditional void light cannon. Its primary function is to interfere with the target's energy circuits, incapacitating them. This will facilitate the jump battles, which Li Honglian favored. The Confucian sage, upon witnessing Li Honglian's choice, could not help but exclaim, Captain, you are indeed a radical commander. Very well. Let it be so. I entrust the modifications of the Rising Dragon to you all. 1 month later, Li Honglian remained at the Martian spaceport, awaiting the completion of the Rising Dragon's modifications. He also welcomed a substantial number of mortal soldiers and new members of the Thought Committee. Zhang Yunlong had retired and returned home, while his grandson, Zhang Zilong, in his early 20s, had become a member of the Thought Committee under Li Honglian's guidance. Yes, the fleet centered around the Rising Dragon was no longer the small-scale skirmishes of the past, when it was merely the Blade ship. The surge in numbers necessitated multiple Thought Committee members to ensure their ideologies remained steadfast. Li Honglian observed the mortal soldiers training under the guidance of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, intending to select outstanding candidates for transformation into interstellar warriors. The traditional selection and training methods were excessively time-consuming. Instead, he planned to transform a batch initially and later find a suitable planet for further modifications to serve as a replenishment source for interstellar warrior losses. Ding! Li Honglian activated his terminal to check the messages. The modifications of the Rising Dragon are complete. Upon reading the message, he promptly made his way to the modification and maintenance area of the port. A newly adorned and even more splendid Rising Dragon awaited him in the repair zone. Standing atop a massive crane, Li Honglian watched as individuals in military uniforms or civilian attire poured into the Rising Dragon like a swarm of ants. A sense of grandeur swelling within him as if the heroes of the world were entering his domain. Within the Star Speaker's meditation chamber, Li Honglian encountered the newly appointed Star Speaker. First Xiaohong, A.S. for Xian Yueming, he had long since handed her and her child over to the military court, and they would likely never be in contact again. First Xiaohong had just turned 18. Having graduated from the Magic Star Transportation Academy, a fresh talent indeed, she appeared quite innocent, her figure slender, and the black military uniform she wore seemed less pronounced than that of her male counterparts. Xiaohong, I have high hopes for you. Do well. Yes, Commander. I never expected I would also be promoted to Commander. Li Honglian mused as he exited the Star Speaker's meditation chamber, making his way to the Thought Committee office. Commander, I am the new Thought Committee Secretary, Zhao Bianxing. Greetings, Secretary Zhao, a man of great stature. I shall entrust the ideological work of the fleet to you. Rest assured, Commander. Ah, yet another title unlocked. after exchanging pleasantries with the remaining Thought Committee members. Li Honglian departed the office, heading to his final destination, the newly established Interstellar Warrior Transformation Laboratory. The laboratory was headed by Yang Na, who now donned a white and green robe, qualified to oversee the transformation of interstellar warriors. Upon entering the laboratory, Li Honglian greeted the busy Yang Na, observing the 10 incubation chambers, each housing a candidate selected from among the mortal soldiers. If even one transformation succeeded, it would be a cause for celebration. The rising dragon sailed toward the southern gate. The main warships that had previously been stationed at the Xuanwu Gate began to depart in succession, and Li Honglian silently watched this scene unfold. It appeared the higher-ups were prepared. However, all of this seemed somewhat distant to him, as he was merely a captain of a small fleet. Casting a glance at Luyin and Zhao Bianqing, he declared, "Let us go. We shall set forth as well." He still needed to visit several training planets for interstellar warrior recruits along the way, hoping to gather some promising candidates. Li Honglian strode back to the captain's quarters. Beginning to hone his abilities, yearning for a second awakening of his powers, he had felt a sense of fatigue during his last encounter with the Dark Universe enslavers. As they traveled, he seemed to lose track of time. With the scenery outside unchanged, a constant expanse of starry sky. After 3 space jumps, the rising dragon remained a considerable distance from the Tsangbian star system. One day, the star speaker brought forth a message. First, Xiaohong ascended to the bridge, conveying the urgent news she had received through her star-speaking abilities. "Commander, we've just received a distress signal. A civilian merchant ship is under attack by the black-skinned beastmen." "Have they sent their coordinates?" "They have. They are currently located at the black-skinned and green-skinned beastmen, akin to bacteria of a universe, could appear at any moment in various corners of space, launching assaults on passing fleets. All of this stems from their profound mental prowess, a remarkable ability that defies reason and manifests itself in ways that seem entirely logical once contemplated. To illustrate, they can harness this mental power to successfully launch a spacecraft crafted from a heap of scrap metal, propelling it towards the vastness of the cosmos. Li Honglian stroked her chin, pondering the information regarding the black-skinned orcs, before gesturing towards the guide, Luo Yinin. "How long will it take to reach this coordinate?" Upon reviewing the details, Luo Yinin began to calculate. "This location lacks a suitable star field for spatial jumps. We shall have to resort to traditional navigation methods. Consequently, it will take us 3 days of civilization time to arrive." "Very well. Then let us proceed with the rescue. After all, it is a significant taxpayer, and we cannot simply ignore it." In the boundless expanse of the starry sky, a fleet emerged from the shadows. The seemingly impressive Shenlong ship housed only 5 interstellar warriors who had completed a prior mission, now tasked with aiding a merchant vessel under siege. How thrilling! Chapter 061. The devious black orcs Li Honglian stood on the bridge of the new warship. The crew operated the consoles while a nearby screen began to display the unfolding battle ahead, but a merchant vessel was besieged by a large orc warship accompanied by 3 smaller ones. Indeed, the orc warships bore no specific designations. Their strength could only be assessed by their size. .8 Tour-class fighters had already raced to the front lines, serving as reconnaissance units, transmitting clearer images of the conflict. The style of the orc warships resembled the nonsensical doodles of a child, with components reminiscent of ancient sailing vessels. "Shall we approach?" Li Honglian mused, sensing something amiss. How could a fleet of 4 orc warships fail to capture a merchant ship with weak defenses for such an extended duration? It felt like a trap. This human merchant ship appeared to be bait, luring my rescue fleet. "Position the Blade-class ship and the remaining 12 Tirurs in ambush at this location," Li Honglian commanded, pointing to a spot on the star map. "Understood." Next, she ordered the 8 Tirurs to advance and harass the enemy, to fire a volley and then retreat back to the Shenlong. "Let us see if those black-skinned orcs will pursue." Yes, the Shenlong's void, energy cannon, and interference cannon began to charge, preparing 3 shots. Received. The 8 Tirurs received their orders and unleashed chaos upon the black-skinned orc warships intercepting the merchant vessel. Energy beams struck the orc ships, causing the orc warriors to cry out in dismay as they were torn apart by the onslaught. Soon, the Tirus ammunition reserves dwindled, and they began to withdraw towards the Shenlong. The disoriented orc ship immediately abandoned its interception of the merchant vessel, pursuing the 8 tirers into the darkness. As the black-skinned orc warship drew nearer, Li Honglian wondered if she had miscalculated. Was this not a trap but merely incompetence? Yet her actions did not falter. She signaled for the void energy cannon to fire. Boom. It is worth noting that sound does not travel in a vacuum. So the explosion was a sound of her own imagination as she watched the orc ship be destroyed. After eliminating the pursuing orc ship, Li Honglian commanded the Shenglong to close in on the merchant vessel, preparing to jump into the fray with the largest orc warship. Brothers, prepare for the assault. Ha ha, boss. This is my first encounter with the black-skinned orcs. I've heard that the skull of their chieftain is exquisite for serving wine. You won't be trying to take it from me, will you? The Tyrannosaurus grinned, a hint of bashfulness on his face, causing Li Honglian to feel a wave of nausea as the Shenglong approached the merchant vessel. Li Honglian and her team arrived on the transport deck. On the deck stood not only 5 fully armed interstellar warriors, but also 200 well-organized, ready to fight mortal soldiers, though their armor was not as formidable as that of the interstellar warriors. It would suffice against the black-skinned orcs. This battle would be victorious. Victory is assured. After a brief motivational speech, the pre-charged interference cannon struck the largest black-skinned orc warship, causing it to short-circuit. The transport deck illuminated with a bright light, and the 5 interstellar warriors along with the 200 mortal soldiers vanished. In the next moment, aboard the black-skinned orc warship, Li Honglian opened her eyes, disregarding the enraged orcs charging toward her. She turned to scan her surroundings. Excellent. None of my comrades got stuck in the walls. Kicking away a black-skinned orc that lay lifeless at her feet, she confronted the incessantly yelling orcs. The slaughter commenced in earnest. Li Honglian unleashed her iron wings, sending metallic feathers flying, and a swarm of black-skinned orcs fell. With a flick of her wrist, the iron wings stirred, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared before one of the orcs. Delivering a devastating punch, the orc was obliterated, splattering against the wall, as Li Honglian crushed the makeshift weapon she had crafted. Damn shrimp, I will dismantle you from your can, grinding you to dust inch by inch. Shrimp refer to humans, what can indicate the battle armor worn by them. A towering black orc charged through the wooden wall, carrying a massive box on its back, connected by a tube to its arm. In its grasp was a large, ostentatiously decorated gun aimed at the human warriors engaged in the massacre. Boom! 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 This orc, evolved from the black-skinned orc's incessant yelling, took aim and decisively pulled the trigger. The first shell struck the human warriors, leaving several unable to react, their bodies reduced to a bloody pulp. The next 2 shots were intercepted forcefully by Li Honglian, brushing off the remnants of the explosion. She communicated through the system. Focus. This is a battlefield, not a game. Death is real. With that, a bolt of lightning coalesced in her hand. Judgment of thunder. In the next instant, the orc artilleryman was reduced to ashes. Follow me as we storm the bridge of the orc warship. We must eliminate the orc chieftain. Once he is dead, the remaining orcs will scatter like sand on the shore when the tide recedes. In the chaotic corridors of the black-skinned orc ship, Li Honglian led her team into the fray. On the bridge, the massive orc chieftain, towering at 10 meters, could only listen to his subordinates' report due to the communication device's malfunction. His imposing figure was a testament to countless victories in battle. His spiked shoulder pads rose and fell with his heavy breaths. His face and helmet smeared with red dye, .1 arm, encircled a reporting black-skinned orc, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth that emanated a foul odor. Boss, the shrimps are coming to kill us. Coming. Do they dare? I am on the verge of breaching their grand vessel, and you say they are coming? The increasingly agitated orc chieftain tightened his grip on the reporting orc, prompting it to stroke the chieftain's chest. Hoping for mercy, the orc finally gasped for breath. He caught a glimpse of the chieftain's menacing expression and quickly blurted out, "B-boss, it's another shrimp warship attacking us. Not just shrimps, but shrimp cans too." At the mention of the latter, the chieftain shuddered. Memories of his days as a mere black-skinned orc flooded back when he had followed another chieftain, living carefree until one day a shrimp warship arrived, annihilating his former leader without mercy. Fortunately, He had managed to escape with other orcs to his cellar. Chapter 062. Eliminate having dispatched every black-skinned orc encountered in the corridor. Li Honglian stood before a massive alloy door and produced a thermal lance. Hiss! The alloy door melted away, creating a large opening. The Black Eagle approached, wielding a black iron hammer. Li Honglian accepted the hammer. Examining the intricate design, a skull gripping two hammers that belonged to the dual hammer clan of the black-skinned orcs. A voice resonated from within the fearsome mid-tier armor Li Honglian wore. The dual hammer clan. After relaying this, she patted the Black Eagle's shoulder and declared, "Let us go and eliminate the largest orc." The Warhammer clan was known for their brutality and cunning, maintaining an even-handed belief in their gods. As the interstellar warriors entered first, a barrage of gunfire erupted upon the bridge, with their explosive rounds and thermal lances decimating hordes of black-skinned orcs. The orc artillerymen retaliated with a variety of flamboyant weaponry. Yet their actual damage to the interstellar warriors proved minimal. You all flank and divide the battlefield, drawing fire away for the mortal soldiers. I will take down the orc chieftain. Yes. Once the orders were given, Li Honglian transformed into a freight truck, charging through, leaving no adversary standing in her path, until she finally stood before the formidable orc chieftain. The chieftain, witnessing the carnage of his subordinates, roared, "Wag!" and charged at Li Honglian, wielding a massive spike club that sliced through the air with a whoosh. Li Honglian drew the iron staff from her back, infusing it with dark energy and spirit. Spatial cleaver. Unleash. The blade flashed. The orc chieftain, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, lay on the ground. A mocking expression plastered across his face as he gazed at Li Honglian, his lips barely moving. Shrimp cans. You have fallen into our trap? Within the sight of the rising dragon ship, the previously dilapidated, smaller black-skinned orc warships shed their disguise as .2 vessels, reeking of corrosive decay from the dark universe. Revealed their true forms, surging straight towards the rising dragon. Inside the waiting shield ship, a bald man observed this scene, stroking his smooth head with one hand, and let out a sinister chuckle. Contact the blade ship. Instruct them to provide support to the rising dragon. We must not allow the dark universe's fallen to escape. Upon hearing the dying words of the black-skinned leader, Li Honglian was certain her judgment was correct. An ambush indeed lay in wait. However, she had not anticipated that the ambushers were the fallen of the dark universe. She had assumed it was another orc clan lying in wait nearby. Yet, in the grand scheme, it mattered little. Whether it be other orcs or the fallen, the outcome would be the same. The two Dark Universe warships advanced in a pincer movement towards the rising dragon. The rising dragon, seemingly startled, fled in a panic to the side. The Dark Universe warships, like sharks sensing blood, accelerated in relentless pursuit, even halting the supply of energy to shields and weapons, redirecting all power to their engines in a desperate bid for speed. The bald man aboard the shield ship had taken command of the rising dragon and, upon witnessing this unfolding drama, immediately ordered the discharge of charged void light cannons. Simultaneously, he directed the shield ship to join the attack. The energy beams from the void light cannons pierced through the unprotected hull of the Dark Universe warship, damaging its rear engine as well. The fallen aboard the warship had no time to react. Reduced to ashes by the onslaught, the warship, now engineless, was left to await its doom like a lamb with severed legs. Observing the dire situation, the other fallen warship quickly turned to flee, only to find the blade ship blocking its path. A swift change in direction met with yet another blockade from the shield ship. As the three vessels closed in, the fallen warship could only increase the power of its energy shield in a futile attempt to carve a path to survival. Now, that was true panic. The bald man, witnessing this, promptly commanded the rising dragon to unleash interference beams. Upon impact, the energy circuit of the Dark Universe warship short-circuited, causing its energy shield to dissipate. The bald man noted a design of a Buddha, head being toyed with by a sharp-toothed monster aboard the Dark Universe warship. It was a plunderer of the Sun Lizard civilization. The bald man had no doubts. While it was hard to ascertain which civilization had the most fallen in the previous universe, it was evident that the Sun Lizard civilization had the greatest number of fallen in the current one. With a thunderous crash, the alloy shell of the Dark Universe warship was breached. Inside, urgent alarms blared. The sound of footsteps echoed. Li Honglian led her strike team into the breach, having hastily commandeered jet motorcycles from the merchant convoy. "Maintain formation," she commanded, her acute senses detecting a multitude of life forms gathering just beyond the sealed doors, some crawling along the walls, others upright. It seemed these fallen of the sun lizard civilization were quite swift. With a hiss, the sealed door swung open, releasing a foul, murky tide that a throng of sun lizard fallen pressed against the threshold, their crimson eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. Explosive rounds from the interstellar warriors rained down amidst the sun lizard horde, resulting in a gruesome display of carnage that a few of the more aware sun lizards managed to evade. Seeking cover, Li Honglian seized a lunging tongue, yanking it with force, severing it, leaving only furious roars in its wake. Soon, an elite guard of sun lizards arrived, appearing far more formidable than their predecessors. Clad in standardized armor and wielding explosive guns modeled after human interstellar warriors, the lead sun lizard exuded an imposing presence, towering nearly to Li Honglian's height. After scanning the room, it flicked its forked tongue and crushed the skull of an obstructive sun lizard beneath its foot, charging towards Li Honglian with great speed and strength. The clash of the space-cutting blade and the sun lizard chainsaw sparked a furious exchange, igniting a shower of sparks as their force fields collided. Utilizing the momentum from the chainsaw, Li Honglian sidestepped, delivering a diagonal slash to another elite sun lizard behind her. Blood, emanating a putrid stench, gushed from the wound, hissing as it corroded the ground beneath. The elite sun lizard leader, witnessing this, let out a furious roar as a radiant aura enveloped it. Divine ability, indestructible golden body. The two warriors crossed paths once more. Li Honglian gazed at its chest, where her space-cutting blade left no mark. Something formidable indeed. The Tyrannosaurus and his team quickly dispatched the remaining minions. Engaging the remaining sun lizard elites in close combat, in the confined space, they abandoned ranged weaponry, opting instead for hand-to-hand combat, aware that long-range fire could harm allies. Chapter 063. The leading sun lizard fallen. As time passed, the golden light enveloping the leading sun lizard began to Li Honglian seized the moment. Judgment of thunder. Only the most awe-inspiring thunder can shatter the deepest darkness. The once dark corridor blazed alive, revealing a lightning dragon soaring forth. The dragon roared, subduing all in its path. The leading sun lizard's once unified golden form cracked, resembling fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering. With a resounding crash, it shattered, lifeless. A menacing lizard head locked eyes with a formidable Tyrannosaurus. Seizing the opportunity to charge forth, the two roaring chainsaws clashed, sparking wildly. The brutal yet fluid chainsaw techniques were unleashed upon the Tyrannosaurus. Crack! The Tyrannosaurus faltered, his chest armor torn asunder, the chainsaw's vicious teeth carving through flesh. Blood gushed forth, rolling down the ground amidst shattered armor pieces. In the face of life and death, there lies great terror, yet also great opportunity. The torment that had plagued the Tyrannosaurus coalesced into a singular force. Dark energy flowing into his injured form. The life codex and life lineage activated, merging spirit and dark energy. The Tyrannosaurus was drawn into the mysterious space where Li Honglian had chosen her divine abilities. A plethora of divine abilities materialized before him, awaiting his selection. The Tyrannosaurus made his decision in an instant, opting for the choice he had long considered. Divine ability, law of heaven and earth. In the next heartbeat, the Tyrannosaurus and his armor expanded threefold, transforming him into a 15-meter giant. With a grin directed at the bewildered lizard elite, he brought his hands together, each dwarfing automobiles, with a thunderous clap. He flattened the lizard elite like a mere piece of paper. Not bad at all. I shall place your paper-thin form in my trophy room. After a bloody battle, the five finally carve a path to the bridge of the fallen warship. A sun lizard fallen, draped in a white robe and wrapped in white cloth, stood from the command seat, wielding a saber-toothed sword that symbolized its status. The high priest stared, realizing that the intruders were not his elite guards, but human interstellar warriors, and knew his time as a fallen one was at an end. Buddha's words. Li Honglian instantly recognized the figure as Buddha's words, for she possessed one herself, acquired unexpectedly in Ghost City. I am the supreme commander of this fleet, and also the archbishop here. My name is... No need for that. I have no interest in the dying. Li Honglian interrupted, drawing forth a power spear and hurling it. Pinning the just-risen fallen priest back to the command seat, she stepped forward to retrieve the fallen saber-toothed sword. Excellent. 2 swords collected. I can now don the guise of the fierce Tiger King. Upon the rising dragon-esque bridge, Li Honglian had not even removed her armor when she arrived, embracing the bald man who approached her. Uncle Long, your skills remain sharp. It seems your years in mathematical research have not dulled your command of fleet tactics. Uncle Long, Long Booping, was an interstellar warrior Li Honglian had encountered on her journey to the Tiger Star. He was also her first mentor in the realm of interstellar warriors. Their previous encounter at the Martian port had been fortuitous. It was known that cultivating 1,000 interstellar warriors would take an eternity. So upon meeting Long Booping, she had seized the opportunity to invite him to the position of first officer. To her surprise, he had readily accepted AS for his reasons. Long Booping said nothing, and Li Honglian had no inclination to inquire. Haha, how many times must I say it? You are now the supreme commander of the fleet. My superior. You must not call me Uncle Long any longer. Li Honglian heeded the advice. Uncle Long. Henceforth I shall call you Uncle Long in private, but in public you shall be my first officer. Days later, the battlefield was finally cleared. Li Honglian sat at the head of the conference room, listening to her subordinates' reports. One Sun Lizard fallen warship, 1 black-skinned orc warship, and the wreckage of shattered ships had been salvaged. In this operation, codenamed Rescue the Merchants, a total of 45 mortal warriors had perished. Li Honglian nodded slightly. Losing a quarter of the mortal warriors was a grim toll, but it was acceptable. After all, this was a genuine interstellar war. Even losing 40 interstellar warriors was a bitter pill to swallow. Moreover, for the surviving mortal warriors, should they wish, she could offer them the opportunity for interstellar warrior modifications, aiding them in their transformation to IT. That moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the door, signaling a matter of considerable importance. Otherwise, they would not disrupt the meeting in such a manner. Come in. As the door to the conference room swung open, a staff member approached Li Honglian, leaning in to whisper, Chief, the representative of the rescued Detong Heavy Industries ship has come to express gratitude. Li Honglian waved her hand, signaling the staff member to withdraw, and stood up, retrieving information about Detong Heavy Industries from her memory. Detong Heavy Industries, one of the foremost commercial associations, has its headquarters located on Chang'an Star. Primarily composed of the Chang'an clan, the Chang'an Dugu clan, the Chang'an Yuan clan, the Chang'an Yang clan, and countless smaller companies. The association operates across various sectors, most notably in military exoskeletons and a range of civilian spacecraft and warships. Currently, the head of Detong Heavy Industries should be Yang Wudi of the Chang'an Yang clan. Establishing a connection with such a prestigious commercial entity is indeed a fortuitous opportunity, especially since I still have 1,000 sets of interstellar warrior armor yet to be settled. However, I neglected to inquire about the surname of this representative. In no matter, it is best to meet her first. Having come to this conclusion, Li Honglian addressed the attendees. Please continue with the meeting. Secretary Zhao Bianqing will preside over it. Afterward, kindly send me a copy of the meeting report. On the bridge, Li Honglian observed the approach of the representative from Detong Heavy Industries. She was a striking beauty, exuding an alluring charm. Dressed in a long-sleeved, chest-high RU skirt adorned with floral silk and sporting jade bangles on her wrists, she embodied the distinctive style of the Chang'an star system. The woman stepped before Li Honglian, pressing her left hand against her right sleeve, lifting her skirt with her right hand, bending her knees slightly in a graceful bow. Greetings, esteemed General. I sincerely thank you for rescuing our merchant convoy from the clutches of the black-skinned beasts. I, Dugalon, represent Detong Heavy Industries to express our utmost gratitude. I only took a couple of steps forward to offer her a hand, stopping just short of physical contact. General, in return for your assistance, please let me know your wishes, and the Dugu family will certainly oblige. Li Honglian's eyes sparkled as he thought of the captured orc warship and the fallen warship. These two vessels were of no use to him. It would be more profitable to sell them to this wealthy heiress and secure funds to support the defense of the and the training of interstellar warriors. Yes, although it was a brief encounter. This seasoned performer could already discern from the woman's gestures and expressions that she was but a naive lotus flower. I have but one request. Li Honglian raised a finger and declared. Dugalan's face revealed a hint of tension, but her excellent composure kept her anxiety in check. Please, General, speak. I wish to sell you 2 captured warships and purchase some items, with the hope that you could deliver them to the... Upon hearing this straightforward request, Dugalan's expression relaxed, her eyes brightening. Rest assured, we shall do everything in our power to fulfill your request, esteemed General. Chapter 064. Arrival. After the transaction was completed, the Shenlong ship set sail once more. Successfully arriving at the dot on board the Shenlong, Li Honglian toyed with 2 Buddha relics. Each time he stacked them together, they emitted a soft, warm light, revealing some peculiar characters within the radiance. Li Honglian speculated that these might be an ancient script of the sun-worshipping lizard civilization, possibly containing significant information. After all, only when the 2 Buddha relics were combined did these characters emerge, and he could hardly believe they recorded trivial matters. Regrettably, human civilization had not cataloged this script, leaving Li Honglian feeling as though he had entered a treasure trove only to leave empty-handed. Captain, we are about to enter the... I understand. The fleet reduced speed as it navigated into the... Eventually docking at the cosmic port of... With the hatch connecting to the outside world now open, Li Honglian led the crew of the Shenlong ship out with purpose. Outside, the governor of Hongzhou and the commander of the guard, Chung Li, had been waiting for some time, with a welcoming party behind them. As Li Honglian shook hands in succession with Hongzhou and Chung Li, the welcoming party began to celebrate with drums and gongs, creating a lively atmosphere. Beneath the azure sky, with billowing clouds and lush meadows, the governor's office of Hongzhou sat atop this beautiful grassland. Inside, the DCOR was simple, and items were neatly arranged, revealing the governor's mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies. The table was laden with local specialties from red-tailed lamb, green-headed milk, and various dairy and meat products derived from both. The banquet soon reached its latter half, and as Hongzhou took a bite of lamb, he dabbed his mouth with a napkin and spoke. Captain Li, the Central Command has ordered me to fully support your construction of defensive fortifications. What are your plans, Captain? Upon hearing this, Li Honglian chuckled heartily. Governor Hong, I have decided to station my forces here and construct defensive fortifications that a virtual projection of a planet appeared on the dining table, accompanied by information regarding this celestial body, planet, Tianmen, star location, type. Mineral planet. Hongzhou glanced at the projection and quickly grasped Li Honglian's intentions. This planet, situated on the fringes of the... was unsuitable for human habitation. However, it boasted a diverse and abundant array of mineral resources, due to its remote location and the disputed ownership between human civilization and the sun-worshipping lizard civilization. No company had ventured to develop it. Moreover, the complex asteroid belt surrounding Tianmen star provided natural protection, making it an ideal location for defense. Very well. Since Captain Li has made a determination, I shall fully cooperate. Time sped by. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. Li Honglian led his fleet back from a patrol, thanks to the support from the governor of and the trade established with Datong Heavy Industries through Dugalan. The cosmic port of Tianmen Star had begun to take shape. 10 transport ships from Datong Heavy Industries slowly emerged from the cosmic port, laden with freshly processed mineral metals. Following extensive exploration of the surrounding asteroid belt, a significant amount of minerals were discovered that a planetary disintegration mining machine, purchased by Li Honglian using the mined resources as collateral, was actively at work. The machine generated a disintegration field, shattering immense asteroids, which were then transported via conveyor belts to the waiting transport ships. The sight was truly magnificent. Li Honglian did not linger at the cosmic port, but instead transferred to a spacecraft bound for the surface of Tianmen Star. Due to its distance from the sun, the surface of Tianmen Star was frigid, with most residential and industrial buildings constructed underground. The population here was only around 3 million, most of whom had been lured from nearby human life planets using Li Honglian's interstellar warrior transformation quotas. Upon entering the underground city, Li Honglian observed the bustling movement of robots and nodded approvingly. The presence of robots, which could also assist humans in their tasks, was sufficient that Li Honglian arrived at a specific building and took the elevator down to the lowest level. This was the biotechnological center of Tianmen Star, primarily focused on researching and producing symbiotic organisms and their corresponding technological developments. As the elevator door opened with a chime, the person he had longed to see rushed to embrace him. After a lingering hug, he softly inquired, "How have the symbiotic organisms progressed? Are they ready for market sale after passing the civilization scrutiny?" These symbiotic organisms have undergone directed cultivation and have produced stable variants that extend lifespan and enhance human capabilities. The former has already been implanted in many ordinary soldiers without any adverse effects. Aside from increased longevity, their lives remain unchanged. As for the latter, I believe you have already witnessed its effects. Have you not? Li Honglian nodded slightly, recalling the enhanced interstellar warriors who had undergone the symbiotic organism implantation. Their physical capabilities had indeed improved significantly. If these contributions were made to human civilization, it was likely that the interstellar warrior's 12th transformation would evolve into the 13th. It seemed prudent to consider full-scale production, establish a company, and expand into the market. After leaving the biotechnological center, the couple took the elevator to Yang Na's residence in the underground city, where they engaged in the tender activities that couples cherish. After a moment of intimacy, Yang Na recalled hearing news while shopping with colleagues and asked, "There have been discussions about the aliens in the underground city. Are we preparing to wage war against the sun-worshipping lizard civilization?" Li Honglian was taken aback at the thought that even in such a remote place, discussions about aliens had begun to circulate. He was reminded of the sun-worshipping lizard warships he had glimpsed from across the border during his patrol. It is imminent. Indeed, the sun-worshipping lizard civilization, Kongshan Star System, Kongshan Star. Kongshan Star is an unremarkable planet, devoid of unique mineral resources, simply characterized by its dark and humid environment, which has attracted numerous sun-worshipping lizards to inhabit it. Above the orbit of Kongshan Star, 2 D-class warships, medium weight, circled slowly. On the bridge of one of the military vessels sat a grotesque-looking, sun-worshipping lizard named Blood-Eye, who enjoyed the privilege of high-ranking Shatiri blood and served as the supreme commander of this fleet. With the former priest now under his command, Blood-Eye extended its long, forked tongue, sweeping it across its crimson eyes, and spat out a glistening secretion. "May the great Shiva Buddha bless us." The sudden prayer startled Blood-Eye, prompting it to sit up straight. "Priest, what divine instruction has been bestowed upon you?" Its voice was sultry, at least in the eyes of the priest. "The supreme Shiva Buddha has revealed that our mission will fail, that the enemy will pursue us and will annihilate us here. Ha! Timid priest, do not attribute your prophecies to the divine. If you are so cowardly, hasten back to Delhi Star." Another member of the sun-worshipping lizard folk, standing on the bridge, remarked he was the first officer of this warship and the captain of the Blood-Eye Guard, thus entitled to speak so. Upon hearing these words, the priest inwardly cursed this crude warrior with fervent disdain. "I merely conveyed the divine prophecy to Lord Blood-Eye, with no intention of retreat." Blood-Eye slowly rose, his contorted and hunched figure appearing grotesque and frail that a decision had already been made above. "The pitiful human civilization would only yield what we require of the star domain after enduring our onslaught. Your bickering holds no significance, yet we cannot defy the will of the divine. Let this operation be overseen by High Priest Shiluo." High Priest Shiluo, the supreme commander of another D-class warship in orbit, understood Blood-Eye's intent and dispatched a notification to Shiluo ordering an immediate withdrawal from the area. "What did you say?" High Priest Shiluo was taken aback by the report from below. Just because the so-called prophecy from the deity Shiva, whom Blood-Eye reveres, was delivered, this insufferable Blood-Eye fled at such a critical moment? Shiluo cast a glance at the anxious soldiers. As a local high priest lacking any talent for warfare command, it was evident that his subordinates were aware of this fact. Now, with the team leader having fled, his subordinates felt as though the sky had fallen, each resembling a defeated hound, as if failure loomed before them. Shaw tapped the armrest of his chair, conceiving a clever stratagem to reassure his men. A prophecy to counter the prophecy. Thus, after a peculiar ritual, Shaw declared, "The Supreme Creator God has just bestowed upon me a prophecy as well. This operation shall undoubtedly succeed. All hail the Supreme Creator God. We revere the Supreme Creator God." Splendid. As Shaw observed the crowd calming down, he silently commended his own cleverness. Commanding the D-class warship Miglu, Shaw maneuvered directly through the asteroid belt at the edge of Tianmen Star, exposing himself to the ambush set by the ascendant dragon Li Honglian. While presiding over the armor bestowal ceremony for the newly birthed interstellar warriors, suddenly received news from the asteroid reconnaissance team, reporting enemy presence, prompting her to lead the fleet to the asteroid belt. Was this sun-worshipping lizard commander overconfident or simply foolish? Not even dispatching a reconnaissance craft or scout, he brazenly charged ahead. Upon arriving at the asteroid belt, Li Honglian had already sent out the Ripper cosmic fighter for reconnaissance and activated all detection arrays. After determining the precise location of the sun-worshipping lizard warship, she predicted the enemy's advance route and set up an ambush accordingly. Confirming that the enemy possessed only a solitary medium-class warship, devoid of auxiliary vessels or cosmic fighters, Li Honglian felt a surge of exhilaration. As per the original plan, they would directly engage in a jump ambush. The void beam cannon of the Ascendant Dragon was unleashed, striking the unsuspecting sun-worshipping lizard warship directly. "We've been hit." A sun-worshipping lizard immediately began reporting the degree of energy shield dissipation. Shield energy dissipated by 22%. Shield intact. Boom. The warship was struck again, accompanied by a shuddering motion, as the analysis of the energy shield values was relayed once more. Energy shield dissipated by 41%. Shield intact. No sooner had the words been uttered than another thick, lengthy beam slammed into the energy shield. The warship shuddered once more, and a sun-worshipping lizard, observing the suddenly dim screen due to a short circuit, shouted to a fellow lizard folk, "Energy shield failure. Warship damaged." The news swiftly reached High Priest Shaw, who was now perplexed. Clearly, the combat tactics he had designated bore no flaws. How could they be struck by the enemy? With his mind blank, he turned to his loyal captain of the guard. "My lord priest, give the order to fire. Though we lack sight of the enemy, we are blessed by the Supreme Creator God. Even without vision, we shall strike true. Then let us fire." After a prolonged human relay of information, the sun-worshipping lizard warship finally unleashed energy projectiles like headless flies. Li Honglian observed their actions, questioning whether this was truly the tactical ingenuity of sentient beings. Beside her, Baolong chuckled foolishly. "Go forth. This time, you lead the team, with Heiying as your deputy, and take an additional 100 interstellar warriors for the jump ambush." The foolishly grinning Baolong instantly transformed his demeanor. "I will ensure the mission's completion." With that, Baolong turned to depart, and Heiying promptly followed suit. Li Honglian, reflecting on how she had just given Baolong 100 of the 300 interstellar warriors she had painstakingly trained, felt an impulse to slap herself. Watching Baolong and Heiying's departing figures, she could only silently hope they would perform admirably and avoid unnecessary casualties. Meanwhile, aboard the sun-worshipping lizard warship, the sudden arrival of interstellar warriors instigated a greater panic among the lizard folk. In the dark corridor, a group of fully armed interstellar warriors materialized, immediately opening fire on the nearby, sun-worshipping lizard. The luminescence of explosive rounds and the blue rays of energy weapons illuminated the dark passage. In no time, this level was entirely purged of sun-worshipping lizard folk. With a resounding thud, the thermal fusion gun discharged its molten projectiles, melting through the alloy walls, leading the interstellar warriors to encounter the elite guard of the sun-worshipping lizard. Chainsaws, explosive rounds, thermal fusion guns, and energy beams intertwined like exquisite musical notes, weaving a beautiful symphony. Although these new interstellar warriors exhibited novice close combat skills, their opponents, the elite guard, lacked any technique. Coupled with their seamless cooperation, a massacre commenced. Jiang Jing, a reformed interstellar warrior who had succeeded in his transformation nearly a decade prior, found this to be his first participation in an interstellar jump ambush operation. After initially adapting, He had now become a competent interstellar warrior. His left hand blocked an opponent's chainsaw, and in the next moment, both a warrior and a lizard reached for their waists simultaneously. Bang! The sun-worshipping lizard was pierced through the chest, slowly collapsing to the ground. Was it too slow? Was it due to inadequate logistics that its weapon was not charged? The Assault Brotherhood, led by Bao Long and Haiying, advanced against the sun-worshipping lizard folk with an unstoppable momentum. Akin to a torrential flood, the Brotherhood slaughtered the elite guards of the sun-worshipping lizard in various corridors and levels of the warship. As time passed, the battlefield gradually diminished. On a bridge, Bao Long observed the last standing adversary, a particularly robust sun-worshipping lizard. I am Clark, the captain of the guard of High Priest Shiloh. This name signifies that I am a super sun-worshipping lizard, abbreviated as Superman. You are strong, but I shall devour your brain, Clark proclaimed, brandishing a colossal chainsaw as he charged at Haiying. The sound of chains clashing resonating from the tail into the chainsaw. Chapter 066. Victory. Haiying gazed at the grotesque visage before him, recalling the other sun-worshipping lizard he had reduced to paper in his trophy room. Another trophy added, he then let out a maniacal laugh, sending shivers through the communication channel. Clang, clang. The collision of their chainsaws created a crackling force field, generating fierce sparks. Bao Long's chainsaw swung with increasing force, and what was once manageable for Clark began to weigh heavily upon him. With a calm demeanor, Bao Long remarked, "Is that all you have, and yet you call yourself Superman? It seems you've been overshadowed by others. Though the translation system in his helmet had been damaged during the recent clash, Bao Long sensed the fury of his opponent. Behave and become my trophy. You shall join my collection." With that, Bao Long's aura no longer concealed itself, unleashing the law of heaven and earth. With a powerful clap of his hands, another paper, sun-worshipping lizard added. Bao Long dispelled the manifestation of the law, while Haiying, already poised with Shua's severed head, awaited eagerly. Let us return. The Ascendant Dragon traversed the asteroid belt, arriving at the Empty Mountain Star in the Empty Mountain Star system. The Ripper cosmic fighter gently descended upon the surface of Empty Mountain Star, shrouded in dark mist, as the warm engine ceased and the dust of the fighter was swept away by the wind, merging with the black fog. As the hatch of the fighter opened, a figure slowly emerged. The stench of decay overwhelmed Li Honglian, who, without a helmet, felt suffocated. She hastily instructed in what to form a helmet from fear alloy for filtration. Clop, clop. The other warriors from the fighters had also landed, gathering around Li Honglian to stand guard, their armored boots squelching in the muck. After the elimination of the priest, an elite guard of the sun-worshipping lizard civilization, a timid apprentice priest, who had been learning from the priest, immediately knelt and begged for mercy, claiming to possess crucial intelligence. There exists a temple of inheritance belonging to the sun-worshipping lizard civilization on Empty Mountain Star, although it is said to belong to them. It is in fact a legacy inherited from ancient cosmic civilizations. Upon learning this information, Li Honglian became deeply intrigued and thus led her fleet to this location. The group cautiously advanced through the dark, damp passage, the putrid ambience eliciting disgust among the armored interstellar warriors as they wondered why the sun-worshipping lizard folk would favor such a place. Continuing forward, they arrived at a cavernous hall where 5 heavy drilling machines, produced by human civilization, were stationed. The heavy machinery of the Daqin Energy Chamber of Commerce stood prominently, a costly piece of equipment that, despite its rather unsightly and grimy appearance, could still be utilized to bolster the development of the underground city once cleaned. Li Honglian mused internally as several interstellar warriors conducted their inspections. They confirmed that the 5 drilling machines had run out of energy, but remained operational. Li Honglian then commanded the soldiers stationed outside to bring in energy supplies to transport the machines away. Pausing at the entrance of the temple, a keen subordinate stepped forward and dripped his blood into the keyhole before the temple's grand door. As the blood seeped in, a hissing sound resonated, reminiscent of a poor signal. Once the sound faded, a virtual projection of a female sun lizard appeared at the temple's entrance. Upon seeing the group of human interstellar warriors, the female sun lizard immediately switched to the human language and apologized. Subsequently, The originally grotesque visage of the sun lizard began to contort and transform. Ultimately, a graceful human woman emerged before Li Honglian. He scrutinized the figure clad in a red form-fitting leather suit. Sporting a long high ponytail at the back of her head, with an oval face and fiery red lips, and nodded in approval. Quite an impressive appearance. I must get Yang Na something similar. Greetings, esteemed human warrior. May I inquire how to address you? Tyrannosaurus. Li Honglian declared boldly, his composure unwavering. Please, come inside, Mr. Tyrannosaurus. Upon this, the door of the Temple of Heritage slowly creaked opened. Li Honglian, possessing both skill and audacity, halted a subordinate who attempted to enter in his stead and strode confidently into the temple. On the return journey of the Shenglong ship, Li Honglian sat quietly in the meditation chamber. 3 Buddha words arranged before him. It was only then that he realized the inscriptions on the Buddha words were part of the legacy he had obtained from the temple. He mentally retraced his experience within the temple, where the Temple of Heritage was originally a creation of a long-lost civilization of spiritual beings. Before their disappearance, the spiritual civilization thrived, their natural abilities so potent that they could wield powers equivalent to human lieutenants without any need for training. Their dominion was vast, rivaling that of present-day human civilization. It was not until one of their rulers, nearing the end of his lifespan, acquired a remarkable artifact known as the Ascension Tower of the Spirit Realm. This artifact possessed the ability to gather the spiritual essence of all individuals within a civilization and elevate them to a realm known as the Spirit Realm, where the concept of lifespan did not exist, thus promising immortality. Consequently, this ruler initiated a vote involving every individual of the spiritual beings to determine whether the entire civilization should ascend. The outcome was predictable. They ascended. Nevertheless, it remains uncertain whether they truly ascended or consumed by the Ascension Tower of the Spirit Realm. Returning to the legacy he had received, it was titled Spiritual Beings and the Green Star, a unique inheritance that enhanced one's essence through the absorption of sunlight from green stars. Once a sentient being completed their cultivation, their essence would double in growth. However, after reaching this doubling, further absorption of green sunlight would no longer increase the essence, only allowing for recovery. According to Li Honglian's understanding, there was only one green star in the universe, an extraordinary artifact known as the Wandering Green Sun, which had been drifting aimlessly through the cosmos, its current whereabouts unknown. Therefore, a device capable of generating green sunlight was required. Indeed, it was the Buddha words, an invention by a genius of the Sun Lizard civilization. While the Sun Lizard civilization might be repugnant, they were not devoid of talent. With a peculiar incantation, Pami Ma in I Hong, Li Honglian proclaimed, and the 3 Buddha words beside him resonated with the unique frequency and vibrations of his voice. They began to levitate gently, prompting Li Honglian to activate the newly installed stellar light simulator in the meditation chamber. The simulator's radiant light beamed onto the Buddha words, which transformed the golden glow into verdant brilliance that enveloped Li Honglian. Under his command, his essence vibrated at a high frequency, subsequently coming into contact with the green sunlight. It felt as though a chemical reaction was unfolding, and Li Honglian could distinctly sense his essence gradually expanding. As time passed, after his initial training with spiritual beings and the Green Star, Li Honglian opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance crossing them. He extended an arm. The supernatural ability Judgment Thunder coalesced in his hand with a denser force of judgment and thunder than before. Chapter 67. Reunion with Dugalan Tianmen-Star, Cosmic Port. Dugalan arrived dressed in casual attire, a collared narrow-sleeved outfit with a fragrant sachet fastened at her waist. She hurriedly boarded the Shenglong ship. Swiftly reaching the captain's quarters, Li Honglian was engrossed in organizing a report regarding their encounter with the Sun Lizard civilization in the asteroid belt of Tianmen-Star. Beep! As the communicator at the entrance of the captain's quarters chimed. A screen projected Dugulan's visage before him. Enter. The door swung open, and the merchant captain from Datong Heavy Industries stepped inside, performing a dignified salute. Greetings, General. Please, take a seat. Miss Dugulan suppressed her excitement at seeing the golden-armored hero. Indeed, since being rescued by Li Honglian's heroic troops last time, Coupled with his striking appearance and noble demeanor, she had already succumbed to her infatuation. After pondering for quite some time on how to initiate the conversation, she finally voiced, "I never expected that not only do you possess military prowess, but you're also quite knowledgeable in the realm of biochemistry." Li Honglian, still curious about her purpose for being there, quickly grasped her intention upon hearing her words. It seemed that the symbiotic organisms he had provided her previously had proven effective. "Are you referring to the symbiotic organisms?" Dugulan clapped her hands in excitement and exclaimed, "Precisely. I have tested the effects of the two types of symbiotic organisms on our employees, and both their enhancement and longevity effects are remarkable, surpassing any similar products available on the market." Dugulan became increasingly animated, standing up to grasp Li Honglian's hand, rubbing it fervently as she declared, "By the blessings of civilization, not only did I encounter such an exceptional person as you in my moment of peril, but I also obtained such remarkable technological creations. I wish to secure exclusive trade rights for these symbiotic organisms, and I would gladly offer myself in exchange." With a pleading expression and tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Li Honglian, maintaining his composure, withdrew his hand from the grasp of this rather peculiar woman, but he couldn't shake the feeling that her earlier words were mere pretense, with only her final remarks being genuine. "Miss Dugu, everything is negotiable. However, I must clarify that I am not one to be ensnared by ulterior motives. Please maintain your distance, as I have a beloved." Dugulan, observing the seemingly oblivious man before her, had a moment of inspiration and thought, "Actually, I am quite traditional as well. Being a secondary partner is not out of the question." Hearing this, Li Honglian narrowed his eyes, realizing that this was indeed her true intention. Given the vast expanse of human civilization, he understood that selling his products independently across the entire civilization would be a daunting task. With impending civil war on the horizon, he sought to swiftly market his products, gather funds, and expand his fleet, necessitating a collaboration with a large commercial entity. Presently, the major commercial entities of the civilization included Daqin Energy, Dahan Real Estate, Datong Heavy Industries, and Daming Data, among others, and he had only previously engaged with Datong Heavy Industries. Therefore, he valued his relationship with Dugulan highly. They quickly reached a preliminary cooperation agreement, each party willing to engage in the transaction. Though Dugulan exhibited some infatuation, she was not foolish. In fact, she was quite astute. She found it entirely reasonable that Li Honglian, as the captain of a 1,000-man interstellar warrior regiment and commander of the Shenglong fleet, sought to engage in commerce and accumulate funds. She was acutely aware that war was imminent, a realization shared even among the impoverished in the most remote regions of civilization. She also understood the legal provisions of the temporary decision on civilizational warfare, which allowed special forces like Li Honglian's to utilize resources for expansion during wartime. As Dugulan gazed at Li Honglian's face, she could only describe it as magnificent. Simply watching him made her feel as though her defenses had crumbled. After discussing various significant matters concerning civilization and sharing personal anecdotes, Dugulan reluctantly took her leave. "Captain, we have received news from Sangnan Star. They're under attack from the Sun Lizard civilization." Sangnan Star under attack. How could a Sun Lizard slip past his watchful eyes to assault Sangnan Star? Li Honglian's gaze sharpened instantly. "Set course for Sangnan Star. We must provide assistance." Sangnan Star Point 2 ostentatiously adorned D-class battleships of the Sun Lizard floated silently in the space orbit of Sangnan Star. One of the ships gleamed resplendently, completely adorned in gold and malachite. Fiery flames blazed within an alloy cage, casting distorted shadows on the ground through the cage's bars at a group of ordinary humans. Their eyes gouged out and mouths sewn shut, walked about numbly, emitting silent screams of despair. On the bridge, a white elephant sat in the captain's chair, holding a goblet fashioned from human skulls, observing a gathering of lunatics, his loyal subordinates. "Bring me more human slaves, my children." Beside him, an ugly elite warrior of the Sun Lizard Guard swayed as he approached the white elephant's right side, the wind passing through the hollow spaces he had deliberately created. Producing eerie sounds. My lord, we will bring you more slaves. But there is still a pressing issue that remains unresolved. The pallid, bloated head of the white elephant turned to the nearby communicator. "Connect me to Blood Eye." The communicator immediately bent to operate the communication system, but a display adorned with agate and diamonds gradually revealed a holographic projection. The blood-red eyes swept over the white elephant clutching a skull, revealing a hint of disdain within their gaze. My Lord Blood-Eye, it has been quite some time, yet you still exude your undeniable charm. The white elephant initially performed a rigid ceremonial bow, then teasingly remarked, still sporting that half-dead appearance, "Ha ha ha. Such is the demeanor befitting true nobility. Lord White Elephant, should you speak to a pure blood in the ancestral court of Delhi in such a manner? According to ancestral law, you would find yourself imprisoned." The elongated tongue of Blood-Eye languidly swept across his crimson eyes as he spoke. His voice resonated with an elegance that was alluring to the ears of the gathered sun-worshipping lizard folk. Ancestral court? Ancestral law. Imprisonment. You and I are not true purebloods. Do you not find it absurd to discuss these matters with me? The ancient codifiers of these laws have not emerged from their seclusion for years. They have likely long since returned to the embrace of Shiva and the Buddha. Upon hearing this, Blood-Eye was filled with fury. The ancients merely rest for a time. They shall return to lead us in obliterating all civilizations that show disrespect. The white elephant donned a serious expression, yet his words belied his demeanor. "Oh, is that so? When the ancients return, do convey my respects to them." Naturally, Blood-Eye chose to disregard the white elephant's madness and continued. "Before the new envoy from Delhi arrives, this planet shall be jointly governed by the two of us. What say you?" The white elephant cackled, "Your words resonate with me, my Lord Blood-Eye. Let us convene here for a more detailed discussion." He gestured toward the plain in the southern regions of the star. But Blood-Eye concluded, abruptly severing the communication. Chapter 068. The Civil War of the Sun-Worshipping Lizards. The Bienbian Plain spanned 800,000 kilometers, once a bustling industrial area for the inhabitants of the southern star, replete with hundreds of factories. Now, it lay in ruins, reduced to a desolate wasteland by orbital bombardments from the fleets led by Blood-Eye and the White Elephant. The remnants still emitted plumes of black smoke, and one could feel the heat radiating from the molten debris upon close inspection. Occasionally, a factory that had narrowly escaped destruction continued to produce under the control of machines and robots. The two commanding officers of the sun-worshipping lizard civilization met upon the charred ground that on one side stood the Blood-Eye elite guard, led by the upright and well-armored lieutenant, while on the other, the white elephant's elite guard appeared hunched and frenzied. The white elephant strode forward, his blood-red robe billowing in the wind, wielding a modified chainsaw with a necklace made from the skulls of human children adorning his chest. The foul stench of blood emanated from beneath his robe, and he inhaled deeply the acrid scent of burning chemicals. He surveyed the Blood-Eye guard, devoid of their master, and inquired, "Where is Blood-Eye? Where is your lord?" The lieutenant gestured toward the nearby factory, stating, "My lord is right there." The white elephant turned to look, only to find the factory barren. "Are you mocking me?" In the next moment, the dilapidated factory collapsed and a multitude of vehicles emerged from the ruins, as Blood-Eye's forces unleashed a cacophony of tanks and armored vehicles. The Blood-Eye guard charged forward, brandishing chainsaws and powered spears. The white elephant's lieutenant recognized the peril and immediately shielded his leader, producing an eerie sound that grew increasingly loud. The intangible sound waves rendered the Blood-Eye guard unable to advance. "Ha ha ha!" The white elephant emitted a bizarre cackle, snatching the chainsaw from one of his subordinates and charging into the fray. The white elephant's concealed armored forces, sensing the shift in momentum, erupted from the debris to engage in a fierce exchange of fire with Blood-Eye's armored units. In the orbital space of the southern star, 3 ships, 1 large and 2 small, along with a swarm of Ripper-class spacecraft and drones, encircled the 2 mutually wary, sun-worshipping lizard warships. Just as Li Honglian issued orders for an assault, Blood-Eye's ship sprang into action, orienting its slightly angled cannon towards the white elephant's vessel and unleashing a barrage of void energy projectiles. Unfortunately for Blood-Eye, the white elephant's ship was well prepared. Energy shields activated swiftly, and the cannon adjusted its aim, firing directly at Blood-Eye's vessel. On board the Ascendant Dragon, The Tyrannosaurus watched in bewilderment as the sun-worshipping lizard warships clashed amongst themselves. "Boss, should we still press the attack?" Li Honglian observed the skirmish with intrigue, waving her hand. "Wait a moment." After a while, as the shields of both combatants began to dim, she turned to Long, Booping, and Tyrannosaurus, instructing, "Each of you take 200-star warriors and secure their vessels." "Understood." The long-concealed ascendant dragon revealed its fangs, unleashing a torrent of void energy projectiles and interference beams that struck the two engaged sun-worshipping lizard warships with devastating force. Their already dim shields shattered completely, and the Ripper-class spacecraft and drones, akin to bees drawn to nectar, surged forward. Tyrannosaurus and Long Booping led 200-star warriors each, teleporting onto the decks of the two warships. Li Honglian observed with satisfaction as events unfolded favorably. "Captain, we've detected an anomaly from the deactivated satellite." Li Honglian accepted the screen from the staff member and quickly pinpointed the ongoing conflict. "How fascinating, truly fascinating. To ignore me and initiate battles at two fronts. Are they dismissing me or merely overconfident in their prowess?" Li Honglian felt a mix of amusement and ire, contemplating the peculiar logic of the sun-worshipping lizards. They had breached the life-sustaining planet of humanity, yet chose not to defend themselves against the incoming human fleet, instead engaging in fratricide to such an extent, with battles raging both in the sky and on the ground. "Since they are here, let none depart." With a swift gesture of her left hand, the armor within the chamber, augmented by phase teleportation technology, instantaneously assembled upon Li Honglian's form. In the abandoned factory district, both sides embroiled in combat looked skyward. Several luminous points ignited above, growing larger until they manifested as a meteor crashing down upon the battlefield, obliterating numerous tanks and armored vehicles. That IT was the drop pods of human star warriors. Blood-Eye, witnessing this spectacle, longed to question his priest, for the prophecy had foretold no arrival of human star warrior legions. What was happening? Regrettably, the priest aboard Blood-Eye's ship had already met his demise at the hands of Long Booping and could provide no answers. As the drop pod doors opened, Li Honglian was the first to leap forth, her explosive weapon sweeping across the battlefield, dispatching weary, sun-worshipping lizards with ease. In the skies above, some human warriors, arriving fashionably late on jet bikes, joined the fray, intertwining with the aerial combat units of the sun-worshipping lizard civilization. Steel wings soar. Li Honglian ascended into the air, disregarding the barrage of laser fire directed at her. "Brothers, form ranks and engage in battle." Judgment of thunder. She transformed into a thunder deity, summoning lightning dragons to rain down upon the sun-worshipping lizards, incinerating them into charred remnants. Suddenly, a powerful impact from a rupturing breath struck Li Honglian's chest, sending her staggering back several meters. Her eyes, akin to radar, scanned the battlefield, noting two formidable adversaries standing united. The white elephant opened its maw, conjuring a powerful technique, rupturing breath in an instant, while Blood-Eye, witnessing this, raised his hand to activate the gloomy portal. The two opponents, feeling the overwhelming might emanating from Li Honglian, finally joined forces that a black hole materialized before the white elephant, as rupturing breath vanished within its depths. In the next moment, a black hole formed around Li Honglian, and rupturing breath surged forth from such close range. Li Honglian had no means to evade. She could only withstand the impact. Metamorphosis of the divine dragon. Within the battered armor, mysterious runes etched themselves onto her dragon scales, bestowing her with formidable defense. The goddess Nuwa commanded the fear alloy to rapidly regenerate, mending the armor in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The gloomy portal and rupturing breath executed a flawless combination, obliterating Li Honglian from existence. The rotund figure and the boy glared at this scene, their fury igniting as they charged towards the duo. Particularly the rotund figure, who, with a collective teleportation, transported himself beside Blood-Eye, engaging in fierce combat. Blood-Eye landed a punch upon the rotund figure's helmet, exclaiming, "Are you eager to join your defeated comrades?" Chapter 069. The sweep. After several uses of the gloomy portal, Eye found himself drained, struggling to fend off the boy's relentless assault. Sensing his own weakness, he swiftly maneuvered to the side of the white elephant. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he produced an ancestral weapon and forcefully plunged it into the white elephant's body. The white elephant offered no resistance, merely observing Blood-Eye's actions with a knowing smile. Ah, you have finally chosen this path. Shared evolution, an age-old method for augmenting one's strength within sun-worshipping lizard civilization, IT, is said to be a blessing bestowed by the four ancient ancestors: Shiva, the creator god, the emperor lizard god, and the supreme heaven god, residing within their very bloodlines. However, this shared evolution can only be enacted by high-caste individuals upon those of lower castes, should the reverse occur. A low-caste individual attempting to use shared evolution on a high-caste counterpart will be reduced to a mindless, reproducing reptile. Over time, high-caste individuals developed a disdain for their low-caste counterparts, deeming them filthy and impure. After contact, they would offer prayers to the four great ancestors and undergo rigorous training until granted their blessing. Thus, it has become rare for high-caste individuals to bestow shared evolution upon those of lower castes in the current era of sun-worshipping lizard civilization. Once, the white elephant and Blood-Eye were the closest of friends, until the former, after partaking in a shared evolution with a low-caste individual, was deemed tainted by Blood-Eye, leading to their gradual estrangement. Upon the utterance of the ancestor Buddha's command, the white elephant was instantaneously reduced to a cloud of ash, while the dark crimson energy of the shared evolution flowed into Blood-Eye. The white elephant was dead. A black-red energy shield enveloped Blood-Eye, who had undergone the shared evolution, and despite the efforts of the fat man and the boy to breach this shield, they could only leave one behind to guard it while the other assisted their comrades in the fray. Li Honglian slowly rose from the ruins of the factory, observing the separation of Blood-Eye and the white elephant by the two. The energies of spirit and dark energy within her began to merge, giving birth to a unique energy within her. Spiritual energy. This newly formed spiritual energy was far superior to the dark energy. If the latter could be likened to magical power, the former was akin to celestial power, possessing even more extraordinary qualities. At this moment, the dark energy seed underwent a transformation, growing under the nourishment of the spiritual energy into a towering tree. Originally, the dark energy seed could only absorb dark energy to transmit it within, but now, the spiritual energy could directly convert dark energy into spiritual energy for Li Honglian's body. The spiritual energy quickly filled her being, and her divine power, Judgment Thunder, experienced a profound change. Inside Li Honglian, at the root of her essence, a stream of source power suddenly flowed into the spiritual energy. The runes, symbolizing the Judgment Thunder, gradually extended and transformed, forming a talisman. Heavenly Punishment, Thunder Ancestors Edict. The divine power awakened. Heavenly Punishment. Boom! Thud! Thud! A powerful heartbeat resonated from within Blood-Eye, and the blood-red energy shield surrounding him dissipated. Blood-Eye, who was already crimson-eyed, underwent a tremendous transformation. A mass of flesh sprouted atop his head. His entire body muscularly expanded, reaching a height of over 20 meters. If Li Honglian were to describe it, it would be akin to the Lizard Man from Spider-Man transforming into the Celestial Master from Jackie Chan Adventures. Albeit with a mass of flesh atop its head. Roar! Blood-Eye's once sanguine eyes turned black-red, and he immediately fixed his gaze upon Li Honglian, who was becoming familiar with the spiritual energy, sensing a twinge of fear emanating from her after completing the shared evolution. Unforgivable! I shall cleanse my humiliation with your blood and flesh. Clenching his fists, two black holes appeared before his fists and beside Li Honglian's head. His fists pierced through the black holes, aiming directly at Li Honglian's handsome visage. Thud! Li Honglian extended her hand to block the punch, but in the next moment, another fist accompanied by a black hole appeared at her abdomen. Thud! Li Honglian once again used her other hand to shield herself. That "Do not think you are the only one who can grow larger." Heavenly Punishment. Dazzling lightning erupted from Li Honglian, and in the next instant, a thunder god, bare-chested and composed of lightning, replaced the original Li Honglian. The oppressive might of the heavenly punishment forced all beings on the battlefield to the ground, gasping for breath. Even Blood-Eye, in his transformed state, found it difficult to resist and knelt on one knee. Die. Li Honglian exerted her strength, tearing apart the hand that emerged from the black hole. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the helpless blood eye, leaving behind only a charred, lizard-like husk. Blood, I was dead. Li Honglian retracted her divine power, divine punishment, panting heavily. This power was indeed formidable, but the consumption was excessive, leaving her feeling utterly drained. The remaining Sun Lizard warriors, having lost their leader, quickly lost their will to fight and were soon eradicated. Within the governor's office of the grassland, the wartime governor of the Southern Star, Hongzhua, and the captain of the Southern Star Guard, Chung Li, re-emerged to oversee the situation and strive for post-war reconstruction. After handing over the captured humans from the Tucson Lizard warships to the duo, Li Honglian departed from the Southern Star. Returning to the Heavenly Gate Star, the Heavenly Gate Star's cosmic port, Li Honglian sat in the conference room, beginning to summarize and reflect on this support battle. First, on their side, a total of 44 interstellar warriors had perished in the air and ground battles, causing Li Honglian considerable distress. Over the years, he had trained 511 individuals, and losing nearly 10% in one fell swoop was indeed painful. Beside him, Black Hawk seemed quite indifferent. After all, war was no child's play. There was no room for the triviality of life and death. Moreover, survival itself rendered one elite. A novice evolving into an elite, even at the cost of 1/10, was still a substantial gain. Next was the bounty of resources. 2 D-class warships of the Sun Lizard, which could likely be exchanged for 1 mid-tier human civilization warship from Dugalan, such as the Ascendant Dragon ship, which should be feasible as for the remaining tanks and armored vehicles. They could be sent to Dugalan for her to handle, if it could procure some human civilization items in return. That would be even better. In the dark cosmos, an unfathomable realm, a fallen being from a previous cosmic civilization lingered on. Its civilization vanished, yet survived within this dark universe. On a stone platform, Ling Suoni sat meditating. Once a historian of the lost civilization of the Great Qing, he was, in modern human terms, a kind of humanoid alien, distinguishable by his pig-like head and the fleshly appendage atop it. During meditation, various dark cosmic beasts appeared in Ling Suoni's mind, some resembling feathered seahorses, others resembling flowers with human hands. It is you. Ling Suoni soon selected a demon. Call me forth. What is your purpose? I sensed an abnormal rhythm from the real universe. Ha ha ha. Are you joking? This place is rife with abnormal rhythms. The real universe is not the dark universe. If I can perceive abnormal rhythms, then that is indeed irregular. Chapter 070. Dark Cosmic Beast, Aristotle speak. Speak. What would you have me do for you? Lend me your power, Aristotle, as a being struggling to survive in both the real universe and the dark universe. Ling Suoni was acutely aware of their differences. The beings of the real universe. The dark universe was chaotic, disordered, decayed, tumultuous, distorted, and ineffable. Conversely, how did the dark cosmic beast perceive the main universe? Much like how the beings of the real universe viewed the dark universe. The order, stability, and rules of the real universe appeared to the dark cosmic beasts as chaos and disorder. Thus, Ling Suoni would not directly request the dark cosmic beast before him to investigate the irregular rhythms of the real world. Instead, he intended to harness the power of the dark cosmic beast to personally conduct the investigation in the real universe, a revelation bestowed upon him by his faith father, Jinshi. He needed to accomplish this himself. Ha ha ha, a decayed and broken form, foolishly attempting to bear the power of the great beast Aristotle. The rusted swords and the ominous chimes of doom will sound inexplicably. I shall consume your spirit after your demise. The dark cosmic beast, Aristotle, danced gracefully around the seated Ling Suoni, offering blessings. You shall perish, fallen one. Ling Suoni, calm as a monk who had meditated for decades, replied, all things shall eventually wither. Aristotle transformed a tentacle to play with Ling Suoni's fleshly appendage, and with a cacophony of laughter, its indescribable body trembled as it spoke. But the dark universe endures, and I shall not perish. One moment in tears, the next bursting in a laughter, the tentacle released Ling Suoni's fleshly appendage, and the indescribable beast shrank, mimicking Ling Xuani's seated posture atop his head. "Mommy, mommy, hush!" Aristotle transformed into a wisp of smoke. Merging with Ling Xuani's form, Ling Xuani's seated body began to swell, skin tearing as sharp bone blades protruded from his fingertips. It's so painful. No, it feels so good. A gust of dark cosmic wind swept through, gently soothing Ling Xuani's impending explosion of the head, transporting him, infused with the energy of the dark cosmic beast Aristotle, into a dream. The scenes of the dream gradually clarified with the caress of the dark cosmic wind. Fragments of shattered mirrors coalesced with the dark cosmic wind, and Ling Xuani felt his consciousness igniting. The skin infused with the power of the dark cosmic beast formed pus-filled blisters that subsequently burst. Upon the filthy pus, a perfect form blessed by Jinshi was born. Armor composed of pristine white bones enveloped his entire body, the energy of the dark cosmic beast filling him. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though myriad beasts were whispering around him. Within the dream, the shattered mirrors finally mended, revealing an image upon the glass that he, Ling Xuani, stood aboard a strange warship, effortlessly releasing the power of dark cosmic beasts to seize several warriors from the vessels. The blessed skeletal armor of the Father God, Jinshi, effortlessly deflected the firearms and blades of interstellar warriors. The blades forged from bone slaughtered the entire ship's crew, leaving only one warrior before him. A look of despair etched upon the warrior's face, who ultimately fell to his own blade. Ling Xuani erupted in laughter. He had succeeded, and under the guidance of the Father God, he would complete this task. The dream faded, and Ling Xuani waved his hand, the immense power of the beast splitting open a passage through the dark universe. He leaped into it, vanishing from sight, outside the heavenly gate star. Amidst the asteroid belt, a warship composed entirely of bones quietly lay concealed behind a large asteroid. Ling Xuani stood silently at the base of the skeletal warship, observing the mining vessels of human civilization engaged in operations within the asteroid belt. What manner of spaceship is this? The prolonged existence within the realm of dark cosmos had rendered him oblivious to the technological advancements of the material universe, leaving him to quietly observe mining vessels shattering meteors with fracture force fields, subsequently swallowing the debris into transport ships. The myriad vessels of various human civilizations operating nearby remained oblivious to the presence of this colossal skeletal warship. It was not that the warship was non-existent, but rather that this area had been temporarily eroded by the dark cosmos. Possessing certain attributes of the dark cosmos, the very concept of existence had been inverted into non-existence. Ling Xuani merely cast a few glances at these inconsequential ships, awaiting the arrival of the warship it desired. The skeletal warship remained eerily silent, with only the dark cosmic beings composed of bones engaging in subtle movements. "Sir, we have detected a warship approaching our location." "Excellent." Ling Xuani's form disappeared into the interior of the skeletal warship, reappearing on the bridge adorned with a flooring of bones in the next instant. Prepare for an offensive. The ascending dragon ship was currently patrolling this region, bracing for the imminent outbreak of large-scale warfare. Li Honglian had already reported the recent conflicts with the sun-basking lizard civilization, yet neither civilization's high command had issued orders to de-escalate the conflict. It seemed both sides were exercising considerable restraint. However, Li Honglian was acutely aware that both factions were amassing troops and supplies along the borders, frequently observing new warships appearing on the opposing side. After all, a war that could erupt at any moment resembled a mere game. The calm before the storm. Seated in the captain's chair on the bridge, Li Honglian was perusing the navigation logs when suddenly, a staff member monitoring the reconnaissance system rose abruptly, exclaiming, "Captain, we are trapped in this area by an unknown weapon." "What?" Li Honglian's expression shifted. Could it be a new technology from the sun-basking lizard civilization? Those fools could hardly pinpoint the location of the ascending dragon ship, let alone mount an attack. As Li Honglian pondered the possibility of an expert emerging from the sun-basking lizard civilization, the situation outside the warship changed dramatically as a massive skeletal warship split its bow open, resembling a shark unfurling its gaping maw to consume the ascending dragon ship. Within the skeletal warship, the energy shield of the ascending dragon ship silently resisted the pressure exerted by the bones. Boom! The ascending dragon ship shook violently, sending mortal warriors reeling in disarray. Captain, the enemy has initiated a teleportation jump. Normally, I am the one jumping onto others. Now it's my turn to be jumped upon. Where has the enemy teleported? The enemy is now at the third door of passageway 88 on level 11. The enemy has breached the third door and is now at the fourth door. Relay orders to Tyrannosaurus and long booping, instructing them to proceed immediately and halt the enemy's advance. Outside, the skeletal warship resembled a true shark, its multitude of sharp teeth snapping together, eyes exuding satisfaction from a recent meal. Chapter 071. One-on-one, the skeletal warship executed a leap, vanishing into the void as if nothing had transpired. In the dimly lit corridor, Ling Suoni and the hundreds of skeletal monstrosities it had created advanced inexorably. There was no rush, for the revelations bestowed by its father god had already assured its success. Soon, they arrived before a sealed door, and Ling Suoni raised its elongated skeletal claw. With a swift motion, the claw effortlessly sliced through the alloy door as if it were mere tofu, shattering it to the ground. The vast skeletal army surged through the doorway. Tyrannosaurus led 50 interstellar warriors into the fray. And as the door opened, the interstellar warriors confronted the skeletal army face-to-dash face. In an instant, Tyrannosaurus reacted with lightning speed, his chainsaw swinging down, scattering bone powder as if he were cleaving pig bones in his own home. Bisecting a skeletal monstrosity, it appeared rather gruesome. Yet in truth, it was trivial. The next moment, the severed half of the skeletal monstrosity, wielding a blade, lunged toward Tyrannosaurus. With a powerful thrust, the attack breached 3 layers of armor, striking Tyrannosaurus's ribs directly, causing him to spew blood and be hurled backward. The absorption, rebound, and shock absorption capabilities of the outer and middle layers of armor seemed to have failed entirely. Tyrannosaurus braced himself with one arm, regaining his footing, and directed his gaze toward the bisected skeletal monstrosity. He observed the wound pulsating, emanating a black glow, ultimately forming 2 distinct entities. More foes with each strike. The sound of fierce gunfire erupted. The interstellar warriors, armed with explosive rifles, unleashed a barrage, the rounds roaring from the chambers, instantaneously obliterating a skeletal figure into dust. This time, the remnants on the ground did not coalesce into new entities. The cleansing system within Tyrannosaurus's helmet swiftly eliminated the blood he had expelled, and his super repair capabilities promptly mended his wounds. Use ranged weapons to reduce them to ashes. Having finished speaking, Tyrannosaurus retrieved a high-powered plasma gun from his weapon system, aiming it at the skeletal monstrosities. With a crackle, the electromagnetic confinement field stored high-energy plasma, releasing it to generate a stream of high-temperature particles, instantaneously melting a cluster of skeletal beings. Its destructive power stemmed from the thermal melting effect of the plasma, reaching temperatures in the thousands of degrees Celsius, and the electromagnetic pulse effect. This was an ancient weapon, dormant in the warehouse for countless millennia, loathed by others. Only Tyrannosaurus cherished such large and formidable weaponry, hence he alone brought one into battle. This moment, Li Honglian also arrived on the battlefield piloting a Titan armor, one of the recent shipments of war supplies. This Titan armor, produced by Tang Heavy Industries, boasted formidable capabilities. Equipped with a layered void shield generator, it deflected attacks by distorting the fabric of reality. The Titan shield could endure volcanic cannon bombardments for 15 minutes, and even withstand the void-like cannons of medium-sized warships for a time. Infused with nano-repair swarms, it could release liquid metal to seal breaches when damaged. One Titan had even regenerated its armor within 72 hours after losing an arm on the battlefield. The towering form of the Titan filled the corridor. The volcanic missile launcher atop the Titan entered a state of readiness. As Li Honglian pressed the launch button, a red indicator light illuminated instantaneously. Without concerning himself with the aftermath of the volcanic cannon's explosion, Li Honglian controlled the Titan, gripping a gravity chain hammer in his left hand and a large plasma gun in his right, which could also be referred to as a plasma cannon. The shoulder-mounted heavy thermal melting gun was already aimed at the slowly advancing dark cosmic entity, Ling Suoni. The stabilizing module system extended from beneath him, embedding itself into the alloy to counteract the formidable recoil. Then, whoosh, boom! With all weapons firing simultaneously, the immense recoil caused the stabilizing module system to emit anguished groans. Though slightly deformed, it managed to stabilize the gigantic body. Various missiles plunged into the ranks of skeletal monstrosities, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. Only when all ammunition had been expended did the cacophony of explosions finally cease. The smoke dissipated with the passage of time, revealing the ravaged corridor of the warship. The skeletal monstrosities had been utterly eradicated, even their ashes consumed by the flames of war. Only one remained unscathed, standing amidst the destruction. Ling Suoni. It retained an air of nonchalance, one hand resting behind its back while the other upheld a dark energy shield. Gazing at the ostentatious, unknown entity, Li Honglian leapt from the hatch of the Titan. "What are you?" "A practitioner of the dark cosmos. A favored child of the Father God. Why have you come?" "To rectify the irregular rhythm, namely you. So you specifically came from the dark cosmos to kill me." "That is one way to interpret it. The Father God, the sovereign of the dark cosmos, the chaotic evil deity, has his favor drawn you to slay me? Have I caught the attention of some malevolent god?" Thoughts whirled, and upon clarity, Li Honglian acted decisively. Crash! However, he did not anticipate that this favored servant of the evil god would be even swifter. An immense force surged through the armor, striking Li Honglian's innards. As he was sent flying, the interstellar warriors nearby surged forward. Yet, Ling Suoni merely waved a hand, and the power of the dark cosmic monstrosities ensnared them, rendering them immobile. Another wave of the hand sent all interstellar warriors crashing against the walls, akin to Wolverine being firmly held against the wall by Magneto. Unable to move, observing the scene reminiscent of the guided visions bestowed by the Father God, Ling Suoni revealed a slight smile. In an instant, Li Honglian invoked Heaven's punishment, transforming into the embodiment of the Thunder God. Stretching out his hand, a spear forged from the powers of judgment and thunder manifested in his right hand, aimed at the back of the favored servant of the evil god. Ling Suoni shook its head in resignation. Why engage in futile resistance? Would it not be better to await your demise obediently? The skeletal claw grasped the thunder spear, extinguishing its judgmental power with the might of the dark cosmic monstrosities. Prepare to meet your end. From the shadows, Long Booping emerged, wielding a gravity hammer and striking fiercely at Ling Suoni's shoulder. Ling Suoni turned to regard Long Booping, whose bewilderment at the ineffective blow was palpable. "You missed a little mouse." Ling Suoni elegantly swatted Long Booping away as if brushing aside a fly. "Very well. It is just the two of us now." Ling Suoni advanced slowly towards Li Honglian. "That is truly splendid." A guandao forged from concentrated thunder appeared in Li Honglian's grasp. Ling Suoni observed this unfolding scene, softly inquiring, "Do you still wish to resist? This is the fate decreed by the Father God. Your defiance is utterly futile." Chapter 072. This is not certain. Li Honglian remained silent, brandishing her guandao as she charged forward. The blade of the guandao grazed against Ling Suoni's bone armor, producing flickering arcs of electricity. It was futile. This was a blessing from the Father God. Mortals could not shatter it. Transformations, dragon transformation. A surge of energy surged within Li Honglian. Heaven's punishment, transformations, dragon's head. Human form, thunder dragon strikes. A vast amount of spiritual energy was rapidly consumed within Li Honglian, who estimated that she could only maintain this state for 5 minutes. Die. The dragon claws, imbued with world-destroying power, struck fiercely against Ling Suoni, sending intense ripples radiating from their point of collision. Ling Suoni felt a flicker of fear emanating from the transformed Li Honglian, but in the next moment, seeing the unchanging bone armor, he relaxed. How could I feel insecure about the blessing of the Father God? I truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Li Honglian, drained of energy, returned to her original state. Half crouching on the ground, panting heavily, Ling Suoni, observing the exhausted Li Honglian, managed a cold smirk. He despised those who fought to the bitter end without surrendering. With fingers splayed, thumb pressed against the ring finger, he formed a peculiar seal and waved at Li Honglian from a distance. An eerie force struck Li Honglian's chest, causing her blood energy to surge violently. her modified internal organs twisting in response. She spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Ling Xuanyi slowly approached Li Honglian, gathering the power of the dark cosmos in his hand, just as he was about to eliminate her. A surge of information and a wave of high-quality energy transmitted through the dark cosmic vibrations. Send this energy to him. Yes, Father God. Ling Xuanyi's expression shifted. How could the Father God be so partial? I've worshipped him for so long, yet this person who has never even stepped into the dark cosmos surpasses me. Gazing at the divine power of the Father God that appeared in his hand, he shook his head helplessly. Pressing the energy against Li Honglian's chest, he dared not defy the Father's command. Li Honglian looked at the one who had intended to kill her, then stood idly by, his face filled with indignation, only to ultimately helplessly bestow a malevolent force in her body. What the hell? What are you doing? If you want to kill me, just do it. Are you trying to drag me into the dark cosmos as a fallen one? As the malevolence entered Li Honglian's body, she felt the gate of origin stirring to life. Subsequently, the gate of origin uncontrollably devoured the malevolence. Li Honglian could only watch helplessly as this unfolded. Gate, you are far too greedy. You dare to consume anything. Moments later, a message emanated from the gate of origin. New function, cross-dimensional travel node. Within the universe, there are countless enclosed bubble universes, some of which can rival the real universe. The cross-dimensional ability allows one to forcibly open closed universes and transport into them. Do you wish to use it? Li Honglian, witnessing the heavy casualties of the interstellar warrior 1,000-man squad he had painstakingly assembled, glanced once more at the culprit, Ling Xuanyi, who stood motionless. Let's do it. Li Honglian reached out and grasped Ling Xuanyi's calf. The gate of origin flashed, and the two vanished without a trace, leaving behind a single proclamation. Dragon Bu Ping and Tyrant Dragon shall temporarily command. Await my return. Bubble universe, by the sea, on the beach. Ling Xuanyi surveyed the suddenly altered surroundings, realizing he had severed his connection to the dark cosmos and the Father God. He stomped fiercely on Li Honglian's chest, cursing, "Damn it, where have you brought me? I don't know. If you don't want to die, take me back." With that, he kicked Li Honglian away, landing on the beach without harm. Li Honglian felt her injuries nearly restored and a small amount of energy accumulated. Unfortunately, it was only a little. Had the connection to the dark cosmos indeed been severed, she sensed that the spiritual energy treasure tree had ceased synthesizing energy. Li Honglian mused quietly. Then her eyes brightened. I can no longer accept dark energy, but what about this accursed god's favored one? Watching the bone armor on Ling Xuanyi gradually retracting into his body, Li Honglian extended her hand and said, "Come here. I will take you back." Ling Xuanyi, perhaps disoriented after severing ties with the dark cosmos, surprisingly walked over. Die. With her final reserves of energy, she unleashed the Thunder Dragon sword. Piercing through Ling Xuanyi's skull, the headless corpse crashed heavily to the ground, then vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a bone covered in black patterns, quietly buried in the sand. Indeed, the seemingly indestructible curse of the goddess blessing had vanished. Exhausted, Li Honglian fell into a daze, drifting into slumber, and before fully succumbing, vaguely heard strange words. "Master, on such a fine sunny day, it's actually thundering by the seaside. Is it the Dragon King sneezing?" Disciple, "Oh dear, one must not speak so recklessly. Quickly apologize to the Dragon King, or else if he becomes angry, we shall be in dire straits." Thud! The disciple bowed on the ground, while the Dragon King loomed above. The little one spoke innocently. "I hope the Dragon King forgives me." With that, he knocked his head 3 times. The master, witnessing this, stepped forward to help his cherished disciple, tenderly brushing the dust from the girl's head. They approached the seaside, where they spotted a giant lying on the beach. "Master, look, there's a giant here. Is he dead?" Luo Tong stepped forward, gazing intently at the giant's massive form, myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. Only when the girl joined him did he speak. "Hiss, the giant's armor is severely damaged. Logically, he should have sustained grave injuries. However, upon my observation, I found the giant's skin intact and unblemished, and his chest rises and falls in a regular pattern." "How strange. Is the giant poisoned, master?" The giant's complexion appeared normal, It did not exhibit signs of poisoning. Master, shall we rescue the giant? His armor is so badly damaged. It stands to reason that his opponent was no ordinary foe. If they are exceedingly ruthless, we should flee. Luo Tong narrowed his eyes, of course. Master knows this, but we must still attempt a rescue. But Master, I see this? Enough questions. Hidden within the terminal, Enwa observed that the two had no intention of harming their master and allowed them to strip away the shattered outer armor. 3 days later, on a small island overseas, after days of slumber, Li Honglian opened his eyes, slowly exhaling the pent-up energy within him. Thanks to the kindness of those who tended to him during his sleep, he was now fully rejuvenated. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed on the wooden floor as a 15 or 16-year-old girl entered. She had fair skin and an exquisite appearance, her lips a delicate shade. Clad in a simple yet elegant long dress, she exuded an aura of both vigor and scholarly grace, moving with a light and measured step, suggesting she had practiced martial arts or dance. Seeing the giant she had cared for awaken at last, Luo Weiwei broke into a smile, placing a bowl of thin porridge on the wooden stool beside the bed, gently saying, "Giant brother, you're awake. This is my home. My master saved you." Enwa transmitted a portion of alloy through her arm to form a headset at Li Honglian's ear, translating the girl's words into Chinese. Upon hearing the translation, Li Honglian immediately rose to express his gratitude. Chapter 073. Cultivating Qi. I am Li Honglian. I thank you, young lady, for saving my life. Hee. Luo Weiwei smiled at Li Honglian's peculiar actions, her expression brightening. 3 days passed. While 3 days may seem neither long nor short, Li Honglian had gleaned a general understanding of this world during this time. Firstly, the pair who rescued him both bore the surname Luo. The master was named Tong, and the apprentice was named Weiwei. The Luo family had long upheld a tradition of combining agrarian labor with scholarly pursuits, employing both long-term and short-term workers in agriculture while simultaneously engaging in study and martial arts. Luo Tong, having mastered martial arts in his youth, roamed the rivers and lakes in splendid attire. But unfortunately, he offended a powerful enemy while vanquishing evil, resulting in the destruction of his entire family. Only one illegitimate daughter, Luo Weiwei, survived. Later, Luo Tong found a stroke of fortune, achieving mastery in martial arts and avenging his family. He then took Luo Weiwei under his wing and established a new sect on Peach Blossom Island, naming it the Luo sect. After many years of founding the sect, aside from Luo Weiwei, he also took on 2 male disciples, Ling Huxiao Yi and Lin Yuwei. Besides these, the Luo sect on Peach Blossom Island consisted of only a few hundred servants. Following the tragic annihilation of his family and his subsequent vengeance, Luo Tong became taciturn and eccentric, speaking little and showing kindness only to his illegitimate daughter, while treating Ling Huxiao Yi and Lin Yuwei as mere heads of servants. One misstep could result in their being reprimanded or beaten. Additionally, every 3 days he would return to his ancestral home on the mainland to mourn and pay respects. His recent act of saving Li Honglian was merely a convenient detour on his way back from such a visit. Lastly, concerning this world, it too had martial arts, albeit entirely unrelated to the spiritual martial arts depicted in the Martial Arts Codex. In summary, the martial arts here could be termed Qi martial arts. This world possesses a unique mechanism that allows for the cultivation of internal and external skills through the energy of heaven and earth. Individuals here can ascend gradually through the system of refining the body, cultivating Qi, and honing the spirit. Li Honglian also understood why his physique appeared relatively normal in the eyes of Luo Tong and his daughter. In this world, martial arts training at certain levels would alter the human body. Some martial arts could grant eternal youth, while others could render one impervious to weapons. Take Luo Tong's Dao, Luo Gong, for instance. In the body refining stage, a centipede would grow along the spine, appearing quite fearsome. In the Qi cultivation stage, 3 fleshy flowers would sprout on the chest, which would also be deemed rather grotesque. For the spirit honing stage, no one in the Luo sect had yet reached that level, so Li Honglian could not observe any changes that he himself was likely seen as practicing a martial art that enhanced physical form. He had tried the martial arts of Luo Weiwei, who was at the late stage of body refinement. And if not for the use of qi, it could only be described as utterly ordinary. The exertion has proven to be rather inconsequential, akin to the minor realm of the small Zhou Tian, as depicted in the martial arts compendium, and is vastly inferior to that of a newly transformed interstellar warrior, at such a level. It is rather presumptuous for Luo Weiwei to claim she is a third-rate expert in the martial world. Surely, it would not be excessive for Li Honglian to assert a title of being invincible across the globe, suppressing all in his wake. At this moment, Luo Weiwei is seated within a cool pavilion, her hands cradling her cheeks, occasionally breaking into a silly smile, leaving one to ponder whether she is simply experiencing the whims of youthful infatuation. Nearby, Lin Yuwei, practicing martial arts upon the sandy ground, feels a pang of discomfort at the sight. Despite being the third disciple, he is 2 years older than Luo Weiwei. He can immediately discern that his senior sister is smitten with the imposing wild man they have encountered, shattering the innocence of their childhood companionship. After all, how can childhood sweethearts compete with a sudden arrival from the skies? Alas, dear friends, who truly understands? In this regard, the second disciple remarks that their sizes are simply incompatible. Li Honglian possesses some awareness of a young woman's affections. After all, his striking visage, combined with the commanding presence cultivated through years of military leadership, tends to evoke admiration in most women. Yet, he is not the sort to be ungrateful and pursue another's beloved. Even though he perceives Luo Weiwei's feelings, he refrains from taking advantage of her. Moreover, his primary ambition lies in returning to the real universe to continue his conquest of the cosmos. Presently, his foremost objective is to discover a means to escape this realm. Speaking of returning to the real universe, Li Honglian finds himself momentarily disheartened. Lacking a spaceship and unaware of this world's exit, the prospect of departure seems as formidable as ascending to the heavens. For now, he must place his hopes upon the Gate of Origins. Yet without the dark cosmic deity's energy, the ability to traverse dimensions remains entirely unattainable. Stepping outside, Li Honglian's entrance is met with Luo Weiwei's immediate beaming smile. A sight so enchanting that even Lin Yuwei is rendered spellbound, oblivious to the pain of a weapon striking his foot. Linghu Xiaoi strides through the archway and observes the scene. His previously boisterous demeanor darkens, wishing fervently to cast Li Honglian into the sea to feed the fish. As for the petite junior sister, her affection remains unwavering. Li Honglian takes note of the trio's reactions, reassuring his 2 younger disciples not to panic, for he is merely a passerby, not wishing to become entangled in their romantic escapades. Accepting a long sword from Luo Weiwei, he approaches the sandy area, demonstrating the 5 tigers breaking the prison door blade from the martial arts compendium with great prowess. This is the very technique he imparted to Luo Weiwei as a token of gratitude. One might wonder why he wields a sword to perform a saber technique. It is indeed an exquisite saber technique. Although Linghu Xiaoi and Lin Yuwei harbor disdain for Li Honglian, they cannot deny the undeniable prowess he displays. Both turn to see who has voiced their unspoken thoughts, only to find Master Luo Tong approaching. Relieved, they realize the presence of their mentor alleviates any concern. Standing beside Luo Weiwei, Luo Tong praises. Young hero Li, your saber technique surpasses the renowned 5 tigers breaking the prison door blade, exhibiting both ferocity and a hint of grace. The profundity of its essence eludes even my comprehension. It is truly of the highest caliber, and to impart it to Weiwei is a travesty. Master! Luo Weiwei exclaims, tugging at Luo Tong's robe with an endearing pout. Luo Tong, appearing in his 40s, sports a rugged beard and dons a Taoist robe. His physique slender, yet his eyes gleaming with vitality. His martial prowess has reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, a mere step away from the realm of divine refinement, equivalent to the great Zhou Tian within the martial arts compendium, signifying a soldier's rank. This merely reflects the destructive potential of his physical form. Should he employ advanced technological weaponry, even the mightiest of attacks would pale in comparison to a single explosive round. Li Honglian, sword in hand, greets Master Luo. I pay my respects. Young hero Li, you honor me. I cannot bear the title of sect leader. Simply refer to me as Old Luo. Li Honglian nods, recalling intriguing tidbits he has encountered in his readings. 3,000 years ago, there existed a giant known as Pangu, who traversed dimensions from other realms, dominating the martial world and establishing the martial academy, amassing martial techniques and compiling the martial canon. He subsequently disseminated the canon worldwide, establishing a system of essence, energy, and spirit, revered by all as a teacher of the world. Chapter 074. Li Honglian bows again to Luo Tong, addressing him as Island Master, and inquires, Master, during my leisurely moments, I perused the texts in my quarters. Was there truly a figure named Pangu 3,000 years ago? I am most curious, and I would be grateful if you could enlighten me. After Pangu left behind the martial canon in this world, he founded the Wenting Xian sect, which was divided into outer, inner, and true disciples. He further utilized sect missions to gather resources from across the realm. Upon reflection, this appears to bear the hallmark of a time traveler. After all, who but a time traveler would concoct such intricate narrative frameworks? Thus, Pangu's origins become quite intriguing, and Li Honglian hopes to uncover a method for departing this realm through him. The sooner he can leave, the better. After all, in the real universe, human civilization may erupt in a conflict at any moment, and as a young warrior eager to achieve greatness, he cannot afford to miss out. Upon hearing this, Luo Tong's eyes gleam with delight as he pulls Li Honglian aside, signaling for the others to remain at bay, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Li Honglian, feeling the intensity of Luo Tong's gaze, wishes to clarify, I am not involved in any monstrous endeavors, my good sir. Young hero Li seems unable to contain himself. If you do not inquire, I must speak with you. Contain myself? I am utterly perplexed. Li Honglian replies, staring blankly at Luo Tong. Observing this, Luo Tong's conviction strengthens threefold. Young Master Li cannot be an ordinary individual. Luo Tong regards Li Honglian with the knowing expression of one who has already discerned his true identity. Could it be that he knows I am a time traveler? Li Honglian begins to ponder the contents he has encountered over the past few days. Surely, this world lacks the means to determine if someone is a time traveler or to foresee one's destiny. Luo Tong must be mistaken. I shall put this to the test. With this thought, Li Honglian remains silent, adopting an air of having been uncovered. Luo Tong chuckles, pleased with himself, and slowly states, all things in the world adhere to the natural laws of life and death. The sage Pangu's establishment of the Wenting Xian sect is no exception. Pangu left no children in his lifetime, yet he accepted 12 true disciples, and the sect has remained firmly under the control of these 12 through their bloodlines. While addressing Li Honglian as a true disciple of Pangu, Luo Tong refrains from directly stating that Pangu has perished, instead choosing to euphemistically mention Pangu's ascension to the celestial realm. However, these words ignite a spark in Li Honglian's eyes. Ascension to the celestial realm signifies departure from this world, solidifying his resolve to seek out the Wenting Xian sect. Luo Tong, unaware of Li Honglian's intentions, continues, in the years that followed, although the 12 true disciples would intermittently rebuild the sect. Eventually, Luo Tong meticulously recounts details absent from the text regarding the rise and fall of the Wenting Xian sect, to which Li Honglian nods in agreement. The sect, akin to an ancient usurer, has dominated the earth, extracting the lifeblood of the populace. Unable to endure the tyranny of such a demon, heroes from all corners of the world have periodically mounted campaigns to reclaim their wealth from the hands of the usurer. Presently, according to whispers in the martial world, one of the 12 true disciples, a member of the Li family possessing Pangu's divine techniques and weaponry, has emerged, capable of dominating the realm with just a fraction of their power. At this juncture, Luo Tong fixes his fiery gaze upon Li Honglian, stating, Young Master Li, your surname Li must indeed connect you to the 12 true disciples. Indeed, you speak the truth. I feel as though I embody the true disciple of the Li family. As Luo Tong becomes increasingly animated, his voice rises, drawing the attention of the 3 junior disciples, who nearly bury their ears in the corners of the conversation. Young hero Li, is it true that you are indeed of the true disciple Li family? Luo Weiwei inquires, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her attitude becoming more fervent. Meanwhile, upon learning the truth, Linghu Xiaoyi's expression darkens, suddenly aware of how fitting Luo Weiwei and this wild man seem together. Yet upon reflection, he reminds himself, she is merely my junior sister, and thus scowls at Li Honglian before turning away in frustration. Observing her junior brother's reaction, Luo Weiwei apologizes to Li Honglian, hastily pursuing Ling Hu Xiaoi. Such a good girl, understanding her junior brother's sorrow and rushing to console him. Li Honglian watches the retreating figures, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Might it not lead to Ling Hu Xiaoi drowning his sorrows in drink? Only to encounter the saintess of the demon sect, who then sacrifices herself for him, prompting Ling Hu Xiaoi's descent into darkness. Glancing at the still fervent Luo Tong, Li Honglian resolves to speak candidly, for it would be remiss to conceal the truth due to the entanglement of his disciples' emotions. Island Master, I must clarify, I am truly not a descendant of the Li family among the 12 true disciples of the Wentingxian sect. Upon hearing this, Luo Tong maintains his knowing expression. If young hero Li says he is not, then so be it. Observing Luo Tong's lingering doubt, Li Honglian queries, pray tell, Island Master, what leads you to so firmly believe I am? Firstly, the exceptional strength of your weaponry is unparalleled, forged from the essence of the world's might, a feat unattainable by mere mortals. Secondly, your imposing stature is impervious to the elements. This is the manifestation of Pangu's gift of the 9 yuan golden body. Thirdly, the divine sword technique you so casually imparted to your apprentice is not something an ordinary person could wield. With these 3 points, he has made a compelling case. Li Honglian nods in agreement, acknowledging the soundness of his reasoning, unable to refute it. Island Master, while these coincidences are remarkable, I assure you, I am truly not. Luo Tong stepped forward, grasping Li Honglian's hand, and spoke in a hushed tone. The martial world is fraught with peril, and the Xianzong has many enemies that it is prudent for you, young hero, to deny your identity. However, there is no need for you to conceal anything from me that I have previously received the blessings of the Xianzong, which enable me to avenge my great grievances. The Xianzong has also bestowed upon me the gift of rebirth. Li Honglian shook her head in resignation. So, you intend to repay the Xianzong's grace by involving me? Very well, let us assume what the Island Master has asserted is correct. When one speaks the truth, yet others refuse to heed it, what can be done? As she strolled along the edge of Peach Blossom Island, admiring the seascape, she suddenly recalled Luo Weiwei's unwavering attentiveness towards her in recent days. It seemed that Luo Tong was perhaps delighted at the prospect of his daughter being in her company, envisioning a future where, with her support, she could ascend to the role of a sect leader's wife in the Wenting Xianzong. Yet he failed to consider that she had no desire for such a revival. Such reckless gambling was ill-advised. Furthermore, she truly bore no connection to the lineage of the 12 true inheritances. This simply would not do. She must seek a suitable opportunity to discreetly depart and pursue the Wenting Xianzong on her own. A few days later, witnessing Luo Weiwei becoming increasingly ensnared in this web, Li Honglian resolved to leave at dawn, unwilling to grant the girl any false hopes. After all, they were not of the same world, and she could not offer her a future. Inside the room, there was little for her to take. She cast one last glance at the fragmented outer armor, deciding to leave it as a family heirloom for the Luo family, even if it might never be worn again. Upon pushing the door open, she collided with an urgent, hurrying worker from the Dao Luo faction, the Li Xiaoxia. It is dire. Several large ships have arrived from outside the island, manned by a group of martial artists seeking you. The faction leader has instructed me to inform you to leave immediately. He has prepared a small boat beside the wooden house at the southern end of the island. A group of martial artists? Li Honglian inquired. Indeed, there are many, some aboard the ships, others standing along the shore, a chaotic throng. Upon hearing this, she swiftly made her way to the island's port, the small harbor. A cluster of boisterous martial artists was engaged in boastful exchanges, excited about the impending siege on Peach Blossom Island. The clashing of swords and blades echoed as they reveled in their camaraderie. Luo Tong regarded the leader of the group with a grim expression. With the Shaolin's Yuan Tong presiding, Amei's Wu Tian Shirtai, and Wudong's Wu Ji Daoren, I Luo, have long dwelled upon this solitary island. Avoiding conflict with your esteemed sections, yet today, You approach with an air of accusation, as if I have committed some unspeakable crime. The unmentioned ones appeared poised to seize him, while the three prominent sect leaders exchanged glances. Subsequently, the eldest and most imposing of them, Shaolin's Yuan Tong, stepped forward and intoned a Buddhist chant. Who among the martial world is unaware that harboring the remnants of the Wenting heretics is a grave sin? We have come to rescue you, Master Luo. We implore you to surrender the remnants of the Tianwen heretics and return to the righteous path. Is it possible that you have become muddled in your scriptures? There are no remnants of the Wenting heretics upon my island. I beseech you not to heed the fabrications of base individuals. Base individuals? What if those base individuals are your disciples? A scholarly martial artist thrust a shamed figure forward from the crowd. Luo Tong glared at his wayward disciple. Ling Hu Xiaoyi, you wretched, his exasperation left him momentarily speechless. Seeing his master in a fit of rage, Ling Hu Xiaoyi's embarrassment faded as he spoke. Master, I merely wish to prevent my junior sister from falling into despair. My actions are for our mutual benefit. Stepping forward, Amaze Wu Tian Shirtai claimed the moral high ground. Since Master Luo insists there are no remnants on the island, why not allow us to search and clear your name? We shall certainly apologize once we find no evidence. Indeed, let us search, echoed the crowd. We shall uncover the truth. With the call to action, the remaining martial artists joined in the uproar. Luo Tong's expression darkened considerably. A round of applause silenced the assembly as a towering figure approached. It was none other than the hastily arriving Li Honglian, followed closely by Luo Weiwei, who had encountered her along the way and wished to persuade her to leave. Upon seeing Ling Hu Xiaoyi in the crowd, a look of disbelief crossed her face. Li Xiaoxia, did I not instruct you to leave? Li Honglian bowed slightly. Island Master Luo, I am grateful for your hospitality in recent days. I am now unencumbered and have come to bid farewell. The martial artists, taken aback by Li Honglian's extraordinary stature, began to whisper among themselves, realizing they were in the presence of one they presumed to be a remnant of the Wenting heretics. Wu Tian Shirtai leaped forward, declaring, a remnant of the Wenting heretics. Silence! Did I permit you to speak? Li Honglian interrupted, her gaze fierce, rendering the Shirtai pale with fear. You dare? Wu Tian Shirtai stammered, her resolve crumbling under Li Honglian's ferocious glare, nearly causing her to falter. Fortunately, years of rigorous training steadied her, though her thoughts were consumed by the realization that the tales of lethal gazes were no mere myth. Li Honglian surveyed the throng of martial artists, whose eyes gleamed with fervor for fame and power, and felt her initial excitement for adventure dissipate. She no longer concealed her formidable presence, which emanated and suffocated those present in that moment. The once imposing figure of Li Honglian transformed into a figure of dread, an embodiment of chaos that transcended mere human comprehension. Today I stand here. Who among you dares to challenge me? The most skilled of the group, Yuan Tong, recited mantras in his mind, forcing himself to confront this human demon. Dragon-seizing hand, he executed the technique with vigor, embodying the strength of an arhut subduing a dragon. His astonishment, Li Honglian countered with a seemingly mundane palm strike. The clash created a thunderous sound wave, reverberating through the air. Yuan Tong was propelled backward with astonishing speed. Crashing into the sea, his garments torn asunder, he skidded across the water, traveling 1,000 meters before coming to a halt. Onlookers stood in stunned silence, grappling with the reality of what they had just witnessed. Was this still martial prowess? Was this still humanity? Surely, even the legendary Pangu could not rival such might. Luo Tong gaped at the spectacle, while Luo Weiwei's adoration transformed into something altogether different. Ling Hu Xiaoyi, overwhelmed, fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head. Li Honglian withdrew her aura, returning to a more unassuming, yet still robust, demeanor. Island Master Luo, Miss Luo, I take my leave. She then boarded a small boat, vanishing into the vast expanse of the sea. The martial artists, though simple-minded, were not foolish. Having witnessed Li Honglian's prowess, they ceased their clamorous accusations of heresy. Groups of 3 or 5 boarded their ships and departed, as if they had merely come for a leisurely outing. The whereabouts of the remnants of the Wenting Xinzong sect ruins had long been a topic of fervent discussion within the martial world. Two locations were widely recognized as potential sites of the sect's legacy. One near the ancient British territory, present-day Hebei, close to Zhongshan. The other nestled within the depths of Mount Wantai, specifically in the region of Zongtation. The two sites were a mere few hundred miles apart, distant for ordinary folk, yet trivial for Li Honglian, who could soar through the skies. Throughout his journey, Li Honglian would alight in various large cities, immersing himself in local customs. Should he encounter any disrespectful individuals, he would readily bestow upon them a fist, allowing them to experience the taste of iron from beyond their world. In Hebei, within Zhongshan, Li Honglian employed his steel wings to meticulously scour the area inch by inch. After 3 days of searching, he found no trace of the sect's remnants. It appears the ruins of the Xinzong are not located here. With a flicker of his form, he vanished from the site, only for a few scoundrels lurking nearby to rise and dust themselves off. The wings forged from steel, such a divine artifact, can grant one the ability to soar. Today's encounter has truly opened my eyes. I wonder how many treasures the Saint Pangu has left unseen. Brother, there is no need for haste. Once we acquire this treasure, you and I may yet ascend to the heavens and witness how the heavens themselves live. Their laughter echoed in the air as the two scoundrels exchanged knowing glances. At Wantai Mountain, within Zongtation, legend spoke little of its connections to the Saint Pangu or the Wenting Xinzong. Yet, the mountain garnered attention as a hotly debated site for the sect's ruins due to a disciple of the 12 true inheritances who emerged 300 years prior. This individual, claiming to be a descendant of the El family, identified himself as El Fengxian, and his initial appearance was at Zongtation. Upon entering the martial world, he was undefeated, yet soon vanished from sight. Some claimed he had retreated from the world, while others speculated he succumbed to the vices of wine and women, ultimately falling victim to the martial community's vendetta. After 3 centuries, the truth remains elusive. Now, rumors spread within the martial realm that a new disciple of the 12 true inheritances would soon arrive to reclaim Pangu's treasures. The curious and the opportunistic flocked to Zongtation, surrounding it entirely. Perhaps it is the dilapidated state of the ruins, or perhaps this group of individuals possesses a greater intellect than their predecessors. But they have indeed discovered a hidden entrance within a canyon. Following the return of the first expedition, news of this revelation swiftly permeated the streets and alleys. However, the entrance was soon jointly seized and controlled by renowned sects, barring entry to those without affiliation. Onlookers and bystanders lamented their missed opportunity, regretting not having arrived sooner. In midair, Li Honglian retracted her iron wings and descended forcefully to the ground, sending sand and dust swirling, blinding those nearby as the haze dissipated. Li Honglian's figure vanished from sight. The passage was expansive enough for her to traverse without needing to bow her head. After 1,000 steps, she encountered a flight of stairs leading up to an archway. Beyond the archway lay a vast space, where a group of individuals was intently watching the entrance, as if they had anticipated Li Honglian's arrival. With a slight smile, Li Honglian remarked, "Please, take a seat. There is no need for such a grand reception. Humph, demon. Not long ago, you ambushed me with your divine weapons, but today is different. You possess the Pangu relics, and so do we." Yuan Tong stood among a group of monks, with a younger monk positioned before him, who now barked like a dog reunited with its master. The younger monk merely uttered Amit-Ba, closed his eyes, and began to rotate the prayer beads in his hands. Upon hearing about the Pangu relics, Li Honglian's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she stepped forward to investigate. Unbeknownst to her, this action seemed to have struck a nerve with Yuan Tong. He trembled violently before resuming his barking. "I warn you, demon, should you take another step forward, you shall regret it. Since you all possess them, why not reveal what you have? There is no need to keep them hidden." As soon as Li Honglian finished speaking, the monk who had been with his eyes shut opened them. After exchanging glances with Yuan Ming and the leaders of several other sects, he clapped his hands. Subsequently, 3 enormous monk warriors emerged. Each towering over Li Honglian in their hands, they wielded a Pangu relic each. "Ha ha!" Li Honglian laughed heartily, realizing her previous assumptions were correct. Pangu was not only a traveler from another realm, but also a warrior of the stars. Much like herself, the three giant monks brandished the space-cutting blade, explosive gun, and chainsaw, iconic weapons of interstellar fighters. She found herself curious as to how these individuals, devoid of dark energy, could operate such formidable weapons. "What are you laughing at?" This time, it was not a Shaolin monk who spoke, but a woman from an unknown sect. "I laugh at your ignorance. Now, divulge everything you know about Pangu, and perhaps I shall grant you a chance at survival." As soon as Li Honglian finished, Niwa emerged from the terminal, enveloping Li Honglian in a mid-tier armor. Arrogant, bold, ignorant child, the representatives of the martial arts sects gazed greedily at the newly revealed Pangu relics on Li Honglian, simultaneously venting their dissatisfaction with words that in a flash of white light. Li Honglian swiftly crushed the head of one giant monk, seizing the space-cutting blade from his grasp. Without uttering a word, she hurled the blade, cleaving another adversary in two, brain matter, intestines, and blood splattering the ground, resembling the underworld. Suddenly, an explosive projectile hurtled toward her. This divine weapon posed not only a tremendous threat, but approached with alarming speed. She narrowly evaded it as it detonated in the passage behind her, collapsing the exit. With a swift flick of her blade, another head rolled to the ground. "Wait, do you see who this is?" "Lower your weapons." A filthy girl was dragged forth, bound and bearing wounds that hinted at mistreatment. Upon seeing Li Honglian, Luo Weiwei's eyes initially brightened before dimming again. "Li Xiaojia, sob sob. My father, sob sob, he is dead." Tears and snot streamed down her dusty face, tracing 2 lines down her cheeks. "Li Xiaojia, do not concern yourself with me. Avenge my father." "Miss Luo, your acting skills are truly commendable." Upon hearing this, Luo Weiwei widened her eyes. Feigning ignorance, Li Honglian marveled at her increasingly impressive performance, reminiscent of the finest actresses of her past life. "Master Luo, why do you not reveal yourself? How long do you intend to hide?" With that, Li Honglian directed her gaze toward a concealed chamber in the ground, cleverly hidden yet unable to escape her heightened perception, albeit weakened due to the absence of dark energy. With a swift motion, she hurled the blade into the ground, unveiling the hidden chamber. Luo Tong emerged, his expression dark and brooding. "When did you discover my presence, Li Xiaojia?" Luo Tong had been plotting since the moment he saw Li Honglian's shattered armor on the beach. Initially, he had intended to portray a naive benefactor alongside his charming daughter, a combination that could disarm anyone's suspicions. Then, with Linghu Xiaoyi's descent into darkness driven by love, he orchestrated the encirclement of Peach Blossom Island by martial artists. This scene was originally designed for the father and daughter to fight desperately for their escape, leading to the eventual union of Li Honglian and Luo Weiwei. However, he did not anticipate Li Honglian's formidable strength, which deterred the martial experts from making a move. Yet it mattered not. He had already devised the final act. The benefactor would be slain, the girl he loved would be captured, and a tragic performance would ensue. There were 2 possible outcomes. Either Li Honglian would triumph and rescue Luo Weiwei, allowing them to access the true chamber of the Pangu relics, or he would be defeated and captured by the martial artists, who would force him to unlock the chamber. Regardless of the outcome, he would accept it, for he was convinced that Li Honglian, as Pangu, would be able to unveil the true sanctum. Little did he know, before the chamber could be opened, his plans had already unraveled.